Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go, baby. Midweek edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us along for the ride. Coming up in our final hour, the NFL brings down the hammer, or maybe the feather, on Jalen Carter. Then in 20 minutes, we'll get into some college football with Connor O'Gara, the senior national columnist for Saturday Down South. Best bets, Donkster ready to go at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on X. We are streaming live right now, also streaming on Stadium as well. You can do so by going to BallySportsLive.com or also downloading the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, the NFL released its punishment for Jalen Carter on Tuesday, and the punishment. Oh, what's he going to do? He's not going to have to do anything, because the league has ruled that after spitting on Dak Prescott last week on Thursday Night Football, because he didn't play in that game, because he was booted from that game, he's already served his suspension. Even his agent has worked out a deal with the Eagles where the Eagles cannot use this to void guarantees in Jalen Carter's contract. So the only thing he's going to have to give up is last week's paycheck, which is $57,222. Outside of that, he served his suspension. He is done. He will play this weekend in Kansas City against the Chiefs. And I cannot believe that this suspension is not more punitive than it already is. I mean, it's over. I thought the league would set an example here, and they did not.
Yeah, the NFL wheel of punishment strikes again, where it feels like you never know what type of punishment Roger Goodell is going to hand down to whoever. And I think on the surface, like, I agreed with you, and I said, oh, well, he needs to be suspended more than, like, that game that he already was ejected from. But if you look at precedent, and, like, you watch a ton of crime shows, like, you know how it is. There has to be, like, precedent. And I do think if you look at the other suspensions across the league, like, Demarcus Robinson got suspended 3 games for a DUI charge. Same with Jordan Addison. Do you think spitting on somebody, like, warrants the same suspension as a DUI? Like, that's what I kind of come to, is that, like, it's not that bad.
It's not comparatively. There's no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe, and you don't have to do, here's the thing, you don't have to just suspend someone from playing in a game. There are more avenues, right? Like, you could have fined him more, right? So I totally agree. I don't want to see someone get suspended for 5 games because they spit on another player, and then they serve 3 games for DUI or domestic abuse. Like, that's completely discombobulated and not right. But there are other measures you can take. So I think the fact that they said, hey, we're already done here, is what's surprising to me. And it's even more surprising because the NFL set themselves up for this, right? Like, during the offseason, they sent out videos to every single team saying, this is something we're going to enforce more punitively this season. This is something we're going to be looking at, which is I don't know if you've seen the video. It's like, you don't need to pretend to shoot a gun after a touchdown. You don't need to step over a player like this after you make a first down. Like, they made this. Oh, yeah. They did a whole production of it. That's what gets me. Like, if this had been a random occurrence and the NFL hadn't been so demonstrative and said, this is something we're focusing on, then it wouldn't have shocked me. But because at the league meetings, they were telling anyone who would listen, executives, coaches, hey, we're watching you. We're watching the players. Keep them in line. So I think with that buildup, then when this actually happens before the season begins and all the players are aware that this is something they're keeping tabs on, for them to say, we're already done, don't worry about it. That's the stunning part. It's not it's not necessarily just the punishment. It's after all the buildup. It's like the talking big. It's like, hey, come at me, man. Come at me, bro. See what happens. See what happens. And then someone comes at you. You're like, oh, whoa. Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. It's just like after all this, they did nothing.
Well, I think like that's what the NFL wants to do. They want to like do something quickly and make a big deal about it and be like, oh, look at our end zones. It says stop hate. Did you know how much of a difference is? Oh, end racism. The NFL did it. They ended racism by painting this in the end zones. Because that's the thing. They want something for show instead of like, how about you do something? Something that actually has something behind it. And I understand like they've probably like donated to campaigns to like end bullying or whatever. But like it's just more of a PR move than anything. Yeah. And here's what I think makes fans kind of crazy is the way that they enforce this when guys even show a little bit of celebration. Because even in this game, I feel like there were penalties of like unsportsmanlike conduct when somebody like even did like a fist pump. And like obviously this is something that we have made fun of for years now. Like even was it Key and Peele that did that sketch where it's like, oh, you can do 1 pump. That's fine. But 3 pumps? Hell no. And he's just waiting there with the whistle. So it's just one of those things where the other thing is, the ugly truth is that Jalen Carter is a premier player on a premier team.
Yes.
If this was a nobody on a team that nobody cared about, if this was a player on my Tennessee Titans, nobody would care, and Roger Goodell would level the hammer. Like, oh, we're going to make an example out of this player. He's not playing. Look at how awesome we are. But he's not going to do it to the Eagles the week before the Super Bowl rematch. He knows what's good for his product. He ain't going to do that.
1,000%. Here's the thing. The NFL is all talk. They're all talk.
Yes.
They do this all the time. They just talk such a big game, and they say the right things, but when it comes down to it, they know people are going to tune in. They know that there's going to be this outrage. I mean, am I really outraged about this? No. Is it going to keep me from sleeping tonight? No. It's just pointing out what they're saying versus what they're doing. I remember years ago when, this is when I was in TV, and they were doing the whole NFL, cares about cancer, and they were wearing the pink ribbons, and they had all the pink paraphernalia, the wristbands, all those different things, right? And players are dressing up, and they're saying, we care about cancer, we're donating. If you looked at the actual donations to like the American Cancer Society or what they were giving to cancer research, it was around 1%. Like they were raking in the profits from all of these jersey sales and all of these wristbands and whatever. Like, yeah, they're capitalizing on saying we are doing something positive here. But the actual amount they were giving was very, very small. Like, we're saying a lot, but we're not doing a whole lot. And then we always talk about it on this show. A couple years ago, Super Bowl in Glendale, guys are sliding around on the turf like it's an ice skating rink. I mean, they had field experts saying this is the worst turf I've ever seen in a Super Bowl. And what did Roger Goodell say? That's fine. It was just fine. That was great.
Fine to me.
Look good to me. And the same thing here. We are coming down on unsportsmanlike conduct. Nothing is more unsportsmanlike, I mean, outside of trying to hurt somebody, than like spitting in someone's face or spitting at someone. Like that's an easy call. If you're an official, the official is right there. Boop, you're out. And what does the NFL do? He's already done the time. Guys, he's already served the time. Time served. Go ahead and play because we need this guy in a Super Bowl rematch this weekend. This is what the NFL does.
Well, also, like, Jalen Carter kind of has a history that's not the best when it comes to, like, behavior. So I think that's the question mark. It's like, how many instances before we kind of hold it against Jalen Carter? Because obviously in college there was a big one. He was involved in a car crash that killed people. And, like, obviously I'm not going to go into it. It's just, your reputation is, how many times have you bent the rules? How many times does it look like you err on the side of, like, hey, maybe this is not a great person? But at the end of the day, have you seen him play? Did you see that defense without him?
Right.
And the ugly truth is, if somebody is really good at playing football, we are willing to excuse a lot.
Don't you know? Look, if the Eagles were playing the Saints this weekend, they'd be like, we got to suspend him. Like, we got to get this is unacceptable. Roger Goodell would come out, or Troy Vincent would come out, the executive VP of football operations. He's the one who was telling all the the league executives, watch out, we're coming down hard. They'd come out and they'd say, this is unacceptable behavior. This is just unacceptable. We can't do this. We cannot do this. We told you we're going to come down hard. We're going to come down hard. This guy's not playing against the Saints. But, Super Bowl rematch, Kansas City, where the Eagles are favored by what? 1. It's essentially a coin flip game, a 50-50 game rematch of the Super Bowl. We have to have Jalen Carter on that line with Patrick Mahomes on the other side under center. Let's just say time served. Like, that's exactly what's going on.
Let's float a hypothetical, just for funsies. If Travis Kelce spit in Roger Goodell's face, do you think he'd suspend him?
No, he'd say, I thank Travis. I'm
thank
getting
you,
older.
Sir.
I always thank you, sir. May I have another? Thank you, sir. May I have another? We gotta have Travis and Taylor there. There's no way. He'd be like, hey, I've always had dry skin. I've always had dry skin. Travis was doing me a favor. You know, as much as I travel, it's really hard to get into a skincare routine. Travis was doing me a favor. Like, there's no way. There's no way. They got to have Travis. They got to have Taylor. They have Jalen. They got to have the whole crew there. Yeah, he'd just pat it down and be like, it's fine. In fact, I enjoy it. I love Travis.
So do you think Roger Goodell is a little nervous the way that the Chiefs looked in the first week of the season? Because listen, the refs can only do so much. And, like, I'm not going to, like, go down that road of, like, the Chiefs won and they were mugging the refs. But here's the thing, like, we're at the height of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift madness.
Yes.
But, like, what if the Chiefs don't make the playoffs?
Can we just clip off this segment? What if the Chiefs end up making the playoffs on, like, a controversial call? Like, they're one of the final teams in. Like, they're pretty good, but they're not great. They're not dominant. They're not the dynasty-esque team we've seen in previous years. There's like a pass interference call, like a phantom call late in the game to get in the playoffs. Oh, my God. If that happens, I'm going to go back to this moment. I don't think that's going to happen. The Chiefs are good enough to make it a no-doubter. But you never know. Oh, don't you know that Referee Watch will be on a full go this weekend against the Eagles, especially after the Chiefs started 0-1.
Well, and especially because, like, there's already reasons to complain, like, against the Chiefs. The fact that the Chargers don't get a home game against the Chiefs. Like, oh, the Chargers, your home game's going to be in Brazil.
Yeah.
The Chiefs. Like, they still won, but inherently that is a disadvantage and an advantage that goes to the Chiefs.
Yes, it does. Also, God, you know what I am not looking forward to seeing is the number of people who come out today and say, where's the suspension for Dak? What about Dak? Dak spit first. Dak spit first. Yes, he did. He spit on the field. Have you ever seen a football player spit, or a basketball player? Well, not a basketball player. Spit on the court. Baseball player. That'd be something. But have you ever seen an athlete, a baseball player, a football player spit? Like, this happens every day in every game all of the time. And Dak spits on the ground, and people are like, oh, my God. I'm like, this was not directed at Jalen Carter. I thought this was a no-brainer. Like, Jalen Carter spit on someone. That's the guy that needs to be punished. And the number of people who are like, what about Dak? Just blew my mind.
Okay, for the sake of argument, is there something that Dak Prescott could have said that warranted this? Because I know people are saying this, and they're floating some rumors. But, like, my argument against this is that, like, the referee's on the field.
Right.
Wouldn't somebody have heard it? Like, whether the players... And we have heard nobody from the Cowboys side, like, making an argument, or I guess it would be the Eagles side, right? Has anybody stood up for Jalen Carter?
No, here's the thing. This is like being in a jury room, okay? Like, people fabricate an idea of what they think happened, and there's no proof of it. So when this went down, and there's so many people saying, well, what about, I think Dak said something. Dak definitely said something. I'm like, based on what? Based on what? Nothing. Jalen Carter himself didn't say that. Yeah, they were talking some smack. That's football. Jalen Carter himself did not say, Dak, spit on me. You're saying it. Jalen Carter himself did not say that. I was in a jury room once, and this woman was coming up with this theory as to why this guy was innocent. And I was like, none of this has been presented at trial. This isn't in evidence. So this is an interesting theory. It was a crazy theory. But I'm like, but this isn't even entered into evidence. So when you're saying, well, Dak did this, I bet he said something. I'm like, did he? Because Dak said he just spit and they were having some friendly banter. Jalen himself didn't say this. So why are you saying it? People create these things that happen and there's no proof. And that just drives me crazy.
I feel like if there was something said that was like, unbearable or like unforgivable, we would have heard about it.
Yeah.
Like no Eagles players have stood up and been like, yeah, I would have done it too. Nobody has said that.
Yeah. The dude in the comments is saying this. I'm like, yeah, you weren't there. Nobody's saying this, but you've come up with this theory as to what went down. It's like nobody is saying this.
Right.
Jalen Carter himself said, I made a mistake. It shouldn't happen again. And that's the end. And the NFL, it was enough for them. Coming up next in the show, how about we go to college football? What is wrong with the Florida Gators? We are going to ask Connor O'Gara from Sunday Down South or Saturday Down South. It is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Back on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up on the show, take an early season look at what's happening in the SEC and bring in Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South. Chelsea, along those lines, I saw this video yesterday, which I had missed. Did you see Banana Man at Coastal Carolina? Do you know who I'm talking about? So apparently, about 2-3 weeks ago, Coastal Carolina issued a challenge to its students. And it said, we've got 19 athletic events taking place this week. Any student who attends all 19 athletic events gets to lead the football team out onto the field for the home opener. And so there was a guy on X who goes by Banana Man CCU. And Banana Man went to all 19 events. And so if you look at the video, this is against Charleston Southern in Coastal's home opener. There is a guy running onto the field in a Coastal-themed banana costume leading the team onto the field. And it's Banana Man. This is what makes college football so great. Like, this doesn't happen anywhere else.
How is it a Coastal Carolina themed banana outfit? Like, did he wear a uniform over the banana costume?
Wait, Dylan says he was just there and saw him. Dylan, are you quick to the camera before we get to Connor? He's probably not.
I'll just hop on Mike real quick and just tell you that it was weird. It was just like a banana suit, but I saw him in the crowd and was like, what is this guy doing in a banana suit? But I didn't see him in the pregame stuff, but I saw that online afterwards, and I was like, I don't know how I missed this, but yeah, he stuck out like a sore thumb in the student section.
I love that we sourced this. This is an internet rumor. Oh, yeah. Dylan has visual confirmation of Banana Man. All right. He really did this, Chelsea. Would you dress up in a banana suit and support your wolf pack?
No. I don't even like wearing like humiliating costumes on Halloween. Like, I need to be like made better, not worse. Like, I'm not doing the silly, like, dress up like a hot dog. No, I'm not doing that.
Oh, you should dress up like a hot dog. It'd be amazing. Come
No.
on. Jake can be relish.
I said no.
Blake can be mustard. Be a great little family event. All right, a guy who does not dress up. He doesn't need to. Why? Because he's doing work for Saturday Down South. Of course, we're talking about senior national columnist Connor O'Gara joining us this morning. Connor, thanks for being with us. Thanks for the patience there as we discuss the important topics like Banana Man at Coastal. But let's talk about the SEC and how hot is that seat for Billy Napier right now?
Scolding. And look, I think that there are a lot of people who came into this season who understood that he had DJ Lagway at his disposal, and that's really what kept him at Florida in 2025. If he didn't have an ace in the hole like that, he would not have been given a year 4. And there are a lot of different projections that you could have put out there for Florida. Lord knows I did plenty of them in saying, well, if this happens, then what does that mean for Billy Napier? None of those scenarios included losing to USF. Like, absolutely none of them. And so this changes the entire conversation. It's the type of loss you just can't have in year 4. Now, last year he worked through a really, really terrible start with the Miami game, the A&M blowout at home as well, and he was able to kind of right the ship. Doing so when your quarterback, your ace in the hole, is the one that's out there and losing these games, that's going to be a much tougher sell. And if you've looked at the upcoming schedule, 1 and 5 could be very much staring Florida and Billy Napier in the face.
I think this is the tough part of like the industry that we work in, is that like you have to identify teams at their lowest and be like, hey, do we want to buy stock on this team? Because now's the time to buy in because their stock is the lowest. Is there any reason to believe in Florida?
This weekend, I would say that there is a decent chance to believe in them to at least cover against LSU. I've been on record. I don't think they're going to fall to 1 and 5. I don't think that is the path for this team. I think they still have too much talent, especially at the line of scrimmage, to be as bad as they were and as undisciplined as they were in that loss to USF. So if you're going to pick a spot, an upset spot, which that's what these next 4 games are going to be, like their next 3 games are against top 7 teams. And then after that, oh, by the way, you got to travel to Texas A&M, who has a monstrous showdown this weekend at Notre Dame. We'll wait and see where they rank. But I think you can pick your spot and say Florida money line in one of these games, one of these next 4. I think they're too good of a team to just endure a tailspin like that. But when that's going to be, what that's going to look like, that's a really, really tricky thing to be able to predict.
Connor, we've got one more week before monster matchup between Alabama and Georgia. But what is going on with Bama? It's not the same as Florida, but certainly Kalen DeBoer and his era has not gone as Crimson Tide fans have hoped. Are they going to be okay, or are they trending in the wrong direction?
So they'll get the bye week next week, and then Georgia after that. Thankfully for them, they might need it. Honestly, like that's a team that looked like it needed a reset in the middle of the third quarter against Florida State, and for them to be able to kind of have everybody kind of back off of the Alabama preseason conversation, they can quietly go out there and take care of Wisconsin. We'll wait and see what the quarterback situation looks like with Wisconsin with the Billy Edwards injury, but I don't necessarily have this belief that they can all of a sudden turn around and win a national championship or anything like that. Can they turn around and still end up being like an 8-4, 9-3 type team? Sure, but you're the team that's lost 4 games to unranked teams in the first 14 games of the Kalen DeBoer era. All those games, you're at least, a 2-touchdown favorite? How do you have faith in a team like that? And when the road issues have been so evident, I mean, what are they, like 2-5 in games away from Tuscaloosa? It's under Kalen DeBoer. Like, it's been really, really bad and a hard team to trust when they have these big time road matchups. And that Georgia game, yeah, maybe they're going to do some things against Wisconsin that make you think they've kind of turned the corner a bit. Georgia hasn't lost at home in a night game since 2009. Ooh. Yeah. So expecting this Alabama team that has struggled mightily on the road to turn around against Georgia and to be still sitting there with only 1 loss going into October, I think that's unrealistic. And I think way, way, way more likely is that Alabama is staring at 2 losses going into October.
Somewhere Thomas Castellanos is saying, see, I told you, Nick Saban ain't walking through that door. I told you. It was a great quote. So we have a big matchup this week, and you kind of alluded to it. Texas A&M, Notre Dame. Why is this specific game important to the college football landscape as a whole?
It's huge for Notre Dame. I think too many people are assuming that 10-2 Notre Dame is just in the playoff and forgetting that last year 10-2 Miami, 10-2 BYU were both power conference teams that got left out of the college football playoff when they weren't playing in conference championship games. We know Notre Dame, no matter how good it does the rest of the year, will not be playing in a conference championship game. Look at the rest of that schedule after A&M. None of those teams are currently in the AP Top 25. Now, that is obviously subject to change. I don't need to get into the AP poll and the variance of it, which was under a bit of fire yesterday. But there's still a notion, in my opinion, that this is a must-win game for the Irish. And there are a lot of people that look at Notre Dame as a potential at-large bid stealer and like knowing you need that team to lose. And now last year after Northern Illinois, everybody wrote them off. And then what do? They didn't lose a game until the national championship. So they're certainly capable of a turnaround. But I think this game is monumental for the Irish. And against an A&M team that's 3-12 in true road games the last 4 years, they haven't beat a ranked team on the road since 2014. This would be a change the perception type of game for Mike Elko, who last year was off to a great start, and then it finished the way that it always does for A&M, 8-4 regular season. This is the type of game that you can bust through and change the opinions of people. So I do think that it is a massive, massive game for the landscape of college football.
I'm talking with Connor O'Gara, who covers the SEC for Saturday Down South. We were talking about Tennessee yesterday, which has looked really good and has, I think not really, at least in my view, turned as many heads as maybe they should have early in this season. Are they legitimate because they have a massive game this weekend coming up?
They'll be legitimate if they beat Georgia. And honestly, if they pull this off this time, I don't think it would be the stunner that would be in years past. Now, I still think Georgia's going to win that football game just because I've seen too many Kirby Smart, Josh Heupel matchups to think that it's going to go any other way. And you could look at Georgia so far, what they've done, and say, they've been really conservative offensively. They've been playing with their food these first 2 weeks in cupcake matchups, and Tennessee has looked the part. They obviously blew out Syracuse, and then they beat an FCS team in week 2. But I do think that there is still that sense that Kirby Smart just has Josh Heupel's number. And Josh Heupel knows that he needs to get over this Georgia hurdle because, it's an 8-game losing streak to the Dogs. He owns half of that losing streak, and they've only averaged 14 points per game. In quarters 2 through 4 during the Josh Heupel era, they've been outscored 106-20 by Georgia. So even if you're live betting this game, you're like, oh my God, Tennessee's opening script looks great. I give that a little bit of pause and know that Georgia usually figures this out. Now, this is a much, much earlier game than what we're used to seeing with these two teams, and maybe that's going to be the difference for Tennessee. Timing could be right. Joey Aguilar has certainly looked the part. You trust a Tim Banks defense to be able to kind of navigate a lot of turnover. I wish they had their top 2 corners for this one. They will not have those guys available, so that could be a big difference. But man, if there's ever a time for Tennessee to show that they're legitimate and they're over an awkward offseason, I think a game like Georgia is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah. All right. So a lot of hype coming in on Oklahoma after a big win over Michigan. Are you buying into the hype on John Mateer?
I'm buying it from a standpoint of he's a difference maker, and it's such an upgrade last year. It's not even close. And I don't mean to totally disrespect Jackson Arnold because Lord knows he was in a really, really tough situation. They had 8 different offensive line rotations. Their top 5 receivers were out by the end of September. Their offensive coordinator doesn't even make it, to double-digit games last year. Like it was really, really rough. It was, Luke Combs says ain't no love in Oklahoma. There was ain't no offense in Oklahoma last year. So the bar was low for John Mateer to be able to exceed. And my goodness, has he exceeded it already. You see the plays that he makes in that Michigan game and you go, that'll play against the SEC. The ability to turn himself into a running back, that's really what he's done so far. Now they need to figure out the non-Mateer options in that ground game, but you combine his skill set with a Brent Venables defense and you're like, whoa, Oklahoma looks really good. Now I talked about Notre Dame and how none of their remaining opponents are in the AP top 25 currently. All 8 remaining SEC opponents for Oklahoma in the AP top 25. That schedule is difficult, really, really difficult. If they go 9-3, they should be in the college football playoff, and John Mateer could be talking about a Heisman campaign. Like that is very, very realistic for this team. I think he still makes some of those mistakes. I think they still need to add some of those other elements on offense, but man, the early returns have been really, really good for Brent Venables.
Connor, a couple minutes here. I'm a Texas guy, went to UT, so what is the ceiling now for the Longhorns with Arch, and could Sark have maybe come up with a better comparison to the Manning face?
Yeah, maybe. Probably.
Probably.
Sark he's kind of just tiptoeing around everything. You see the way that he talks about Arch's use of the bathroom, or apparently whatever that shoulder strain was. Whatever. I'll wait and see how that plays out. Yeah, look, it's the best defense in college football, and that's the good news for Texas. I came into this year saying Arch is in such an ideal situation because he's not going to need to go out there and score 35 points. Their backfield's going to be really good if C.J. Baxter can stay healthy. Trey Wisner is the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC, and that defense is loaded with talent at every single level. So if you're a quarterback like Arch Manning is first-time QB1, and I realize he had 2 starts last year, but first-time QB1, you're thinking, all right, I got time to kind of ease my toes into this a little bit. Ohio State game was not an ease my toes game at all, but the runway is still there for him. And I still find myself buying Texas being a team that's going to have legitimate national championship aspirations. Maybe they won't make it to an SEC championship, but man, I just think that you can still do everything with Arch in that offense. And that's why people talk about him the way that they do. It doesn't mean that he's a finished product, but everything is on the table with him. And that is what's going to be so intriguing with Texas moving forward.
He is Connor O'Gara, senior national columnist for Saturday Down South, covering the SEC. And Connor, we appreciate the time this morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. I think he's absolutely spot on there about Sark and, Arch, which, I think people's expectations have started to fall a little bit because there's still a high ceiling there, but he is still a work in progress. But that is the good news. He's spot on, which is, look, you don't have to be spectacular right now because of this defense. And now that date in Gainesville against Florida in 3 weeks doesn't look so daunting. So I think Texas is going to be okay. Or maybe I'm just talking myself into it.
Yeah, it's coping. It's manifesting. But you're right. Like, we have seen teams, especially in college football, where the quarterback hasn't had to do that much. Like, most notably, remember J.J. McCarthy? How many times did he throw it in, like, the second half of that national championship game? I think it was like 5 times, something like that. Because I know people are like, oh, J.J. McCarthy never lost a game in his life. But you're saying to yourself, well, he had a lot of help at Michigan. Like, it wasn't him just like, going, 35 for 36 with 400 yards. There were a lot of pieces around him.
Correct. Although now apparently he's the next Tom Brady after 1 quarter of play in the National Football League. Right? It's over. There's your next Hall of Famer. 1 quarter of play. Boom. There it is. I mean,
stop the count.
Stop the count. Yeah, it's over.
It's done.
Coming up next here on the show. All right. It is midweek money-making time, baby. Sledgehammer us. That's right. Best bets coming up. No, doesn't work for this show. We'll talk to the Donkster as well. That's coming up next here on the Daily Tip. On my back.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday. Great to have you with us. Midweek edition. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming up on the show. I think I'm going big card. Talk myself into it like I normally do. Chelsea, what's going on with you today? I'm going to go home. I'm going to order, maybe I'll make some breakfast. I don't know. Might order DoorDash. Yeah, a little DoorDash. You know me. I'm pretty predictable. I like to have it right there when I'm arriving. Maybe I'll pet the cat for a while, have some breakfast, and just relax for a little bit. What about you?
That reminds me. Like, sometimes it's nice to just stop and, like, pet the cat. And that is not a euphemism. So we have the lovely Dabby Doo. And she is so sweet. And she just purrs constantly. And sometimes I wonder for the people who make those, like, spend a day in the life for me. And they have, like, all these timestamps where things are just back to back to back. Like, I wonder if they stop and do anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where, like, in real life, I feel like there are little instances where, like, I spend 7 minutes picking at my face, you know, or doing something that's, like, not on the schedule. But, like, you stop and do things. Do you understand what I'm saying? Where, like, I don't understand, like, where people get these timestamps of their day. Where, are they robots? Do they not stop and, like, sit or, like, hey, I'm going to, like, read this magazine for 3 minutes? Or, you know, tie my shoe. It just feels wild to me. And I feel like I hate those, like, videos for that reason.
Oh, I think you're spot on. Like, there's something to be said for just carving out a little bit of space and just breathing for a second. Like, I found myself doing that where I'm like, all right, you know, I don't need to be on my phone right now. My cat's here. I'm just going to sit here for a little bit. You'd be amazed at the calming effect it has on your presence. Like, I mean, science backs that up. Like, if you spend time just petting an animal, that's why they'll bring, you know, an animal to people who are, you know, suffering from different ailments or whatever it may be. And just being with an animal in that moment can actually calm them and make them feel better.
Ooh, Jenks, I've got some animals I'll be petting this weekend. We are going to a Western-themed wedding at a farm. And they said you can get up there like 3 hours early if you want to. You can go fishing. You can pet the animals. They have like goats and chickens and cows and horses. So I'm really excited for that. I'm going to break out like a bolo tie.
Are you?
I have never been to like a themed wedding before, but it does seem fun.
Oh, I don't think I've ever been to a themed wedding. Except my own. It was disaster in the making. Theme of my first wedding.
The theme was misery.
The theme was misery. Future misery. You just don't know it. It's a very subtle theme. Oh, are you really going to wear a bolo tie? That'd be awesome.
Either that or a cowgirl hat. Like, I want to do something. Because, like, she's a very over-the-top person, and she, like, wants people to dress like this. And I think it's a fun thing where I feel like as an adult, you don't get that many opportunities to, I don't know, do something different other than Halloween. So I think I'm going to lean into it.
I think you absolutely should. That sounds like a good time. Also, I always find, I've heard about that, like weddings being themed. Like, I think one of our DJs that we interview different DJs, which is weird. I'm like, we have an interview process, but people plan weddings so far in advance. I'm like, I can't believe, and they just like, I'm having a 45-minute Zoom conversation with a DJ, but the stories they had, like, you're not going to surprise us. We've seen it all. Like, we've seen it all. Like, you know, we had one couple.
What does that mean?
He was basically saying, like, themed weddings, music, everything from we only want country music to this is going to be like an EDM party, but it's going to be a wedding. He was like, so you're not going to throw us off by any request that you have. Like, because this is what we do and we've done it for years. And of course, couples and relationships come in different forms. So he's like, whatever request you have, we can pretty much accommodate it, which sort of makes sense if you think about it.
Like, what's the weirdest song you could request? Like the Star Spangled Banner? Maybe something from Star Wars? Like, if you're like, listen, we love America and you should too. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance followed by the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh. Well, you know what? I know your mom wrote that song, co-wrote that song for Lee Greenwood, which was a #1 hit. Lee Greenwood, and, you know, he's very famous for, you know, God Bless the USA.
God Bless the USA.
But I know, because I was a DJ during this time, he took advantage of that run and released an album after that came out. I think it was called American Patriot, and it's nothing but like singing the Pledge of Allegiance, singing God Bless Him. It's nothing but like American songs. He tried to run that. He ran that in the ground.
But like the Heartland loves that. Like,
oh yeah,
I think this is the correlating story is that I was on Broadway one time here in Nashville, and they literally played the Star Spangled Banner. Like a band that was playing live played this. People went crazy. Because, like, think of the demographic on Broadway in Nashville. Like, people that, like Kid Rock, you know? So, like, those people are like, hell yeah, America, hand 'em my heart, drink a beer, it's time to shotgun one. So, like, it's playing the demographic.
Yeah.
It's like those people do love America.
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to
That's not the
flag.
Star Spangled Banner.
God, crazy. Coming up next to Bet Sweats, Joe and Sammy P discuss which live dogs are worth playing this weekend and give their NFL power rankings. Nate Collins from the Green Light Pod joins at 9:20. Caroline Fitton joins to talk college football at 11:20. Let's hand out some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. True American. Let's have a winner.
Hell yeah. All
Hell
right, so
yeah,
true
brother.
Americans bet on trustworthy pitchers like Mountain of a Man, Paul Skeens. All right, so Paul Skeens starting for the Pirates today, going against the Orioles and Tyler Wells. So this feels like a match made in heaven when it comes to a first 5 under. This is a play that we have been riding for most of the season, just banking on the fact that Paul Skeens is really good. So one side of the equation feels like it's locked and loaded for an underplay, especially going against the Orioles, who are not one of the premier offenses in all of baseball. I also think the fact that this is an interleague matchup, the fact that the Pirates are in the National League, Orioles in the American League, these are not teams that see each other that often, so advantage goes to the pitcher. Then you look at this Pirates offense, and boy, is it pedestrian, especially in the first 5 innings of play. In fact, the Pirates are scoring the second fewest runs in the first 5 innings of play of any team in all of baseball. So I'm sorry, Paul Skeens. I'm not banking on any run support here. Let's go first 5 under 4 from -150 between the Pirates and the Orioles.
Okay. All right. I was going to go small card. I'm going big card instead. You knew I'd do it. Okay. I'm going to be on that game. Let's do the early game. Brewers and Rangers. I'm going to play some of these numbers up. I'm doing a lot of totals today. I would recommend betting them at their normal numbers, not laying the juice, unless you want to tail me here, fade me, whatever it takes to win yourselves some money. Let's go Brewers Rangers. First 5. I'm going to switch this up. Do I want to switch this up? No. Let's go under 8, -143. Oh, didn't we talk about first 5, though, Chelsea? Brewers and Rangers? Is that the better play?
What price do you want me to give you? I can look it up real quick.
Let's go, you know what? Let's do first 5 under 4.
It's -130.
-130. Let's do that. Freddie Peralta, Merrill Kelly. Yeah, I like that number instead. So Freddie Peralta, 29 consecutive scoreless innings. Think about that for a second. 29 consecutive scoreless innings. Has not allowed an earned run since August the 5th against the Braves. Merrill Kelly has turned it up since joining the Rangers. 2 runs or less in 5 of his last 6. It's an early start. Texas the best under team in Major League Baseball when playing at home. So, first 5 under 4, -130. Also, Red Sox at A's. Playing this down, we're going over 10, -122. 2 rooks on the mound. Peyton Tolley, 0-1, 7.56 ERA, going up against Mason Barnett, 1-1 with an ERA of 9. Tolley has been okay, got shelled by the Diamondbacks last time out. 5 runs over 3 innings. Barnett is getting the call for the A's in his 3rd ever Major League start. He's given up 9 earned in 9 innings. A's 6th best over team in baseball, while the Red Sox are 9th best to the over. So I think we see a ton of runs today in Sacktown. Let's go over 10. Again, also on the Pirates and Orioles. And we debated it. We went back and forth, back and forth. Let's do it. Nats Marlins over 8. -129. This has definitely been an over series. A ton of runs scored. Jake Irvin going for Washington, 8-11, 5.71 ERA on the road, ERA over 6. Yuri Perez, 4 runs or more in 5 of his last 6 outings. He has not seen the Nationals this season. I don't think it matters a lot because they should be able to get some runs off of him. His ERA has jumped to over 5 in August. Nationals with a terrible bullpen, as we know, a top 5 team to the over. So let's do it. Over 8, -129 in Miami.
Yeah, I feel like this time of year, bullpens alone can give up big numbers. Like,
Yeah.
we saw it even with good teams. Like the Yankees bullpen was depressing last night. They should have had like little league rules where, okay, the entire lineup has batted around. Now let's give the other team a chance. Because literally the Tigers batted around. It was terrible.
I want to see that today. I need to sack some dubs, so let's do it. Okay, before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, let's bring in the Donkster. Donkster, it is your time, my friend. What's going on?
You guys think Banana Man is cool? Oh, I've got a banana, man.
Donkster.
That was coming.
Gross. Do you ever think about not being pervy?
Not really. Sometimes the lady will call me on the phone from HR, but then I start smooth talking her, and she tells me to keep doing what I've been doing.
You don't believe that. Do you have a bet?
I do. Blue Jays, money line, hosting the Astros.
Okay. What is next on Bet Sweats? For that, there he is. Boom. Just in time. It is our friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe,
what was the team? What was the MLB team?
I think it was the Blue Jays. That's not how
The Blow Jays.
the Blue Jays, according to the Donkster.
The BJs.
The BJs.
Obviously, for sure.
That's him. Yeah,
I
sure.
definitely heard a broadcaster say that once on accident on the air.
Not purposefully, like the Donkster.
Yes, the doctor. He had it written out for him. Somebody came up with that one last night, but yeah. 3.5. I feel like I'm the only one that likes the Commanders tomorrow.
I like the Commanders.
Okay.
That half point, that hook,
They're
right?
in my teaser. 9.5.
9.5. Yeah. I don't want to say it's overreaction because it's legit, but I'm like, okay. I mean, people just think that with Parsons it's automatic, and he was great in limited time. But that game was just. We might be looking back and saying maybe that was more Lions than Packers.
I think that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Like the Lions without Ben Johnson, maybe just a different football team this year.
Yep.
Joe, good to see you. Have a great show. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you go out and have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today. Coming up over the next 30 minutes, we got two great guests. Preston Guide, you're going to join us here in a little bit to break down the big one in Baton Rouge this weekend between Florida and LSU. Our guy Chase Kitty going to join us coming up later on in the show. We'll talk college football today, and we'll break down half of the Week 2 NFL slate before getting into our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in anything that you have at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on our live stream on X. We'll get to your questions over the next 30 minutes. It can be in baseball, college football, NFL, whatever it is. Let us know. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. Let's start out with a little gridiron glass. It is a Wednesday, and every Wednesday we look at the college football slate. I like to give out the favorite that I like the best, the underdog, the over, under, and outright winner for Week 3. Let's start with the favorite that I like the best. And we are fading this team once again. How many people have the stones to fade a team that was laying 17 the week prior, lose outright, and then go right back to the well and fade that team again? This guy. We're taking Miami, minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had two big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators. And that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those two wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about one or two games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get one or two games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. We'll look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma. The over that I like the best is going to be SMU and Missouri State over 61.5. I love this Missouri State team. I've bet that either against them or on them the first 2 weeks. So I've watched this team pretty closely, and I'm very impressed with their offense, and I really like their quarterback, Jacob Clark, who threw for about 350 yards last week against Marshall. You have another team in SMU coming off an emotional, heartbreaking overtime loss to Baylor in a rivalry game. Their offense should put up some points. USC scored 73 on Missouri State, so SMU should be able to put up some points. I think Missouri State puts up some points as well. I like over 61.5 in that game. The under that I like the best is going to be Wisconsin and Bama under 46.5. Look, Bama, these are just the kind of games under Kellen DeBoer that they tend to struggle with when they go up against a good defense that can stop the run game and make Bama one-dimensional. And that's what Wisconsin's going to do. Their offense is not very good, and they do struggle a lot of the time to move the football. I mean, against Miami of Ohio, they only had 17 points. Billy Edwards Jr., their starting quarterback, might not play in this game. Last year, Bama played Missouri, who was a great defensive team, but really struggled on offense. Their quarterback, Brady Cook, was like hurt the whole year. That was like a 27-0 win for Bama. I kind of see this game going the same way, like 27-3, 24-7, somewhere in that neighborhood. I like under 46.5. Finally, the team I like to win outright is going to be Old Dominion plus 220 against Virginia Tech. ODU is a solid team out of the Sun Belt. They have a lot of returning production from last year, a team that nearly beat South Carolina. In week 1, they went up to Bloomington, hung tough with the Indiana Hoosiers. They were like 23-point dogs in that game, only ended up losing by 13. Virginia Tech, the first 2 weeks of the season, played South Carolina out in Atlanta on Sunday, and then they played Vanderbilt in what was supposed to be a revenge game in Blacksburg. They lose both of those. Kyron Jones just doesn't look like the guy right now. Brett Pry is definitely on the hot seat. Virginia Tech's on upset alert this week. I would keep an eye on Old Dominion plus 220 to win that game outright. So we got Miami minus 17.5, the favorite that I like the best. Temple plus the points against Oklahoma. SMU, Missouri State, we're going over the total at 61.5. Wisconsin, Bama under 46.5. And then ODU on the money line at plus 220 against Virginia Tech. Those will be the games that we like for this week in college football. All right, it looks like our guy, Shawnee Sharp, is talking to Preston Guy. I think we got Preston in the waiting room getting ready to talk to him. Preston is a staff writer covering LSU football. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, how's it going, man? Can you hear me?
Hear me, guys?
Yes, sir. We got you, man. We appreciate you joining us. Big game this week, Florida and LSU. And obviously LSU, Preston, they just had a massive game a couple weeks ago against Clemson. And the big takeaway was how great that defense was in that Clemson game. Preston, you watch every LSU game. You know how much the defense has struggled the last couple years. What was your biggest takeaway from that side of the ball in the Clemson game? What did the defense do really well that stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a return to LSU football, as y'all remember, the early 2000s and really into the early 2010s as well. The LSU defense is really what carried LSU football in through its golden era of success. And, it always seemed like, man, if LSU could just find a quarterback, how good would they be? Well, we've had now, 2 Heisman winners here. And now it's like, man, if LSU could just find a defense, how good would they be? So it seems like they definitely have the pieces in place now. And that defense is suffocating. I mean, they shut Clemson out in the second half, and then they opened up against La Tech with a shutout in the first half there. Of course, they gave up what was effectively a garbage time touchdown, up 20-0 late in the fourth quarter against Louisiana Tech there. But I mean, it is just as good as billed. It is suffocating. These guys look like the real deal, and it looks like they might need to, because that offense, while very talented, is having some trouble putting things together. Just seems like they can't get all the pieces lined up right now on that side of the ball.
You know what, Preston? I think last week what was interesting is LSU has that great win in week 1, and we come away from it, and we're like, man, LSU's good enough to win the national title. They go in, they beat one of the best teams in the country in their house. And then we're watching week 2 last week, and we're all seeing Clemson struggle with Troy at home. They were down 16-0 in that game. So naturally, we go into this week in week 3, and we're wondering how much of that game was just LSU being awesome. Is Clemson not as great as we think they are? So what were your takeaways kind of from that Clemson-Troy game? Did you come away from maybe looking at that LSU-Clemson game like LSU is still really good, but maybe Clemson's just not as great as we thought they were, and interested to see what they do against Florida now?
Well, if you're just looking at that objectively and okay, LSU, Clemson played one football game against each other. Now we're going to try to move forward from that and determine how good are these football teams. And their first test outside of that is a struggle win versus lesser G6 opponents. That's not good. That's a stock down week. It just is. However, I'll say this. I mean, They both won. They both, took care of business in the second half. I mean, Clemson went down 16-0, and then they ripped off 27 straight. LSU effectively was in control of that game against La Tech and missed on a lot of opportunities here and there. But it's just I look at it as more of an emotional letdown. I mean, you're talking about a massive top 5 matchup on the road, and then you have to, come back home and play a G5 or G6 opponent who doesn't quite excite your players and coaches quite all the same. So I'm not going to overreact to it, but there's certainly, some flags being raised there. It definitely was a stock down week.
Nussmeier's the favorite right now, Preston, to win the Heisman Trophy. You've obviously seen Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels here in recent years win the Heisman. You think Nussmeier's good enough to do it? You think that supporting cast around him, if they have the season that a lot of us maybe think they might go to the playoff, do you think that he is the rightful favorite right now to win the Heisman?
Yeah, I think he's certainly good enough to do it. I don't know if he actually ends up going through and doing it. Particularly, there's some tough defenses he's going to have to play down the road here. So we'll just have to see if he's able to perform. He certainly was able to perform for the most part last year, although there were some performances like Texas A&M. You can't go out there and throw 3 interceptions. But if he can cut back on the interceptions and improve upon – he played badly against Louisiana Tech this weekend. I mean, I tallied up his misreads. I mean, he had – 6 misreads, and he had 5 inaccurate throws, and 2 times he held onto the ball too long. So that's a total of 13 errors he made against a G6 team. He has to improve upon that. He cannot be having wide open receivers that he underthrows by 10 yards. He's got to iron that out. I think he will, because for the most part last year, he did iron that out. He had a few moments here or there where it wasn't great, but we're talking about a 4,000-yard passer for a reason, a guy who's passed for 6,000 yards in his career. I think he gets that out. He's certainly good enough, and if LSU holds on and has a special season like they're certainly capable of with that defense, he might not need to do what Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow did to win the Heisman. I would say that an undefeated season and 35 touchdowns might do the trick for Garrett Nussmeier.
We're talking LSU football here with Preston Guy. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, let's get into the big one on Saturday against the Florida Gators. What are the keys to the game for you in that matchup?
Man, LSU has to play disciplined on offense. I mean, there's just so many times where just something goes wrong. You got to catch the ball. Your quarterback has to throw the ball accurately. Receivers are getting open, and just things are going awry somehow, some way. You have to execute, particularly when it matters. LSU has had a history under Joe Sloan the last couple of years of getting into the red zone and not being able to get points on the board. Something goes wrong. So they have to execute, and especially when it matters. Florida is going to be a team in absolute desperation mode. Billy Napier will be coaching for his job. We're talking about a coach who's 500 after 4 seasons in his 4th season at Florida. That's not boding well over there. He's going to pull out everything he can. He's going to fire his guys up as much as possible to win this football game, because he knows if he doesn't win it, he's in trouble. And it certainly doesn't get any easier from here with Miami, Texas A&M, Georgia, Mississippi State. I mean, he has an absolute gauntlet coming his way, and the gauntlet starts today. Although the losing started last week, the gauntlet is what starts today.
Yeah, it certainly is. Preston, I also want to get your thoughts on the total, which is sitting at 48.5, because last year was a low-scoring game between these two, but the prior 5-6 years have been total shootouts, as you know. Do you think we get back to a high-scoring affair, especially with the 2 quarterbacks that we have in this game, or with 2 good defenses, do you think, once again, it's a lower-scoring matchup?
No, I don't see 48.5 happening. I would take the under there. I mean, I'm not a professional bettor by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know this defense is certainly good enough to hold Florida to 10 points, because they did it to Clemson. I ultimately believe Clemson still will have a better offense than Florida this year, and LSU was utterly dominant against Clemson, particularly in the second half, and I think this defense is the real deal. So that being said, to go out and say, if you think LSU can hold Florida roughly in the ballpark of 10 to 15 points, to go out there and ask LSU to score in the mid 30s, that's a lot of points to lay. That's a lot of points to put up against an SEC team like Florida, particularly the way LSU's offense is moving, where there's still clunkiness going on. I'm going under 48.5 if you make me pick.
Preston, before we let you go, man, what's your prediction for Saturday in Baton Rouge? Who wins the game?
I think LSU wins and covers. I think Florida is a team in desperation, but ultimately there's a reason why they're in this desperate spot. And I think 7.5 is a bigger number than it sounds, because essentially you're saying more than one score is what they're going to win by. 7 points is one touchdown, but that means they're going to go more than that, which means, basically to beat that, going by football scores, you have to win by about 10 or so. And I think LSU can do that. I think LSU should win by 2 scores in this game. I think that defense is the real deal. And I think this offense, while they're not necessarily hitting on all cylinders right now, there's certainly some synchronization errors going on. I definitely think they're loaded with talent. The offensive line is problematic, but at the skill positions in Nussmeier, they're definitely talented enough. I think LSU cruises by 2 scores.
There you go. Preston Guy, give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Staff writer covering LSU football. Join us here on Send It In. Preston, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game on Saturday. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a nice day.
All right, great stuff there. Preston Guy, join us. Talk a little LSU and Florida. From the college game, let's go to the pros and look at the NFL slate that we have for week 1. We'll dive into half of the week 2 slate today. We'll look at the other half tomorrow. I see we got a question in the comments from Mr. Cover. Cowboys-Vikings moneyline parlay. Would you take that? PJ, appreciate the question, Mr. Cover. Getting to that in a little bit, because we are talking about the Dallas and Giants game. But first, let's talk about the game we have coming up tomorrow between the Packers and the Commanders. Green Bay, a 3.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 48. I really like Green Bay on the money line here. I think they're a great money line parlay piece at -190. So, Mr. Cover, you're looking for a money line parlay team. I think Green Bay is that team. We all know what big an advantage it is for teams to play at home on these Thursday night games this short week. And Matt LaFleur has been great on a short week. Washington was awesome against the spread last year under Jaden Daniels. They covered in week 1 against the Giants. And this line, to me, feels like it should be closer to like 5.5, especially with how impressive the Packers looked in week 1 against the Lions. So because of how great Daniels is against the spread and just how great of a quarterback he is, I think Green Bay is the much more talented team with the better coach. They're at home with one of the best home field advantages in the NFL there at Lambeau. So I do like the Packers on the money line, and I'd probably lay the 3.5 with Green Bay as well. Jags are going to be at the Bengals on Sunday. Since he's a 3.5-point favorite, total in the game is 49.5. I'm staying away from this one. A lot of people probably going to come away impressed with the Jags' performance against Carolina on Sunday. I think that was more about Bryce Young and the Panthers. I told you guys I have my concerns about the Panthers going into this season. Was Bryce Young going to revert back to his old ways for what we've seen much of his career? Or was he going to look like the guy we saw the final 6-7 games of his career, or of year 2 last year, and it looked like the guy who's reverting back to his old ways? So I think that was more about Carolina. The Bengals continue to struggle early season. Burrow did not look good. They should have lost that game to the Browns. You're getting the ultimate key number at 3.5. I'm probably going to stay away from Bengals and Jags. Cowboys and Giants. So we bring up this game, right? I would take the Cowboys in a money line parlay. Feels like to me they are going to win the game. I do think it's interesting, though, that Washington was a 6.5-point favorite. They closed against the Giants at home last week. And now here is Dallas as a 6-point favorite against the Giants this week. Does that feel like too much of an overcorrection? Dallas was 3.5 on the look-ahead line. Yes, they could have won that game in Philly if CeeDee Lamb catches the ball, but Jalen Carter didn't play a defensive snap. That definitely hurt the game as well. So I think maybe there is a little bit of an overreaction to maybe Dallas's performance, and also maybe the Giants and some of their missed opportunities against Washington. Would probably take the Giants plus the 6, but I do like the Cowboys to win the game. I do think they're a good money line parlay piece. Another team that could be a good parlay piece this week is the Detroit Lions -6 against the Bears. Probably a game I end up staying away from, because with Detroit, I kind of want to wait to see what happens the next couple weeks. Home against the Bears this week, at the Ravens on Monday Night Football next week. It was not a good start post-Ben Johnson era for Detroit on Sunday at Lambeau. Jared Goff did not look good. He struggled, as I kind of thought he probably would and will most of this season. And the Bears, I mean, it looked great for 2.5, 3 quarters, double-digit lead, and then the defense gets shredded in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams misses some throws, but I think they did some nice things, and I'm not ready to make my full assessment yet on Caleb. 6 points is a lot in a divisional game, just like it is with the Giants and the Cowboys. So I probably wouldn't touch the spread. Do feel good about the Lions winning the game, though. What about the Rams? -5.5 on the road in Nashville this week, taking on the Titans. If this goes back up to 6, I'd probably look at Tennessee plus the points. Rams have a big look-ahead spot next week going to Philadelphia and playing against the Eagles. And I'm sure after how that game ended, knocking them out of the playoffs last year, revenge is definitely on their mind. And Tennessee, again, is a team I'm looking to bet against the spread this season because they only covered 2 times last year. So there's value on them in the market. They barely covered last week against Denver, but they did cover. And again, Stafford, banged up. Titans defense is pretty good, and I like what I saw against Cam Ward. Going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL on the road, looked pretty solid in his first start. So I lean Titans there plus the points. Definitely going with the Dolphins on the money line at -125 against the Patriots. The concern with Miami are they just a complete mess? Is it over? Has the team quit? Should they just already fire Mike McDaniel? But in the NFL, people talk about all the time, buy low, sell high. I mean, this is the ultimate buy low on Miami, right? Everybody that bet the Dolphins last week against the Colts, and there were a lot of them, nobody's going to want them this week against New England, especially as a favorite. Miami's the right side in the game. I think they win. I would bet the Dolphins, but there certainly is a fear that they're just a disaster and they're a train wreck waiting to happen. Saints and 49ers, I would stay away. There's so much variance in that game. We don't know if Purdy's going to play. Kittle's out. And the Saints, I mean, look, they won the yards per play battle against Arizona. They had more red zone trips than Arizona. They had a chance to tie the game late against Arizona. Saints did a lot of good things, and Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have lost games like this in the past, especially when they're beaten up. So it's a no bet for me. I would stay away from that game. And then Bills-Jets, I kind of like the over at 46 in that one. Obviously, the Ravens offense was able to do a lot of great things against Buffalo on the ground, and that's what the Jets are going to try to do with the mobile quarterback in Fields, Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, nice 1-2 punch at running back, and then Josh Allen is just awesome, obviously. So I think we could get some points in that game. The Jets could be able to do some things that the Ravens did that gave the Bills defense some issues. So over 46 Bills-Jets, I think could be a look on Sunday. All right, let's check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, here on the Glasser Guest Line. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, digital content writer for BetMGM. Chase, let's start with a little college football, my friend, and a would you rather, because these are two very interesting games with maybe some buy low opportunities on some two pretty good programs. Clemson is laying 3.5 on the road at Georgia Tech. Georgia laying 3.5 on the road at Tennessee. Who would you rather lay the 3.5 with, Clemson or Georgia this week?
Georgia, just because Clemson's looked weird. And I was really high on Clemson in the preseason too, so this is not me not being a Clemson fan. Like I'm feeling like I'm overexposed on Clemson at this point based on the pre-flop positions that I have. But I would much rather just stay away from that Clemson game entirely and lay the points with the Georgia team I feel pretty secure about.
All right, fair enough. Chase, your alma mater, West Virginia, backyard brawl this week, rivalry game. It's usually close, but Pitt is laying 7 on the road against the Mountaineers, who are looking to bounce back after that tough loss against the Ohio Bobcats last week. Is 7 too many, Chase? Would you take West Virginia, or is 7 not enough? Would you take the Panthers?
Not the alma mater. Harrisonburg people would be very unhappy to hear you say that.
Oh,
PJ.
I apologize.
But I did grow up in Cheat Lake, so we count that when you are a kid around Morgantown. In terms of the number itself, it's a rivalry game. Anything can happen. How many times do you think we're going to see those blasted 2007 highlights in this game with Rich Rod back in Morgantown? So it's not going to be a very pleasant watch for Mountaineers fans. I would not be surprised if they covered with this number now at a full touchdown. I think the way to go at this game is the under. West Virginia was going to be kind of in dire offensive straits as they rebuild the team this year to begin with. And then you lose Jaheim White last week in that Ohio game. I just think offense is going to be really hard to generate from the West Virginia side. I think it's going to be a gritty rivalry game. We really don't like Pitt. They really don't like us. So those things skew under anyway. I would much rather be involved with the total than the point spread.
All right, very good. Florida, do you think they have a better chance at upsetting LSU this weekend, or A&M better chance at pulling the upset over Notre Dame?
I'll say Florida by default. I don't really love either of the upset potentials here, but I feel very strongly that Notre Dame is going to take Texas A&M out pretty hard. I did a little numbers research when I was putting my picks together this week. Texas A&M ranks 80th in FBS in yards per rush allowed. They rank 111th in EPA per rush allowed, and they rank dead last 136th in opponent starting field position. And it's not like they've played anybody yet. They played Utah State and UTSA. So playing a really strong jumbo package-oriented run game like what Notre Dame has, I think Texas A&M is going to get worked, and so by default, I think my answer has to be Florida. But I don't love the Gators either.
Chase, South Florida, it's been a great season for the Bulls so far, man. Upset over Boise, upset over Florida last week. Can they keep it close or even upset the Miami Hurricanes again this week, or do you think the Canes roll in a rout?
No, I like Miami, and it's nothing against South Florida. They really might be the playoff team that we see this year. I think South Florida 2007 was one of the most fun things that happened that year. So I'm kind of rooting for them to keep it going. But I just think emotionally, when you think about what they've done so far, you have the big dramatic, I don't want to call it a standalone game, but it was pretty close to a standalone game. Weeknight against Boise, week 1. Then you go into the swamp. You beat Florida in week 2. Now you got to go play Miami. I mean, you're a G5 program. At some point, the gas is going to run out. So I actually like Miami big this weekend.
We're talking with Chase Kitty, graduate of James Madison University.
Yeah.
Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. There you go. I got it confused, Chase. I thought maybe you went to West Virginia, grew up JMU, but that's
it's a dual loyalty household. Everybody's from West Virginia in the first place, so I get it.
There you go. Proud graduate of JMU. Chase, let's talk some NFL. Week 3, man. Anything that stands out to you? Any bets that you like in anything else in week 3 college football that you like before we dive into NFL? Any games we haven't covered that you like?
I don't know why Jacksonville State is getting 3 in the hook at Georgia Southern. I know Georgia Southern is expected to compete in the Eastern Division of the Sun Belt against your JMU Dukes. But I don't know what we've seen in the first 2 weeks that makes them a 3.5-point favorite. So that number is a little weird to me. I think over 50.5 in the Illinois Western Michigan game. I think Illinois is getting sort of slotted in as, it's a Big Ten West offense. I know the Big Ten West doesn't exist anymore, but it's in that footprint. They have some really nice advanced analytics for their offense. They're averaging 45 points a game. So 50.5 seems a little too low for me.
All right, very good. Chase, before we let you go, got about 45 seconds left. NFL Game of the Week, Eagles-Chiefs. Tell me if you have any bets in that game, and then anything else on the board that you like in week 2.
I don't really like the Eagles-Chiefs game. I don't see an angle into betting it that I particularly like. I guess I would, if you made me, I guess I'd bet the Eagles because the Chiefs need the passing game to attack where Philly is weak, which right now is on the back end, and they definitely don't have that right now. So I guess I would prefer the Eagles. I think you were talking about the Titans earlier. I like the Titans plus the points against the Rams. I had the Broncos in Circa Survivor last week, and so I watched that whole Broncos-Titans game. Tennessee's good, man. That the interior defensive pressure they have, they're good. They're going to be able to play ball control with Tony Pollard, I think. They're going to control the clock, control the game. So I think 5.5 points there. And I think you're dead on. The next few weeks, Tennessee will be a really valuable side to have.
Definitely. Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, digital content writer for BetMGM and proud graduate of James Madison University. He joins us here every Wednesday. Chase, I think we found our bit for the rest of football season, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah. Talk to you next week.
Great stuff. All right, guys, promo from our friends at BetMGM. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, you guys, let's dive into PJ's plays here on Send It In. Wrap up the show. Get us some baseball picks that we like for today. Francisco Lindor and the Mets taking on the Phillies today. Frankie Lindor 6 for 17 in his career against Christopher Sanchez. Lindor will be my pick today to get a base hit. Yesterday I gave you guys Kyle Bradish over outs recorded against the Pirates. That won. I'm giving you Paul Skeens today over 7.5 strikeouts at plus 105 against the Orioles. That line is too low, especially at plus money. Orioles ain't hitting Skeens today. Get Paul Skeens over 7.5 strikeouts. Andrew Abbott and the Reds, I'll take them on the money line today at plus 120 against the Padres. Then my best bet, give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma. Thanks again to Preston Guy, Chase Kitty for joining us today on the show. Dusty Likens joins us tomorrow to talk Chiefs and Eagles. See you guys then. Happy Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today. Coming up over the next 30 minutes, we got two great guests. Preston Guide, you're going to join us here in a little bit to break down the big one in Baton Rouge this weekend between Florida and LSU. Our guy Chase Kitty going to join us coming up later on in the show. We'll talk college football today, and we'll break down half of the Week 2 NFL slate before getting into our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. Chime in anything that you have at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on our live stream on X. We'll get to your questions over the next 30 minutes. It can be in baseball, college football, NFL, whatever it is. Let us know. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcast. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session. Let's start out with a little gridiron glass. It is a Wednesday, and every Wednesday we look at the college football slate. I like to give out the favorite that I like the best, the underdog, the over, under, and outright winner for Week 3. Let's start with the favorite that I like the best. And we are fading this team once again. How many people have the stones to fade a team that was laying 17 the week prior, lose outright, and then go right back to the well and fade that team again? This guy. We're taking Miami, minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had two big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators. And that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those two wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about one or two games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get one or two games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. We'll look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma. The over that I like the best is going to be SMU and Missouri State over 61.5. I love this Missouri State team. I've bet that either against them or on them the first 2 weeks. So I've watched this team pretty closely, and I'm very impressed with their offense, and I really like their quarterback, Jacob Clark, who threw for about 350 yards last week against Marshall. You have another team in SMU coming off an emotional, heartbreaking overtime loss to Baylor in a rivalry game. Their offense should put up some points. USC scored 73 on Missouri State, so SMU should be able to put up some points. I think Missouri State puts up some points as well. I like over 61.5 in that game. The under that I like the best is going to be Wisconsin and Bama under 46.5. Look, Bama, these are just the kind of games under Kellen DeBoer that they tend to struggle with when they go up against a good defense that can stop the run game and make Bama one-dimensional. And that's what Wisconsin's going to do. Their offense is not very good, and they do struggle a lot of the time to move the football. I mean, against Miami of Ohio, they only had 17 points. Billy Edwards Jr., their starting quarterback, might not play in this game. Last year, Bama played Missouri, who was a great defensive team, but really struggled on offense. Their quarterback, Brady Cook, was hurt the whole year. That was like a 27-0 win for Bama. I kind of see this game going the same way, like 27-3, 24-7, somewhere in that neighborhood. I like under 46.5. Finally, the team I like to win outright is going to be Old Dominion plus 220 against Virginia Tech. ODU is a solid team out of the Sun Belt. They have a lot of returning production from last year, a team that nearly beat South Carolina in week 1. They went up to Bloomington, hung tough with the Indiana Hoosiers. They were like 23-point dogs in that game, only ended up losing by 13. Virginia Tech, the first 2 weeks of the season, played South Carolina out in Atlanta on Sunday, and then they played Vanderbilt in what was supposed to be a revenge game in Blacksburg. They lose both of those. Kyron Jones just doesn't look like the guy right now. Brett Pry is definitely on the hot seat. Virginia Tech's on upset alert this week. I would keep an eye on Old Dominion plus 220 to win that game outright. So we got Miami minus 17.5, the favorite that I like the best. Temple plus the points against Oklahoma. SMU, Missouri State, we're going over the total at 61.5. Wisconsin, Bama under 46.5. And then ODU on the money line at plus 220 against Virginia Tech. Those will be the games that we like for this week in college football. All right, it looks like our guy, Shawnee Sharp, is talking to Preston Guy. I think we got Preston in the waiting room getting ready to talk to him. Preston is a staff writer covering LSU football. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, how's it going, man? Can you hear me?
Hear me, guys?
Yes, sir. We got you, man. We appreciate you joining us. Big game this week, Florida and LSU. And obviously LSU, Preston, they just had a massive game a couple weeks ago against Clemson. And the big takeaway was how great that defense was in that Clemson game. Preston, you watch every LSU game. You know how much the defense has struggled the last couple years. What was your biggest takeaway from that side of the ball in the Clemson game? What did the defense do really well that stood out to you?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a return to LSU football, as y'all remember, the early 2000s and really into the early 2010s as well. The LSU defense is really what carried LSU football in through its golden era of success. And, it always seemed like, man, if LSU could just find a quarterback, how good would they be? Well, we've had now, 2 Heisman winners here. And now it's like, man, if LSU could just find a defense, how good would they be? So it seems like they definitely have the pieces in place now. And that defense is suffocating. I mean, they shut Clemson out in the second half, and then they opened up against La Tech with a shutout in the first half there. Of course, they gave up what was effectively a garbage time touchdown, up 20-0 late in the fourth quarter against Louisiana Tech there. But I mean, it is just as good as billed. It is suffocating. These guys look like the real deal, and it looks like they might need to, because that offense, while very talented, is having some trouble putting things together. Just seems like they can't get all the pieces lined up right now on that side of the ball.
You know what, Preston? I think last week what was interesting is LSU has that great win in week 1, and we come away from it, and we're like, man, LSU's good enough to win the national title. They go in, they beat one of the best teams in the country in their house. And then we're watching week 2 last week, and we're all seeing Clemson struggle with Troy at home. They were down 16-0 in that game. So naturally, we go into this week in week 3, and we're wondering how much of that game was just LSU being awesome. Is Clemson not as great as we think they are? So what were your takeaways kind of from that Clemson-Troy game? Did you come away from maybe looking at that LSU-Clemson game like LSU is still really good, but maybe Clemson's just not as great as we thought they were, and interested to see what they do against Florida now?
Well, if you're just looking at that objectively and okay, LSU, Clemson played one football game against each other. Now we're going to try to move forward from that and determine how good are these football teams. And their first test outside of that is a struggle win versus lesser G6 opponents. That's not good. That's a stock down week. It just is. However, I'll say this. I mean, they both won. They both, took care of business in the second half. I mean, Clemson went down 16-0, and then they ripped off 27 straight. LSU effectively was in control of that game against La Tech and missed on a lot of opportunities here and there. But it's just I look at it as more of an emotional letdown. I mean, you're talking about a massive top 5 matchup on the road, and then you have to, come back home and play a G5 or G6 opponent who doesn't quite excite your players and coaches quite all the same. So I'm not going to overreact to it, but there's certainly, some flags being raised there. It definitely was a stock down week.
Nussmeier's the favorite right now, Preston, to win the Heisman Trophy. You've obviously seen Joe Burrow, Jaden Daniels here in recent years win the Heisman. You think Nussmeier's good enough to do it? You think that supporting cast around him, if they have the season that a lot of us maybe think they might go to the playoff, do you think that he is the rightful favorite right now to win the Heisman?
Yeah, I think he's certainly good enough to do it. I don't know if he actually ends up going through and doing it. Particularly, there's some tough defenses he's going to have to play down the road here. So we'll just have to see if he's able to perform. He certainly was able to perform for the most part last year, although there were some performances like Texas A&M. You can't go out there and throw 3 interceptions. But if he can cut back on the interceptions and improve upon – he played badly against Louisiana Tech this weekend. I mean, I tallied up his misreads. I mean, he had – 6 misreads, and he had 5 inaccurate throws, and 2 times he held on to the ball too long. So that's a total of 13 errors he made against a G6 team. He has to improve upon that. He cannot be having wide open receivers that he underthrows by 10 yards. He's got to iron that out. I think he will, because for the most part last year, he did iron that out. He had a few moments here or there where it wasn't great, but we're talking about a 4,000-yard passer for a reason, a guy who's passed for 6,000 yards in his career. I think he gets that out. He's certainly good enough, and if LSU holds on and has a special season like they're certainly capable of with that defense, he might not need to do what Jaden Daniels and Joe Burrow did to win the Heisman. I would say that an undefeated season and 35 touchdowns might do the trick for Garrett Nussmeier.
We're talking LSU football here with Preston Guy. Give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Preston, let's get into the big one on Saturday against the Florida Gators. What are the keys to the game for you in that matchup?
Man, LSU has to play disciplined on offense. I mean, there's just so many times where just something goes wrong. You got to catch the ball. Your quarterback has to throw the ball accurately. Receivers are getting open, and just things are going awry somehow, some way. You have to execute, particularly when it matters. LSU has had a history under Joe Sloan the last couple of years of getting into the red zone and not being able to get points on the board. Something goes wrong. So they have to execute, and especially when it matters. Florida is going to be a team in absolute desperation mode. Billy Napier will be coaching for his job. We're talking about a coach who's 500 after 4 seasons in his 4th season at Florida. That's not boding well over there. He's going to pull out everything he can. He's going to fire his guys up as much as possible to win this football game, because he knows if he doesn't win it, he's in trouble. And it certainly doesn't get any easier from here with Miami, Texas A&M, Georgia, Mississippi State. I mean, he has an absolute gauntlet coming his way, and the gauntlet starts today. Although the losing started last week, the gauntlet is what starts today.
Yeah, it certainly is. Preston, I also want to get your thoughts on the total, which is sitting at 48.5, because last year was a low-scoring game between these two, but the prior 5-6 years have been total shootouts, as you know. Do you think we get back to a high-scoring affair, especially with the 2 quarterbacks that we have in this game, or with 2 good defenses, do you think once again it's a lower-scoring matchup?
No, I don't see 48.5 happening. I would take the under there. I mean, I'm not a professional bettor by any stretch of the imagination, but I do know this defense is certainly good enough to hold Florida to 10 points because they did it to Clemson. I ultimately believe Clemson still will have a better offense than Florida this year, and LSU was utterly dominant against Clemson, particularly in the second half, and I think this defense is the real deal. So that being said, to go out and say, if you think LSU can hold Florida roughly in the ballpark of 10 to 15 points, to go out there and ask LSU to score in the mid 30s, that's a lot of points to lay. That's a lot of points to put up against an SEC team like Florida, particularly the way LSU's offense is moving, where there's still clunkiness going on. I'm going under 48.5 if you make me pick.
Preston, before we let you go, man, what's your prediction for Saturday in Baton Rouge? Who wins the game?
I think LSU wins and covers. I think Florida is a team in desperation, but ultimately there's a reason why they're in this desperate spot. And I think 7.5 is a bigger number than it sounds, because essentially you're saying more than one score is what they're going to win by. 7 points is one touchdown, but that means they're going to go more than that, which means, basically to beat that, going by football scores, you have to win by about 10 or so. And I think LSU can do that. I think LSU should win by 2 scores in this game. I think that defense is the real deal. And I think this offense, while they're not necessarily hitting on all cylinders right now, there's certainly some synchronization errors going on. I definitely think they're loaded with talent. The offensive line is problematic, but at the skill positions in Nussmeier, they're definitely talented enough. I think LSU cruises by 2 scores.
There you go. Preston Guy, give him a follow on X at PGuy77. Staff writer covering LSU football. Join us here on Send It In. Preston, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game on Saturday. Talk to you again soon.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a nice day.
All right, great stuff there. Preston Guy, join us. Talk a little LSU and Florida. From the college game, let's go to the pros and look at the NFL slate that we have for week 1. We'll dive into half of the week 2 slate today. We'll look at the other half tomorrow. I see we got a question in the comments from Mr. Cover. Cowboys-Vikings moneyline parlay. Would you take that? PJ, appreciate the question, Mr. Cover. Getting to that in a little bit, because we are talking about the Dallas and Giants game. But first, let's talk about the game we have coming up tomorrow between the Packers and the Commanders. Green Bay, a 3.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 48. I really like Green Bay on the money line here. I think they're a great money line parlay piece at -190. So, Mr. Cover, you're looking for a money line parlay team. I think Green Bay is that team. We all know what big an advantage it is for teams to play at home on these Thursday night games this short week. And Matt LaFleur has been great on a short week. Washington was awesome against the spread last year under Jaden Daniels. They covered in week 1 against the Giants. And this line, to me, feels like it should be closer to like 5.5, especially with how impressive the Packers looked in week 1 against the Lions. So because of how great Daniels is against the spread and just how great of a quarterback he is, I think Green Bay is the much more talented team with the better coach. They're at home with one of the best home field advantages in the NFL there at Lambeau. So I do like the Packers on the money line, and I'd probably lay the 3.5 with Green Bay as well. Jags are going to be at the Bengals on Sunday. Since he's a 3.5-point favorite, total in the game is 49.5. I'm staying away from this one. A lot of people probably going to come away impressed with the Jags' performance against Carolina on Sunday. I think that was more about Bryce Young and the Panthers. I told you guys I have my concerns about the Panthers going into this season. Was Bryce Young going to revert back to his old ways for what we've seen much of his career? Or is he going to look like the guy we saw the final 6-7 games of his career, or of year 2 last year, and it looked like the guy who's reverting back to his old ways? So I think that was more about Carolina. The Bengals continue to struggle early season. Burrow did not look good. They should have lost that game to the Browns. You're getting the ultimate key number at 3.5. I'm probably going to stay away from Bengals and Jags. Cowboys and Giants. So we bring up this game, right? I would take the Cowboys in a money line parlay. It feels like to me they are going to win the game. I do think it's interesting, though, that Washington was a 6.5-point favorite. They closed against the Giants at home last week. And now here is Dallas as a 6-point favorite against the Giants this week. Does that feel like too much of an overcorrection? Dallas was 3.5 on the look-ahead line. Yes, they could have won that game in Philly if CeeDee Lamb catches the ball, but Jalen Carter didn't play a defensive snap. That definitely hurt the game as well. So I think maybe there is a little bit of an overreaction to maybe Dallas's performance and Also, maybe the Giants and some of their missed opportunities against Washington. Would probably take the Giants plus the 6, but I do like the Cowboys to win the game. I do think they're a good money line parlay piece. Another team that could be a good parlay piece this week is the Detroit Lions -6 against the Bears. Probably a game I end up staying away from because with Detroit, I kind of want to wait to see what happens the next couple weeks. Home against the Bears this week, at the Ravens on Monday Night Football next week. It was not a good start post-Ben Johnson era for Detroit on Sunday at Lambeau. Jared Goff did not look good. He struggled, as I kind of thought he probably would and will most of this season. And the Bears, I mean, it looked great for 2.5, 3 quarters, double-digit lead, and then the defense gets shredded in the fourth quarter. Caleb Williams misses some throws, but I think they did some nice things, and I'm not ready to make my full assessment yet on Caleb. 6 points is a lot in a divisional game, just like it is with the Giants and the Cowboys, so I probably wouldn't touch the spread. Do feel good about the Lions winning the game, though. What about the Rams? -5.5 on the road in Nashville this week, taking on the Titans. If this goes back up to 6, I'd probably look at Tennessee plus the points. Rams have a big look-ahead spot next week going to Philadelphia and playing against the Eagles. And I'm sure after how that game ended, knocking them out of the playoffs last year, revenge is definitely on their mind. And Tennessee, again, is a team I'm looking to bet against the spread this season because they only covered 2 times last year. So there's value on them in the market. They barely covered last week against Denver, but they did cover. And again, Stafford, banged up. Titans defense is pretty good, and I like what I saw against Cam Ward. Going up against one of the best defenses in the NFL on the road, looked pretty solid in his first start. So I lean Titans there plus the points. Definitely going with the Dolphins on the money line at -125 against the Patriots. The concern with Miami are they just a complete mess? Is it over? Has the team quit? Is it already? Should they just already fire Mike McDaniel? But in the NFL, people talk about all the time, buy low, sell high. I mean, this is the ultimate buy low on Miami, right? Everybody that bet the Dolphins last week against the Colts, and there were a lot of them, nobody's going to want them this week against New England, especially as a favorite. Miami's the right side in the game. I think they win. I would bet the Dolphins, but there certainly is a fear that they're just a disaster and they're a train wreck waiting to happen. Saints and 49ers, I would stay away. There's so much variance in that game. We don't know if Purdy's going to play. Kittle's out. And the Saints, I mean, look, they won the yards per play battle against Arizona. They had more red zone trips than Arizona. They had a chance to tie the game late against Arizona. Saints did a lot of good things, and Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have lost games like this in the past, especially when they're beaten up. So it's a no bet for me. I would stay away from that game. And then Bills-Jets, I kind of like the over at 46 in that one. Obviously, the Ravens offense was able to do a lot of great things against Buffalo on the ground, and that's what the Jets are going to try to do with the mobile quarterback in Fields, Breece Hall, Braylon Allen, nice 1-2 punch at running back, and then Josh Allen is just awesome, obviously. So I think we could get some points in that game. The Jets could be able to do some things that the Ravens did that gave the Bills defense some issues. So over 46 Bills-Jets, I think could be a look on Sunday. All right, let's check in with our guy, Chase Kitty, here on the Glasser Guest Line. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, digital content writer for BetMGM. Chase, let's start with a little college football, my friend, and a would you rather, because these are two very interesting games with maybe some buy low opportunities on some two pretty good programs. Clemson is laying 3.5 on the road at Georgia Tech. Georgia laying 3.5 on the road at Tennessee. Who would you rather lay the 3 and a hook with, Clemson or Georgia this week?
Georgia, just because Clemson's looked weird. And I was really high on Clemson in the preseason, too, so this is not me not being a Clemson fan. Like I'm feeling like I'm overexposed on Clemson at this point based on the pre-flop positions that I have. But I would much rather just stay away from that Clemson game entirely and lay the points with the Georgia team I feel pretty secure about.
All right, fair enough. Chase, your alma mater, West Virginia, backyard brawl this week, rivalry game. It's usually close, but Pitt is laying 7 on the road against the Mountaineers, who are looking to bounce back after that tough loss against the Ohio Bobcats last week. Is 7 too many, Chase? Would you take West Virginia, or is 7 not enough? Would you take the Panthers?
Not the alma mater. Harrisonburg people would be very unhappy to hear you say that.
Oh,
PJ.
I apologize.
But I did grow up in Cheat Lake, so we count that when you are a kid around Morgantown. In terms of the number itself, it's a rivalry game. Anything can happen. How many times do you think we're going to see those blasted 2007 highlights in this game with Rich Rod back in Morgantown. So it's not going to be a very pleasant watch for Mountaineers fans. I would not be surprised if they covered with this number now at a full touchdown. I think the way to go at this game is the under. West Virginia was going to be kind of in dire offensive straits as they rebuild the team this year to begin with. And then you lose Jaheim White last week in that Ohio game. I just think offense is going to be really hard to generate from the West Virginia side. I think it's going to be a gritty rivalry game. We really don't like Pitt. They really don't like us. So those things skew under anyway. I would much rather be involved with the total than the point spread.
All right, very good. Florida, do you think they have a better chance at upsetting LSU this weekend, or A&M better chance of pulling the upset over Notre Dame?
I'll say Florida by default. I don't really love either of the upset potentials here, but I feel very strongly that Notre Dame is going to take Texas A&M out pretty hard. I did a little numbers research when I was putting my picks together this week. Texas A&M ranks 80th in FBS in yards per rush allowed. They rank 111th in EPA per rush allowed, and they rank dead last 136th in opponent starting field position. And it's not like they've played anybody yet. They played Utah State and UTSA. So playing a really strong jumbo package-oriented run game like what Notre Dame has, I think Texas A&M is going to get worked, and so by default, I think my answer has to be Florida. But I don't love the Gators either.
Chase, South Florida, it's been a great season for the Bulls so far, man. Upset over Boise, upset over Florida last week. Can they keep it close or even upset the Miami Hurricanes again this week, or do you think the Canes roll in a rout?
No, I like Miami, and it's nothing against South Florida. They really might be the playoff team that we see this year. I think South Florida 2007 was one of the most fun things that happened that year. So I'm kind of rooting for them to keep it going. But I just think emotionally, when you think about what they've done so far, you have the big dramatic, I don't want to call it a standalone game, but it was pretty close to a standalone game. Weeknight against Boise, week 1. Then you go into the swamp, you beat Florida in week 2. Now you got to go play Miami. I mean, you're a G5 program. At some point, the gas is going to run out. So I actually like Miami big this weekend.
We're talking with Chase Kitty, graduate of James Madison University. Yeah. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. There you go. I got it confused, Chase. I thought maybe you went to West Virginia, grew up JMU, but that's
it's a dual loyalty household. Everybody's from West Virginia in the first place, so I get it.
There you go. Proud graduate of JMU. Chase, let's talk some NFL. Week 3, man. Anything that stands out to you? Any bets that you like in anything else in week 3 college football that you like before we dive into NFL? Any games we haven't covered that you like?
I don't know why Jacksonville State is getting 3 in the hook at Georgia Southern. I know Georgia Southern is expected to compete in the Eastern Division of the Sun Belt against your JMU Dukes. But I don't know what we've seen in the first 2 weeks that makes them a 3.5-point favorite. So that number is a little weird to me. I think over 50.5 in the Illinois Western Michigan game. I think Illinois is getting sort of slotted in as, it's a Big Ten West offense. I know the Big Ten West doesn't exist anymore, but it's in that footprint. They have some really nice advanced analytics for their offense. They're averaging 45 points a game. So 50.5 seems a little too low for me.
All right, very good. Chase, before we let you go, got about 45 seconds left. NFL Game of the Week, Eagles, Chiefs. Tell me if you have any bets in that game, and then anything else on the board that you like in week 2.
I don't really like the Eagles-Chiefs game. I don't see an angle into betting it that I particularly like. I guess I would, if you made me, I guess I'd bet the Eagles because the Chiefs need the passing game to attack where Philly is weak, which right now is on the back end, and they definitely don't have that right now. So I guess I would prefer the Eagles. I think you were talking about the Titans earlier. I like the Titans plus the points against the Rams. I had the Broncos in Circa Survivor last week, and so I watched that whole Broncos-Titans game. Tennessee's good, man. That the interior defensive pressure they have, they're good. They're going to be able to play ball control with Tony Pollard, I think. They're going to control the clock, control the game. So I think 5.5 points there. And I think you're dead on. The next few weeks, Tennessee will be a really valuable side to have.
Definitely. Chase Kitty, give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty, digital content writer for BetMGM and proud graduate of James Madison University. He joins us here every Wednesday. Chase, I think we found our bit for the rest of football season, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah. Talk to you next week, Peter.
Great stuff. All right, guys, promo from our friends at BetMGM. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app today. All right, you guys, let's dive into PJ's plays here on Send It In. Wrap up the show. Get us some baseball picks that we like for today. Francisco Lindor and the Mets taking on the Phillies today. Frankie Lindor 6 for 17 in his career against Christopher Sanchez. Lindor will be my pick today to get a base hit. Yesterday, I gave you guys Kyle Bradish over outs recorded against the Pirates. That won. I'm giving you Paul Skeens today over 7.5 strikeouts at plus 105 against the Orioles. That line is too low, especially at plus money. Orioles ain't hitting Skeens today. Get Paul Skeens over 7.5 strikeouts. Andrew Abbott and the Reds, I'll take them on the money line today at plus 120 against the Padres. Then my best bet, give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma. Thanks again to Preston Guy, Chase Kitty for joining us today on the show. Dusty Likens joins us tomorrow to talk Chiefs and Eagles. See you.
You know, the Yankees, they're not a good team. I don't care what their record is. They have a lot of wild pitches. They make a lot of mistakes in the field. They don't run the bases very well. If they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to win.
They are down big against the Tigers tonight.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Wednesday throughout the baseball season, we get somebody from Foul Territory to hang out with us for a bit. You can catch their show weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Sam, that show's everywhere. A couple weeks ago, I'm sitting down for a haircut, middle of the afternoon, and bam, Foul Territory is on Marquee, the Cubs station here in Chicago. So this show is absolutely blowing up. This week, we have Eric Kratz on the show. Eric, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Tell me more about those haircuts. So exactly how did that go? I love hearing stories about things that I have no idea what is going on in those barbershops, salons.
Yes.
When's the last time you paid for a haircut?
Let's see. The Hair Corral in no. I'm sorry. In the big leagues, I got the Juice. He has tattooed the Juice on his eyebrow. In Miami, he gave me a haircut. He gave me like a hard part right here. He got me a fade and a faux hawk. I look pretty sick.
You didn't go by yourself. You didn't find the Juice by yourself.
No
Who took
way.
You? No, the Juice is in the club. Is in the stadium. He was like Dontrell Willis's barber, and so when they built the new stadium in Miami, bang-a-rang, the Juice gets a little barbershop. Everybody uses it.
Wow. I love this. I did not expect this start, but I love it and I applaud it. So I don't know if you remember, we had you on about 6 weeks ago, and Joe and I were saying eventually the Rangers are going to turn it up. And it may be too little too late. Obviously, they have some injuries to some of their big bats, but they are as right there as it gets. A game and a half out of the wild card. I know of all these on the shelf. I know they have some issues, Seager and Simeon and all that, but can this team get in? Do you believe they will?
No, but that makes for a really short segment if I just say no. So honestly, like it's a little cringy that they have all these guys out and now they're doing well. It's not the Stars' fault. It's maybe the approach to how they're doing it, in the sense of how do you build, if you're Chris Young, how do you build this roster? You need dudes that are, yes, experienced, yes, good at baseball. That's the only way you win. But maybe they need a little infusion and some energy. And I think that's what they tried to do when they brought over Jock Peterson. Yes, Jock Peterson hits a heater. Jock Peterson didn't hit any heaters. And when you go into a clubhouse where guys, Kevin Pillar came on our show and was like, you know what? It just seemed like everybody was kind of doing their thing. And then, boom, pregame, we would go out and stretch together. And that was one of the first times I saw my teammates. That doesn't mean they're not working. It doesn't mean they're not good players. It just means there's a sense of like, to win in a big league season, you got to like kind of be around each other. You got to like pull for each other. I don't think there's anything nefarious, but you got to have that energy to come and beat the other team every single night, no matter what, especially when this lineup has been struggling for a majority of the year.
Let's talk MVP for both leagues. Last night, Schwarber, 50th bomb on the year. What a season he's put together. First time he's done it in his career. You got Cal Raleigh on the other side, 53 home runs on the year. So we live in the betting market. That's what we talk about every day. And the betting market is saying there is no way Schwarber is the NL MVP. And it's probably going to be Judge. Raleigh has a chance, but it's probably going to be Judge. What do you think about that? You got these guys like raking. They're going to end up, mid-50s at the very least. And it doesn't look like either will be MVP.
And that's okay, because we clamor and crave for all-around hitters. We clamor and crave for guys who can do everything. Run, throw, hit, and hit for average. And the power's there. I get it. I can't discount a historic season by a catcher. I can't discount that if the Mariners didn't have Cal Raleigh, they'd be cooked. I mean, there's a chance, because we talked about it out off the top, they could be cooked anyway. Like, if they have a slide and the Rangers stay hot, they could be cooked. But when in the game, you're clamoring for all-around players, I have a hard time believing Aaron Judge does not win the MVP. He's the most valuable player. Do you want to give Cal Raleigh the award for historic season, top offensive season by a catcher, top home run season by Mickey Mantle? Like, he's just chasing Mickey Mantle's home run record for a switch hitter. Everybody needs to go and look at what his batting average was during that season. Does he have a lot of RBIs? Absolutely. That's why he is valuable to their team. Is Cal Raleigh the most valuable player in the league? I think the betting market got it right. I think it is Aaron Judge right now. But, man, I'm going to be excited to watch these last 2 weeks, because Cal Raleigh's not going to hit over 250. And to win an MVP and not hit over 250 when somebody else has a almost 1,100 OPS, that's impressive. But Shohei, slam dunk. I even put in – because I really like Kyle Schwarber and I like what he's done for this team, I even put in a little bet on Kyle Schwarber just so that I could say I had some money on Kyle Schwarber for the MVP when it was like at like, I don't know, like I think it was at like plus 1,000 or something. I'm like, yes, I just have to say I still didn't believe there was a shot, because Shohei pitches and hits. He's the best player in the league. Until he is not pitching and hitting, he will be the MVP every single season. Sorry, lock it up. Write it down.
It just feels like, barring an injury, he's the guy. And he should be the guy, to your point.
If he hurts his right hand and he can't swing a bat, Shohei Ohtani will probably come out and be like a left-handed thumber. He'll probably just throwing curveballs and changeups and splitters. Like, that is what he is. He is that much better. And going back to the Judge part, Judge's OPS compared to Cal Raleigh's OPS, I just heard it yesterday, is the difference between Cal Raleigh and Jung-Ho Lee. So that feels like that's how much better of a season Judge's having.
Speaking of awards that are probably over, given the price, Skeens is minus 10,000 to win the Cy Young. And we see Skeens today. He's pitching on the road in Baltimore. What's your favorite part about watching him work every fifth day?
I don't even think he's reached his peak yet. In an era where we watch pitchers that take a heavy ball, run as fast as they can, throw it up against the wall, and then they get on the mound and their first throw is like this like crow hop down the mound, and the catcher's like, I can't catch it. Like, he lives in an era where max effort on the mound is like mandatory. Like, if you don't, is this guy hurt? Does he not care? Does he not like the big leagues? And he does it at such ease. Like, he misses a spot and gets a strikeout, and you can like see he kind of like stares off into the scoreboard at PNC Park, and he's either thinking, I could have been better than that, or he's thinking, man, I only have 4 years 233 days left in this place. But it looks like it's so easy. It looks like it's so easy. And talking to people that worked with him before he even made it to the big leagues, his ability to take a baseball and, like, well, what happens if I grip the middle of the seam? And they're like, well, this happens. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to split it a little farther. Oh, now I have Johan Duran's best pitch, and he's the elite closer, but I'm going to throw it as a starter. We'll call it a splinker. Like, it's like, like he's on another level right now. And to me, the way he throws, he may be, this is crazy to say, he may be averse to injuries because it doesn't look like he is putting max effort in when he's out there, which is how you stay healthy.
Yeah, kids go nuts for, like, there's a ton of videos like what you're talking about, what you're doing right there with his different pitch grips. And yeah, he comes up with his own thing with a lot of them. And it isn't the typical kind of pitches that we all grew up learning. I was curious what you just said about how everything is max effort, right? Like in the draft, those top end pitchers, you got to throw this hard. Like I'll see it in social media because, I'm involved in baseball at a much younger level. Like, this guy's throwing this hard. If you want to play in high school, you've got to hit that. You got to throw this hard at this age and this hard at that age. And they haven't even hit puberty. And like, kids are stressing out about this. I grew up watching Greg Maddux. Like, is there room still in today's game, or will we go back there where can you pitch? How's your movement? I don't care if you can hit 98. How's your movement? I also watched, like mostly almost every outing for Kyle Hendricks. Like, I think to him, like, he could get his fastball low 90s maybe, but he's a pitcher. He knew how to pitch. Do you feel now like teams are willing to work with those guys?
Willing to work with them? Yes. Willing to give them a long enough leash that I think a lot of guys need in baseball, because you're going to have ups and downs. Not everybody just goes to the big leagues. And my advice to pitchers, my advice to young pitchers, whatever it is, little league, going into high school, going into college, going into pro ball, whatever it is, know that you can throw the baseball hard. That's bar none what you have to do. You have to be able to touch 92. You have to be able to touch 95. Whatever it is, you're left-handed, maybe a little bit less. Know that you can throw hard. And then as soon as you can throw hard, be a little bit of a prude with it. Hold it back. Don't show everybody. Be like, hey, you know what I'm going to do? 86, 87, 86, 87. Now, on a high school, like talk about high school, now on a high school team, there might be 2, maybe 3 good hitters. Now, when you get in a jam and those dudes are up, bow, there's your 92. Bang, there's your 95. But that's not how it works. First pitch of the game. And I saw this with Noah Syndergaard, and I saw it early on in his career when he was having a lot of his injuries with DeGrom. First pitch of the game. Radar gun goes up. Well, I guess I got to throw it as hard as I can. Boom! 95. Wow, that's amazing. I just saw a kid. He just committed to Penn State. And the most impressive thing that I heard the Penn State pitching coach say to him was, you know what we really loved about your outing is you sat 88 to 90, you touched 92, but your last pitch of the game was 91 miles an hour. Like that whole inning, he sat 90 miles an hour. He didn't lose his velocity. If you come out, if you want to be a closer in high school, I promise you are not going to be a big league starting pitcher. That's not how it works. Like, you got to learn how to pitch, but you also got to learn the velocity. You got to go to somebody who can teach you how to pitch, because all these gurus, all these people who give you a heavy ball and they get the radar gun out and they slap your back and they take some smelling salts, they teach you how to throw hard. They don't teach you how to pitch. And you gotta definitely find somebody, and you got to figure it out on your own. But you don't have to pitch at 97 miles an hour. You can pitch at 90 if your peak is 97. Just know that it's there, and when they need it, there's a little gas face. We'll see you later.
Got about 2 minutes here, Kratz. Open-ended question. Who's the guy you can't wait to watch pitch this postseason? There's got to be one guy you can't wait for.
I want to see how the Dodgers use their rotation, but I want to see how they use Ohtani. Ohtani's production at the plate is significantly dropped the day he pitches and the next day. How are they going to use him? I want to see the numbers. If he throws 5 innings, does that leak into his offense for the next 2 days after he pitches? I really want to see him in the postseason because anytime he's on, anytime it comes up in the 4 box and Shohei's on hitting, pitching, whatever it is, I'm locked into that game. It's must-see TV.
You got a baseball there. When you were catching, what was your favorite pitch to call? Who threw it? What was the one that you went to when you needed a wipeout pitch?
I mean, I guess recency. I'm like, there's some pitchers who you're like, really doesn't matter what I call. Like Wade Davis in 2014, he had like 5 pitches, and some days he'd be like, I don't know, I don't want to throw the cutter today when he comes in to close it out. I'm like, all right, we won't. And then we get in a jam, and he's like, shaking. I guess he wants the cutter now. So that's a big one. But my thing, my most recency bias would have been Josh Hader. Josh Hader fastball just gets blown away. Just unless Carlos Martinez is up. No, not Carlos Martinez. Anyway, Martinez from the Cardinals. He could always hit a dinger off him, but that's it. Everybody would swing and miss at his heater. So Josh Hader's fastball.
All right, good stuff. Eric Kratz with us, Foul Territory. Check him out weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, Eric. We'll talk soon, all right, as we get closer to playoffs.
Enjoy your haircuts, guys.
Take care. There's Eric Kratz there. Some Major League Baseball inching closer and closer. Coming up next, let's get to back to some college football. How about that? Caroline Fenton will be joining us. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You've got Bet Sweats weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
20-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Dramatica for the win, and there it is. 18-16, the final score, and the Bulls explode off the bench.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Here we are again, Florida. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Let's talk some college football. Caroline Fenton, friend of the show, now joining us. She's got a brand new show, Yahoo Sports Daily, weekdays 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find that on the Yahoo Sports YouTube page. Good morning, Caroline. Thanks for joining us.
It is a good morning because have you seen the slate this weekend? In college and the NFL, we get Commanders, Packers on Thursday night, Notre Dame, Texas A&M, Georgia, Tennessee. I mean, like, the stories write themselves. It is a good morning when that is the week of football that we have upcoming.
I have learned many, many times it's really dumb to pile in against Nick Saban, and it's really dumb to pile in against Kirby Smart. Yet, here we are, Georgia, Tennessee. This number opened at 6 in Vegas. Georgia -6. Now we're down to 3.5. And I just warn people to be careful going against Georgia. I know they haven't played anybody yet, but I have learned my lesson going against those two guys. Are you surprised by this hellacious appetite to take Tennessee against Georgia?
I'm not surprised by it. And I would agree with you that betting against Kirby Smart many a times has caused me to go, stupid. Why would you do that? Why would you pick against Kirby Smart? I'm not surprised by it. Look, Tennessee has lost 8 straight to Georgia. Josh Heupel has never beaten Kirby Smart. And in every game that Josh Heupel has lost to Georgia, it's been by 2 touchdowns or more, even with some of those prolific Josh Heupel offenses that we've seen so far at Tennessee. It's crazy, staggering numbers, but it still doesn't surprise me. And I think it's because the vibes in Knoxville and the way that Tennessee fans, rightfully so, feel about their football team, all of the optimism in the world, right? Like, we've seen Joey Aguilar make several throws in just 2 games that Nico Iamaleava would not have made or really didn't make last season at Tennessee. So this Josh Heupel offense feels like it's clicking so much more, at least the pass game is clicking so much more than it did under Nico. And then you look at Georgia, and I think there's maybe some confusion, maybe some frustration, maybe some lack of optimism about how dynamic this offense can be under Gunnar Stockton. It doesn't look as dynamic early as it did, say, under Carson Beck last season. So I think just based off the feelings alone, what we've seen so far from these two teams, I mean, Tennessee dropped 70 plus in their game this past week, where Georgia kind of stumbled at times against Austin Peay. That's not what you want to see against a team that has national championship hopes, that's going on the road in one of the most difficult places to play in all of college football, and Neyland Stadium. That's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. It's sold out already. They're checkering Neyland Stadium. Like, it's a special and intimidating place to play when you're a team that's struggling a little bit. So it doesn't surprise me, but even still, I just said it, I don't bet against Kirby Smart. When you play Georgia, the difficult thing is you are never going to, out-discipline Georgia. You're not going to out-physical Georgia, or at least it's really difficult to out-discipline or out-physical Georgia. The path that I see here for Tennessee is they're just better in the run game, that they're just, equaling the physicality on the lines of scrimmage, that I don't see Georgia turning the ball over, making silly mistakes, committing bad penalties. That's going to, open up the door for Tennessee. In order to beat Georgia, you have to beat Georgia at their own game. And it's just hard for me to trust Tennessee doing that with the small sample size that we have of this version of the Vols.
I feel like everyone's going to have a pretty strong opinion on Miami, South Florida. Do you lean Miami brings USF back to reality? They're going to cover the point spread around 17.5 right now, or South Florida, they hang at the very least. They have a chance to do it again, and everybody's going to be talking playoff.
Oh, I wish so badly I could buy into the latter. Like, it's such an exciting Cinderella story, and I love South Florida's coach, Alex Golesh. I think that he will have a Power 4 job here in the next couple of years. Like, I want so badly to root for that storyline, but I buy more into Miami brings them back down to earth, which is okay, right? South Florida has 2 top 25 wins through 2 weeks. They go into the Swamp, they get a win over the Gators. Like that in and of itself is a really impressive resume. And I think they, even with a loss to Miami, if they do lose to Miami, they still have a strong case to be the Group of 5 representative in the college football playoff. I think a couple things are at play here, though. Florida, you could make an argument, was possibly overlooking South Florida. Florida goes on the road to LSU this weekend. Maybe they were looking ahead to that game, a team that they knocked off last season. Jack Piper, and a former Gator, transfers to LSU. That's a revenge game. That maybe they're overlooking South Florida. I don't think Miami, after South Florida did what they did last week, Miami is not going to overlook South Florida. And I think also the quarterbacks are at play. DJ Lagway, I think, has the potential to be a star in college football. But I think DJ Lagway is still kind of showing his youth. DJ Lagway is still showing his inexperience a bit, that Florida still is kind of struggling with the dinking and the dunking offensively. Well, Carson Beck has played a lot of college football, has seen a lot of college football. Carson Beck has the ability to take whatever the defense gives him. If it's dinking and dunking, that's exactly what Miami is going to do. Carson Beck also has that home run throw ability. So I think where DJ Lagway is still learning, he's still kind of green. I have optimism for DJ Lagway, but he's still learning at this point. Carson Beck is a vet, and he's not going to make some of those mistakes and is going to take what the defense gives him, which is not something that I could say about DJ Lagway at Florida. So Miami brings South Florida back down to earth, but it's still such a fun story in college football.
You brought up Lagway. We got Florida at LSU, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, Clemson, Georgia Tech. Those are 3 pretty high-profile games. Is there one that you're more excited about than the others?
Oh, they're all going to be good. I love anytime I get to watch Georgia Tech football. It's, smack you in the face, physical, like football guy, old school football kind of approach that Brent Key has brought to this program. And now whenever you see Georgia Tech on your schedule, you have to look at it and say, oh, great. We're going to play these guys. It's going to be smash you in the mouth kind of football. And I think the Georgia Tech game last year is the perfect example of that. I think we've maybe questioned some of the physicality on this Clemson team. Defensively, they didn't get a whole lot of push against an LSU offensive line that was replacing 4 starters. Maybe that Clemson defensive front is not quite as physical as we expected them to be going into the season. And on the other side, LSU's defensive front was able to make things really difficult for Cade Klubnik. So if Georgia Tech brings that same kind of physicality, no, I don't think that the talent level at Georgia Tech matches the talent level at LSU or really at Clemson for that matter, but just that level of physicality I think could make things difficult for Clemson. Florida and LSU, obviously, you can see the helmet behind me. I'm an LSU alum. I'm very excited for this game just as a fan, but I also think that this is going to be a prove it kind of opportunity for Brian Kelly and for LSU. If you want to be a national championship contender, which is exactly where LSU wants to be, it's where they think they should be. Well, you have to beat teams like Florida that just got by South Florida at home when you get them in Death Valley. So this is, I think, a good test and a good roadblock for this LSU team of just how competitive can they be, not just in the SEC, but nationally.
With Caroline Fenton, Yahoo Sports Daily, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Notre Dame back in action. We saw in the first weekend, they end up losing in a close game against Miami, put up a good battle on the road. They go on by, and they've been stewing over this one. So now they're sizable favorites at home under the lights against Texas A&M. Caroline, the number is 6.5. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, this spread just feels a little bit too big, in my opinion, for 2 teams that are built to run the football, 2 teams that play really good defense. We saw a really low-scoring affair last year. And I get it that Notre Dame's probably been stewing on the Miami loss for the last 2 weeks. Why anybody has a bye in week 2, that's beyond me. That's a conversation for a different day. So I do think that there's probably that revenge factor that they've probably in that locker room been talking about this game for now 2 weeks. So there is an element to that, to building that up, to fixing the mistakes that maybe plagued them in week 1 against Miami. But I also don't think that Texas A&M is going to let what lost them this game last year happen again this year. And that was kind of falling apart defensively in the second half. When you have Mike Elko, a defensive-minded head coach, I think you're going to see much more clean football this go around. This game, though, to me is which quarterback do you trust more? Marcel Reed, who's really coming into his first year as a starter. We saw him get some starts last year. He got some play last year, but this is really now he is the guy. Same thing with CJ Carr at Notre Dame. We've seen a couple of these guys make some mistakes early, not be able to pull away. Texas A&M wasn't able to pull away in their first couple of weeks, but which quarterback either can step up more or makes fewer mistakes, I think is going to be the difference in this one. But I still think just with the mentality and the identity of these two teams, it'll be a low-scoring affair. So I would take Texas A&M with the points, but I do think Notre Dame is going to be able to pull this one out at home.
I've aligned myself with Carson Beck. I did that back in the summer at a pretty nice price. Joe has started to double dip on Mateer at Oklahoma. So we have picked our sides as of now. Your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there. But is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet, maybe?
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, the foundation from that national championship run that we might see a whole lot of Julian saying going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
Oh, okay. You also cover some NFL, live in Charlotte.
Yep.
And we were talking about the Bryce Young reaction, what we've seen, like Arizona now favored by 7. It was just 4.5. And now people are so out on the Panthers. It's gone all the way to 7. So how bad is it locally?
It's pretty rough. And I think there was a lot of optimism in the offseason. You and I actually had a plumber, just bought a new house, had a plumber over, and he was asking me all these questions about, Bryce Young and the Panthers. Could they be a dark horse to win the NFC South? And I was like, John, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, but no. But that was the feeling, right? There was optimism, and rightfully so. We saw so many great flashes from Bryce Young at the end of last season. So I think even just that optimism was rooted in something that was very, very fragile. It was just like, we hope that this could happen. We hope these things come together. We hope that Teteroa McMillan can add that next level to this offense. We hope that, maybe the drops start to dissipate a little bit this season. And in just 1 week, it's like, great. We suck again. We everything that we thought could change in the offseason, at least in 1 week, hasn't. That's not to say they can't figure things out over the next 16 weeks, but not a whole lot of optimism happening here in Charlotte.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like, when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic. And I think it's the perfect, kind of perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
I win the Powerball. Sports is the last thing I'm thinking about. The only thing is I'm quitting my job first. Like, that's first.
Like, what can I buy? Not who can I buy out.
Sorry, Sam.
Good to know, Joe. Bad. Good to know. Yep.
Oh, yes, I would assume the same
I don't
for you
blame
if you
you.
win the Powerball. Did you really hold your plumber's hand? Just to
I
break
did
the
not,
news?
but I did.
Okay.
I just kind of verbally just kind of talked
Yes.
him down a little bit. Like,
Consoling.
hey, you know,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, yes, I'm gonna verbally console you. Lovely man, highly recommend. But yeah, it was just and he's also a North Carolina fan as well. And so this was pre UNC
no.
getting their butts whooped by TCU. And he asked me, like, do you think Bill Belichick still has it? And I said, again, I'm gonna verbally hold your hand when I say this. No, it's gonna be a disaster. So everybody T's and P's to all the Panther and Tar Heel fans out there.
For sure. Caroline Fenton, thank you for joining us. Check out Yahoo Sports Daily. Good stuff there on college football and, of course, the NFL. Joe, Sammy P, Lightning Bets are next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Few terrific guests with us today. Just heard from Caroline Fenton on college football. We had Nate Collins on the NFL earlier in the show. Also, Eric Kratz. Loved it. Had a baseball in his hand the entire time. He was ready to talk ball. He's got some strong opinions. He's always fun jumping on the show as we get closer and closer to the playoff picture. Joe O, Sammy P, lightning bets in just a quick moment. But first, Sam, I saw this and I wanted Paul to jump on to read the entire list because it is something that we've been referencing as we're getting ready for Thursday Night Football. Big matchup. Can't wait for it. Much better than what we saw last Thursday, even though that ended up being a pretty close game. Paul, please share the top 5 of the athletic power rankings, because I think Sam will be interested in this list.
Part I actually liked about this the most is how hard it was to find. Most of the time I clicked on
I
it,
know.
it said 404 not found, and I was like, maybe they're embarrassed and they took them down. Eagles, number 1.
Can you tell me who wrote this, first off?
Chad Graff, who I believe has a Minnesota background, and Josh Kendall.
Okay. Eagles.
Okay, yeah, it's these two guys. All right, from first to worst, top 5. Eagles. Last week they were number 1 for reference. Number 2, Packers, up from number 3 last week.
Two?
Number 2. First impression, the defense is impressive. Thanks. Back to you. Once
Was
Parsons
that the breakdown?
is comfortable. First impression, that's word for word. The defense is impressive. Parsons. Once Parsons is comfortable, looked out. It's going to get spooky. That was a quote from Rashawn Gary. Once he and I figure some stuff out, watch out. It's going to get spooky for sure.
Okay, so after watching Sunday night, they decided that the 2 best teams in the NFL are in the NFC.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm actually very mad right now, but I'm keeping my cool.
Okay.
You may see that $100 free bet I mentioned. You may see that in a Washington same game parlay at the end of this segment. Bills. Last week, number 4. They are up to number 3.
Okay.
Chargers, number 4. Up
oh my God!
I thought that would do it.
From 4 up to 4? They went up 8 spots?
Yeah.
Because they beat Kansas City and Brazil, who loses worthy early in that game, who was clearly going to be a big part of their game plan. Chargers 4. Sam, don't worry, you haven't missed anything. We have not moved on from this Chargers 4 spot.
The Chargers are better than the Ravens?
Oh, Sam, you don't even want to know where the Ravens are. You don't even want to know. We'll get there. Spoiler, it was not in the top 5.
This is awful.
Wow, number 5.
5.
I mean, this is good for us tomorrow night, I guess. Washington.
Okay.
Is the defense better, or were they just playing the Giants?
They want me to pay for this?
No, I might cancel my subscription. I've been canceling a lot recently.
Not subscribed.
Hold on.
Don't
we
plan
gotta
on
keep
it.
going. All
Okay.
right.
No, we don't. Actually, we don't.
Where's
content,
Baltimore?
I think we should.
Tell us where
6,
Baltimore is.
49ers. 7, Ramley.
Where's Baltimore?
8, Ravens.
So those 7 teams would all be favored over Baltimore on a neutral? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of dumb stuff. This is stupid. This list sucks. I'm angry. I'm very angry right now. I don't know why, but I'm angry.
Where's Detroit?
9 Bengals, 10 Chiefs, 11 Bucks, 12
the
Vikings,
Bengals are better than the Chiefs?
Because they beat the Browns when they shouldn't have.
13 Steelers, 14 Lions.
14!
15 Broncos. 16 Colts, up from 28.
28-16? Oh, talk about overreaction. This is terrible. Who in the bottom 10 has no business being there?
We might have to do this on a weekly basis.
I need a screenshot of this list so I can tweet out that I've read the worst list of my entire life.
I was thinking the same thing.
I need somebody to give me a graphic of this list because obviously you can't screen grab a whole story. I think you're right, Paul. I think somebody was embarrassed at this list, and that's why we're getting a 404 error message.
He found it eventually.
Yeah, we could definitely take some Dolphins, number 32, obviously overreaction down from 19.
32.
They're not the worst team.
They're worse than the Saints.
Right. Bottom up, it goes Dolphins, Giants, Saints, Panthers, Patriots, Titans, Browns.
Patriots are what number?
28.
So now we're going too far the other way. I'd like to. Where did they have them before?
23. So bottom 10.
Oh, okay. They weren't that high on them. Okay.
No.
So usually when I go to the gym, I have a nice mix of playlists. I've been very fond of the Rocky IV playlist the last month or so, but I shake it up quite a bit. I might now just start reading the athletic power rankings before I go to the gym because I feel like I could take down Tyson. That's how mad I am right now.
This is awful.
It's pretty bad.
It's fireable. Honestly.
Hey, tough industry.
The take is so bad.
Tough industry. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, that's ridiculous. Does it get you clicks? Maybe that was the focus, but this is rough.
Can you again just say, according to the Athletic, the Baltimore Ravens are the blank best team in the NFL? One more time, just so I have this right.
8th.
Which teams are
no credibility?
And the Chiefs were
none.
Where was Kansas City again?
Chiefs were 10th.
10.
Yeah.
So we got 9 teams
there's
in the
9,
NFL better.
Yep,
than
there's
the
9 teams better than the Chiefs right now. 100%. I did not know about this list. I swear, this is a natural reaction. I knew nothing about this. I'm very triggered right now. Very triggered.
So I saw somewhere that the Athletic had the Packers too, and that's all I knew. And so I was like, Paul, can you find this list? Because if they got the Packers too, what are we doing here? I didn't know about this other stuff.
Chargers 4th. Rams 7th.
Yep, definitely. Yep, the Rams are definitely better than the Ravens. 100%.
So good. So good.
Colts 16th.
Yeah.
From 28.
Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. This is Bet Sweats. That's over at BetMGM with your MLB parlays. Sammy P, can you pull yourself together and give us your lightning bets for today?
I'm looking at a parlay against the Packers and against the Chargers. That's where I'm at. Okay, so I get the Raiders at home as a 3.5-point dog, and the Commanders on the road as a 3.5-point dog. Let me do that parlay real quick. I like the Commanders. I'm going to just do what Joe said, and let's just bet the 3.5 now. So that's my lightning bet. But after hearing that horrendous list, all I want to do is moneyline parlay the Commanders and the Raiders. And that would give me plus 550. Let's do that too, because I'm pissed off. Let's go Commanders and Raiders moneyline parlay. Small, little bet to win a lot. Pizza money bet, Joe.
Pizza. All right, we're on the same page. I also had the Commanders written down, and Commanders, I'm worried that we're going to lose to 3.5. That's where I'm going. And Paul gave out the other one yesterday. We're on the same page with that one as well. I'm worried about losing 2 3.5s at some point today. It's Washington and Jacksonville. Washington 3.5 tomorrow. night in Green Bay, and Jacksonville on the road getting 3.5 at Cincinnati. So I want to lock both of those in before we end up losing that hook, because that would really piss me off. If we're talking about something, I want to bet it, it's a dog I like, and then I wait too long for no reason, and that now I'm getting +3 instead of +3.5. Paul, what do you have?
All right, so using this free bet that I talked about tomorrow night on a Commanders taking down this impressive Packers defense. So tell me which leg you hate. Commanders money line, Jaden Daniels over 1.5 touchdowns, passing touchdowns. Scary Terry, touchdown. He's one of those two, or one of those more than two. Jaden Daniels, 300+ passing yards. Comes in at +2,200.
Oh, I like it. It's correlated. I'll tell you that. You're not going too far and, let me get some Packers stuff in here.
Nah.
Let me do any of that. Sounds like you're correlated to a Washington alt, honestly. Do you want to do money line?
Careful, Paul. They are the second best team in the NFL.
And the defense is impressive. Quote.
Is Chad Graff coming on the show tomorrow?
No.
We got an open slot. Let me reach out.
No. I'll be sick tomorrow if he's on the show. I'm sick right now.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. We thought the top 25 voter in college football that we didn't even get to was bad. How about this? Jake.
Guess where Chad Graff went to college?
Where?
Northwestern.
Wisconsin.
Oh, look at Sam's doing a deep dive on Chad Graff. Go ahead, Jake.
Twitter.
Oh, okay.
I like a bunch of dogs today. Give me the Rangers, the Astros, and the White Sox. And I think Mike Trout gets to 400 home runs tonight. 2 home runs for him is 27-1.
Ooh, he needs 2?
He's at 398.
Doing it?
I am betting
All right.
it. He goes against Taj Bradley, who loves to serve up a home run.
All right, very good. We've got 10 Toes Down tomorrow. It's a 10 Toes Thursday. Gertch has been ready for days. I can't wait. Join us 9 a.m. Eastern, the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can watch us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you're hitting us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, at BetMGM Network is where you can go ahead and find it. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Wednesday, Hump Day. We got Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts on Sunday's Super Bowl rematch between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. Cannot wait to see that game. KC 0-1. Do they go to 0-2? We'll discuss that a little bit later on in this segment as well. But of course, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, we're going to get into obviously a lot of National Football League. It moved, latest line movement as we're starting to get the injury reports for week 2 in the NFL, breaking down the college football marquee games, bunch of guests. If you miss any part of these 4 hours, make sure you check them out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And because we're so kind and putting on there for you to consume in on-demand fashion, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcasts. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout the show, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern. Our Odyssey NFL insider, analyst for NFL Network and Compass Media, Brian Baldinger, joins us in his weekly spot on a Wednesday. We'll get the film perspective from Baldy on what we should expect to see in week 2 of the NFL season. Then to kick off the Power Hour at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, college football insider for On3 Sports, Brett McMurphy, returns to You Better You Bet. I was hanging out with Brett a few weeks ago over at Naked City here in Las Vegas. Got a chance to meet Brett McMurphy. Nice guy. We're going to talk all things week 3 of the college football slate. Can't wait to get into that with Brett McMurphy. And at 6:20 Eastern, co-host of First Things First on FS1, Danny Parkins will join us in his weekly spot here on a Wednesday and will give us his takes on the biggest matchups this weekend in the National Football League. But we begin today breaking down 4 teams who I'm not sure if it's time to press the panic button, but they all have our attention for one reason or another. And these are the 4 teams who made the playoffs in 2024, but are starting 2025 0-1. Now, who are those 4 teams? In case you don't know them off the top of your head, you probably know them, but you maybe not know off the top of your head. It's the Detroit Lions, it's the Houston Texans, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Kansas City Chiefs. Those are 4 of last year's playoff teams who took L's in week 1. Now, I want to break down and go under the hood with all 4 of these teams and kind of think, hey, let's just gauge where we're at heading into what is a pretty critical week number 2, because we all know the stats. 0-2, you're very unlikely to make the playoffs. You're up against it. We've seen teams do it. The Ramley last year, they started 0-2, won the division. It just so happened to be they were in a division that was bad and injured. But like it's not a death sentence, but it's not where you want to be to start off your season, because you really need to kind of thread a needle going forward. And I want to highlight the Detroit Lions first, because The Lions this week, Dan Campbell said that, quote, we have to beat the Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson. And what a game this is going to be on Sunday. Like, you get the Ben Johnson Bears angle with the Detroit Lions. Like, hey, everyone's been saying all offseason, the Lions are going to take a step back. They no longer have the mastermind on offense. And in 1 week, didn't look too good against the Green Bay Packers. And I'm sure Lions players are sick of hearing that narrative, as they've been sick of hearing it all offseason. But hey, that's what people are saying. And when you lose your first game, people are going to keep saying that. And for the Detroit Lions, when you take a look at their schedule coming up over the next 5 games, because I think that's really pivotal, kind of break up the season into little portions, because the season is so long. I mean, we don't think about it that way because we're all caught up in it from a week-to-week standpoint, but it's an incredibly long season. This bad boy is not going to end until the first week of January. The next 5 games for the Lions. So Sunday, they host the Chicago Bears. Next week, week 3, they're at the Baltimore Ravens. Week 4, they host the Cleveland Browns. Week 5 at the Bengals. Week 6 at the Chiefs. Right now, over at BetMGM, their playoff odds -110 to get back to the postseason. This is a Lions team that has won the NFC North back-to-back seasons. They're priced to do that this year, +425. I think the last time I saw the Lions at that price to win the NFC North. Now, with all of these teams, I think there's things to be optimistic about and things to be pessimistic about. We'll start with the optimistic part because, I'm a positive guy. I like to start off with a positive note. For the Detroit Lions, what they have going for them is that their roster is incredibly talented. And that's a really good start. You have a roster that is absolutely loaded at some pretty key spots. Like offensive tackle, they're really good. The interior of the O-line's a little bit shaky, but you have your wide receivers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams. Those guys are studs. Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery's like Sonic and whatever the hell, what is it, Sonic and Boom, or what's the nickname? I always forget the nickname that they have out there for the Detroit Lions running backs. But those two guys are really, really strong. And defensively, like Aiden Hutchinson's back in the fold. I think you got to like this Detroit Lions team when you look at them on paper. And also another thing that's into the positive for the Detroit Lions, like the head coach and the infrastructure is just a plus. Now, Dan Campbell can be polarizing with some of the decisions that he makes, yada, 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 whatever. I think we'd all at least recognize that Dan Campbell is a really good head coach and knows how to get his team ready to go. And they have a really good front office as well, which has helped build that talented roster. So that's on the positive side. On the negative side, I just got done talking about the schedule. That baby is not too easy. It is a monster to start the season. And what makes that really difficult is that early on, and this has been my opinion about the Detroit Lions throughout this offseason heading into the regular season, the struggles are going to happen early as they continue to kind of adjust to losing all of those coaches from last year's team. Now, it's Ben Johnson, it's Aaron Glenn, it's a bunch of position coaches that went with those guys as well. Like, that's a lot to overhaul in one offseason, and it's going to be an adjustment period. The problem with it being an adjustment period is that, once again, next week, they're at the Ravens. A couple weeks from there, they're at Joe Burrow and the Bengals. And then after that, they're at Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. That's not a whole lot of time to be like, hey, we're adjusting on the fly. We're learning each other. Those lessons might be L's, like losses. That's where we might be with the Detroit Lions. So that's a pessimistic part of this equation. Now, for me, final verdict on Detroit, I think they're going to be fine. I like their adjusted win total over 9.5 at +120. But this is not going to be a bet that you feel great about, let's say 5, 6, 7 weeks from now. I think this is a bet that's going to be kind of just bouncing back and forth, feeling like a coin flip kind of a deal because that schedule is daunting early on. Once we get to November and December, I'm not concerned about the Detroit Lions, especially with the brand of football that they play, being physical and wanting to run the football. But I think early on, like this is going to be a little bit of a problem for the Detroit Lions, but still, the adjusted win total over 9.5 at plus money. The fact that it's plus money, I do like it. And I think this team will get back to the postseason because they have way too many good players. The next team I want to go under the hood on is the Houston Texans. Boy, did they let me down last Sunday. We were leveraged on Houston +3, Houston money line, Houston alts, laying 7 at +350. None of it came home. They lost 14-9 to the aforementioned Ramley over in LA. The Texans schedule, next 5 games. Week 2, which is coming up on Monday, they host the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in what is a coin flip game. They're about 2.5-point favorites at home. Week 3 at the Jaguars. Big game, AFC South game. Week 4, host the Titans. Week 5 at the Ravens. Week 6, they have a bye week. And then week 7, they're at the Seattle Seahawks on Monday Night Football. Now, what Houston has going for them, I think it's a soft division. And similar to what we saw last year with the Rams, you can survive an 0-2 start when you play in a soft division. Heck, a couple of years ago, DeMeco Ryans' first-time head coach, C.J. Stroud, rookie quarterback, they started that year 0-2, and they won the division. Now, it took all the way till Week 18 to do it, but they still did it nonetheless. And right now, Houston's plus 175 to win the AFC South. Also, in the positive column, the defense, I think, is the best unit in the division, and I think it's by margin. Like that Houston defense and what we saw against the Rams, and I think what we're going to see going forward, the pass rush is ferocious, the secondary is really strong, and they have a head coach who is defensive-minded. Speaking of that head coach, the head coach quarterback combination, DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud, they've had success in 2 years. Like you have to kind of fall back on that. Like, hey, these guys are really strong. So off the top, I like what the core of this team is. Now, on the negative, the offensive line is horrendous. And the O-line, in my opinion, on every team is the most important position group on a team. And for Houston, what is it, bottom 3? It might be 32nd in the league of 32 teams. It's really, really bad. And also, too, early on, the injuries are not great in the pass-catching department when you look at Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. Those guys dealing with hamstring injuries. And, oh, by the way, their tight end, Cade Stover, it broke his foot. He's going to be out for the foreseeable future. Like, there's not a lot that you want to look at with Houston and say, hey, I want to buy this team for the long haul. Now, I'll say this, because the way the schedule sits, there's not going to be a bet for me, because I do think that you're going to see more struggles. They might lose on Monday. There's a coin flip chance that they do that, where they're sitting there 0-2, and in week 3, they're at the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, that's going to be a very, very tough spot. I think right now how you want to play the Houston Texans, there's going to be time. Maybe it's after the bye week. Maybe it's after week 7 when they visit Seattle on a Monday night. There's going to be a time to buy this team later on once we get closer to Halloween. That's when I'll be showing up with my money to back the Houston Texans, because ultimately I think they're going to win this division, but I think that plus 175 is going to get better to where you're going to get an even juicier price because the early season struggles due to having to go to the Ravens and go to the Jaguars and go to the Seahawks in the next 5 games. So I think it's turbulent out the gates, but then it's smooth sailing once we get to the month of December. How about those Baltimore Ravens? They're taking on the Houston Texans. Baltimore, their schedule, they're a big-time favorite, 12-point favorite at home against Cleveland. Week 3, they host the Detroit Lions. Week 4 at the Chiefs. Week 5, host Houston. Week 6, host the Rams. Playoff odds, minus 600. You think the betting market is phased after what we saw Sunday night? Not really. Everyone's kind of just, yeah, it happened. Baltimore is still a great team. Minus 145 to win the division. I mean, from an optimistic standpoint, they're the best team in the league. You know, even in defeat Sunday night, they looked awesome. Pound for pound, this team is the best team in the league. I think for the foreseeable future, they will be favored in every game going forward, even at Kansas City, barring injury. Like, they're going to be favored in that game. Get ready for that one. We're going to do the whole Mahomes is a home underdog again coming up in a couple of weeks here. But pessimistic, the defense, is it going to look more like what we saw in the first half of last year or in the second half of last year where they looked like the best defense in the league? Sunday night, it looked more like the defense that we saw in the first half of last year. And maybe it was just we're up against Josh Allen and it's a tricky spot and here's Allen, the MVP, in chase mode, and then we're susceptible to big plays. Maybe it was a one-off, but I do have my eyes on the Ravens defense. But ultimately, this team is going to win their division. Like, I'm not worried about them in the regular season whatsoever. Now, in the postseason, can they get over the hump on this hump day? I'm not buying it. I don't think they can. But all in all, I think the Ravens will be fine, which leads us to our last team, the defending AFC champion, Kansas City Chiefs. Home against the Eagles. They're an underdog this Sunday. At the Giants, home Ravens. At the Jags, home Lions. Minus 250 to make the playoffs, plus 175 to win the AFC West for a 10th consecutive season. The optimistic side, they have the best coach and the best player in the sport, bar none. Easy sell. Infrastructure, really, really strong. Easy sell. Pessimistic side, look, man, the rest of the AFC West, It's really, really well coached. So while you have Andy Reid, here's Jim Harbaugh. Here's Sean Payton. Here's Pete Carroll. Like, those are Super Bowl winning coaches outside of Jim Harbaugh, who, oh, by the way, won a national title 2 years ago at the University of Michigan. Like, that is a tough, tough division from a coaching standpoint. And on top of that, the defense looks like it might be a problem, especially if Chris Jones is a little bit over the hill. He looked like he lost a step Friday night. That might have just been Brazil, might have been a weird setup, but he didn't look like the Chris Jones that we've grown accustomed to seeing. Am I worried about this team? No, because it's still Kansas City. In fact, I'm hoping they lose to Philadelphia, and then the panic sets in when the Chiefs are 0-2, and at that point, I will be looking to buy on the team that is the most reliable in the National Football League. We're just getting started here on a Wednesday. Top stories coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
If you look overall, and like my emotion wants to say the Bills, but it is still concerning that they gave up 40 points and the defense was not great. And it's like, do you need a Herculean effort from the offense and Josh Allen every single time? But at the same, side of things, it's like, okay, what is your defense supposed to do against like that loaded stack of cards?
Mm-hmm.
When you have Derrick Henry, you have Lamar Jackson, you have DeAndre Hopkins making wild catches. So I think I would still put the Bills as one of the top teams in week one, right? Like, how much do you take away from their performance, the fact that they gave up 40 points?
Well, ultimately, if you're Buffalo, you don't feel great about it. But the fact that, look, when you've got an MVP like Josh Allen, you're in every game. And Buffalo knows that. And also, they're going to get guys back on that defense, on the defensive line, after two of those guys serve suspensions for PED use. So they'll at least have stronger pieces on the D-line. And ultimately, when you win a game like that, look, the Ravens can win the Super Bowl. So I understand those concerns. But when you're talking about trying to shut down Lamar Jackson and trying to shut down Derrick Henry and trying to shut down that offense, and you found a way to win in your season opener, yeah, you're concerned. Every team has concerns after week one, but if you're the Bills, you just take it and you say, we got the dub. This will help us down the line, and I wouldn't worry too much about it right now.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bet Buffet hanging out with you guys here on this Wednesday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on Sunday's super rematch between the Eagles and the Chiefs. Kansas City, a home underdog, 1.5-point underdog. We'll get Nick's thoughts on how he sees that game playing out coming up on Sunday. Kansas City looking to avoid an 0-2 start after losing to the Chargers in Brazil last Friday night. 20 minutes from now, an Awards Wednesday. We back, baby. We're back with NFL awards. We'll be breaking down 3 of the big awards that we have in the National Football League. And this is what we're going to kind of do throughout the course of the season this year. 340 is going to be our desired home for these NFL awards. So Wednesday we'll do half, Thursday we'll do another half. So if you're looking for like Coach of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, that's coming up tomorrow on Thursday. Today, we're doing the big boys. MVP, OPOY, Offensive Player of the Year, DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year. I have bets in 2 of them that I can't wait to share with all of you, but that's coming up at 3:40 in about 18 minutes here on You Better You Bet. But joining me right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, what's going on? How we doing on this Wednesday?
We are doing good, Femi. Ready for week 2 of the NFL to kick off tomorrow. Just kind of enjoying a little lull here because week 1 was wild. It actually took me a couple days to recover, especially with my Bears on Monday.
Because we're not in shape. That's why. Like, we're not in football watching shape. Because like college football, we get it Labor Day weekend where it's like, oh, I have Saturday, and then you get Sunday with the 2 games and 1 game on Monday. Now, last week, it was, all right, you got college football a little bit Friday. You got a lot of it Saturday, all the NFL Sunday, more NFL on Monday. It's like, damn, you look up, it's like, whew, what happened? Like last night, I didn't watch sports. I was like, I got to watch something else. I watched Selena, the movie with J-Lo. That's what I watched. But like, I had to take a break, man. I was like, it feels like overload a little bit. As like now, like for the first time in a while, it feels like we're not recapping an NFL game because nothing happened last night.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You get stuck here on we're putting together a show on Wednesday or Thursday. Like, oh, we got a little space here to do something, a little creativity, things we can do. But yeah, it's NFL content is king. College football content is second only to NFL. It drives the bus. It's fun. It's great that it's back. But yeah, like you said, we got to get in shape. We got to get back in the rhythm.
And I don't want people to think that these are complaints. They're not complaints. These are good things. We're just not in shape yet. Well, we will get there, maybe as early as this week, but we will get in football watching shape as we have a lot of football to discuss here on the show today. And let's get right into it, Bill. What's the number one thing we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs, where it's uncertain if Xavier Worthy plays this weekend against the Philadelphia Eagles as he deals with a separated shoulder after colliding with Travis Kelce on Friday in Brazil against the Chargers. Today, Kelce took the blame on his podcast, saying that he ran a poor route. He needed to be in a better position versus Worthy's route. Here's his quote. He says, "I'm 13 years in the league. There's no excuse for me to run into my own guys like that. Worthy has his guy beat, and we're out the gate, and the game starts completely different." So not only is Kelce saying, Femi, that, yeah, it's his fault he hurt Worthy, but he's saying he might have, changed the entire course of that game where the Chiefs, of course, started 0-1.
Yeah, and he's 100% correct. I think if you're the Los Angeles Chargers and you're like 1-2 plays in the game and you no longer have to worry about the most dynamic pass catcher on Kansas City, like you sign up for that. It's like, oh, great. We don't have to worry about Xavier Worthy. It's like similar to what we saw last Thursday night with the Cowboys, where it's like, oh, we don't have to worry about Jalen Carter because he just decided to spit on our quarterback. Like, we're good to go. Let's go out there and run this other game plan, like where we can run the football and do all these other types of things. And that's what the Chargers were able to do. Maybe focusing on a little bit of Travis Kelce. Like, if Hollywood Brown wants to beat us with his 17 targets or however many he got Friday night, great. We're not worried about Marquise Hollywood Brown. It was a massive, massive deal. And the fact that Kelce's taking the blame for it shows a little bit of leadership, shows some accountability, and also just shows the obvious because we all saw it. like it's one of those things, right? Like where we say we're not going to give credit to people who say the sky is blue. We're just not really going to do that. It's like, all right, it's pretty obvious. And I'm glad he acknowledged it and said, you know what, that's my bad. But like, who else's bad could it have possibly been? But the big thing, though, here now going forward is the status of Xavier Worthy, because the Chiefs announced earlier today Xavier Worthy not practicing on Wednesday. We'll see if he's able to go tomorrow or on Friday, but if they don't have him against the Philadelphia Eagles, maybe you don't have as many guys to exploit what looks to be a vulnerable Eagles secondary. Because if you have the pass catchers, as we saw last week with Dallas, like, man, you can go at those dudes. Adoree Jackson in the secondary, please. Everyone's getting open on that guy, but do you have the players to exploit it? Now, for Kansas City, normally they would, but Rashee Rice is suspended, so they don't have him. If you're missing Xavier Worthy as well, it's just Hollywood and Kelsey and dudes. How does that work? Which is kind of why I lean toward the under in this game. Now, I want to know the status of Worthy, so I have not made a bet just yet. But if this is how we continue to trend throughout the course of the week, I'll probably be on under 47 in the Super Rematch on Sunday. I think this can be a little bit lower scoring than what people think or hope coming up this weekend. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, you were highlighting playoff teams that have started the season 0-1 here. Another interesting team that started off 0-1 is the Atlanta Falcons, who a lot of people think can push for an NFC South title. But they're 0-1 after losing to the Tampa Bay Bucks in Week 1. Big game at the Minnesota Vikings this week. They got some good news today as both Drake London and Darnell Mooney are practicing and are expected to play. So, Femi, that is big news for Atlanta, who certainly wants to avoid an 0-2 start in their quest for a division title.
Yeah, I saw this point spread as high as 5.5 in favor of the Minnesota Vikings, and now we're down to 3.5 at many sports books in the market. And it makes sense. Like, if Atlanta's going to have their pass catchers, Drake London, who got hurt in the game, Darnell Mooney, who didn't even play in the game on Sunday, like, that's a big deal. And it's going to help Michael Penix Jr. quite a bit. But I will say this, though, because everyone's like, oh, like, they got the receivers back, time to bet Atlanta. I'm not sure if I'm there yet. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm going to slam Minnesota, but let's say Minnesota gets some good news on their injury report, and let's say Christian Darrisaw is ready to roll for this game, and even if he isn't ready to roll, maybe it just gives us a better betting opportunity. Like, I would be more inclined to be on the Vikings side here, because as much as we make about J.J. McCarthy only having one start, Michael Penix Jr., this is going to be his 5th start of his NFL career. That's not a whole lot of difference in terms of experience. And Penix is the guy that has to go up against Brian Flores, not J.J. McCarthy. And we already saw Brian Flores put Caleb Williams in the chokehold on Monday night. Penix, who has even less experience in games, like, what do we expect that to look like? So, if anything, to me, I think that the Falcons receivers coming back maybe gives us a chance to bet the under, and perhaps, if this ever got to 3, a chance to bet the Minnesota Vikings at home in primetime, where they have an awesome home field advantage. So yes, it's great that the Falcons got their guys back. And from a fantasy perspective, that's awesome, because I know a lot of people have Drake London expecting a big year from Drake London. But from a game standpoint, I'm still on the side of the Minnesota Vikings. And if it's 3, I'm betting Minnesota. And I'm probably just going to bet the under, because I think this is going to be a little bit lower scoring than people think, given the fact that the best unit on the field is, once again, the Minnesota Vikings defense. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I mean, how about this? The Green Bay Packers awarded off-injured wide receiver Christian Watson with an extension today. Now, Watson has not played this season as he recovers from ACL surgery. Extension is a modest one, just 1 year and $13.25 million. So, Femi, Watson now under contract in Green Bay for the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, Christian Watson, if he could ever stay healthy, would be a really, really good player, because that guy can stretch the field. I will say this, though. What makes me so happy about this, as somebody who has been drunk off the Packer Kool-Aid now for about a couple of weeks, like, I think that if he's healthy and you get Matthew Golden looking like the guy that we all think he's going to look like, Jaden Reed is awesome. This passing attack with Jordan Love as the trigger man, that's a very potent passing attack. And that opens things up for Josh Jacobs, who's still a really good running back, and an offensive line, when healthy, one of the better offensive lines in football. How is this offense not going to be in like that 28 to 30 points per game range? Like, this offense can be incredibly explosive and dynamic. And now defensively with Micah Parsons, the defense is at least at worst opportunistic, maybe middle of the road. At best, maybe they can flirt with being a top 10 unit. Like, I think the Packers have all the makings, and this just happened to be a great run out for me. I did not predict that they were going to trade for Micah Parsons. Didn't see that one coming. But, like, the way that this thing has kind of unfolded, like, it's really, really good. It's all coming up green and gold as far as I'm concerned. I think Green Bay is going to represent the NFC, and I think they're going to be the team that does it as long as they stay healthy. Now, for this week, because health is a big deal, this week, coming up tomorrow night at home against the Commanders, might be touch and go, because that offensive line that I talked about, they could be down 2 starters. Their guard, Aaron Banks, their tackle, Zach Tom. Both of those guys have not practiced this week. We'll see what their full designation is coming up later on this afternoon for tomorrow night's game, but it's not looking good there. Christian Watson, great. He signed the contract. He's not going to be on the field tomorrow night. So, like, Micah Parsons, is still working his way back into football shape. Like, it's not the Packers that, like, I'm dreaming about later in the season that we're going to get tomorrow night. With that being said, we're starting to get close to 3 at a bunch of different sports books. And if I see a 3 minus 110, I will be betting the Green Bay Packers. And it's no shade towards Washington and no shade towards Jaden Daniels. You guys know how I feel about Jaden Daniels. I love that dude. I'm just not impressed with the Commanders. I thought the Commanders' win on Sunday and them being able to cover was more about just the Giants not being good. And we even said it in the lead up to the game, and I'm kind of mad that I didn't bet it, but like the Giants just felt like people got lost in the preseason sauce of, oh man, like look how good they look in the preseason. Guys, it's the preseason. Like what are we talking about here? And the training camp vibes and all that stuff, and now all of a sudden we're looking to bench the quarterback 1 game in. That's all it took was 1 game, because the team is not good. That's why it only took 1 game. So I like Green Bay. I will be betting Green Bay at 3 minus 110, just waiting for that to happen. I think it's going to happen at some point between now and kickoff, but I'll be on the Packers coming up on Thursday night. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, Travis Hunter made his NFL debut last week with a 6-catch, 33-yard performance, but he only played a handful of snaps on defense. Today, head coach Liam Cohen said that they plan to play Hunter more defensive snaps this week against the Cincinnati Bengals, and that, Femi, for us means some potential appointment viewing against Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. If we get Hunter matched up on those guys, because it might be a hot take. When I was watching him in college at Colorado, I thought he was a better corner than he was a wide receiver. I'm willing to be wrong on that, because clearly the NFL sees him more as a receiver than they do as a corner. But as a corner, I thought that dude was insane. Just making plays, whether it was in zone or in man coverage, I thought it was really good. His ball skills are the best of any corner I've ever seen, given the fact that he can play wide receiver at a very high level. Like, that's the kind of matchup I want to see. Chase on Hunter, and then also Hunter having to guard T. Higgins. Like, that's the good stuff. Now, how do the Jags manage this? I think they're kind of doing the slow play thing here. Eventually, at some point, maybe we get to Hunter playing like 40% of defensive snaps, 70% of offensive snaps, but we're not there just yet. On Sunday, and it was a weird game with the weather delay, so I don't even know how much you can take from the one game with their win over the Carolina Panthers, but Travis Hunter played about like 66% of offensive snaps, well below what Brian Thomas Jr. played. He was at 86%. And on defense, he played 6 snaps on defense in the game against the Carolina Panthers. Like, clearly it's going to be more on defense, but how do they kind of balance this out? Because, like, you still need to keep the guy healthy. As admirable as it is to say, oh, we want him to play like 75% offense, 60% defense, I just don't think it's realistic. And it's what I've been saying all throughout this offseason. And I think all the people who bet like the doubles, can he win both O'Roy and D-Roy? I think that's an uphill battle. I would not be dabbling into that market. I think there's other guys that are going to be able to shine in those markets, as we'll discuss coming up later on tomorrow. But for this week's game, put him at defense, great. I don't care. I think Jacksonville's dead dog walking. I like Cincinnati in the game. I've laid 3 minus 110. I think that might come back at some point. If you can find it, make sure you find 3 minus 110. But it was there earlier this week. That was a bet for me, because this is once again the Spider-Man meme. Good offenses, bad defenses. I'll take the better quarterback with Joe Burrow, especially when he's at home. So I'm taking the Cincinnati Bengals, but it will be fun to see Travis Hunter out there against the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League. Bill, hit me with the next one.
On Sunday, Jets returner Xavier Gibson had a crucial fumble that was a major contributing factor that led to the Pittsburgh Steelers' victory. Today, head coach Aaron Glenn took action.
We released Xavier Gibson, and we will be bringing in some other guys. We already brought one guy in, like Isaiah Williams, who I know. He was with us in Detroit. I think 23 or 24. He was with us. And then we're going to look at some guys that's in-house. And I want to be known that decisions that's made are not rash decisions, and they're never based off of one incident. So, and I will keep it at that. Xavier's a really good player, and he's going to play in this league. But I felt it was time for us to move on in another direction. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, Femi, you heard it there from Glenn. This wasn't just about the fumble. Something else contributed to this, but that is a significant move by the first-year head coach.
When someone says, and I'll leave it at that, they're telling you they think the other person is unserious. Like that's what Aaron Glenn is telling us. Like, they don't think Xavier Gipson is a serious person. Because he even said, yeah, I think he's a good player and he'll find a place in the league. But, like, we're also cutting you because we think he's an unserious player. And that fumble did contribute in them losing the game to Pittsburgh. Was it the only mistake the Jets made? No. But I do love that Aaron Glenn is holding guys accountable. You got to be dialed in, and you got to try to play mistake-free football. Otherwise, your time with Gang Green will be short-lived. That's how you turn around a program, and I think he's going to do it. Might not be this year, but it'll be rather soon for the New York Jets. On the other side, we break down MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, and Offensive Player of the Year in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Kittle goes on IR. San Francisco put in a tough spot at the start of the season. Kittle dealing with this hamstring injury officially goes on IR. Now you have multiple weapons. We went into the last San Francisco game against Seattle saying, oh boy, a lot's going to run through Kittle. And now he's removed from the equation. Puts even more pressure on CMC. But we're talking about missing at least 4 games. New Orleans this week, Arizona, Jacksonville, and a big divisional game against the LA Rams. That's a big blow to the 49ers offense.
I still think they can win, even if Mac Jones has to play quarterback, because that's the other part of the equation. We know Kittle's out, but in terms of who's playing quarterback, it might not be Brock Purdy. You do need these guys, though, big picture, obviously. San Francisco can't do big things, can't go over the win total, can't win the division, can't win the conference, and so on and so forth if all of their guys are dying on offense. I mean, this is maybe the most red depth chart in the league already, and it's not even week 2 yet. So many bodies are banged up on the offensive side of the ball, yet they are still 4.5-point favorites at New Orleans. That's how bad the Saints are. That's how bad they are. And you would think that even with Mac Jones and potentially a couple bodies down on that receiver room, they could still win. I'm not going to bet New Orleans because I think they stink. And I also think San Francisco's defense is still good enough to solve Spencer Rattler or Tyler Shuck if they eventually make a move, whatever. But this is alarming. As somebody holding a lot of Niners stock this season. This is not ideal, but it's also not really a surprise because a lot of these guys are brittle. You know, McCaffrey is an injury away from being out for a long time. Kittle's had issues before. You knew the receivers were hurt coming into the season. I still think they can win, even if they go to Mac Jones, but this is not great for a long-term believer in San Francisco.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebfe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on Sunday's super rematch between the Eagles and the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium. Philadelphia, a 1.5-point road favorite against the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll find out more about Xavier Worthy throughout the course of the week. Today, he's not practicing. Kansas City's wide receiver after running into Travis Kelce, or I should say Travis Kelce running into him last Friday night in their loss to the Los Angeles Chargers. But Nick will let us know his thoughts on that game coming up to start the 4 o'clock hour. But right now here at 3:40, and this will be a season-long staple on Wednesdays and Thursdays, 3:40s. NFL awards breakdown, appointment listening and watching throughout the National Football League season. And today I want to break down 3 of the awards. We'll do the other 4 coming up tomorrow as we get set for week 2. But today let's get into MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year. We're going to start with the most valuable player of the year because, hey, that's the most important one. That's the one that everybody all argues on the daytime shows and et cetera, et cetera. And people are still arguing last year's MVP going to Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson. But our favorite is the guy who won it last year, being Bills quarterback Josh Allen. He is plus 310 over at BetMGM. As we do with every single awards market, we take a look at the market and we take a look at the favorite and we say, hey, is this a guy that you want to try to beat right now? And if you had nothing in this market, I would look at that and say, absolutely not. I'm not trying to beat Josh Allen because as we've detailed all throughout the offseason, and this is dating back to May when the schedule came out, if the Bills were able to get past Baltimore, which they did on Sunday in dramatic fashion, it sets up for this team to have a monster win-loss record. Buffalo right now to win the AFC East over at BetMGM, because we all know the MVP typically goes to a quarterback on a 1 or a 2 seed. Last year, the Bills were the 2 seed. Like, you want to have a big-time record, 13, 14 kind of wins. Right now, the Bills to win the AFC East, minus 700. Like, it's week 2. They're minus 700 to win the division. To be the AFC number 1 seed, which is the biggie. Like, they were not the 1 seed last year, but they have a chance to be the 1 seed this year, especially after beating Baltimore. Even money. Plus 100 for Buffalo to be the 1 seed. Their updated win total is at 12.5. And shout out our guy, Mike Brown, who has on the right rail. If you're not watching this, like, you need to find on Twitch or YouTube, like, a phenomenal job with Josh Allen's week 1 stats. We got the photo of Josh Allen. Like, this is kick-ass kind of stuff here. This is what we're talking about. Absolutely love it for our guy, downtown Mike Brown. But Josh Allen right now at plus 310 to get back to the MVP. Like, he makes a ton of sense for a guy that can win this award. And if you're bullish on the Buffalo Bills, I hope you had some Josh Allen prior to the start of the season because we talked about this ad nauseum. Hey, Buffalo, Josh Allen, MVP, that's what you want to bet if you want to bet into that market. Now, some other interesting names to discuss that I think are out there, and another guy that I also bet, because we bet two guys heading into this season. The first one I did not bet, but I couldn't help but look at the player and the price and at least think to myself, that's interesting. And that's with Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes has won this award 2 times. Right now at BetMGM, he is 10-1 to win the MVP. Of course, Kansas City coming off the loss. Their chances of being the 1 seed, take a little bit of a hit, but it's only one game. Not like they've lost 5 in a row or something like that. They could still be the 1 seed or be a top 2 seed. He can still put up big time stats like he has in previous iterations of his career. But the Chiefs right now to be the 1 seed, they're plus 850. They're plus 175 to win the division. When's the last time you saw that for Kansas City? Plus 175 after dropping the game to the Chargers. Now, the updated win total is still sitting at 10.5. The only issue with buying Mahomes now is that they're favored to lose the game on Sunday. And if you bet 10-1 today, they lose to the Eagles on Sunday, that 10-1 is probably like 20-1. I think it actually might go that drastic, just given the fact that the vibes around 0-2 teams are never that great. I'm not saying that would be right, but I think it could get to that point to where maybe then you'd actually want to buy on an 0-2 Mahomes. But even then, at that point, you're kind of just chasing, right? I don't know if you want to even get involved. So I think Mahomes, it's tantalizing. And I even thought to myself this morning, I was like, do I really want to do this? When's the last time Mahomes this early in the season was 10-1 to win the MVP? I'm still going to pump the brakes. I do have a bet in this market, but it will not be Patrick Mahomes. Another guy that I think is really interesting, Packers quarterback Jordan Love, coming off a really strong performance against the Detroit Lions. Jordan Love was a bet that we liked here when we talked about the awards all throughout the offseason. Those were the two guys. It was Josh Allen and Jordan Love, because I felt that Buffalo and Green Bay had the chance to get the 1 seed, and I wanted both guys to where if it's an argument between the two, we just sit back and wait to collect our money at NFL Honors. That's what the goal is right here. But Jordan Love was at 20-1, 25-1 prior to week 1 and prior to the Michael Parsons trade. He's now down to 12-1 after his really good performance against Detroit. Packers to win to be the 1 seed in the NFC. They're 4-1. They're co-favorites with Philadelphia to be the 1 seed. 4-1 are the Green Bay Packers to win the North, minus 125, which is a really that's a pretty damn good price for a team that is in a tough division. Minus 125 is a lot of respect for Green Bay right there, because it's only one game, folks. We have to remember that. Packers adjusted win total is at 11.5. Expected to have a big time season. Hopefully, if you've been listening to our awards content throughout the season, you don't have to worry about betting Jordan Love. You already got Jordan Love at bigger prices than what are currently available. We absolutely love to see that. But the guy that I think that you should be betting this week, if you have both Jordan Love and Josh Allen in the MVP market, and this is a guy that I bet earlier this afternoon. And I didn't think I would get to this conclusion, but after thinking about it more, I think it makes a lot of sense. That's Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, who is 15-1 right now at BetMGM. So the big caveat here for the Chargers is that, will they actually win the AFC West? I say no, but I could also be wrong. This could also be year from hell for Kansas City, as the Super Bowl loser has that hangover that's been documented for many years. We just saw it last year with San Francisco. And right now, the Chargers to win the AFC West is plus 190. We just got done breaking down the Chiefs price. Kansas City's plus 175. Chargers are plus 190. They're damn near co-favorites. So if that's going to be the case, I would much rather bet the longer price in Justin Herbert as opposed to the price with Mahomes at 10-1, also based off the fact that Herbert's team just beat Mahomes' team. So Herbert at 15-1, I think is a price. Now, is it playing a little bit of defense? It is, because I like the Josh Allen position. I like the Jordan Love position, playing a little bit of defense, but as a price that could come down because Herbert's next game on the road, Monday Night Football, standalone spot against a Raiders defense that's not that great. It could be another strong performance for Justin Herbert, to where the talk out of that game, out of week 2 is, wow, Justin Herbert, the guy that we all knew was great, has finally arrived. I don't want to have to sweat that out. So 15-1, Justin Herbert is a bet that I have made right now in the MVP market. Now, that's me, and those of you who've been listening and kind of building your portfolio similar to what I have, I think that's how you want to attack this. It's Herbert as an addition to Allen and Allen and Love. And then right now, we're going to be naked to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. But that's where we sit currently. As for a price that I would never bet, it is Joe Burrow. Feels like the same song as last year. I don't think they're going to win the division. So I'm not going to bet Joe Burrow, especially when the price is plus 800. Let's get over to Offensive Player of the Year as we continue to matriculate throughout the NFL awards. The favorite, Ravens running back Derrick Henry. Did you watch the game on Sunday? And I'm not talking about the fumble, which was really, really bad and led to Buffalo winning the game. I'm talking about the other stuff, where Henry was averaging almost 10 yards per carry. A justified favorite at plus 550 over at BetMGM. Ravens minus 145 to win the North. Updated win total of 11.5. He checks a lot of boxes for this award. But I will say this, though. I think a guy that you want to consider betting, and I haven't bet it yet because I'm touch and go with the situation. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua. It was a low-scoring game on Sunday, so we didn't get a lot of the headlines. But Puka Nacua was 10 catches, 131 yards on a team that, if Stafford's going to look like what he looked like on Sunday, which was a healthy quarterback, why can't the Rams be a contender once again? Like, my whole handicap on the Rams has been, I don't think Stafford's going to make it through. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say Stafford plays 15 games, 16 games. He loves throwing to Puka Nacua. 18-1 at BetMGM. Once again, I have not placed the bet yet, but over the next couple of days, maybe when we have this conversation tomorrow and we talk about some of the other awards, maybe I'll update us on the Nacua situation. But 18-1, I'm looking long and hard at Puka Nacua to win OPOY. I think it just makes a lot of sense. Like, he is gonna get a ton of targets, and the team is gonna have some success. Like, their updated win total's 10.5. They're gonna be there as a playoff contender if the quarterback can stay healthy, which is the big caveat. But through one game, it's just one game, but he did look pretty good. So Nacua at 18-1, I'm hovering on clicking the button on adding that guy to my Offensive Player of the Year portfolio. And then finally, with Defensive Player of the Year, the favorite is Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons. He's plus 550. The guy looked like a bat out of hell on the few snaps that he did play against the Detroit Lions. It's justified. Their updated win total is 11.5. They're minus 125 to win the North. Makes a ton of sense. But if you wanted to be, I guess, alternative and wanted to kind of go off the beaten path and kind of go at Micah Parsons, I think you do it with a long shot. And the long shot in this market that I talked about before the season started, and it was kind of like a dart of, hey, like, maybe just consider betting this. I bet some, but just maybe consider betting it. It's Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton, who right now at BetMGM is still 50-1. I think after the game that we saw on Sunday, and they gave up a ton of points, that's not what it's going to be like for this Baltimore Ravens defense going forward. Hamilton, that dude, anytime he's on the field, he looks like he's the best player on the field. And I was looking at Pro Football Focus, PFF. Hamilton, of players who played at least 50% of their team's defensive snaps, was the highest graded player in the NFL in week 1. That dude is awesome. He's 50-1. He's on a team that's going to win a bunch of games, likely to win their division. If Parsons is dealing with this back injury and it's touch and go throughout the season, and maybe the other edge rushers don't really pop, let's say Houston struggles with my guy Will Anderson with their situation at offensive line. The Niners are already going through injuries now, so Nick Bosa gets crossed off. We know the Rams, it could be fickle with Matthew Stafford and Jared Verse. Like, Kyle Hamilton could be the alternative to all the edge rushers kind of bricking this season. Because we saw that last year, and Surtain ended up being the beneficiary. I think Kyle Hamilton would be that guy this season, and everybody already recognized him as the undisputed best defensive back in the National Football League. On the other side, our guy Nick Costos joins us with his thoughts on the super rematch on Sunday between the Eagles and the Chiefs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
We're taking Miami. Minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators. And that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. We'll look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm an NFL junkie. I think I like the NFL more than my wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell anybody. I love the National Football League.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Mike McDonald kicking that field goal at the end of the game at 10-10 is a loser. Young Wei Koo should be Young Wei Cut. What a loser. I hope and pray the over is the worst beat of the whole season. If that's the case, it's going to be a great year.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful Football Wednesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you The fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up, it's Wednesday. We're starting to get injury reports for Week 2 in the NFL this weekend for the games to be played on Sunday and Monday. And we just got some breaking news out of San Francisco. Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan literally moments ago in real time saying that Brock Purdy is a long shot to play on Sunday on the road at the New Orleans Saints. We'll bring you It Moved coming up next hour on the show. Everything that's happening with the side and total for the Niners and the Saints. I'll give you my analysis of that game as well. And as we sit at this moment right now at BetMGM, because this is all happening in real time, at MGM, San Francisco is holding as a 4.5-point road favorite. There are sports books in Las Vegas that went down to 3 with this news on Brock Purdy, unlikely to play in the game. Mac Jones would start for the San Francisco 49ers. It went back up to 3.5, so it's jostling in between 3 and 3.5. BetMGM is the people's sports book. BetMGM is making it legendary right now by hanging a number on the New Orleans Saints that you, our listeners and viewers, should consider betting. Even if the bet doesn't win. If this game's going to close 3 or 3.5, then perhaps you, right now, the listener or viewer, should consider betting New Orleans plus 4.5, even if the bet loses. Again, Kyle Shanahan just said Brock Purdy is unlikely to play on Sunday. Sports books are moving to 3. BetMGM's hanging a 4.5. Make it legendary right now by getting yourself a piece of Saints plus 4.5, and then you can decide what to do after that. I'm going to do a refresh right now here. Again, this is all just happening just now. We are at 4.5 and 42.5. So for those interested, just wanted to get that out there. BetMGM, make it legendary. We love BetMGM. They do it for us, for the people. Lots more injury news to discuss in the National Football League, including more bad news for the Miami Dolphins. Some bad news for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll get to that coming up in a moment. And some good news for Michael Penix Jr. and the Atlanta Falcons. Sunday Night Football on the road in Minnesota. We will get to all of it as we move along. Femi and I will break down Week 3 in college football. We've got some awesome games coming up this weekend on the college gridiron, and we'll give you our betting takes on many of them, including LSU and Florida this Saturday in Death Valley. 3 tremendous guests will join the show today. Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger. On 3, college football insider, our pal Brett McMurphy, and our good buddy Danny Parkins of First Things First. We can't wait to be joined by Baldy, Brett McMurphy, and Danny Parkins. And all our bets for tonight will close the show in the final hour, the Power Hour, on this Wednesday. And we begin, officially, this wonderful Football Wednesday in the same place we ended the 2024 NFL season, with the Philadelphia Eagles against the Kansas City Chiefs. A Super Bowl 59 rematch this Sunday at Arrowhead. And the Eagles fans, and Eagles bettors sure hope it goes like the Super Bowl did, when Philly dominated Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs 40-22. And honestly, we all watched the game, it was not as close as the final score indicates. It was an absolute ass-kicking from the Eagles to the Chiefs, much to our chagrin as a show, and to my chagrin as someone who bet the Chiefs all season long. And it was great until it wasn't. So the Eagles absolutely dominated that Super Bowl. And now we get a super rematch in Week 2. And the 2025 NFL season for these two teams started the way the 2024 season ended for both of them. The Philadelphia Eagles with a win last Thursday night at home against the Dallas Cowboys, and the Kansas City Chiefs with a loss Friday night in Brazil against the Los Angeles Chargers. And when you take that into consideration, Philly winning, Kansas City losing, and the fact that Jalen Carter is going to play in this game for the Philadelphia Eagles. He is not going to be suspended. We told you that on the show yesterday. It should not surprise anyone that the Eagles are a small favorite in this game as it stands right now. Philly, a 1-point favorite right now at BetMGM, with the total sitting at 47. And there's a lot on the line here for the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't want to get too dramatic about the 0-2 stuff, right? Team starts 0-2, we're automatically throwing dirt on their grave and, proclaiming the season to be over for the team that starts 0-2. Obviously, I think if you have a functioning brain, like no one thinks that the season's over for the Chiefs if they lose this game on Sunday. Of course, they can still make the playoffs. Of course, they can still win some games in January. But there are some facts out there that make it difficult to imagine the Chiefs, if they lose this game on Sunday, could win the Super Bowl. Only 3 teams in the history of the NFL in the nearly 60-year Super Bowl era have started 0-2 and gone on to win the Lombardi Trophy, to win the Super Bowl. The 1993 Dallas Cowboys, the 2001 New England Patriots, and you might remember the second of those 2 losses to begin the season. Mo Lewis, meet Drew Bledsoe, meet Tom Brady. The 2001 New England Patriots, and my 2007 New York Giants. Lost to the Cowboys in the season opener, and then Brett Favre in Green Bay in week 2 before going on a revenge tour against those 2 teams in the divisional round and championship Sunday. Hell yeah. So, of course, like the Kansas City Chiefs season's not over if the Chiefs lose on Sunday. Could they still win the Super Bowl? Of course they could. History is against them if they do, in fact, lose this game. And at this point in the week right now, and things can change, this player has not been declared out. Well, Jalen Royals, it looks like he's going to be out, the Chiefs rookie receiver. Andy Reid saying it's a long shot for Jalen Royals, the rookie 4th-rounder, mid-round pick, to make his NFL debut this weekend. But the receiver that we're all watching for is Xavier Worthy. Is Worthy going to play on Sunday after he got injured by his own teammate, Travis Kelce, this past Friday night in Brazil? Well, Xavier Worthy not practicing today for KC, so he'll not practice to start the week. Andy Reid not ruling out practice later in the week, either tomorrow on Thursday or on Friday for Xavier Worthy. And just to really punch home the point that I made yesterday about Travis Kelce, when Travis Kelce made the He's a Slap segment, and I killed Travis Kelce for his involvement in the play that got Xavier Worthy hurt. Does anybody see the irony in Travis Kelce, who many people, not just me, but many people are saying he's distracted? His head's not in the game. And whether or not we can all understand why, the fact that he's going to marry like the most famous woman in the world, I totally get it. You can totally understand it. But does anyone understand the irony of the fact that Travis Kelce, on his podcast, that he does with his brother, is saying, my head wasn't in the game to start on Friday night. I'm paraphrasing, but this is the spirit of what he's saying. Like, he wasn't locked in to start the game, doesn't run the right route, and injures one of his teammates. Travis Kelce is not a curtain-jerking, slappy jabroni at tight end. In my estimation, in the 35 years that I've been watching football, he's the second best tight end of my lifetime, behind only Rob Gronkowski. He is a no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer. No doubt, prior to any of the Taylor Swift stuff. Of course, you watch him on the field, he's one of the greatest tight ends to ever play the game. To ever play. And he's making mental errors like this, short-arming potential touchdown passes at the end of the game. And I'm not saying the Chiefs would have won the game if he had caught that touchdown instead of kicking a field goal, but I mean, come on. Need a way better effort from Travis Kelce. Head so far up his rear end, you can smell the pancakes he had for breakfast. Figure it out, 87. Like, come on. I would hope that you get a better Travis Kelce effort this weekend. That his head's actually in the game coming up on Sunday. So all the talk right now, and I'm part of it. I just did a number of minutes on it. All the talk in this game is about the Kansas City Chiefs. Lost in week 1. Worthy hurt. Kelsey, public mea culpas. All the talk of 0-2, which I just did as well. So everyone's talking about the Kansas City Chiefs and the negativity swirling around them. Really punching home also what a lot of people have been saying this offseason, that it's either Buffalo's time or Baltimore's time in the AFC. And after what we saw on Sunday night, I'm sure a lot of people currently think it's Josh Allen's time and the Buffalo Bills' time. While we're all talking, though, about Kansas City, and I think it's all fair, there's something we're not talking about as it regards this game on Sunday. And I think it's something very important that's going to impact a bet that I have made on this game with the Eagles and the Chiefs. And that is the Philadelphia Eagles defense. Do you all remember? Do you remember? It was in September, technically. 6 days ago, as we do this on Wednesday. The Cowboys played the Eagles last Thursday night in the season opener. And prior to Mother Nature deciding that she needed to get involved in the game, the Dallas Cowboys, and I know Jalen Carter wasn't on the field, I understand. The Dallas Cowboys were ripping up this Philadelphia Eagles defense. And do you remember one of the lasting images of this game? Adoree Jackson getting burnt like a 30-year pothead by every single wide receiver base. The Dallas Cowboys receivers taking turns destroying Adoree Jackson. We talked about it on the show all summer. Eagles are going to be great. No one's saying they're going to miss the playoffs, not win the division, not go back to the Super Bowl. But this secondary is a concern. We watched Adoree Jackson get annihilated on Thursday night. Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio spoke yesterday on Tuesday to the media. And Vic Fangio said the plan is for Adoree Jackson to start this weekend at corner. They're rolling him back out there. And I know the first thought that people are going to have is, wow, like, how could you start this guy? He's brutal. I'm going to take it a step further. If he's starting, how bad is everybody else? Vic Fangio's no dummy. Nick Sirianni, I think, can come across like a dummy sometimes, but he's obviously a Super Bowl winning head coach. He's clearly not an idiot. They're not a stupid organization. Keely Ringo must suck. Ja'Cory Bennett only played 7 snaps last week, and maybe he plays more this weekend. Who knows? But I mean, if they felt like he were better than Adoree Jackson, he'd be playing. He'd be starting, right? No question. So Adoree Jackson's going to play. And he's going to start. Right now, things can change. Even if Xavier Worthy doesn't play, I want to know how, like, you telling me that Hollywood Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster can't make Adoree Jackson look silly? That Tyquan Thornton can't run right past him? Like, come on. With how he looked last Thursday night. I think it's a problem for the Eagles. And on the flip side, I'm not going to be able to get through all of it by the end of the segment here, so I'm going to do the setup, and then I'll close it out to start next segment. Last Friday night in Brazil, Kansas City Chiefs lost to the Chargers. And while people will look at what happened with Xavier Worthy as the main culprit why, there's another way more concerning issue right now as it concerns the Chiefs on their defense. And we'll talk about it next. And I'll tell you the bet that I like in this game. And then we'll take a spin on the injury carousel in the National Football League.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, how about Paul Skeens? We were talking about him last segment as one of the most exciting players in all of baseball. He's pitching today for the Pirates against the Orioles. Pittsburgh road favorites here at -145, Baltimore +120. And I'll say this, like, Baltimore has been pretty, underwhelming for the course of the season, but like the second half of the season, they've been all right. Like, they're certainly not going to contend for anything, but I think they're one of those teams that I'm like a little bit afraid to fade. But Paul Skeens also has an advantage here because they don't play the Orioles a lot. Because obviously, Pittsburgh is in the National League and the Orioles in the American League. So sometimes these intra-divisional, or what would be the right qualifier there? You get what I'm saying. When you're playing a team that's not from your league. Interleague. There you go. Paul Skeens has been really good. He has given up 2 runs or fewer against every American League team this year. Like, the only problems have come against National League teams. So I don't know if that's an angle worth manipulating here, but I do think Paul Skeens, if you look at maybe an under in this game, I still don't know if I trust the Pirates, though. Like, I trust Paul Skeens, but I'm not sure if I trust the Pirates. And they have been so god-awful on the road this year. They're 22-48 on the road this year. So how do we back Paul Skeens here?
I think I'm gonna add this to the card. I think I'm gonna go big card. Whatever. First 5, I got to shop around, but first 5 under 4 is -140. Tyler Wells looked good in his last start. And do you think the Pirates are going to hit him? The Pirates are one of the worst first 5 teams in all of baseball. Paul Skeens, we know Paul Skeens. I mean, he probably won't get hit. First 5 under 4 -140. I'm adding that to the card. Let's do it.
Yeah, first 5 unders are usually the play for the Pirates when Paul Skeens is pitching.
Got to stay away from
because it's like the perfect storm. Yeah, the perfect storm of the Pirates' offense is terrible, and Paul Skeens is like dependably good. Like, even when he blows up, like, okay, he gave up like 4 or 5 runs to the Brewers, one of the best teams in all of baseball, and also a team that gets to see him more often. So I do think all the factors line up. It's looking like a lot of first 5 unders for me.
Herbert's throwing, fading back, over the middle. Johnston, touchdown Chargers.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Rich Eisen with the call on Friday night on YouTube TV. So we went to break, and I was teasing, the big problem for Kansas City, which is actually not Xavier Worthy, like being out of that game against the Chargers. The big problem for the Chiefs, and it was the problem last Friday night, and I'm concerned that this could be a problem for them all season long, at least to begin the year. The Chiefs' pass defense on Friday night was absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. This is not to insinuate that Justin Herbert didn't play a great game, or to take anything away from Herbert's performance, or the players on the team, or the game called by Greg Roman and coached by Jim Harbaugh. The Chargers get a ton of credit, and Herbert was magnificent in the game, so please don't confuse. It's not like a veiled shot at the Chargers. But the Chiefs' pass defense was brutal. Now, Ladd McConkey got his. Ladd McConkey's already one of the best receivers in the league. So I'm going to take Ladd McConkey out of the equation for a moment. Consider this. Quentin Johnston You just heard his name in the highlight. I'm surprised. I almost laughed when I said his name because he's been a punchline the last couple years, and I don't mean that in a personal way. I've got him in a ton of fantasy football dynasty leagues. It's like a running joke. It's like Kyle Pitts. Like, is this Quentin Johnston's year? Maybe it will be this year. We'll see. But he's been a massive disappointment, obviously, in his NFL career. Quentin Johnston on Friday night, 5 catches, 79 yards. Keenan Allen, who last I checked, runs a 6.9 seconds 40-yard dash. Nice. 7 catches, 68 yards. Hell, even Tyler Conklin, 2 catches, 50 yards against the Chiefs. Now, instead of Quentin Johnston, Keenan Allen, and Tyler Conklin, imagine A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Goedert. It doesn't feel to me like the Chiefs are going to be able to slow down the Philadelphia Eagles' passing attack. Now, perhaps your counter to this would be to say, well, Nick, look at A.J. Brown, 1 catch for 8 yards last week. Devontae Smith, 2 catches for 16 yards. Like, how can we be so sure? Because the media in Philadelphia is doing its job. Asking head coach Nick Sirianni. Asking offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo, who may or may not be a disgrace to Italians. We'll see as the season moves along. And they're saying the right things. Game flow kind of dictated this happening, and they won, to be fair. They didn't lose to Dallas. It'd be one thing if these guys didn't touch the ball and they lost. They won, so you get away with it. But they're saying it too. They know that they got to get these guys, especially A.J. Brown, more involved in the game. So what do you think's going to happen on Sunday? You, the person watching, you, the person listening. Do you think this is going to be A.J. Brown, 1 catch for 8 yards? Really? Devontae Smith, 2 catches for 16 yards? Really? The total of the game right now is sitting, and I have to do a refresh here because I was stuck on this 49ers Saints game, which BetMGM has moved to 3. So Niners -3. Hopefully you grab those 4.5s again, even if the bet doesn't win. Nice to have, right? Definitely going to beat the market, pending something crazy happening with the Saints injury or something else. Total of this game right now is sitting at 47. I grabbed some over 47 earlier today. Now, it's possible that Xavier Worthy gets ruled out, and maybe this comes down a tick. That could happen. It's why I'm saying I grabbed a little 47. I wanted to have it in case Worthy plays, because I think it may go up, or at least it's going to stay the same. If it goes down 46.5, and we'll see, honestly, I don't know the answer to this question. Maybe the thought is just he's not playing in the game. We'll see. But that's why I'm going to offer this next part of my sentence. If it goes to 46.5 and Worthy's not playing, I'll bet the over again. I think this Eagles secondary's got issues. And I think this Kansas City pass defense and secondary also has issues. And I think it's going to lead to some points being scored on Sunday at Arrowhead. Who do I like to win the game? Well, Gardner Minshew could start for the Chiefs. And I'd probably bet Kansas City. Just saying. So, I may end up with the Chiefs ticket. We'll see. But that's more like wish casting by me. I'd really like to see Kansas City win the game. We'll see what happens as we move towards Sunday on the shows the next couple days. Over for me in this game. And I may come back and play it again if it goes to 46.5. And I do like Kansas City to win the game, but that could just be me being stubborn. All right. Couple other notes from around the National Football League. On Wednesday, injury report day for games to be played on Sunday. We're going to save the analysis of Niners Saints for it moved. Femi and I will talk about it more in depth next hour. As I told you, Purdy's not going to play on Sunday. This could be a multi-week injury. We'll go over the Niners schedule. And actually, while we're Femi, see if we can, are there any permutations of this that you and I can discuss to start next segment on Purdy if this is going to be a multi-week injury. So we'll get into that. BetMGM has brought the number down to 3. Other things around the National Football League. Dolphins Patriots on Sunday. This is, in terms of hype, not exactly Chiefs Eagles. But I think it's setting up as a massively fascinating game between 2-0, as much as 2-0-1 teams that both look like garbage in week one could possibly be. With the background of Mike McDaniel, I mean, like, he's in the news. Like, there are more things written about Mike McDaniel than, like, the president of the United States on a daily basis. You go to any NFL website, and it's like 5 of the 10 stories are like, Dolphins coach McDaniel says this. Tua Tagovailoa's play, leave something to be desired. Things can't possibly get any worse. See? Even NFL head coaches fall prey to the gambler's fallacy. The Miami Dolphins on Sunday, we told you yesterday, we're going to be without maybe their best corner, Storm Duck, and guard James Daniels. Now, it looks like they're going to be without right tackle Austin Jackson. So the entire right side of their offensive line and maybe their best corner. Not great. But for the New England Patriots, Christian Gonzalez did not practice today. So done. Not practiced today. Hasn't practiced since the end of July. Hamstring injury. Possible he gets back on the field. And that's the thing with the hamstring is, like, once he's back, like, he's going to be back. So if he practices Friday, I feel like he's going to play on Sunday. And we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. That's my guess. If you had to, strap me up to a lie detector right now, what do I think's going to happen? I think he's not going to play. So not great that he's not practicing. And also, Patriots defensive coordinator Terrell Williams, and we hope he's okay, dealing with a health concern and is away from the team right now. And Mike Vrabel and other defensive coaches are installing the defensive game plan. So there's a lot going on here with this game right now, with the Patriots and the Dolphins, two teams that desperately need a win. And as much as I don't want to bet I don't want to bet Miami. As much as I don't want to bet the Patriots, for all the things going on right now in this game from a New England perspective that are not positive, you can at least say this. They haven't quit. Did the Miami Dolphins quit last week against the Colts? What's your honest answer to that question? Answer that question for yourself and then say, who do I want to bet to win basically a pick'em game this weekend? For me, it's the Patriots or pass. You bet on this Wednesday. Let's talk about my New York Football Giants. On the road in Dallas this weekend against the Cowboys. And earlier this week, we detailed the move in the spread. We talked last Friday following Cowboys-Eagles. Like, wow, Dallas 3.5. Wonder if that's going to last. Now it's 6. And maybe on the way up. We'll see. Because today, Giants star left tackle Andrew Thomas did not practice for Big Blue. Giants head coach Brian Daboll, not my favorite person, said that this was part of the plan to hold Thomas out of practice today, and the hope is that he practices tomorrow on Thursday and then on Friday and plays in this game. Who the hell knows what's happening here? We saw last Sunday against the Washington Commanders, whose defensive front no one will confuse, this is for my friend Bill Zimmerman, with the 1985 Chicago Bears. Looked like here's Richard Dent, the great Steve Mongo McMichael, Dan Hampton and company, Mike Singletary, and all those great players on the Bears. The Commanders look like them on Sunday against the Giants, sans Andrew Thomas. If Andrew Thomas doesn't play, and we get news of that, I'm going to end up betting the Cowboys, even if I think the number's a little out there already. The Giants' offense can't function without him. They're a disaster. We need to keep an eye on Andrew Thomas. Sunday Night Football this week. Pretty good. A national championship game rematch with the two quarterbacks from a couple years ago. J.J. McCarthy of the Michigan Wolverines against Michael Penix Jr. and Femi's Washington Huskies. And the Falcons getting a fantastic couple bits of injury updates today on this Wednesday. Both Drake London and Darnell Mooney practicing today for the Atlanta Falcons. And they need Not one of them, both of them. At the very least, you need Drake London for this offense to operate. And we can criticize Atlanta, and I think it's deserved, for not adding like another receiver this year, because when everyone's healthy, like, it's okay. Like London and Mooney and Ray McLeod in the slot, with Casey Washington as a backup and Kadarrell Hodge as a backup and Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson. Like, you can win with that. You can have a successful, functional offense with that. But when you take one of these guys out, especially London and Mooney to a lesser extent, I don't know how you expect to move the ball in a competent fashion. And at the end of the game on Sunday, we've detailed this. London's out, Mooney's out, and Michael Penix Jr. is throwing to a bunch of scrubs. And they got chances to win the game, and the receivers can't catch the ball. And in one instance with Kadarrell Hodge, he doesn't even turn to see the football on the potential game-winning pass. Both guys are practicing today on Wednesday. I think that's a great sign for their availability on Sunday night. And the betting market agrees. Because earlier this morning, this point spread was Minnesota minus 4.5. And now we sit at 3.5. So hopefully, we've talked for years on the show about, teaching you, our listeners and viewers, to fish. Just like we can plop the fish down on your plate. We don't always have to be right. Like, the games get played and anything happens. But hopefully we teach you how to fish. That based on what we talked about this week, that if these receivers are practicing, the point spread's coming down. There's no question about it. Which does not guarantee the Falcons will cover. But just saying. I do think the Falcons will cover. And it makes me a little nervous because it's mad scientist Brian Flores going up against Michael Penix Jr. But I am a Michael Penix guy. And did my best, Darrell Hammond as Sean Connery impersonation from Celebrity Jeopardy. Allow me to say, and paraphrase, the Penix Mightier. I had to stop and think about that one before I let it rip. You never know. So I'm on Atlanta on Sunday night because London and Mooney are going to play, and I feel pretty good about that with the Atlanta Falcons. The situation in San Francisco, as we talked about to start the show, is a pretty wild one right now, where another season for the 49ers begins with a bunch of injuries to key players. Kittle on IR. We don't know if Jawan Jennings is going to play. Brock Purdy now, possibly week to week. Current point spread, Niners -3, and the total in the game has dipped from 42.5 to 40.5. So again, hopefully you were able to get in on this and be able to grab that. Femi and I will talk about it on the other side. And the last note for now, and it concerns Monday Night Football with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Houston Texans. We haven't talked about this game a lot this week. We'll get into it more next hour with it moved. So the Houston Texans have a couple offensive line injuries coming out of Sunday's loss on the road in LA against the Rams. We won't know more for sure until tomorrow because it's a Monday night game. So Thursday is the Wednesday, right, for those two teams. CJ Stroud and DeMeco Ryans are both on record criticizing the offense's practice habits last week in the lead up to the regular season opener. Stroud, the word that he used, was lollygagging. And it led to the play calls coming in late and then not getting set at the line of scrimmage, setting protections, etc. I think about that. And then I think about what Hassan Reddick and Vita Vea and Todd Bowles did last week to the Atlanta Falcons. I think it makes for an interesting on-field handicap on Monday with the Bucs and the Texans. On the other side, we'll talk about the San Francisco 49ers and the Brock Purdy injury and give you our thoughts on the marquee college games this weekend, including Notre Dame and Texas A&M.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
produced by the Jews. Gotta roll their shoulders and really emphasize that thank you there, bartender. I earned that tequila already. I really appreciate the generous añejo pour. So let's go ahead and slug back some shots. They're gonna go down ultra smooth. What do you like at plus money, my man?
All right, so far I have bet 3 sides in the NFL in one money line, and 1 side and 1 money line are on the same team. I'm going to go with my Jags, man. I wasn't all that impressed with the Bengals, and weirdly enough, I actually was a little impressed with the defense. I thought it looked improved under Al Golden, but the offensive side of the ball, which I didn't think they were going to get off to a slow start this year. They played their guys in preseason. Turns out it didn't matter. Now, granted, they were going against the Browns, who really had the Bengals number, especially Joe Burrow's number here the last couple of years since he's entered the league. But I like this spot for Jacksonville, catching more than a field goal. And I like a little sprinkle on the money line at plus 150 as well. Trevor Lawrence didn't look all that great, but I do think that he's going to be much better here this week against this Bengals secondary. And I like the Jags defense from what I saw. You know, last year they were a mess. They tried to play a ton of man. Tyson Campbell got hurt, but I like their offseason. Jordan Lewis was a big pickup, man. He was all over the place, a really good slot corner. I think they keep this game close, so big bet on the Jags, but a little sprinkle on the money line. I think there's a good chance that they're going to beat Cincinnati, so I would avoid them in Survivor this week.
Brock Purdy won't practice left shoulder, toe.
Any further sense about whether Brock will be able to play on Sunday?
I think it's a long shot.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
That the voice of San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan addressing the media in what is now becoming like, you'd say it's like a bit, but it's not. Like, let me get up to the podium and talk about all our star players being injured again for the San Francisco 49ers. Femi's got some interesting betting applications for this Purdy news. Could be a multi-week injury for Brock Purdy. Femi will join me in a second, but first we want to tell our listeners and viewers to swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay. Use today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. And don't forget, and our live numbers are through the roof, and we appreciate everyone that consumes the show live, but we do exist in podcast form as well. So don't forget to download and subscribe to the You Better You Bet podcast. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. You can catch up on everything from today's show, including the 3 to 4 o'clock hour Eastern time, where Femi reacted to today's headlines and broke down how he's betting a bunch of NFL awards, including MVP, Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year. Femi, one of the best in the business when it comes to breaking down awards. You're going to want to hear his betting thoughts. Just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts and subscribe to You Better You Bet. Femi with me now. Femi, what's going on today, my friend?
How we doing, man? All of a sudden, this turned into a busy day, didn't it? With the San Francisco 49ers injury news, like all the stuff going on across the National Football League. A lot to get into. Bets are being made. It's fun this time of year. This is what we like, right? We're in it. We're in it now week-to-week basis, but it's a lot of fun.
When should I have like a personal thing I want to do on the show. When should we do that later? Should we do it now for like a minute?
We got time right now. I don't think anything's moving right now.
It's going to hijack the show for a second because you're going to have a strong reaction.
So do you want to do it after Baldy before we get into it moved?
No, let's do it. I want to do it now. Okay.
You want to do it now?
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it now then.
So the woman that has been cutting my hair for a while now. I go there once a week. I tip her well, and she does a good job, and like it's like a great place, and I've been happy. The last couple weeks, I'm not thrilled. I'm looking at myself on camera right now, and I'm not thrilled with this haircut. It's not even all the way around. One side is like it's like collapsed on one side. It's not even. Like it needs to be like when I do my hair, it all has to flow in one direction, and it doesn't. It's all over the place, and I'm not happy. And I'm contemplating breaking up with her tomorrow.
Wow.
Now I'm not going. So I'm gonna go there tomorrow, and I'm gonna respectfully say, listen, like I need a little more consistency, please, like with my hair. I'm on camera. It's not even about being on camera. I'm vain.
You're paying.
Well, and I'm very vain, and I admit that it's one of the seven. Yeah, it's not great. It's not. I'm not bragging. It's a negative thing. I think I may have to. I think I may have to like stop seeing her, like stop showing up.
Have you ever done that? Because I've never broken up with a barber. It's always been because I've moved. Like that's always been like the clean breakup of like, hey, I'm moving. If I'm ever in town again, yeah, I'll come through. But like that's always been it. I've always had an easy out. And like I'm actually going to go to the barber shop after the show today. Like I like my barber, but I've never had to break up with one. Have you ever done that?
So not only have I never done it, but I found that. So when I lived in Astoria in Queens, I moved to Fort Lauderdale to start my career as an on-air talent almost 10 years ago next month, October 2015. And when I moved to South Florida, one of my barbers in Astoria in Queens where I lived had moved to Hollywood, Florida, like 6 months prior to me moving. And Hollywood was like 25 minutes away from where I live, maybe a little more than Fort Lauderdale. And I went to see him, and it was like so funny. It's like we both live in Florida now. Like a year ago, we both lived in New York. And he was the best. His name was Armin. I loved Armin. When Armin moved, there was a guy that worked in his barber shop who had like a funny eye, but I didn't really think anything of it. And if I think his name was Steve, but I could be wrong about that. And if he cut my hair 10 times, like 4 were good, 4 were horrible, and 2 were average. And I would keep going, even though haircuts were terrible. I asked Armin, I was like, what the hell was the deal with Steve? He goes, he's blind in one eye. Like his eye, he was blind. And I still went there. He was freaking blind. And I still went there, blind in one eye. This is tough for me, man. I just feel like everyone's kind of felt that at some point. Like Tyler should have broken up with his barber recently.
Yes. So I guess like
she took a weed whacker to his dome.
She did. He grew into it though. He grew into it, and it looks much better now. But like, walk me through the conversation. Like, you sit down. Like, are you getting your haircut one, or are you going to somebody else in the barbershop or in the salon?
What I'm gonna say is, I've already rehearsed it. I did this with my wife earlier, and she like
role play.
She hates me. Like, she does not want to have these conversations. She's like, let's talk about how we're gonna parent our daughter today. And my response is, let me tell you about this conversation I've rehearsed in my head about how I'm going to speak to the woman that cuts my hair tomorrow.
She's like, I'm totally not. I don't care.
I think what I'm going to say is, I'm on camera, and it's been a little inconsistent. Like we kind of have to figure this out, please. I can't say figure it out. Like very aggressive. Well, I have to be like I'm going to try and be very nice.
Let me play the role of the barber. Well, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm sorry you haven't liked how things have been going the last few times you've been here. I've had a lot going on in my life. I'm a little bit distracted, but I promise we'll get it back on track.
Yeah, I don't want to. You know me well enough to know, like, I'm going to be nice. If she says that, I'm going to be like, I'm really sorry stuff's happened in your life. And then, but I don't, Yeah, you know me well enough to know that I'm not going to react well to something like that. I don't like excuses.
He said, "You know what?
I'm not going to be a jerk. I'm going to be nice, but then, like, in my head, I'm going to be thinking, like, loser." like
there's winners and losers in life.
So, she's done a great job. I really like her.
So,
I want this to work out.
So yeah. So it's just because like you're talking about how like you think it's a little bit uneven. Is that it, or like, you think there's other stuff that's going on?
It's uneven.
To me, at least, it doesn't look like I don't look at you and think, wow, Nick's got a bad haircut. Like that doesn't come to my mind. Right?
So I'll say this, and I think it's true. The lighting in this studio I'm in, this new studio I'm in, I look like, if for people that are watching the show, I'm not saying I'm Brad Pitt at all. I think I look great with this lighting. And when I leave this room and like I go to the bathroom here and I look at myself in the mirror, like I'm way uglier in person than I am like with this. I think this lighting makes me look good. The lighting's unreal in here. Like I wish that like people would follow me around with these lights 24/7. I walk out of here and like I don't, and I'm not even saying I'm like that happy. I mean, I look way better on camera than I do off camera. I think that maybe has something to do with it. Anyway, I probably hijacked this enough, but I think we've all kind of felt that way, right?
Good.
Like, do you want to break up with?
I mean,
break up with your barber.
There's been times that I've gone to my barber where I go to here in Las Vegas. His name's Josh. Like, there's been times where I've been like, it wasn't Josh's best effort. And then there's times where it's like, okay, I really like what he did. Now, sometimes it's correlated with how much we're talking. I try not to talk to my barber because I'm just like, you know what, I want to get in and out of here. And like, I want you to just do a really good job and not distract you. So please just cut my hair. But like, do you talk to your barber? That's my last question. Like, do you talk to her? Or is it just kind of usual? Like, you sit down, here's what I want. She does it. And then you go on.
She knows. I usually sit and I'm like on my phone the whole time. I think I need to pay attention.
So she doesn't talk to you. She doesn't bother you. She's like, this guy's doing stuff, so I'm not going to bother him or whatever.
Yeah, I think I need to pay attention. I think that'll make it better. So we'll see.
Do you ever small talk with her, or is it just?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
I like her. It's like she's cool. But So we'll report back on this, the potential barber breakup. Yeah. You bet here on this Wednesday. What do you have for us on the San Francisco 49ers and potential impact of this Brock Purdy injury in the betting markets?
Yeah, this is a big one. And we'll talk about week 2 when we get into It Moved coming up in the next hour and where that betting market has gone right now. New Orleans, a 3-point home dog against the San Francisco 49ers. But in terms of season-long stuff, this does impact season-long bets. Look at the division market to win the NFC West. Currently, BetMGM actually has it off the board. The NFC West is not up, but some other domestic sports books do have the NFC West division up. And right now, the favorites to win the West, I'm looking at it right here. The Rams are plus 165. The Niners are plus 175. Cardinals are 3-1. Seahawks are 9-1. I think Arizona, given their schedule and what's coming up, we talked a little bit about this when the schedule came out back in May. But like, just think about it. This Sunday, they're a damn near touchdown favorite at home against the Carolina Panthers. Next week, they're at San Francisco. That's like the ideal time to play the Niners, especially if this is a multi-week injury. They have a chance to steal a division road win against Mac Jones next Sunday. After that, on a short week, they host the Seattle Seahawks, where they'll be favored, not a massive favorite, but they'll be favored in the game. And then it's home against the Titans, at the Colts, and then the big one is home against the Green Bay Packers, which, still probably a coin flip game if we're doing the 8 buckets exercise. So you can see how all of a sudden we could be talking when they get to their bye week in week 8. Is this the 6-1 Arizona Cardinals? And if that's the case, don't you want to buy some Arizona Cardinals stuff right now? 3-1 to win the NFC West. BetMGM currently doesn't have it up right now. I think that's a bet you want to make. And also from an awards perspective, I was scheduled to talk about NFL Coach of the Year coming up tomorrow, and we'll do it a little bit more in depth tomorrow. But to me, Jonathan Gannon right now at BetMGM is 12-1 to win Coach of the Year. I think that's a bet. Because if this team fulfills those expectations and wins these games and starts out 6-1, I mean, if they ever were undefeated, of course, that'd be a massive story. But if they have the big record at the bye week, I think you're going to hear a lot of people talking about Gannon, and at least the price will go in your favor. And you can kind of figure out the rest of it after that if you want to get some other coaches or whatever. But at least from a price standpoint, that price is a really good chance of dropping right now. So I think the Cardinals to win the West, I like. Gannon to win Coach of the Year, I also like as well at the price of 12-1.
All right, it's good stuff there on the Arizona Cardinals with Brock Purdy potentially out for multiple weeks with this injury, and he's going to miss this game, it looks like, for the Niners and the Saints on Sunday in New Orleans. Yeah. San Francisco a 3-point favorite in that game, total 40.5. More on that coming up in It Moved next hour on the show. We were going to do college football here. Maybe we'll do a little later. Do you have one favorite college football bet for this weekend to one of the big games? And we could do more on it later.
Yeah, I would say probably my favorite bet is Miami. I think this is setting up for the Miami Hurricanes to whack South Florida. Like South Florida's beat a couple of ranked opponents. They whacked Boise State. They beat Florida. Now they got Miami's attention. And Miami's defense, which has been kind of an underrated story 2 weeks into the season, much improved from what we saw last year. Hell, if they had this defense last year, Cam Ward probably wins the Heisman Trophy as opposed to Travis Hunter. So I think Miami puts it on South Florida come Saturday.
I agree with that. I think Miami is a cut above what South Florida's played thus far this season. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We will start hour number 2, previewing week 2 in the National Football League with Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Let's go to the pros and look at the NFL slate that we have for week 1. We'll dive into half of the week 2 slate today. We'll look at the other half tomorrow. I see we got a question in the comments from Mr. Cover. Cowboys-Vikings moneyline parlay. Would you take that? PJ, appreciate the question, Mr. Cover. Getting to that in a little bit because we are talking about the Dallas and Giants game. But first, let's talk about the game we have coming up tomorrow between the Packers and the Commanders. Green Bay, a 3.5-point favorite, and the total in the game is 48. I really like Green Bay on the money line here. I think they're a great money line parlay piece at minus 190. So, Mr. Cover, you're looking for a money line parlay team. I think Green Bay is that team. We all know what big an advantage it is for teams to play at home on these Thursday night games this short week. And Matt LaFleur has been great on a short week. Washington was awesome against the spread last year under Jaden Daniels. They covered in week 1 against the Giants. And this line, to me, feels like it should be closer to like 5.5, especially with how impressive the Packers looked in week 1 against the Lions. So because of how great Daniels is against the spread and just how great of a quarterback he is, I think Green Bay is the much more talented team with the better coach. They're at home with one of the best home field advantages in the NFL there at Lambeau. So I do like the Packers on the money line, and I'd probably lay the 3.5 with Green Bay as well. Jags are going to be at the Bengals on Sunday. Since he's a 3.5-point favorite, total in the game is 49.5. I'm staying away from this one. A lot of people probably going to come away impressed with the Jags' performance against Carolina on Sunday. I think that was more about Bryce Young and the Panthers. I told you guys I have my concerns about the Panthers going into this season. Was Bryce Young going to revert back to his old ways for what we've seen much of his career? Or is he going to look like the guy we saw the final 6-7 games of his career or of year 2 last year? And it looked like the guy who's reverting back to his old ways. So I think that was more about Carolina. The Bengals continue to struggle early season. Burrow did not look good. They should have lost that game to the Browns. You're getting the ultimate key number at 3.5. I'm probably going to stay away from Bengals and Jags.
Names in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The wonderful Football Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Coming up 20 minutes from now, a giant 2-segment sized It Moved. Femi Abebefe and I will roll through every game in the National Football League this weekend, give you the update on the side, update on the total, update on all the injury news, and where we're leaning or betting these games. That's coming up 20 minutes from now. We will hit every single game on the board in NFL Week 2. Next hour on the show, Brett McMurphy will join us, college football insider for our friends at On3. Danny Parkins will join us from First Things First on Fox Sports 1. We'll give you all our bets for tonight, and Femi and I will give you some thoughts on the college football slate this weekend. A bunch of awesome games coming up Week 3 of college football. But joining us right now to kick off the 5 o'clock hour here, Eastern time on this wonderful Football Wednesday, is our good buddy, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger. Baldy is the host of the Best Football Show podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Baldy, welcome back to the show. Happy Week 2, my friend, to you and yours.
Likewise, Nick and Femi, I feel the same way, man. I'm ready to turn the page on Week 1. Looking ahead here to Week 2 like everybody else right now.
Baldy, I want to hit you with a bunch of matchup-specific stuff for a bunch of these games this weekend that we think could decide games and obviously win bets. Let's start tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football, an absolute banger. I can't wait to watch this game as the Green Bay Packers host the Washington Commanders. Green Bay, Baldy, is currently a 3.5-point home favorite against Washington. The total of the game is 48, so expect it to be a little high scoring here with Washington and Green Bay. And the matchup that I'm curious your take on, and we don't know if Green Bay is going to have a couple offensive linemen. We won't know until tomorrow with Tom and Banks, game time decisions per head coach Matt LaFleur. But when you study the Green Bay Packers defense now with Micah Parsons, the impacts he's had on some of these other pass rushers, how do you see that going? Parsons and the Green Bay pass rush versus Jaden Daniels, and if that matchup could decide the game?
Well, it likely could. The first thing you got to do, though, in what Green Bay did to Detroit last week was they completely shut down the run. And, David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 44 yards on 20 carries. I mean, they just shut them down. They attacked the line of scrimmage. The inside linebackers, Edgerrin Cooper, Quay Walker, they were on their game. And so then Micah got on the field, Nick. I mean, he didn't start the game, and he wasn't out there on first down runs, but he played 30 snaps, and a lot of it was in pass rush situations. And he affected quite a few things. I think the interception that Goff threw to Evan Williams was because of Micah Parsons' pressure. He'd beaten Penei Sewell inside and was coming after Goff, and I don't think he had a good look at it. He affected a third down throw. He had a sack in that game. He affects things. He makes Rashawn Gary better. They got some other horses there too now, Lucas Van Ness. So the pass rush is far more lethal than it was at any point last year, and they were a good defense last year, top 10 defense. But they're much better right now with Mike in there.
Do you think the Commanders can keep this close, keep it within 3 points, or win the game tomorrow night, Thursday night?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've got they got a dynamic quarterback that is. Look, you can sack Jaden Daniels. You can get. I mean, they got to him last week. You could get to him, but he's going to make a lot of plays when you try to sack him. I mean, his ability to extend plays, to run. It's as good as anybody in this league right now at doing that. He did it to the Giants. He gutted the Giants a number of times. They moved the ball all day long. They got thwarted in a couple third downs, but I think they can still move the football against Green Bay. And I think you'll see a big part of Terry McLaurin in this game too. He was kind of invisible last week, but I think he'll be a much bigger part of the game this week.
Baldy, let's go to the Jets and the Bills on Sunday. And the Jets have been a hot bet this week amongst people that deal in our space, right? People that bet the National Football League. This point spread open with Buffalo off the big comeback on Sunday night against the Ravens. As a 7-point favorite, it's come down to 6.5. And Baldy, I am guessing that you loved what you saw on tape from Armand Membu and the Jets offensive line, even without Elijah Vera-Tucker. Do you think the Jets offensive line can play well enough in this game like it did against Pittsburgh for the Jets to keep this game close Sunday against Josh Allen and the Bills?
Nick, I fully expect him to. I mean, I saw Joe Tippmann, who played right guard for Elijah Vera-Tucker last week against Pittsburgh. I saw him play guard in the preseason, and in the limited time he played guard, I said he's a better guard than he is a center. And they're lucky because he is. And he filled in very capable. He was very good. Josh Myers was very good at center. Armand Membu, he didn't look like a rookie to me out there. They moved the line of scrimmage. They ran for 182 yards against Pittsburgh. Tanner Engstrom, the new offense coordinator, is very, very he's very creative in his formations, his motions, and how he attacks in the run game. You saw Breece Hall look like he did his rookie year, and I thought Justin Fields played a magnificent game. I think they can. I mean, Buffalo got gutted last week by Baltimore. It's a different style of running attack, but the best thing to do to Buffalo is to run right at them. They're undersized. They rely on movement and speed. They have an excellent nickel corner in Taron Johnson. You got to run right at them, and that's exactly what they did to Pittsburgh last week. I expect them to do more of the same against Buffalo this week.
As far as the Steelers are concerned, Baldy, 34 points scored against the Jets. But maybe some thinking that this is not what we're going to see all season long from Aaron Rodgers, Arthur Smith, and the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. Coming to town on Sunday, Mike McDonald and the Seattle Seahawks defense. Do Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers offense have a repeat in store on Sunday against Seattle and Mike McDonald?
Seattle's going to make Aaron hold the ball longer than he held it, I think, on Sunday. The way that they play their matchup zones, they forced the quarterbacks to hold it. You saw it in Brock Purdy last week. They're very good up front. Leonard Williams is as good as defensive tackle as there is in this whole league right now. He was a monster. Christian McCaffrey had to earn those 3 yards of carry against the Seattle defense. They're very good. I think they can limit the Steelers' run game. It's just a question of, can you affect Aaron Rodgers? They hit Aaron. The Jets hit him hard last week. They sacked him 4 times. They hit him a bunch. And he stood tall. I mean, Aaron was very, very tough in that game. This is a tricky. I don't think they're going to score in the 30s against Seattle. I really don't, unless they get takeaways. And Pittsburgh gets takeaways like they did at the end of the game last week on that kickoff return. But I think Seattle will limit the amount of times that they score. I don't think he's going to throw 4 touchdown passes against this secondary or this defense.
Yeah, the betting market expecting a lower scoring game between the Seahawks and the Steelers. Let's stay in the NFC West, Baldy. The San Francisco 49ers, about an hour ago, head coach Kyle Shanahan letting the media know that it'll be a long shot for Brock Purdy to play this week, dealing with a toe injury and a shoulder injury. The Niners are already down George Kittle. Juwan Jennings didn't practice today. We obviously know Brandon Ayuk's probably not coming back until October. With all of these injuries, based on what you saw in their win over Seattle, should bettors still feel confident that the Niners can go into New Orleans and beat the New Orleans Saints, a team that looked pretty good, I guess better than expectations saw against the Arizona Cardinals this past Sunday?
Well, Spencer Rattler had the ball in his hands, and he threw it to Juwan Johnson with 9 seconds to go to tie the game up, and Budda Baker knocked it out of his hands. But they were right there. I think San Francisco's defense is a lot better than Arizona's. The way that they played, it looked like old school football, the way the 49ers hit and got off blocks and affected Seattle and got the 2 fumbles, in the fourth quarter that's really changed the balance of that game. I like San Francisco's defense to carry this game. I don't know, what Mac Jones is going to look like, and I don't know who's healthy in the offensive line. New Orleans played very good defensively last week against Arizona. So I expect a low-scoring game, but I expect San Francisco to continue to do the same. I thought both tackles for New Orleans struggled. I thought Banks and Fuaga both struggled last week against Arizona, and they're going to see more of the same against Nick Bosa and some of the guys coming off the edge for the 49ers.
You better you bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, chatting with Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Baldy, I don't mean this to be an overreaction, and you know way more about football than I do, so I'm fascinated to hear your opinion on this. I watched Bryce Young play football on Sunday against the Jaguars, and I walked away from that game thinking the Panthers might be the worst team in the league. They're a big dog on Sunday in Arizona against the 1-0 Cardinals. It's almost a touchdown spread in this game. And I'm thinking if Bryce Young's going to look like that, the point spread ain't big enough. Are we collectively overreacting on Bryce Young after one game this season?
We are, but I don't know if he's the answer, though. I mean, if you thought they were the worst team, I don't know if you paid attention to your Giants or not. But that being said,
that's a low blow, man. Come on.
Come on, Nick. Come on now. I got to speak the truth here.
You're right.
Look, Carolina. Look, they're going to see this. Will Johnson played corner, and he locked up Rashid Shaheed for the Arizona Cardinals. If they put him on Ted McMillan, I don't know if he's going to get a catch. He looked like the best rookie defensive player in the league to me. The way that he played. They are a very talented secondary. They got 3 safeties that can play. Their corners, Max Melton, they all can play. It's just a question of how much pressure can they get on Bryce Young. I like Arizona's defense a great deal. Now, like I just said that, New Orleans still had the ball with 9 seconds ago that could have tied the game up, but they did keep them to 13 points. I like Arizona's defense. They do a lot. That is a difficult defense to prepare for. Nick Rales, the defense coordinator, gives you a lot of looks. They got a lot of interchangeable parts. They fly around. They play really hard. It's going to be tough for Carolina this week.
I wasn't going to ask you, Baldy, about the Giants, but since you mentioned them, Andrew Thomas didn't practice today. Brian Dable says the plan is for him to practice on Thursday and Friday. I have no idea if he's going to play on Sunday. What I do know, this Giants offense, and like right, wrong, or indifferent, I think it's a commentary on the head coach. Like the offense doesn't function when Andrew Thomas isn't playing. Like if he plays, if he doesn't play, can the Giants keep this within shouting distance against Dak Prescott, who looked awesome last week in Week 1, and the Dallas Cowboys?
Well, if they play Jackson Dart, I think they have a chance. I don't think they have a chance if Russell plays because I just don't think. It's not a personal attack on Russell. He's just not a good football player now. He's sacking himself. He doesn't see the field well. He missed a ton of throws. He had balls batted down. He looked like an old quarterback out there. That was and the team didn't respond. They're walking off the field on another 3rd down miss. Like I don't believe in him, and I don't know what the patience is. Bo Nix couldn't complete a pass to a wide receiver to start the season last year, and he's thrown a touchdown pass against Buffalo in a playoff game on the opening drive of the game. Like, he improved. Like, Jackson Dart is going to improve. No matter where he starts, he's going to improve. Like, that guy, I believe, is going to be a good player in this league, if not a great player. But they go to Dallas, and they start blitzing like they did in the second half against the Eagles. And they start pressuring Russell Wilson. He's going to do what he did against Washington. He's going to crumble. I don't believe in that team. James Hudson played left tackle. He was terrible. But nobody was good up front. I mean, it was a bad performance all the way around. First and goal at the one, Nick, you're going to call a play for a rookie tackle playing tight end and Marcus Bowe? Like, it made no sense, that offense, to me at all last week. It was disappointing.
I think, Brian Dable probably should have been relieved of his duties a while ago. But listen, what the hell do I know? Baldy, 30 seconds to go for this one. I look at Chiefs-Eagles, the Super Bowl rematch on Sunday, and I see two pass defenses that may be in some disarray. Total in the game's 47. Even if Xavier Worthy doesn't play, I think this is going to be a higher scoring game. Do you see it like that at Arrowhead on Sunday? 30 seconds for the answer.
The Eagles are going to be a lot better defensively with Jalen Carter in there, but they got a lot of good players, man. I mean, Jahad Campbell was awesome in his debut. With Zach Bond, that may be as good already an inside linebacking tandem. They're going to be much better defensively, and so Kansas City's going to hands full. But I look, Philadelphia's got to figure out when teams blitz them, like, what's the answer to the blitz? It was a problem for much of the season last year, and they got away from that because Saquon was so good. But he got shut down by Dallas in the first week. And so if they shut Saquon down, which they're capable of doing, with three big linebackers, they're capable. If they do that, can Jalen open up the passing game well enough to make him pay for it? And that's the question mark to me right now in Philadelphia.
Baldy, great stuff as always on the show. We appreciate it. Safe travels this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it, Nick. Take care, Femi. See you guys.
Odyssey Sports NFL insider Brian Baldinger, the host of the Best Football Show podcast, joining us here on You Better You Bet. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. I love Baldy, but I mean, have we seen the Chiefs shut down Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts open it up in the past game against them? I think we have. Not too long ago, unfortunately.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I didn't think I would get to this conclusion, but after thinking about it more, I think it makes a lot of sense. That's Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert, who is 15-1 right now at BetMGM. So the big caveat here for the Chargers is that, will they actually win the AFC West? I say no, but I could also be wrong. This could also be year from hell for Kansas City, as the Super Bowl loser has that hangover that's been documented for many years. We just saw it last year with San Francisco. And right now, the Chargers to win the AFC West is plus 190. We just got done breaking down the Chiefs' price. Kansas City's plus 175. Chargers are plus 190. They're damn near co-favorites. So if that's going to be the case, I would much rather bet the longer price in Justin Herbert as opposed to the price with Mahomes at 10-1, also based off the fact that Herbert's team just beat Mahomes' team. So Herbert at 15-1, I think is a price. Now, is it playing a little bit of defense? It is, because I like the Josh Allen position. I like the Jordan Love position, playing a little bit of defense, but as a price that could come down because Herbert's next game on the road, Monday Night Football, standalone spot against a Raiders defense that's not that great. Like, it could be another strong performance for Justin Herbert to where the talk out of that game out of week 2 is, wow, Justin Herbert, the guy that we all knew was great, has finally arrived. I don't want to have to sweat that out. So 15-1, Justin Herbert is a bet that I have made right now in the MVP market. Now, that's me, and those of you who've been listening and kind of building your portfolio similar to what I have, I think that's how you want to attack this. It's Herbert as an addition to Allen and Love. And then right now, we're going to be naked to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. But that's where we sit currently.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Brett McMurphy of On3 Sports going to join us 40 minutes from now to preview this weekend in college football. A bunch of awesome games on the docket. Femi and I will do the same to end the show before we give out our bets for tonight. Danny Parkins from First Things First will join us as well in his weekly spot. But for right now, we got a bunch of games week 2 in the National Football League that we've got to get you, dear listener and dear viewer, and ourselves up to speed on. All the injury info, all the side moves, all the total moves, and our thoughts in this edition of It Moved.
I think it moved. I think it moved. I think it moved.
It moved. It hits different, does it? The Wednesday before Week 2 in the NFL. Femi, we will begin our Week 2 NFL betting sojourn. Frozen tundra. It's early September. I don't know if we've frozen yet.
Yeah.
Global warming getting after that ass or no?
on a brisk that ass more than anything.
on a brisk Thursday night in Lambeau Field with the Green Bay Packers 1-0. Awesome performance, obviously, against the Lions in the season opener. And the 1-0 Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels. Where do we stand right now, side and total? Where has the betting action been, etc.?
Yeah, the betting action has been on the Washington Commanders. Like this is a point spread that was like 3.5. I think there was even some 4s that were out there on Sunday. But all that money has been Washington to where we're even at 3 minus 120. I see some 3 minus 116 that's out there in the betting market. So if you like Green Bay, kind of like how I do, just wait. Might get 3 minus 110 by the time we get to tomorrow and we get to kickoff. So if you like the Washington Commanders, though, make sure you grab the hook because those will not be around much longer just based off of the behavior of the betting market as it stands right now. Now, what could be pushing that is the injury report for the Green Bay Packers. The offensive line is a problem. Their tackle, Zach Tom, is dealing with an oblique injury. He did not practice the first couple days of the week, still waiting on today's practice report. Same with Aaron Banks, dealing with an ankle and a groin injury, DNP both days as well. And for the Washington Commanders, a couple guys you want to keep an eye on. Austin Eckler was limited both days. He should be fine. Noah Brown limited both days. I anticipate that he'd be fine as well. Like those are just like short week limited, like not a big deal there for Washington. So the injury news is on the Green Bay side, and it's with the most important position group on the team. I think that's why the betting market likes Washington. I'll wait, though. The O-line injuries don't make me feel great, but I still like the Green Bay Packers in this game. I think the market's a little bit slow to catching up to how good this Packers team is going to be this year. So I'll lay the 3 with Green Bay. We're just going to wait and go ahead and do it tomorrow.
And to Femi's, like, we disagree on the game. I like Washington at the current number, but Femi's 100% right. If you're going to bet, obviously give yourself the best chance to win. If you like Washington, bet plus 3.5 now. If you like Green Bay, wait to see if it goes down. Like you lose nothing waiting. It's not going to 4 with these potential injuries for Green Bay. You lose nothing. Wait to see if you can lay a 3. Candidly, I was probably going to bet Washington anyway, or pass the game, but it was never going to be Green Bay. I think Washington has the better quarterback in the game, even if I think Green Bay's awesome, and Micah Parsons obviously matters a lot. By the way, Parsons is questionable too. We think he's going to play, but not a long recovery period for Parsons after playing on Sunday. I'm on the Commanders, Femi, and Jaden Daniels plus the 3.5 tomorrow night in Lambeau. Full betting preview of that game coming up tomorrow. Side total and props. Provided no breaking news like we got on Monday night, which destroyed the prop king and Femi's Island. But anyway, we move to Sunday, my friend, and we will go to my neck of the woods here, the New Jersey Meadowlands, for the Bills and the Jets. Buffalo off the big comeback against Baltimore. Jets off the last-second loss to the Pittsburgh Steelers. What do we have here? Buffalo and Gang Green.
Yeah, Gang Green's getting all the green. It's been all Jets money since this one opened. Like these were 7s. There was even some 7.5s. Now we're down to 6.5. I think a lot of the bettors very impressed by what they saw from the New York Jets, albeit in defeat, but the Jets did look like at least like a competent offense, which was much different than what we've seen over the last handful of years. A little bit of a surprise because Justin Fields is the quarterback, but hey, they put up points against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The defense, though, a little bit shaky, which is why you've seen some money to the over. This was 45.5, now 46.5 as we get closer and closer to a key-ish number with totals, which is 47. Of course, Buffalo's offense is electric. We all saw that Sunday night, but if there's an area where you can nitpick the Bills, it would be on the defensive side of the ball, which is why you see the over getting bet in this game. I don't have a strong opinion with this game. Part of me thinks that the Jets could be a little bit more frisky than the betting market thinks, given the fact that the run game could keep Josh Allen off the field. But as for side total, I'm just going to pass this game. But I understand why people like the New York Jets and why they've been seeing the bulk of the money so far throughout the early portion of the week.
I get it too. We had Drew Dinsick on the show yesterday. He talked about liking the Jets. Brian Baldinger, we had him on the last segment, and I asked him about specifically this Jets offensive line and Armand Membu, who looks like a star. And he's like, they could, Buffalo's undersized. The Jets are going to run right at them. It does feel like the Jets are the right side here. Something's preventing me from making this happen right now and actually clicking the button here on the New York Jets. But Femi, I may not be able to resist the siren song for long. My initial thought was Buffalo, but the more people talk about this, the more I may be getting swayed. But like you, at this moment right now, I do not have a strong opinion on the game. What about, as we continue on in the AFC East, the 0-1 Miami Dolphins, the disaster class team of this NFL season, hosting the 0-1 New England Patriots?
Yeah, the Miami Dolphins are hanging out as a 1-point favorite right now. There's some 1.5s in the market. BetMGM has a 1.5 minus 105 total, sitting at 43.5. That's been bet to the under because as I pull it up right now in my notes, the Dolphins injury report, no bueno, does not look good. We'll start with the offensive line. Of course, James Daniels, he's already been placed on IR. He is out. Liam Eichenberg has been on the PUP list. But now Austin Jackson, their tackle, he's expected to miss Sunday's game. Mike McDaniel didn't want to rule him out, but he also didn't sound confident that he would actually play. So that's 3 starting offensive linemen who are down for the Miami Dolphins. Darren Waller, his status is uncertain. And I actually want to read the quote from Mike McDaniel because I think it's just classic Mike McDaniel. He said this about Waller. I expect not know what to expect until later this week. We may get to a point where we realize the risk is too great for the rest of the season and we'll have to do what's best for the team. That doesn't sound like a guy who's going to be playing. So you have a tight end that's hurt. You have an offensive line that's banged up. Secondary that's a little bit banged up with Storm Duck, who's already been ruled out. Miami, though, still hanging steady as a 1-point favorite. But the big item on the New England side is that Christian Gonzalez did not practice today, still hasn't practiced since July 28th. We'll see on that one. Vrabel doesn't sound like too confident about Gonzalez, but Miami with a boatload of injuries, why they're clinging to a 1-point favorite status at home against New England.
I said last hour on the show, it's not the easiest button to click on New England with Christian Gonzalez. Feels like unlikely to play. But the question that I ask myself, Femi, when I consider betting this game, has one of the teams already quit? Kind of feels that way with the Miami Dolphins. I haven't bet the Patriots yet, but this is New England or nothing for me coming up on Sunday. You bet on this Wednesday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and you here on the BetMGM Network, rolling through every game week 2 in the National Football League with it moved. 2 1-0 teams, Femi, in the AFC, 2 felines going up against each other. As the Bengals host the Jacksonville Jaguars. What's happening here with Cincy and Jacksonville in the Queen City?
Yeah, this one's interesting. So we'll start with the side first because we've seen money coming in on the Jacksonville Jaguars. When those 3.5, those are getting bet. The 3.5s are pretty weak. They're minus 105. There's even money at 3.5. There's even a 3 minus 120. Earlier in the week, there was a 3 minus 110. I bet Cincinnati. I think at 3 minus 110, it is a buy point on the Bengals just because I think these two teams are similar and the better quarterback resides with the Bengals. What I find most interesting, though, about this betting market is the total. At open, it was 49 and a half, shot up to 50 and a half. Ever since then, all the money's been on the under. We're now as low as 48 and a half in some places. I'm curious as to why this is the case because you look at both of these defenses on paper, they're not good. Cincinnati's defense isn't good. I don't think Jacksonville's defense is good. I think both defenses are more so benefiting based off of the competition from what they saw in week 1, that being Carolina's offense and Cleveland's offense. So I'm going to hang out and wait. Let's see how low the total goes. I don't know if there's weather that's expected. I haven't looked at the forecast. I think it's a little bit early in the week to be looking at that stuff because those things can change within 24 hours. But unless there's a bunch of wind that's expected out there in Cincinnati, I find it hard to believe that I'm not going to end up on the over in this game. I think both these offenses have a lot of advantages, and I'll be looking to attack that on Sunday.
I'm gonna go with what you and I had talked about on air and off air this week, and I love Jacksonville this season. I really do. Bet them to win the division. Bet Liam Cohen to win Coach of the Year. If this goes down to Cincy 3, I'm gonna have a hard time not betting the Bengals here. And I do think, and I need to spend some more time thinking about it tonight because the move towards the under is interesting. For what it's worth, we did see the Bengals offense 7 yards in the second half on Sunday against the Cleveland Browns. And Trevor Lawrence, and I'm not trying to sound the alarm bells yet, Liam Cohen speaking at his press conference yesterday kind of was we left a lot of plays on the field. Didn't say outright Trevor's missing receivers, but kind of was saying Trevor was missing receivers. Brian Thomas Jr. did nothing in the game, and listen to Liam Cohen say it, Trevor Lawrence missed him on a bunch of passes. Travis Hunter's apparently going to play more defense this week. That was announced earlier today by Liam Cohen because of the 2 receivers in Cincinnati. And if Hunter's the corner that a lot of people think he is, I think kind of makes sense, right? Neither offense was great in week 1. We'll see if that continues in week 2. My thought, Femi, is this is going to be 3. I'm going to like the Bengals, but I have not made a bet yet in this game. Fascinating betting market. We haven't talked about this game, I think, at all this week. And it's the Baltimore Ravens off their ridiculous collapse on Sunday night against the Bills, hosting Joe Flacco, Harold Fannin Jr., and the 0-1 Cleveland Browns. What do we got here with Baltimore and Cleveland?
Yeah, move over, Njoku. It's a Harold Fannin Jr. situation here at Cleveland. The Baltimore Ravens are a massive favorite. Although I'll say this, there has been Cleveland money that's shown up. This was about 12.5 on Sunday when the markets first opened. We're down to 11.5. We got as low as about 10.5 with this game. Then like once you get there, people then bet the Baltimore Ravens, which makes a lot of sense. Baltimore coming off the devastating loss to the Buffalo Bills Sunday night. The total's been hanging out at 45, but we're 11.5 right now in the market. In terms of the injury news, Isaiah Likely and Patrick Ricard for the Ravens, they didn't practice today. Doesn't sound like we're going to get Likely this week. Maybe it's next week for him, coming off of the broken foot that he suffered during training camp. Ricard's dealing with a calf injury. And for Cleveland, Jack Conklin dealing with an eye injury. He did practice today, so that's good news for the Cleveland Browns offensive line. I'm not going to bet this game. I think that this market just seems right to me. The Ravens should be more than a 10-point favorite. They are. If it ever got to 2 touchdowns, I don't think it ever will. That's when I'd get interested in Cleveland. But because we're not going to be there, I'm passing the game side in total. I think it's a nice bounce-back spot for the Ravens at home.
Yeah, I'm not ready to bet this game yet. I actually think, Femi, if I had to, I'd actually consider betting Cleveland to keep this game within shouting distance. Not to win,
just because of the
but
defense?
To keep it within shouting distance. The defense is good. Revenge spot. Joe Flacco coming back to Baltimore for the first time since he left the team following the 2018 season. Just saying.
Standing ovation.
They chose Lamar over him.
MVP.
They were right. And then Lamar won MVP, so they were right. No bet on this game for me right now with the Browns and the Ravens. Let's do one more here, this segment, if we can, and that will be in the NFC East with your Dallas Cowboys hosting my New York Football Giants, both teams 0-1. I think we can all agree, Cowboy fan, Giant fan, whatever. One of the teams looked way better in a losing effort than the other, and it was not my favorite team.
Yeah, then the betting market reacted. Like we talked about last week, this was Cowboys 3.5. Prior to the games on Sunday, we saw the Giants lose to the Commanders. It's now Cowboys out to 6, although there's some interest in New York at 6. Like a couple of sports books that are prominent domestically have gone to 5.5. So it's not like it's 6 across the board. So make sure if you do like the New York Giants, you shop around and grab one of those 6s. BetMGM as a 6 there. So go ahead and do it and make it legendary with BetMGM, the People's Sportsbook. In terms of the total, that continues to hang out at 44.5. Now, on the injury standpoint, Nick, you talked about this earlier in the last hour. Andrew Thomas did not practice today for the New York Giants. That's the big one. I would like for Andrew Thomas to play in the game so I could bet the over. If he doesn't play, I think this betting market's just right. I think the total's probably in the neighborhood where it needs to be, and I'll pass the game. But if Thomas is out there, I think there's a chance that this goes over. I'm not really falling for Dallas's defensive improvement. Like, I'm going to need to see a lot more before I buy into that defense being somewhat competent. I think that was just like a weird game, opening night. Things get wacky in week 1, as opposed to Dallas is like much better than what we thought.
See, I'm going to default to what Baldy said in the last segment. I thought it was really interesting. When I posed the question about Bryce Young and the Panthers, I walked away from that game thinking the Panthers are the worst team in the league. Baldy goes, what about your favorite team? Knows I'm a Giants fan. And I go, like, that's a low blow. And because I'm thinking he's like half kidding. And he's, no, like, I'm not kidding. Like, I have to tell like it is.
Did I watch the tape?
Femi, I think we need to consider the possibility that the Giants are once again either the worst team in the league or one of them. And if Andrew Thomas doesn't play, the Giants just made the Washington Commanders front look like way better than it actually is on paper. If the Commanders' defensive line and front seven can do that, why can't Dallas's? And Dak Prescott should rip up the secondary. We'll have to wait to see if Andrew Thomas plays in the game. On the other side, the rest of the side and total moves for Week 2 in the NFL and our betting thoughts.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Yeah, I think he's going to be borderline top 15. I'll say believe just for the sake of argument. I think he's going to be right there at the bitter end. I mean, the proof's going to be in the pudding this week against the Broncos. If he goes out, and even if he's a top 20 performer, I would argue he is going to tuck inside the top 15 on the year because the Broncos secondary is that damn good. But it's all about the rushing stats, man. I mean, if we can get consistent returns, whether in yardage, like averaging north of 30, 35 yards per game, the occasional touchdown on the ground. Again, he had the pair of TDs. I don't think he's going to duplicate that at any point the rest of the season. I mean, he is going to have a monster return for people that draft him in the 11th hour or got him for 2 buckaroos in a 14-team Super League draft or super flex draft. So Daniel Jones, again, I think it's more believe than make believe, but he is going to be teetering on that top 15 line. Only 6% rostered right now in Yahoo. And if you're looking to, add a quarterback to your roster in a non-super flex, a standard single quarterback league, I think he's worth about $2 to $5 off of Fab.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Brett McMurphy of On3 Sports, college football insider, joins us in 20 minutes. All of his college football thoughts for what should be an awesome week number 3. But for now, Femi, we roll on. It moved for week 2 in the NFL. And how about the Super Bowl 34 rematch in Tennessee with the Rams, we're 1-0, and the 0-1 Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward? What do we have here with the Rams and Tennessee?
We don't have Mike Jones and Kevin Dyson. We don't have them on the field on Sunday, but we do have Matthew Stafford and Cam Ward, which should be a fun game. And we do have a betting movement in the market to where this was 6 when this thing opened up on Sunday. There's not many 6s left. In fact, I just see 1, and it's 6 even money. There's interest in the Tennessee Titans at the key number of 6. And you look at the Rams injury report, and it's easy to see why. The Rams will be banged up on the offensive line. Both of their starting guards, Steve Avila and Kevin Dotson, did not practice today. Those guys got injured in the game against the Houston Texans. DNP today. It's early in the week, just Wednesday. Things can change on Thursday and Friday being the most important one, but signs are not looking too great for the Rams offensive line going up against a pretty good Tennessee Titans defensive line. If there's a bright spot that you can point to on that roster, it would be the D-line, especially those defensive tackles, Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat. So Titans at 6, that has been bet. We're now down to 5.5. The total has also ticked down just a half point from 42 to 41.5, but 41 is kind of a key-ish number. Would not surprise me if we end up at 41 a little bit later on in the week once we get some further confirmation that this Rams offensive line is going to be shorthanded on Sunday. I like the under. That's the bet that I made. I bet under 42. There's still plenty of them out there, so BetMGM has a 42 as well. If you like that bet, you can do it and make it legendary, but I think this is just a lower scoring game because I don't trust the Tennessee Titans offense against that Rams pass rush, and now with these Rams injuries on the O-line, I don't really trust the Rams offense as we saw them struggle against a good defensive front on Sunday in their win over the Texans. So it's under 42 for me. The side, I'm just going to pass it.
I would like to make it legendary as well. And I'm in on the under. I'm in on the under also. I want to bet the Rams, but I'm worried about Stafford with the center struggling and the two guards both being hurt against Simmons and Sweat. I kind of want to bet the Titans because of that. And then I think about their head coach, Brian Callahan, not knowing the rules, and going up against Sean McVay. How's that going to go? I think what's likely here is the Rams win a close game, and the game goes under the total. Figure something like 20 to 10 or something in favor of the Rams, 23-13 Rams, something somewhere in those lines. So I'm with you here on the under of this game, Femi, with the Rams and the Titans.
That point about Brian Callahan, like, how long has he been around football? You know what I mean? Like,
his whole life.
Like his dad is a football coach.
Literally his whole life.
He's 41 years old. He's probably been around the sport since like he could like remember anything. And to not realize that that's the rule, it's man. My Tennessee optimism wanes by the day. Like I can't get there with the coach. It's a tough scene out there. Even though I love Cam Moore. And I thought he actually was pretty good despite what the box score said.
Yeah, I don't think he's as good as some people are saying he was, but also a lot of drops, especially from Calvin Ridley. Dude. And his coach did him no favors in that game. Lions and the Bears, oh my. Sunday in Detroit, Bears off the Monday night loss. Lions with an extra day to let the sting of Sunday's humiliation in Green Bay set in. Femi, what's the betting market saying about Detroit and Chicago right now?
Yeah, we've had some movement over the last 30 minutes in this game. There were some 5.5s out there in the market. I see 1 5.5 at a prominent domestic sports book, but we're pretty much 6 now across the board. BetMGM is at 6. A lot of other sports books are at 6. There's even one prominent domestic sports book that's at 6.5. So Detroit money has showed up over the last half hour. I know Bears head coach Ben Johnson talked about TJ Edwards, Jalen Johnson, and Kyler Gordon, 3 starters on the defensive side of the ball dealing with injuries. They missed the game Monday night against Minnesota. He just said that they're hopeful that they can play. What does that mean? I don't know. Obviously, everyone's hopeful that all their players can play. I'm sure we'll find out more once the official injury report comes out, and maybe tomorrow and on Friday we'll learn more. But right now, a little bit shaky on the Bears' defense. And for the Lions, Terrion Arnold, who's been dealing with like an injury since like training camp, I feel like there's always something with him. He returned to practice today. They're a young cornerback. He's dealing with a groin injury, but he's back on the practice field. So I assume that he's good to go for Sunday. But Detroit has been getting bet in this matchup of 2 0-1 teams. And for the Lions, you look at their schedule, this bad boy is a must win because it's at Baltimore next week. You can't afford to drop this one, which is why they're a 6-point favorite. And the total has been holding steady at 47.
What number would you need to bet the Chicago Bears?
Full 7. At that point, I think it's just too much.
I think I might.
This number,
I'm not ready. I have a bunch of games, and like I've only given out a couple bets here. I don't have a strong take on this game yet. I'm going to think about it more tonight. My initial thought is like 6.5. Even 6.5 feels like a big number here with Detroit and Chicago, especially if the Bears are able to get back some of these defensive players. So that obviously matters a lot. We'll find out more as we move on this week about Edwards and Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, etc. Femi, let's move now to the Super Bowl 40 rematch with the Steelers and the Seahawks in Pittsburgh. What do we have here?
Yeah, right now we see the Steelers holding as a 3-point favorite. This one keeps going back and forth. I bet 2.5 earlier this week. Is one of the first bets that I made Sunday night when the markets came out. I just felt that Steelers under a field goal. To me, it felt very appealing, so I bet it. There was some 3, then it got back to 2.5. Now we're back to 3. The total's holding steady at 40, although I do see a couple of 39.5. So we're trending in the direction of the under in this game. And when you hear the breakdown from Baldy earlier this hour, you you realize why this could go under and be a lower scoring game. From an injury standpoint, kind of a bummer. Like the Seahawks safety, the rookie safety, Nick Emenwari, dealing with a high ankle sprain. Now he's considered a week to week. We're all excited to see him play. He's like an athletic freak, and that was going to be fun to see him in that Mike McDonald offense. Might not see that for a few more weeks here on the Seattle defense. But for Pittsburgh, their defense, Derek Harmon, their first-round pick, injured in the preseason with a knee injury. He's not going to play on Sunday. Neither is Deshaun Elliott, who had a knee injury in the game against the Jets on Sunday, which is why they signed Jabril Peppers. And I'm assuming he's going to be playing quite a bit of snaps on defense for them this weekend. Joey Porter Jr. is one to keep an eye on for Pittsburgh. He's dealing with a hamstring injury. Mike Tomlin said that he hopes to see him return, as every head coach hopes to see everyone return. No clear status on Joey Porter Jr., but just keep an eye on that one with the injury report. But for me, it's Pittsburgh under a field goal at 3. I think that's just right, and I just pass it.
I love Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. I'm a little worried that the Seahawks defense will limit Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, even though a revenge game coming up for DK Metcalf against his former team, even though he got paid a handsome amount of money from the pit. Not really, I don't know if it's a real revenge game. I'm going to like Pittsburgh in the game, Femi, but I am a little concerned. This may end up being a smaller bet on the Pittsburgh Steelers for me. I don't know if we're going to be able to get to every game, especially because we're going to have to spend some time on the Niners and Saints here. Just fill us in. Brock Purdy unlikely to play. George Kittle on IR. What do we have with the Niners and the Saints in New Orleans?
Yeah, a bunch of injuries. Juwan Jennings, he's DNP. Jennings DNP today. He did not practice today. And you mentioned Brock Purdy and Kittle. New Orleans has injuries as well, like Trevor Penning, Talise Fuaga. They're dealing with injuries on that offensive line. Chase Young, of course, dealing with the calf injury. Yep.
Well, excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Penning was a tackle. Penning's a guard now. Yes, so that's my bad. A guard and a tackle, yes.
Yeah, you're kind of like a swing guy, but they wanted to play him at guard this year with Kelvin Banks as the other tackle for New Orleans. Chase Young didn't play in week 1. He's dealing with a calf injury. We'll see if he can get back out there. And then, of course, Julian Blackmon might be out for the year for them on the back end of the defense there at safety. But the betting market has obviously been heavy towards New Orleans with the most important player in the game, Brock Purdy, pretty much being ruled out. Like, they're calling it a long shot, but we can all read the tea leaves. He's not playing on Sunday, which is why we sit here, San Francisco at 3, and I do see at one sportsbook 2.5 minus 130. It's a very expensive 2.5, but it's a 2.5 nonetheless. I'm curious to see where this goes as we get closer to the weekend. I think I might bet Mac Jones at under a field goal if we ever get there. Now, if we don't get there and we're just 3, it's probably the under for me. I could see this kind of being an ugly 20-17 kind of game. But if we ever get under a field goal, I will bet on Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones to get it done on the road against New Orleans.
We'll save this game more for tomorrow. I think I'm going to bet the Saints. I may even take 3 with New Orleans. I think the Niners are overrated. I think Mac Jones stinks. I don't think their offensive line is very good. I don't think their defense is very good. And I like what I saw from Spencer Rattler in New Orleans in week 1. Not definitely going to bet New Orleans, but that would be where I would come down. Just because we want to try and get everything in the interest of time. The Cardinals, Femi, are 6.5-point favorites, almost to 7 against Carolina, total 43.5. Anything we need to know injury-wise here with Arizona and Carolina very quickly?
The big thing is that Ike Ekwonu's back out there, was dealing with the appendectomy last week. Forced him to miss the game, but he's back and practicing. I'm assuming he should be good to go. And we can still hang out at 6.5 with this one, with Arizona a big favorite, and the total 44.
I bet Arizona. I think Bryce Young is totally shot, and I like the Cardinals here, and I think they're gonna win this game and win by margin. Femi, the Broncos are 2-point road favorites in Indianapolis after Daniel Jones' awesome game in week 1. Totals 42.5. Anything happening here injury-wise or with the market?
Yeah, from an injury standpoint, a couple of guys for Denver. Evan Ingram, he returned to practice. He left with a calf injury on Sunday in their win over Tennessee. Dre Greenlaw didn't play week 1. Sean Payton really didn't have a real update, just said that the progress is going well for Dre Greenlaw with a quad injury that he suffered during training camp. Travarius Ward is in the concussion protocol. I think we're not going to know that one until a little bit later on in the week for Indianapolis. But a little bit of interest in Denver. Some 2.5s are starting to pop up here, but I think we're going to continue to hang out as Broncos under a field goal with a total of 42.5.
I love Denver, and I came to this conclusion last night.
Yeah.
Like, way different for it's Daniel Jones against the Broncos defense. I don't really have anything else to say other than that. We did a lot on the Eagles and Chiefs earlier in the show. Philly, a 1-point favorite, total 47. I like the over in the game. And we touched on the Vikings and the Falcons, Femi, with Drake London and Darnell Mooney returning to practice. Minnesota, a 3.5-point home favorite, the total 44.5. We can save Monday's games for tomorrow, Friday, or for Monday. The Bucs and the Texans, the Chargers and the Raiders. Do you have an opinion on Atlanta and Minnesota? I bet Atlanta +4 earlier today.
Yeah, I think if Christian Darrisaw plays, I will be betting the Minnesota Vikings. If he doesn't play, I'm probably just going to pass the game. It sounds like they held a walkthrough, and like Harrison Smith was out there, Darrisaw was out there as well. But we'll see probably a little bit later tomorrow, like what their actual availability is like at these practices. But if Darrisaw is out there, that makes that Vikings offensive line so much better, and I think it allows J.J. McCarthy to succeed. I also like the Flores matchup against a young quarterback like Michael Penix Jr. So it'll be 3.5 or 3 for me on Minnesota if Darrisaw plays. If not, I'll just pass.
I can't wait to watch this game. I can't wait to see how Michael Penix Jr. does against Brian Flores. It's like two of my favorites going head-to-head. I love Flores. I love Michael Penix Jr. I think the Falcons will keep this game close, and I think Penix is going to play well. So give me Atlanta +4, +3.5. I don't like it as much as +4, but I do like Atlanta to keep this game close. On the other side, the final hour. Final hour is the power hour. All our bets for tonight. College bets for this weekend. Danny Parkins from FS1, but Brett McMurphy kicks us off. College Football Insider for On3 Sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Where's Baltimore?
8 Ravens.
So those 7 teams would all be favored over Baltimore on a neutral? This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I've heard a lot of dumb stuff. This is stupid. This list sucks. I'm angry. I'm very angry right now. I don't know why, but I'm angry.
Where's Detroit?
9 Bengals, 10 Chiefs, 11 Bucks, 12
Oh, the
Vikings,
Bengals are better than the Chiefs?
Because they
13
beat the Browns when they shouldn't have.
13 Steelers, 14 Lions.
14?
15 Broncos. 16 Colts, up from 28.
28 to 16? Talk about overreaction. This is terrible. Who in the bottom 10 has no business being there?
We might have to do this on a weekly basis.
I need a screenshot of this list so I can tweet out that I've read the worst list of my entire life.
I was thinking the same thing.
I need somebody to give me a graphic of this list because obviously you can't screen grab a whole story. I think you're right, Paul. I think somebody was embarrassed at this list, and that's why we're getting a 404 error message.
He found it
I
eventually.
mean, yeah, we could definitely take some like Dolphins, number 32, obviously overreaction down from 19.
32. They're not
Yeah.
the worst team.
They're worse than the Saints.
Right. Bottom up, it goes Dolphins, Giants, Saints, Panthers, Patriots, Titans, Browns.
Patriots are what number?
28.
So now we're going too far the other way. I'd like to. Where did they have them before?
23. So bottom 10.
Oh, okay. They weren't that high on them. Okay.
No.
So usually when I go to the gym, I have a nice mix of playlists. I've been very fond of the Rocky IV playlist the last month or so, but I shake it up quite a bit. I might now just start reading the athletic power rankings before I go to the gym because I feel like I could take down Tyson. That's how mad I am right now.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you. The Power Hour and every hour here on You Better You Bet, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. 20 minutes from now, Danny Parkins joins the show, our pal from First Things First on FS1. We very much look forward to that. All our bets for tonight will close the show in 40 minutes. But joining us right now to talk what should be an electric Week 3 in college football, our good buddy, America's college football insider, doing an awesome job for our friends at On3. We have Andy Staples on the show all the time. We love On3. The great Brett McMurphy on Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. My friend, welcome back to the show. Happy Week 3 in college football to you and yours.
Thanks, Nick. And I want to just first clear something up. I was not the Associated Press voter that moved Florida up 2 spots. So I just want to make that clear from the outset.
Yeah, we were actually, Brett, no BS. We were talking about this during the break just now before you came on, and I was going to ask you about this as one of the preeminent voices in college football. And it's really, I don't even want to say like the young woman's name because she's getting like a ton of, like, she's wrong, obviously, but she's getting vilified for this. Brett, it feels like to me, and I'm on the outside looking in, like you're inside of this, man, and you have been for a long time doing a great job. It feels like the top 25 poll is kind of treated like a joke by a lot of people, and it's actually not a joke in practicality. Kind of like, what do you make of this as someone who is like one of the voices of college football?
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Nick. I mean, the bottom line is, I've been I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years. And, I take it seriously. And, look, people can disagree with my vote and, why is this team above this team? And, all those things, that happens. I understand that. But yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter. Just to blatantly just act like it is a joke. You shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this. You know, I would have had more respect if they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. Again, people that cover, I guess she's a beat writer, covers somebody on the West Coast. I don't know that much about her. So yeah, I voted for the AP poll when I covered USF, 100 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of everything going on. It's why the coaches poll, it isn't done by the coaches. It's done by their PR directors. But still, you should be able to simply, at the worst, you should be able to look at the scores from the night before. You should be able to have an idea of who has won. I mean, people that I respect a great deal have forgotten to put Ohio State in the rankings one week, because you just get through and you're listing teams and your 25 is done and you don't get an alert that says, by the way, you had Ohio State 2 last week. They're not in your top 25 this week. Did you mean to do that? So it starts over fresh. So that happens. That's a mistake. That's an honest mistake. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, oh, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process. I mean, that's a horrible look. And the bad thing is, like everything else, whether it's what you guys do a great job. No matter what, whether you're a ditch digger, if somebody in that line of work embarrasses that line of work, then it's like everybody gets lumped together. Like, oh, you guys must suck also. Well, no, actually we don't. But unfortunately, somebody else does in this line of work, and that's what's unfortunate. And look, at the end of the day, it doesn't determine who gets in the playoff, but it's a historical reference. And we've been doing, I haven't been around this long, but since 1936, there's been an AP poll, and I think it's a great judge and barometer of how teams are ranked and rated. And it's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week. When USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
Will USF lose to Miami by 18 or more? This is a betting question.
Yes. I'll cut to the chase. Look, incredible start by USF. They're trying to become only the 5th team ever. Again, talking about the AP poll, only the 5th team ever to beat 3 consecutive ranked opponents to start the season. Nick, I don't think it's going to happen. And it's not that USF's not a good team. They are. I was at the Boise USF game in person. That game was not as lopsided as the final margin indicated. The yards were almost even. Boise had some miscues in the red zone. USF hit on an incredible fake punt call. So they deserved to win, but I think that was misleading. Again, Billy Napier, if he didn't commit, coaching malpractice in the final 3 minutes, Florida wins that game. I mean, I've literally answered in a longer amount of time than Florida ran off the clock, trying to run out the clock in the final 2 minutes. That's how bad it was. And it led to USF's game-winning field goal. But more importantly, I think, because this was such a huge game for USF, not only beating Florida, but they beat a power conference team. And over the last 2 years, I hate to, bring in some actual research here. I might ruin my reputation. 7 teams, Group 5 teams have beat Power 5 teams. Those teams are 2-5 the following week, and more importantly, 1-6 ATS. I just think this is as weird as it sounds, I think it's a flat spot for Florida. For USF, and I just don't think they have much in the tank after the big consecutive wins. But the good news for USF is they can lose this game 100-0, and I still think if they win the American Conference, I think they would still get to the college football playoff as the highest ranked Group of 5 champion.
Brett, we got that awesome analysis, and Femi and I both agree liking Miami against South Florida. Want to try and hit as many games as we have here. We have about 8 minutes left in the interview. Let's go to, because these games are all on the move, like all the big games this weekend. Let's go to Clemson and Georgia Tech. Has not been a great start to the season for Dabo and company, losing in the opener to LSU, spotting Troy 17 points before the comeback win last weekend. This was 3.5 for a lot of the week at Georgia Tech. The number is now 3, Brett. Clemson is down to a 3-point road favorite at Georgia Tech. The total's 52.5. How do you see this one playing out in about a minute, Clemson and Georgia Tech?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the look-ahead line was before the season started. I'm guessing it was probably around 5, 6, maybe, Clemson. I agree with the move. I think Georgia Tech's the better team. I mean, look, I'm as guilty as anybody else. I thought Clemson coming into the season was the class of the ACC. They may still be it, but, LSU put a stranglehold in the second half. Yeah, they were flat against Troy, but still, Troy was gashing their defense. And look, Brent Key, he's got one motto, and that's run the damn ball. Haynes King will be back at quarterback. I like Georgia Tech getting the points. And if they win this game, I'd put Georgia Tech and Miami as the favorites to win the ACC.
Wow. It's such a different tune than what everyone was telling us all throughout the summer. It's Clemson with such high expectations, but 2 weeks in, it's been less than what we expected, at least. Through most people who watch and cover the sport. How about in the SEC, Georgia and Tennessee, Brett? The Bulldogs down to a 3.5-point favorite. This was 6 on the look ahead. Now it's 3.5 going on the road to Rocky Top at Tennessee. Gunnar Stockton's first true road game going up against Joey Aguilar. Like, Georgia's won this game 8 straight times. How do you see it playing out on Saturday between the Bulldogs and the Vols?
Yeah, and you were right, 8 straight, and they're 7-1 ATS, more importantly. Yeah, I like Georgia here. I know the Lions crashed down. I kind of look at it as maybe I like to go against the public dog, and I think Tennessee's going to be a big public dog here. And I think Kirby Smart was kind of laying in the weeds, playing a little bit of possum. And then look, Tennessee, they were impressive. They beat Syracuse, but now you look at how Syracuse struggled with UConn, and that's it really doesn't impress me that much. You're right. The biggest question is Gunnar Stockton. I think for Georgia, the biggest thing is last year they led the country in most drop passes. They corrected that by getting Zachariah Branch, the electric kick returner and receiver from USC. He's had an impact immediately. Again, you never want to play a Georgia team with any motivation, even though Georgia's won 8 straight. They're favored. Kirby's going to, rile them up that nobody's giving us a chance. It's us against the world. I just think Georgia's the better team, and I think Georgia goes in and wins in Neyland and covers the 3 or 3.5.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Brett McMurphy, college football writer, college football insider for On3 Sports, on Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. Let's go to South Bend, Texas A&M at Notre Dame. We were talking about this one before the show started, saying, hey, is this a must-win game for Notre Dame if they want to get to the playoff? Because the rest of the schedule, not too many other opportunities to impress the College Football Playoff Committee. They're 6.5-point favorites at home against the Aggies. How do you see that game playing out, A&M and Notre Dame?
Well, first, you guys are absolutely right. This is a must-win for Notre Dame getting to the college football playoff. I was at the Miami Notre Dame game. They looked better in the second half. C.J. Carr had actually a pretty decent second half, and he looked good for a freshman making his first start. But yeah, if they lose this game, the rest of their schedule is basically a bunch of tomato cans, with the exception of USC, who possibly could be ranked when they meet. The game against Boise State with Notre Dame, that's not a ranked matchup now. So basically, Notre Dame loses this game and they go 10-2. I think you'll see 9-3 Big Ten and SEC teams get in over Notre Dame because they don't have the strength of schedule. And because of that, in the sense of urgency, they're coming off a bye week. I like Notre Dame in this position, even laying a touchdown. Under Mike Elko, A&M is only 3-12 against the spread. That ain't great, guys. Even with my Oklahoma State education, I can figure that out. That's not a good percentage. I just think Notre Dame's the better team, and I think Miami's better than people think. And I think that the fact that Notre Dame hung with the Hurricanes, is a tie game going in the final 3 minutes. I think that's a good sign for Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame overall, except for the quarterback position, is as deep as anybody in the country. I do want to see the running backs get more involved against Miami. Jeremiah Love was a non-factor. And look, last week Texas A&M gave up a ton of yardage against that vaunted, tongue-in-cheek, Utah State rushing attack. So I like the Irish here at home to cover the touchdown.
Brett, this just in. Dan Lanning thinks you should have paid more for your education at Oklahoma State. Final question, minute to go. Florida looks like another public dog this weekend as the Gators keep getting bet on the road in Death Valley against LSU after Billy Napier's inexplicable coaching decisions at the end of Saturday's loss to USF. It's 7.5 the point spread now. Garrett Nussmeier and LSU favored at home. Totals 47.5. LSU and Florida, please, Brett, in about a minute.
Well, this series, and thanks, Dan Lanning, for telling me the obvious that I need to spend more on my education. This series is, for people that don't know much about it, is like basically whatever weird thing that can happen is going to happen. You had a kid throw a shoe a couple of years ago that cost Florida the win on sportsmanlike conduct. This will be crazy. I don't like a side on this, but I do like the under in this game. We saw what LSU's defense did against Clemson. Again, Florida lost to USF, but they basically shut down USF's offense. They limited them to field goals except for one broken play on a touchdown. So I like the under in this game. I think it's going to be conservative. I think obviously LSU's got the better offense with Nussmeier and his stable of wide receivers. And also you look at Florida. DJ Lagway, I think, has not, if I remember this correctly, has not attempted any passes deeper than 20 or 25 yards. That sounds wrong, but I think that's the number. So I think it's going to be a tight game, night game in Death Valley. I'll go with the under here in what should be a thrilling, unpredictable, crazy, drunk-filled Baton Rouge.
And again, Brett has already said in this interview, so make sure everyone quotes him correctly. If Florida loses, he will be moving them up in his AP Top 25 poll ballot. I'm kidding. He didn't say that just in case anyone's going to take it seriously. Brett, you're the best. At Brett_McMurphy on 3 Sports. Enjoy the games this weekend. We'll catch up with you soon. Apparently, Brett was Brett pissed at me. Brett hooked his tongue up.
Peace out.
so Brett's like, I'll see you guys later. But listen, it was an awesome interview. We appreciate that from Brett McMurphy. On the other side, Danny Parkins of First Things First. We will ask Danny, among other things, about Caleb Williams and his Chicago Bears.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Pittsburgh -7.5 and -110. Horby, fade or follow?
Yeah, this is why I had to throw it out last night, man, because we laid 4 and now we're at 7.5. I still like it. I could see Pitt winning this game by 10 points. So the reason the number moved, one, Pitt's really good. They're second in the ACC in total defense, only giving up 212 yards. And then on the offensive side of the ball, they're second in scoring, averaging 53 points per game. They've already scored 13 touchdowns. Their quarterback, Eli Holstein, is solid. Last week was 21 of 28 for 304 yards. Leads the ACC in passing touchdowns for the week. Desmond Reed is going to be a stud at the next level. 141 total all-purpose yards last week against Central Michigan. And Kenny Johnson leads the ACC in kick return yards, but he's also been really good, man. 142 all-purpose yards, 58 receiving. They're loaded on both sides of the ball. West Virginia, their star running back, Jaheim White, had a knee injury, so he's out for the foreseeable future. He's coming off a year where he was all Big 12, 1,687 yards and 11 touchdowns. Now they're missing him, so I like Pitt in this spot.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, and Femi and I will roll through some of the biggest college football games this weekend. Loved some of Brett McMurphy's thoughts in the last segment on a bunch of the games, including Miami and South Florida. Femi thinks Miami rolls. I think Miami rolls. Brett McMurphy also likes the Miami Hurricanes coming up Saturday against USF. But that is for 20 minutes from now. For right now on the show, we are joined by our good buddy, and we're happy to have him in a weekly spot this season in this spot, 6:20 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesdays. He just got done doing national television, doing an awesome job on First Things First on Fox Sports 1. The one, the only, the great, Danny Parkins. On Twitter at his name, at Danny Parkins. Danny, welcome back to the show. What's going on, my friend?
Chilling, hanging out, appreciate you. And listen, yes, First Things First, the score, I've done many things, but I also was a one-time co-host of You Better You Bet on Sunday mornings. So it's a time that I always will remember fondly, my friend.
I can, well, you and I have talked off air about this, and I believe you said that you were doing that show not from a studio, and you were doing it in like the laundry room in the apartment you were living in at the time. So maybe not so fondly.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. I didn't know you were going to be so honest. Yeah, it's a time that
okay.
I am really glad is over. The talking to you talking to you was a pleasure. Building the underdog parlay of the day was a pleasure, and everything else I kind of hated. If I'm being totally honest with you.
Tyler Morales, Danny, you'll get a kick out of this in our show chat just now. Just typed because I forgot about this because Tyler's been on You Better You Bet since day one. That he remembers like your wife would like walk into the room sometimes that you were in like during. I had totally forgotten about that, but it's very funny that he remembers that was the case.
In a 2-bedroom condo, and then COVID hit, and so I'm doing the show from our, primary bedroom. Her desk office had to be moved into the laundry room. We had a kid, a dog, and everyone was on top of each other at all times. And I was like, honey, I need to do a 3-hour Sunday morning show before I watch 11 hours of football. Can you parent this newborn for 14 straight hours while I make bets and talk about gambling? She didn't love me as much as she's loved me on our honeymoon. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely love it. Danny joining us on the show again was just on First Things First on Fox Sports 1. Obviously, you know where we need to start. The New York Football Giants. Just kidding. We'll talk about your Chicago Bears. What is the Danny Parkins worry meter for Caleb Williams after what we saw, and for Ben Johnson after what we saw on Monday night against the Minnesota Vikings?
Okay, well, so Ben Johnson, I'm not terribly worried about. He had a bad game. I was not trusting Cairo Santos to kick it out the back of the end zone was inexplicable. But you have to understand, I saw Mark Trestman kick a field goal on second down. I saw John Fox win a challenge that gave the ball to the Green Bay Packers. I saw Matt Eberflus be Matt Eberflus and forget that he had timeouts on Thanksgiving last year, among many other things. So, Ben Johnson, it wasn't the greatest debut in the world, the challenge, the decision with the kickoff at the end, but I have full confidence that Ben Johnson is going to be fine. Caleb Williams is more complicated because I think the talent is there, obviously. The throw that he made, rolling to his right, escaping the pressure, and hitting Rome Odunze, 20 yards down the field with an absolute missile on the numbers, that's a Josh Allen throw. That's a Patrick Mahomes throw. That's a prime Aaron Rodgers throw. There's not 10 guys in the world who can make that play. But the 4th and 3 miss over the middle to DJ Moore, there's 150 guys in the world who can make that throw. And that's really, really concerning. How can the same guy, hit that full court shot, but also miss that layup? And that was a huge part of last year. So I thought that it was a little too much of a continuation from last year for my liking, but the talent and the ceiling is still so readily apparent that I'm not that concerned. People are talking about Tyson Bagent or could he be a healthy bench? I think that's all ludicrous. I think the worst case scenario here is still something like Trevor Lawrence, where it's is he a bust? No. But is he a disappointment? Yes. But did he make a couple $100 million? Absolutely. So I will be very surprised if the outcome is anything worse than that.
We'll get to the game this weekend in a second, but I am a little worried about you. And I say this because you're my buddy. This is like sports Stockholm syndrome with the Chicago Bears, where I ask you about Ben Johnson and you're like, well, it can't be that bad because Mark Trestman and John Fox did this. That made me, I have tremendous empathy right now for all the great Chicago Bears fans. Now, Danny, I know you're going to lock your picks in on Friday on Fox Sports 1 on First Things First. So you just give us a thought on the game if you don't have a bet locked in yet. It looks like the betting market is moving towards, Danny, the Detroit Lions in Sunday's game as Ben Johnson returns to Detroit. Detroit 6.5 at home, totals 46.5. We don't know about TJ Edwards and Jalen Johnson. We'll see about Kyler Gordon. So still some stuff to figure out from the Bears side in terms of the defense. Do you have a thought on this game right now, a little early in the week with the Bears and the Lions?
Yeah, I mean, my thought is that I lean more towards the over than anything else because I do think that Ben Johnson, I think, he even intimated when we had him on First Things First. I was like, do you have anything, that you've been saving, a play drawn up for your old buddy Dan Campbell and the Lions? And he was like, yeah, maybe I do. And then he moved on with his answer, but he was clearly just joking around that he The answer was yes, but he didn't want to reveal any more details about it. Like, Ben Johnson should know what he needs to do out of Caleb. Caleb had a 3-touchdown game in Detroit last year against the Lions on Thanksgiving. Like, the Lions are not a great defense. And then, as you mentioned, the Bears have some serious injuries. And I know that there's brain drain in Detroit with losing Glenn and losing Ben Johnson and the interior offensive line. And I think maybe the biggest shock of their loss to Green Bay was that the Packers, without Kenny Clark, still controlled the line of scrimmage in terms of limiting Montgomery and Gibbs. I assume that's not going to happen again. So I expect the game to go over the total. As for the spread, the fact that it's moving in Detroit's direction makes sense, right? People saw what happened to the Bears after the first, 10 plays, right? Caleb goes 10 for 10 and then completes 8 of his next 20. I think people are much more likely to look at it as more of the same for the Bears, and week 1 was an aberration for the Lions. So I understand the line movement. I don't have as much of a love for betting it at that number, but I'll take the over. And how about that? Just more of a narrative thing. Dan Campbell playing the must-win card in week 2. He came out and was like, we need to win. We have to win this game. You don't often see the week 2 must-win from the coach. So for whatever that's worth, they are not going to be overlooking this one in Detroit.
I would guess that Dan Campbell is well aware that in week 3, his team visits the Baltimore Ravens. I'm guessing he doesn't want to fall, so have to win this weekend, or they're probably going to be 0-3. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Danny Parkins is on the show. He has done many great things throughout his career. The most important, of course, being the years he spent co-hosting You Better You Bet with yours truly. Also, you can watch him on FS1 every single day on First Things First, 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm guessing, Danny, you got a chuckle out of J.J. McCarthy being named the NFC Player of the Week for his performance on Monday Night Football. I think it's nuanced, right? Did he play well in the fourth quarter? Yes. Were the Bears missing a number of players on defense? Yes. Where do you come down on J.J. McCarthy's performance on Monday night and projecting him forward? The Vikings host Michael Penix Jr. and the Falcons on Sunday night, 3.5-point favorites.
So there's a lot there. When I first saw that he was NFC Offensive Player of the Week, I thought it was ridiculous. But then I looked through the scores of the NFC games, and I mean, unders were what, 12-4? Like, there weren't a lot of great offensive performances in the NFC, and he had 3 fourth-quarter touchdowns, which has only been done 6 times in the last year and a half, and by 5 different guys. It's like Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, and then J.J. McCarthy in the fourth quarter of Monday Night Football on the road when he went into the fourth quarter with an 11-point deficit, and he hadn't played a meaningful football game in 609 days. I'm like, it's not that egregious to say that he's the NFC Offensive Player of the Week when, the Buffalo-Baltimore game was an AFC game. Like, the higher-scoring games were more AFC affairs. So I had no problem with it when I actually dug into it a little bit with him winning the award. And then I will also say this, and this is, again, part of me being jaded, as you mentioned, by not only the coaches, but Mitch Trubisky and Justin Fields. And, like, Jay Cutler was the same guy in year 7 with the Bears that he was in year 1 with the Bears. J.J. McCarthy improved more over 4 quarters than any Bears quarterback has improved in any amount of time in the last 40 years. So I don't know if he's going to be a superstar, but I know that the floor for a quarterback with Justin Jefferson and Kevin O'Connell is incredibly high. And the fact that he could throw that pick 6 and look like he did through quarters 1 through 3 and then have that fourth quarter, I'd be feeling pretty damn good if I was a Vikings fan.
Danny, we have America's Game of the Week on Fox, the super rematch, Eagles at the Chiefs, coming up on Sunday. Obviously, you'll give out your pick on First Things First later on this week, but let's just play out the hypothetical. If Kansas City were to lose this game and fall to 0-2, what would be your concern level for the 3-time defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs?
I think the concern level would be a little nuanced. Like, I think everyone would still pick them to make the playoffs, but I don't know that anyone would pick them to win the Super Bowl. And that's not necessarily rational, but I think they've built up so much goodwill. And if they lose to the Chargers in Brazil, and then they lose to the defending Super Bowl champions who blew them out in the Super Bowl, like, the numbers that we always throw out about like 0-2 teams who missed the playoffs, most of the 0-2 teams are bad. Like the Chiefs, I don't think anyone thinks is bad. And then when you look at the schedule, it's like, well, okay, week 3, they have the Giants. And then I think week 5, they have the Jaguars. Like Nick made the point, Nick Wright made the point on First Things First today. It was like they were 3-4 the year after they lost to Tampa in the Super Bowl. And my thing was, if they start 3-4 this year, well, then their next 2 games are Buffalo and Washington. So there's not a real soft point in this year's Chiefs schedule. Obviously, they can point to the Worthy injury, the Rashee Rice suspension, and things of that nature, which like give them some concern. But I do think Philly's the better team right now. But no one in their right mind is going to count the Chiefs out based on a 6-year body of work. So it's like all 0-2s are not created equal. And with 7 teams making the playoffs and with a 17-game schedule, like a lot of the data that we have on this stuff isn't terribly relevant. Like there's just more and more teams that overcome. I think 3 teams last year made the playoffs that started 0-2. So I don't think it would be panic time. It would just be like a bloods in the water type of scenario because of all the 1-score games last year. Did you guys know, by the way, this would be the first time Mahomes has lost 3 straight games in his career? That's crazy. Longest streak ever to start a career. So, like, I think it would be a blood in the water situation, but I don't think it would be a panic situation, if that makes sense.
Well, it'll be Sunday Night Football Week 3. Jackson Dart making his NFL debut. So the Chiefs will be 1-2, even if they lose this game against the Eagles. Danny, final question: do you buy what we saw from Aaron Rodgers in Week 1 against the Jets and his ability to keep that rolling for the rest of the season, including this Sunday against Mike McDonald and that tough Seahawks defense?
No, even though I liked the Steelers to make the playoffs this year, but like I don't think he's going to be 4 touchdowns every week and it's going to be the most explosive offense. That was the weirdest game of Week 1 by far, Steelers-Jets, right? Like no one thought that was going to be a high-scoring, entertaining affair. And if Buffalo-Baltimore didn't happen, it was the game of the week. And sneaky little note for this game against Seattle, because people were probably thinking about this more for like Week 4, but if Aaron Rodgers has 2 touchdown passes against Seattle, he passes Brett Favre on the all-time touchdown passing list, which I just think is really cool, given their ties, obviously, in Green Bay and the whole history. And then you ask Aaron Rodgers about it, and he'd be like, yeah, and I did it in fewer games with way fewer interceptions, so he can get that shot in on Favre. But I think that what's much more likely to happen is that the Steelers' defense plays much better than they did against the Jets, against Seattle, and the Steelers' offense plays much worse. But if the Steelers' offense is going to be a top 10 unit in the NFL, the Steelers are going to win 12 games, because I don't think anyone thinks that what we saw from their defense Week 1 is the norm. I assume the defense is going to be fine. So I expect a step back from the offense and a step forward from the defense.
I've got a Steelers playoff ticket. I'm going to bet the Steelers this weekend. I hope you're right about the Steelers defense playing better, because as Patrick Queen said after the game on Sunday, they played like bleep. We're a family-friendly show. Danny, we love having you. We appreciate it. On Twitter at Danny Parkins. First things first, Danny is on from 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern. He does an awesome job with Nick Wright, Kevin Wildes, and Chris Broussard. My friend, thank you very much for the time, and we look forward to doing this again.
Can't wait, guys. Talk to you next week.
Danny Parkins joining us here on You Better You Bet. So it's a true story. Danny and I had dinner it was during the Eastern Conference Final, because we were talking Knicks Pacers. We were talking about when we used to do the show. It's like literally like I did the show in like the laundry room in my house, and I hated it. I certainly understand where he was coming from. On the other side, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, and Femi and I will give you our thoughts on some of the big college football games this weekend.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Daboll was asked some very direct questions after the Giants lost to the Commanders 21-6. Is Russell Wilson your starting quarterback? He was asked repeatedly. He never answered the question. He did everything he did to evade. And the media, New York media is on him. He's like, look, man, do you understand with your response here that people are going to go and run about whether or not Russell Wilson is your quarterback moving forward? And then he would talk about everybody around Russ and how they got to be better and this and that. I know he was trying to take the pressure off of Russell Wilson, but he was never flat out saying Russell Wilson is our starting quarterback the foreseeable future. Russ is going to start this week at Dallas. Then they've got Kansas City, LA Chargers. Difficult first month. He's going to dart. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The number dropped a little bit, 20 to 25. In my mind, Sam, what I'm thinking right now is, look, I think Dart's going to end up playing the majority of the season. Maybe I'm dead wrong on that. I think he's out there majority of the season. And with that, I'm going to want a Dart ticket. I'm just trying to figure out when do I want to get a Dart ticket.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, we got some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the wonderful Football Wednesday edition of the show with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports and Femi and my college football bets for this weekend. Three tremendous guests joined us on the program. Danny Parkins just now from First Things First on Fox Sports 1. Brett McMurphy, college football insider for our friends at On3 Sports. And Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Brian Baldinger. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, Tyler Morales. Our engineer, Jake the Snake Hassan. Our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, downtown, Mike Brown. And in case you missed any of the show today, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcast. Can I get some reads here, guys? Like, can all of us collectively, get in the game here, please? Is that possible? Thank you. Well, BetMGM, I can't do the BetMGM read yet because that slide's not ready. We got no highlights coming back from break for this hour. Do I have to hold everybody's hand here to do their jobs, please? All right. All right, thank you very much. Don't forget to download and subscribe to the You Better You Bet podcast. Catch up on everything from today's show, including Femi's Hour. Reacted to today's headline, broke down how he's betting NFL MVP, Offensive and Defensive Player of the Year. Search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. And you can also swing big on your next Major League Baseball parlay by using today's Parlay Boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Coming up after us here on the BetMGM network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath and our guest at this time, the one, the only, the great Brad Evans. Brad, happy Wednesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigos. Happy hump day to you and yours.
Absolutely. Now, Brad, I know you guys do tons of fantasy football on BetMGM Tonight. Last year, we played, what was the game that we played last year on the show that you would bring, that you did on Bennett, that you brought here? Do you do that on Wednesdays or Thursdays?
Yes. You want to go?
Yeah, let's do it. I want to play, and Femi wants to play also.
All right. I'm going to give you guys an option of whatever position you want. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver, or are you daring enough to go tight end?
Well, I'll go first. I'll go wide receiver. And this is, I swear on everything holy, this is true. Femi told me earlier today that he really wanted to participate and predict the prop. So Femi is going to tell you what position he wants after me. So I would like to go wide receiver first.
All right. Your player is Puka Nacua, receiving yards against the Tennessee Titans.
So Puka, I believe, was in the high 70s, right? Or like the low 80s last week for the Rams at home against the Texans. Had a good game. Rams offensive line injured against the Titans. It has to be in the same range. I will say Puka is at, it's a low total. I'll say Puka is at, 70, 77 or 78 and a half. One of those two.
Correct. Almost exactly right. It is indeed at 79 and a half. So is it a slight under for you, mi amigo?
You know, I think it may be an under, especially if the Rams guards both don't play in the game, but not ready to make that prediction yet until we have the full injury report.
All right. Yeah, well, I'm going to take the under on that as well. Go ahead, Femi.
I love it. Let me go with the running back because Nick went wide receiver. I'll go running back so we can mix it up a little bit.
All right, your player is a guy that had a monster week one, Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that feline fracas in the Queen City against Cincy.
For the yardage, so rushing yards, Etienne.
Rush yards, yep.
I'm gonna say his rushing yard is at 69 and a half. Let's go 69 and a half.
Not even close. Femi's not a big props guy, to be fair.
I'm not a prop
put him
player.
On the spot there.
I'm not in those. I'm not in those weeds.
The first number is a 4, right? Like it's a high 4s, 47 and a half, 48 and a half for ETN.
No.
Okay, what do we got?
You guys are both wrong.
What?
All right, 55 and a half.
Under.
So, Femi,
wow.
I'll give you the honors. Apparently, you're way over, and I think Costas on the opposite side of the ledger. So, Femi, give me your true answer, over under.
I mean, I'm going over. We watched that Cincinnati Bengals defensive front in the preseason. Come on. Bill Krosky-Merritt out there looking like the next great running back in league history. Like everyone was. Will Shipley was looking like a great. I mean, come on. Yeah, that's too low against that Bengals defense. I'll go over on that one. I might actually bet a prop this week.
Until Bayshal Tootin has maybe more carries this week than Travis. So I like the under a little bit on ETN because I think Tootin's taking over that backfield sooner rather than later. Brad, do you have a tight end for us just for bleeps and giggles?
Oh, yeah, another guy coming off an incredible week one in which he had 7 catches for 76. Tyler Warren of the Colts receiving yards, Nick.
Oh, man, this is a tough one, right? Because it's the Broncos. So it's a way tougher matchup for Tyler Warren. Is the first number a 4?
Correct.
Yeah, it's 46 and a half. That might be too high.
Not within 5. I'll go to Femi. He guessed 46 and a half. It does start with a 4. What do you say?
Well, you said within 5, and you said it starts with a 4, so this is only one number it could be.
Yes. I was going to say, we're going with 47 and a half.
You're also off. It's exactly 40 and a half on Tyler Warren.
I have to tell you something. I feel like I've actually gotten dumber in this segment. And Femi's really like Femi. The first number starts with a 4. It's not 46 and a half, and it's more than 5 off. There's only one number it could possibly be, 40 and a half. You guess 47 and a half.
In my head, I was thinking from like 40 to 45. I was like, okay, if it's not in that range, it's 47 and a half then. But yes, I just misinterpreted it. Whatever. You guys have fun with your damn props. I'll bet the sides.
Oh, we will. I mean, I actually won props this weekend. The sides and totals, not so much. Brad, have a great show tonight, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Austin Eckler receiving yards, whatever the damn number is right now at BetMGM. I'm out.
So Brad giving us a bet for Thursday Night Football on a Wednesday. Brad, you don't have to come locked and loaded with another bet for Thursday Night Football. Should be no problem for Brad Evans coming up tomorrow night. All right, we will get to the bets for tonight in just a moment here. Oh, boy. Todd Archer.
Just can't make it up.
Who does he work for? He's covered the Cowboys. ESPN,
ESPN.
Right?
Yeah, friend of the show.
He's covered the Cowboys forever. Oh, nice. The Dallas Cowboys could be without corner Deron Bland for a couple of weeks because of a right foot injury suffered in Monday's practice, according to multiple sources. It's not the worst injury in the world this week, Femi, against the Giants, because I'm presuming you'll have Trevon Diggs against Malik Neighbors. But it's something that's going to hurt the Cowboys moving forward. It's already a thin defense and a thin secondary. Now Kyrie Elam presumably is going to have to play more. Not great, Femi, for your Dallas Cowboys.
No, especially like the way they were playing Deron Bland, they were putting him more in the slot. So it's going to be a lot of Elam. I mean, like you look at the depth chart, here's guys like Reddy Stewart. Like it's a bad situation for the Dallas Cowboys. And what's unfortunate is that like for some reason they can never get Diggs and Bland on the field at the same time. Like one guy is always injured. Hopefully this is a short-term thing and it's like a couple of weeks and it's not like a short-term IR situation. But yeah, that's a pretty big blow to a defense that I don't have a lot of faith in and just reinforces my belief in the over this weekend and also for weeks to come.
Give us your one favorite college football bet for the weekend in one of the marquee games.
I'm going to go with the Georgia Bulldogs. Like, I know it's Gunnar Stockton's first true road start because, like, you think back to last year, he played in the SEC title game in Atlanta, played in the Sugar Bowl when they lost to Notre Dame, which was unfortunate because I bet them in that game. And like, he just hasn't played in those like road environments, which can be tough. I just trust in Kirby Smart. And there's something to be said about Kirby Smart's defense against these Josh Heupel offenses. He's been able to dominate them. Now, is Tennessee really good? I have a lot of respect for Tennessee. I think they were a dark horse CFP team in the summertime. And so far through a couple of weeks, that's looked pretty good. But they also haven't played a team like Georgia. So I like Georgia. If I'm only have to lay 3.5, maybe it gets down to 3 as people continue to bet Tennessee at home with Rocky Top and all that stuff. But I think Georgia goes into there. They take care of business. They win it by a touchdown. I like the Bulldogs.
I like Georgia as well. A lot of the reasons that you just said. And I said this yesterday. I understand why people kind of like Florida and can make the case for the Gators to keep it close at least against LSU. I kind of think Florida's the trendy dog of the week. And is this going to go to 7? I can't imagine it does. A ticket on LSU is in my future if that ever happens. All right, let's get to our bets for tonight. I'm sure Jake and Tyler have some baseball, Femi. If I definitely don't. So let's hit the dope ass beat and get on with the show here. Femi, any bets for you tonight in the world of sports, or are we punting till tomorrow night with Thursday Night Football?
I'll be punting tonight. I'm going to go ahead and get my hair cut. I'm going to probably watch a movie later on this evening, eat some dinner, and then rest. I don't know. I got a bunch on the DVR that I have stocked up, so I'm going to kind of sift through those. But I'll let you guys know in the group chat.
Or don't. Jake is with us here.
Actually will.
Okay. Jake is with us. Jake, what are you betting tonight in Major League Baseball? You know Jake's always got a ton of action.
I got burnt by the Astros bullpen last night, so I'm not going to mess with that again. I'll instead just play them on the first 5, fading Jose Barrios, an enemy of mine. And I'm going to keep playing on the White Sox on the money line. The Rays are kind of just punting a little bit, and they're going with an opener today. So I'll back the White Sox. They've been frisky. Also take Kyle Teal over 1.5 total bases again after we did it last night. And all he did was hit a home run. So we'll go Kyle Teal over 1.5 total bases again today.
Yeah.
All right, so Jake's smashing it with the Major League Baseball bets for tonight with Kyle Teal. Tyler Morales is with us. Tyler has informed us he has a golf bet to give out. Tyler, what do you are they playing golf right now?
Yes, they are. They're all getting ready for the Ryder Cup. So Scotty Scheffler's the favorite, and all the guys are playing. So 3 bets. Patrick Cantlay 18-1. JJ Spawn 22. It's the Pro Core Championship, the prestigious Pro Core, the 5th major, as most people call it.
Can I ask you something? Like, why is this like if Scheffler's playing? It's like. Is it just because the NFL's going on that, like, no one's paying attention? Because, like, this feels like this should get a little more pub, no?
Yeah, it's all the Ryder Cup guys are playing this. So the field's usually not this strong before during football season like this. So yeah, so Scotty Scheffler was obviously the huge favorite. Let's go Patrick Cantlay, JJ Spawn, and Rico Hoey at 90-1. Love our guy Rico Hoey this week. So those are my outright bets. So the Pro Court Championship while winning NFL Sunday. What can go wrong?
So Scheffler is playing on the U.S. team in the Ryder Cup.
Yes, he is.
Did he play last time or no?
Yeah, he's played the last 2 times.
And the U.S. has lost, right? The U.S. lost because we bet Europe last time.
Yeah, they lost to Europe, and then they won before that. So it usually goes to whoever has a home field advantage usually wins.
So U.S. has home course advantage here?
Yes.
I'd like to bet Europe.
So, yep, I'm betting Europe as well. That has been the show bet for the last month. We're going to be betting Europe on the Ryder Cup.
And honestly, with what's going on in this country, we might as well just move to Europe. I don't know. I'm happy that people laughed at that. I don't know if it's really a laughing matter, but yes, just wanted to,
Hey, it's all you can do sometimes, right?
Listen, it's all you can do. Messed up stuff hanging over the show today. Hopefully, we were able to bring you a little levity in the toy department of life, which is the world of sports. We are done until tomorrow. Huge game to preview tomorrow and give bets out for the Commanders and the Packers on Thursday Night Football. And until we meet again tomorrow, I'm Nick Costos wishing everybody minimal sweats, winning bets, and the absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
USC quarterback Jaden Mayava. Now, Jaden Mayava, from a statistical standpoint, he checks all the boxes. Week 1, and they've played jabronis, so that also has to factor in. But I'm just looking at he's not the only Heisman Trophy winner who's played jabronis. I just told you Bryce Young had a 34.1 QBR performance against Mercer. It's college football. Week 1, week 2, you get a lot of guys who play jabroni teams. But Mayava has taken advantage of that. Week 1, his QBR, 96.8. Week 2, QBR, 96.7. That is what you want to look for with a future Heisman Trophy winner. Now, the team success is where this could get tricky for USC. Over at BetMGM, the Trojans have an updated win total of 8.5. Now, we just got done saying you need to be on a team 10-plus wins. And if you're not winning 10, the cutoff is 9-3, and you better put up some sick stats to win the award. Maybe Mayava can put up some sick stats, man. 96.8, 96.7. We're off to a pretty good start, aren't we? Even though it was against Georgia Southern and Montana State, we're still off to a pretty good start, must admit. I would say this, though, about USC and about Mayava's case. The thing that he has working in his favor is that when you look at past Heisman Trophy winners, not only does his production mirror what they did in weeks 1 and 2, he's also coached by a guy who's known for producing Heisman Trophy winners. How about USC head coach Lincoln Riley? Most recently, Caleb Williams, who we talked about at the top of the hour. now with the Chicago Bears. Things aren't going well. But at USC, things went pretty damn well. Caleb Williams won the Heisman Trophy playing for Lincoln Riley. His first 2 starts that year, 96.3, 97.3 with his QBR. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like Jaden Mayava, doesn't it? How about Baker Mayfield? How about Kyler Murray? These are guys that played for now USC head coach Lincoln Riley. Whether he was the OC or the head coach, they all played for him. They developed under Lincoln Riley. Hell, Jalen Hurts had a season where he finished in the top of the Heisman Trophy vote. Like, it was like second or third in the Heisman when he played at Oklahoma for Lincoln Riley. Like, Lincoln Riley, he might not win you national titles, but he's going to win you some damn Heisman Trophy.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans, and joining me on this hump day edition of the show, the one, the only, Ryan Horvat. And boy, we got an action-packed program for you tonight. Of course, we're going to reveal our picks on our cards here momentarily. I'm looking at action tonight. Horvy's looking ahead on the immediate horizon, not only in college football week number 3, but also in the NFL week number 2. We got a game tomorrow night on a Hashtag Tequila Thursday featuring Harvey's beloveds, the Green Bay Packers, taking on the Washington Commanders. May get a couple of picks on that game here in a minute and get you prepped. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by, get his parlay of the day on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and work in some bonus time wagers as well. Then, former NFL wide receiver Allen Robinson is going to join us once again. We're going to break things down, ask him some wide receiver specific questions, and get his general thoughts on a number of different topics in the National Football League. Don't want to miss that interview coming up here in Seg 3, followed by Fade or Follow, another 4-pack of college football games. We're going to be breaking down a couple of marquee matchups in the SEC and maybe Ryan Horvat's favorite team as well, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They get it off the schneid at home against Texas A&M. We shall discuss. And of course, I'm going to pitch to Horvey to fade or follow, and you know where the bias is going to go when it comes to Notre Dame football. Followed by Joe DeLeon. We're talking more college football, which should be an exciting weekend, and that's where we're going to get his thoughts on a variety of subjects on the junior circuit, followed by Hump Day Hail Marys. Could be in college football, could be in the NFL. The only requirement is all plus money all the time. Our Campbell friend's going to come out and give us support, as he always does, there in Seg 6, followed by Predict the Prop number. Dozens of props have already dropped on the National Football League in week number 2. Horvey has not been cheating. I'm going to throw out hopefully 5 names I'll have time for: at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and also a tight end. and he's going to guess the prop, and then we're going to have a conversation whether or not we're going to take the over or the under on said prop. And then finally, we're going to feel the draft, our fantasy football draft. Your boy finished dead last week. I gotta save some face. Supposedly, I know something about fantasy football, but I look like a giant boob at the current moment and already dealing with a deficit. But we're going to be drafting tonight. Who are we going to take at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, and flex? We shall see. And finally, too, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average viewers and listeners of this fine program. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, tied to week 2, maybe got some trades, some start-sit decisions, maybe that waiver wire ad that you grabbed overnight. You're like, all right, do I put this guy in my lineup or do I sit him down? Let us help you out. If you want to talk sports betting with us, you sure can. Simple way to dial the phone. You just pick it up and punch in 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also send us your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day, and it's asking you this. Among dud week 1 wide receivers, which one bounces back strongest for fantasy football managers in week numero dos? Your options are Jamar Chase against the Jags, Brian Thomas in that same matchup against the Bengals, Nico Collins against the Bucs, or A.J. Brown on the road in Kansas City. So far, over 315 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed colleague, Ryan Horvat. Horvey, choose your own adventure time. Here are your 3 topics. It's been a newsy day for sure in the NFL. Option number 1, Quinshon Judkins did not practice today. Increasingly doubtful he plays against Baltimore. He met with the NFL front office about his ongoing investigation conducted by the league, but he plans to practice tomorrow. So there's an ever so slight chance that he returns to the field and makes his NFL debut here in week 2. Option number 2, Ben Johnson said he should, quote, call more runs, end quote, and give Kyle Monangai, quote, more carries, end quote. That's interesting. And option number 3, Brock, ain't he so purty? Expected to miss multiple weeks per Kyle Shanahan, is considered a long shot to play this week down in the Crescent City, taking on New Orleans Saints. By the way, the line has moved yet again. Shaved off 1.5 from yesterday. It's now Niners -3. So out of Judkins, Kyle Monangai, or the San Francisco Walking Infirmary, choose your own adventure.
Well, the Monangai stuff's really interesting. I actually thought that Ben Johnson called a hell of a game. If you go back and you watch, I know that, Bears fans probably don't want to do this. It was all over social media, but the all-22 of Caleb was really bad. But Ben Johnson was scheming guys wide open. It was kind of like watching Detroit's offense from the last 2 years, minus Jared Goff executing the offense. But I do expect the Bears to bounce back, and I do want to see more Monangai, man. DeAndre Swift should not be carrying the rock 17 times in a game in the year 2025. But I'm more intrigued by this Niners game because I don't think the Saints are going to be very good, even though they were competitive week 1. That was week 1. So at 3, I'm ready to play some Niners, even if it's Mac Jones. Oh. And, in a 2-quarterback dynasty league where I need some quarterback help, I actually picked up Mac Jones if he does have to start multiple weeks. Let's not forget he started the final 8 games in Jacksonville. With a roster, even if it's beat up right now with Kittle and the hamstring injury and Jennings and the shoulder injury, you still have Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall and Kyle Shanahan calling plays. And he scored at least 21 fantasy points in 3 of his last 6 games in Jacksonville behind that offensive line with those weapons where his best wide receiver was a rookie. So I'm pretty high on Mac Jones running this offense, man. And, at 3, the Niners are a buy for me. A cheap money line price. I still think that they beat the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, I got the number again at 7 when there was rumblings about Kittle missing some time, and then the number came cascading down. It was in real time. I was doing a hit on You Better You Bet before the show, and it went from 6.5 to 5.5 to 4.5 in a snap, and now it's down to 3. I think this is a buy back in situation on the Gold Panthers. I think Mac Jones is serviceable. I too, now granted, I'm in a 16-team Superflex league, grabbed him immediately once the news came out about the multiple weeks that Shanahan tossed out to the media today. He was decent. I mean, he's not going to win you all kinds of money in your fantasy league by any stretch of the imagination, but could he get you like 15 to 18 points in a given week? Hells to the yes, he can do that. And, Juwan Jennings is trending in the right direction with a clean scan that he received yesterday on that shoulder. We'll see about the practice reports this week. Tonjes is a guy we talked about as well at tight end. That's still sleeping pina coladas right now in about 98% of Yahoo leagues. So if you're looking, for a plug-and-play option, maybe you're one of those George Kittle impacted managers. Tonjes could be a guy to debate his services. And you're right, man. Christian McCaffrey, I don't give a damn what the number is. I think the rush yards have already posted. It's in the high 70s right now at BetMGM. I'm waiting on pins and needles, though, for the receptions prop. I'm curious what it's going to open up at. I'm guessing 5.5, and I might slam dunk the over. I may even go to the alt market. He might catch 10 passes this week down there on the bayou. So, again, don't tremendously downgrade a lot of the stars that are still going to make a massive impact for this San Francisco team, and I'm kind of with you. I like the Niners now. Catching just 3 points. I may even sprinkle a little action there on the money line as a result. They're laying 3, I should say. So I like that one quite a bit. All right. And by the way, Commandant guy, go grab him, folks. I'm telling you. He is a diamond in the rough and a guy that fits that zone scheme to a T in Chicago. DeAndre Swift should not be getting more than 10 carries per game. I'm talking to you, Ben Johnson. All right, let's get after with our cards this evening. Our top 3 plays of the night. Go ahead and pick your poison. As always, numero uno on your card, mi amigo. What do you have?
I just sent this one over to Monty running video and put it in the chat for the boys. I got a baseball bet. I'm picking and choosing right now for baseball season. I will have more baseball bets when we get to the postseason, but right now I'm focused on college football and the NFL and player prop markets. But I got one that I like tonight, actually. And I saw the most public bet as far as totals tonight was the Yankees-Tigers over. I'm going to go on the under, actually. I just bet this under 8 -105 about 10 minutes ago. So you got Rodon going, who 16-7 this season with a 3.12 ERA, but he's been really good at home in New York. He's holding opponents to a 187 batting average, 7 scoreless outings in his last 10 starts. Flaherty's going for Detroit. He's got a 3.82 career ERA. He's held the Yankees to 7 earned runs across 16 1/3 in prior meetings. So let's go with the under at 8 in Yankees-Tigers for play number 1. I need a little sweat for tonight.
All right, I'm going to go with WNBA. This game just tipped off at numero uno between the Atlanta Dream and Connecticut Sun. Give me Ryan Howard, 5 or more assists against CT. They're on the road at a -105. She is split right down the middle in the 4 games between these two teams. She's gone over twice and under twice. And you look at her last 4 games, somebody who has consistently hit over this. In fact, we stretch out over 10 games. She's gone over in 8 of her last 10. Yeah, she's only averaging 4.7 assists per game. That's why there's value here on the old line at 5+ assists. But you look at Connecticut, over their last 10 games, they've allowed the 3rd most opponent assists per game at 22 flats. Ryan Howard of the Dream. Hopefully going to make me some dollars and drop at least 5 dimes. She does that. I cash in at -105. Numero dos on your card, mi amigo. What else do you have?
All right, Christian McCaffrey, anytime touchdown. So like you, I'm waiting on the receiving props. But you could get an anytime touchdown right now for McCaffrey, -165. So I know that's a lot of juice, man. But he didn't score week 1. But the touches and the volume were obviously there for him. So we're going to go McCaffrey, and to score 2 touchdowns, 5-1 +500. Give me a little bit of that. I think he's going to have over 20 carries. He had 9 receptions in his first game. I think he's going to have double-digit targets. So an anytime touchdown, -165 with a little sprinkle, 5-1 on my future offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey, this weekend against the Saints.
All right, numero dos on my card. I'm going to live in the land down under on the Cincinnati Red starter night. The Southpaw Andrew Abbott in San Diego taking on the Padres. This one starting at 8:40 p.m. Eastern time. I look at Abbott, a different pitcher on the road this year. Respectable, but much higher ERA away at 3.41. He's actually gone over 17.5 outs in 5 of his last 8 starts, but against San Diego, in his last turn in late June, he only went 5 innings in that one. Plus, he's got a 5.08 ERA in his last 5 games. And on top of that, the Padres number 11 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. So they've been putting a lot of crooked numbers on the board. Again, living in that land down under on Andrew Abbott, 17.5 outs. I don't want him completing 6 innings. He doesn't do that. Hey, it's an even Steven plus 100 juice there at BetMGM. Numero tres on your card. Harvey, bring it home.
Yeah, I know I bet these idiots week 1 and they scored a whopping 6 points, but I'm going back to the week 2. Russ Wilson tweeted out mentally tough, whatever that means, yesterday. I'm hoping that we see Jackson Dart at some point here soon. But that said, I'm a lunatic and bet the Cowboys over 6.5 wins, over 7.5 wins before they lost their minds and traded away Micah Parsons. But in what world are they 6 or even 5.5 point favorites right now over anybody with that defense? Philadelphia walked up and down the field. And, I know, obviously like Russell Wilson he's not getting any younger, but he led the team in rushing yards, even though I had the under week 1. I think he's going to be able to use his legs a little bit against this Dallas defense. I don't trust them to get enough stops to win this game by margin. So in a divisional matchup, give me the Giants plus 6. They can't play any worse than they did week 1.
All right, a little bias baked in here. Numero tres for me, same game parlay. Give me the Cubs plus 1.5 on the run line in the ATL, and give me Nico Horner to get a hit. Put those hands together, plus 102 there at BetMGM. Horner just absolutely abuses southpaw pitchers, and Chris Sale is going to be on the mound. A guy that's batting .352 against LHPs this year. He's batting .304 in his last 7 games. And on top of that as well, you look at Jameson Taillon, 1.64 ERA in his last 2 coming off the IL. And Sale, very good at 2.03 ERA at home. But the Cubs, I think, will keep this one close. And Horner gets a hit, and I cash in at plus money. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Bets, and more bets. Parlay Pete included. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This guy. We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. We'll look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
Your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there. But is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet, maybe?
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, the foundation from that national championship run that we might see a whole lot of Julian saying going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight on this Hump Day edition. We're going to get more bets on the board here momentarily. A parlay piece got to drop on by, get his parlay of the day, which cashed last night. Was the Evans store tonight? I got to wait and find out. We're going to say hello to a little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders that get seduced by the juice at plus money and working some bonus time bets as well. Friendly reminder, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on our BetMGM Tonight account on X, and it's asking you this: among the week 1 wide receivers, which one bounces back strongest for fantasy football managers in week 2? Your options are Jamar Chase against the Jacksonville Jaguars, Brian Thomas in that same game against the Cincinnati Bengals, Nico Collins in the Monday Night doubleheader taking on Tampa, or A.J. Brown, does he get down in Kansas City taking on the Chiefs? Nearly 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. And pardon me for a second, I gotta yell at this moron at the bar. Hey,
dead pirate guy, get over here! Yeah! Shiver me timbers, I'm here to make some booty. Parlay Pete is in the house, cashing in last night. And he is itching to get some more action on the Major League Baseball diamond. And guess what he is going to do? He's running it back with the exact same bet that he featured last night on the show. Why? It's fading the Colorado Pebbles. Leg numero uno on the same gamer. The LA Dodgers -1.5 of the run line, meaning they got to win by 2 or more runs. And leg numero dos, Shohei Ohtani. Show him the money. 2+ on HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as I will give you the juice, but first, straight from the cold dead and one Parlay Pete, I have the reasoning right here. Again, leg numero uno, Dodgers -1.5 of the run line. They have covered 4 of their last 6 against the Colorado Pebbles, a team that's really owned this franchise, to say the least. They're going to be trotting out Blake Snell, who's been awesome at Chavez Ravine this year with a 1.7 ERA, going against Kyle Freeland. Now, got to give credit where credit is due. Kyle Freeland is pitching like he is a number 1, at least for Colorado. He'd still be like probably a 4-starter in any other competitive franchise, but he's got a 3.56 ERA in his last 6, though a 4.5 ERA in his lone start against the LA Dodgers. On top of that, too, you look at WRC plus here last couple of weeks. This is shocking. The Rockies, 1 spot higher than the Dodgers in that category. Colorado at a woeful, still number 26, but LAD at number 27. Still, Parlay Pete believes the Dodgers, like they did last night, going to score the cover on that -1.5. And then leg numero dos, Shohei Ohtani, 2+ HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as her. He's absolutely owned Kyle Freeland in his career. 6 of 8. Let me repeat that. 6 of 8 with a double and 2 bombs against Freeland in his career. Also 4 RBI. That shakes out, I know it's a small sample size, to a 2,375 OPS. That's explicit. That is obscene. On top of that, too, against the Rockies, this season, batting .341 with a 1,205 OPS, and he's hit the over in 3 straight on 2+. So to recap, yar, shiver me timbers, Parlay Pete. Again, running it back from last night. Same game parlay. LA Dodgers -1.5 on the run line. Shohei Ohtani 2+. Exact same juice as last night. +112. Bet there at BetMGM. By the way, Parlay Pete up now 13.41 units. A little heater he is riding here last few days. Hopefully it's got to keep cashing, though. Football usually drains his bankroll. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvath. What is a phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, Daddy needs, Daddy's got to have it. Brando, give us the news. Freeman Cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're talking. This makes me kind of want to get up and run through a wall, which is good because last night we talked about this game and I did not have a wager at the time, but now I do. So Georgia is laying 3.5 against Tennessee. I bet the money line today, -170. I think Georgia wins this game outright. Also, a little player prop, if you could get player props. I know you can't everywhere. Unfortunately, I have to drive to D.C. from Maryland. I find this so dumb, man. But Joey Aguilar, the starting quarterback for Tennessee, I love the under on his rush yards, 11.5. I think Georgia is going to get home and sack him a couple times. In college, obviously, you lose yardage. But he's looked pretty good so far. 5 touchdown passes, over 500 yards. He's led the offense to a combined 117 points. They did beat Syracuse, but they're going to be without their 2 starting corners in this game, man. Ricky Gibson and Jermod McCoy. McCoy's still coming back from an ACL tear. Gibson hurt his arm, I guess. Georgia's 2-0, and nobody's really impressed because they haven't really looked for the style points against Marshall and Austin Peay last week. But I do think that they're going to win this game by at least 4 points. So the spread's fine. I went money line because I'm a coward. Georgia's 6-0 against the number in their last 6 games against Tennessee. I don't think that changes, but I do like that prop a little bit more if you could find it. Again, Joey Aguilar, under 11.5 rush yards, starting quarterback for Tennessee. I think Georgia's defense is going to show. And I think Georgia's offense might even show up here and score, 28 points, which will get the job done.
Yeah, look, Georgia's going to be a definite component of mine on a couple of parlays on the money line.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Captain Hook out of the equation on the 3.5 and just bet him straight up with something else I like so I can reduce the juice and get seduced by the juice, which we're going to feature here. Not on that bet, but on something else here momentarily. But I am going to Thursday night football. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it, Brandon. Let's go. Oh, I like the little horn there. Da-da-da-da-da-da. There's a hint of Peter Gabriel in the background. Of course, we can't use the original song because we would violate some copyright laws, but there's a taste of it there. So well done by Brando finding that cut that we can play legally here on BetMGM tonight. JCM, also known as Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, also known as just Bill. I am going to live in the land down under on 41.5 rush yards. Oh, how dare I do that to the fantasy darling that is JCM. Look, I understand he had a banner week 1 against the New York Giants. 10 carries, 82 yards. An impressive 4.70 yards after contact per attempt, which was top 10 among qualifying running backs. But Green Bay is a different animal in the trenches. A team that's already number 5 in rush EPA defense. And they limited my guy, Mandatory Montgomery, 11 carries for 25 yards. And Jahmyr Gibbs, who in some leagues went number 1 overall for fantasy purposes, only had 9 carries for 19 yards. They only averaged 2.1 rush yards per carry. Just outlandish what Green Bay did in containing and bottling up what was supposed to be, at least most expect, to be a top 10 offense in the league. I think JCM crashes back down to earth, gets a heavy spoonful of reality. Remember, he only played 20 snaps last week. Austin Eckler was your snaps leader at 31, and you get a little sprinkling as well of Jeremy McNichols. So put all together, JCM, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Take a chill pill, folks, on short rest. I'm limited land down under 41.5 rush yards at a minus 110 juice tomorrow night. All right, we got to get some plus money on the board. It's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, bartender, thank you so much for the healthy pour. Let's slug back some shots, catch a buzz, and hopefully cash in. You also have some action on Thursday Night Football in this segment as well. What do you like?
I think it's going to be a higher scoring game tomorrow night. I haven't bet the over, but I do like Zach Ertz to get in the end zone at plus 270. So this goes back for about a decade since I started betting player props. I always play tight ends against Green Bay. It doesn't matter who the linebackers are, who the safeties are, who the coordinators are. And I like Ertz in this spot. So he caught 3 of 5 targets, only 26 yards, but had a touchdown week 1. Played 81.1% of the dropbacks. And he had a bunch of short touchdowns last year. I think it could be the same this year. He had a team high 31.4% of the red zone targets going back to last year. Only Trey McBride, 32.3%, has a higher share. I like him to get in the end zone against Green Bay. You know, a pizza money bet at plus 270, but I do like Ertz tomorrow night.
All right, great call there. Let's stay north at 2-1 odds for my play. I'm getting seduced by the juice on Jane Daniels in the race to 20 rush yards market at plus 230. Some people have asked me, what the heck does that mean? Well, is he going to be the first player, no matter what team it is, to reach, and no matter what position, to reach 20 rush yards in the game? And I think that's entirely doable. Why? Green Bay is going to be one of the most assertive, aggressive, pass-rushing defenses in the NFL. Why? Because you got Micah Parsons breathing down everybody's neck. That is going to lead to some opportunistic scrambles for Jane Daniels, and I hope the line of Washington breaks down early in the game. Maybe, I don't know, let's say the first possession of the game. He reads, he reacts, and he takes off. It calls his own number. A guy who last week against the Giants had exactly 20 rush yards on 3 rush attempts in the first quarter of play. A season ago, he averaged 6.2 yards per carry on first quarter runs. And look, he's a greyhound by comparison to Jared Goff, who's a blind basset hound out there. That's, of course, who Green Bay went up against in week one. Completely different style of player. I think Jaden Daniels races, sprints out, and gets the first 20 rush yards of the game, regardless of position, at plus 230. Absolutely seducing juice on that call. All right, bonus time. Whether Major League Baseball tonight, maybe the WNBA on a live dive, looking at a college football, or week 2 of the NFL, all I ask, Corby, is give me another bet. So give it to me.
Yeah, I was going to talk about this one last night, but all the college football numbers got hit, so I want to talk about those instead. Give me the Dolphins on the money line, minus 115. They're actually favored in the game, which I think is a little telling after they stunk up the joint week 1. Tua can't play any worse. They get the Patriots here. And I know everybody loves New England, and I've talked about this a bunch because I went under 8.5 wins. I just thought that going from 4 wins to 8.5, just because Mike Vrabel gets the job and they draft a tackle and they fix up the defense a little bit, I just thought that was a huge adjustment. Prove me wrong here, New England. Drake May, I do like him, and I think he's going to be a solid starting NFL quarterback. And I have him in a fantasy league. But he's 1-10 straight up. So as bad as the Dolphins are right now, as beat up as they are in the secondary, the Patriots need to prove to me that they could win a football game. Again, 1-10 straight up. This isn't against the spread. This is Drake May. So I'll take the Dolphins here to bounce back and show some sort of life on Sunday.
You know what that is? That is a hashtag Team Huevo special. You got giant cojones bet on the Miami Dolphins against New England. But your narrative could be exactly right, my friend. I'm kind of buying and leaning into that. We're going to have more on that game a little bit later. My bonus time action, let's go with the former Chicago Bear and Justin Fields. I'm going to bet the over, and I already did so, on 40.5 rush yards, taking on those Buffalo Bills. Still riding the high of that exhilarating come-from-behind victory on Sunday Night Football against Baltimore. Buffalo, you want to talk about being an aggressive defense. They're one of the most assertive in the NFL. After week 1, they're number 3 in pocket pressure percentage at 22.7%. So they really dial up the heat. And much like I'm hoping for Jaden Daniels, Justin Fields going to get flush out of the pocket and take off a running there in the open field. They did give up, the Bills, 6 carries for 70 yards to Lamar Jackson. And as well, you look at Justin Fields against the Pittsburgh Steelers, supposedly vaunted run defense. He had 12 rush attempts for 48 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Going back to last season in games that he started, he has gone over on 40.5 rush yards in 4 of his last 7 games. So one of the best scoring duelists in fantasy and betting in reality. Love me some Justin Fields over 48.5 rush yards against the Bills at a minus 115. So, Horby, got a quick couple of seconds here. You got to fade or follow that Fields bet?
No, I'm going to follow that one, man. Fields look really good week 1, right? Granted, I don't know how good the Steelers' defense is going to be because their secondary, keep talking about the Dolphins dropping like flies. They've had some injuries as well. But I like Fields in that offense, and they're going to be a heavy run-first offense, obviously, although I do like Garrett Wilson and Fields back together. I think 48, that's about what he finishes with, 48-50, so I like the over here.
All right, the over on Justin Fields it is. From a former Chicago Bear, we're going to go to another Allen Robinson. Yeah, the former wide receiver is going to be joining us next. Breaking everything down to week 2. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Nick. I mean, the bottom line is, I've been doing I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years, And, I take it seriously. And, look, people can disagree with my vote and, why is this team above this team and, all those things. That happens. I understand that. But, yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter, just to blatantly just act like it is a joke, you shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this. I would have had more respect if they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. Again, people that cover, I guess she's a beat writer, covers somebody on the West Coast. I don't know that much about her. So, yeah, I voted for the AP poll when I covered USF, 100 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of everything going on. It's why the coaches poll it isn't done by the coaches. It's done by their PR directors. But still, you should be able to simply, at the worst, you should be able to look at the scores from the night before. You should be able to have an idea of who has won. I mean, people that I respect a great deal have forgotten to put Ohio State in the rankings one week, because you just get through and you're listing teams and your 25 is done and you don't get an alert that says, by the way, you had Ohio State 2 last week. They're not in your top 25 this week. Did you mean to do that? So it starts over fresh. So that happens. That's a mistake. That's an honest mistake. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, oh, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process. I mean, that's a horrible look. And the bad thing is, like everything else, whether it's what you guys do a great job. No matter whether you're a, ditch digger, if somebody in that line of work embarrasses that line of work, then it's like everybody gets lumped together. Like, oh, you guys must suck also. Well, no, actually we don't. But unfortunately, somebody else does in this line of work, and that's what's unfortunate. And look, at the end of the day, it doesn't determine who gets in the playoff, but it's a historical reference. And we've been doing, I haven't been around this long, but since 1936, there's been an AP poll, and I think it's a great judge and barometer of how teams are ranked and rated. And it's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week. When USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like, when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic, and I think it's the perfect perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans away there. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition edition of the show. We're going to be talking to our guy, former NFL wide receiver for 11 years, Allen Robinson, here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, start sit decisions. Whether or not you're going to plug and play that waiver wire ad that you grabbed and spent exorbitant fab cash on last night. If you want to talk some player props with us in the NFL, you're looking at college football as well in week 3, maybe MLB action or the WNBA. Hey, guess what? You can. All you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions or comments on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, let's go out to our video feed and talk to our dude, Allen Robinson, a former fantasy football stud, mind you. Played for a number of teams in the NFL, including my Chicago Bears, over 11 seasons. Make sure you follow him on X. He's always giving it to you there. An opinionated guy. We love that. At Allen Robinson. Again, on X, at Allen Robinson. Allen, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. And straight away from me, my man, you, like any wide receiver league, had your fair share of quiet games. What was your mindset heading into the next game? And the reason I bring that up, out of the following wide receiver studs, who do you believe storms back with a vengeance in week 2? A.J. Brown of Philadelphia, Jamar Chase of the Bengals, Brian Thomas, who's going to be going against Jamar Chase in that same game in Cincinnati, or Nico Collins on Monday night in his matchup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So give me your thoughts on any of those dudes and just kind of your psychology coming off a quiet game.
First, the psychology coming off a quiet game, obviously you always want to make up for it. You know, I mean, a guy like, because I'm going to go with Jamar Chase this week. I mean, a guy like him, you know, he's the connection that him and Joe Burrow have, you know, slow start to the season week 1, but, you know, I think they'll pick it up very, very quickly. He's a guy who can score at any point in time on the field, and I think he'll be poised for that. Especially, you know, I know it's probably a lot of fantasy football owners, a lot of betting owners who've been in his comments, DMs, mentions throughout the whole course of the week saying that they picked him on yards, they picked him on parlays and so on and so forth. So I know he'll have a little bit of extra juice going into this week, you know, just for himself, but also for the bettors out there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Alan, I'm an Aaron Rodgers guy. I know he's not for everybody, but I get a kick out of the guy, and I think he's just he's one of the ultimate badasses in league history. He throws for 4 touchdowns on Sunday against his former team, the New York Jets, who are supposed to have one of the top secondaries in the league. You got Mike Tomlin, who's never had a losing season, even though a lot of Pittsburgh fans, for whatever reason, want him out. They're plus 425 right now to win the division. Obviously, it's a tough division. You have Joe Burrow in the Bengals. You have Lamar Jackson in the Ravens. But are you a believer in Pittsburgh this year, at least as a wild card team? You know, or do you think maybe that's just an overreaction after one really good week where Rodgers looked pretty good at 41 years old?
Definitely in on Pittsburgh, man. Seeing the juice that Aaron Rodgers had in that game on Sunday, man. We hadn't saw Aaron Rodgers and that excitement and confidence and everything from Aaron Rodgers in quite some time. And to be honest, you know, I think the game is a better game when A-Rod is playing well, just across the league, man. Seeing him and his fist pumps, his celebrations, man, he was pretty juiced. And I don't think that was just a week 1 versus the Jets thing. I believe that culture that's around him as a player, and from players to personnel and Tomlin, I think they've really rejuvenated him. And also, this is his second year off of his injury, and he's probably pretty healthy now, had a whole offseason to train and get his body back right. So, you know, I think it's going to continue to ascend. You know, I think that's just the start. You know, again, it may be some ebb and flows to the season, but I think Aaron Rodgers spoke to just the confidence that he has in his players and also the clutch plays that those players make down the stretch across the board.
The team I really liked in the NFC this year to bounce back was San Francisco. They play the easiest schedule in the league. They get, you know, CMC back healthy. And funny enough, everybody was worried about his health. He's the one guy that's actually healthy right now. It looks like they're going to be without Brock Purdy for multiple weeks. So I wanted to ask you this, man, is, you know, a receiver in the league, what's the biggest challenge on game week when you're trying to prep and QB1's out and you're going to be catching balls from a guy that you might not have a whole lot of reps with at camp, because you're not working with the second team offense. And do you think San Francisco could survive the next few weeks with this rash of injuries? It's not just Purdy, it's Kittle. Jennings is a little bit dinged up right now. What are your thoughts on that?
It's definitely tough, and I feel like it's more tough with some of the main calls that you may have, like 2-minute stuff and stuff like that, because you don't get really a lot of time throughout the course of the week to run that stuff. Some of your more scripted plays, you'll have a chance to go through walkthrough. You'll have a chance to run through those plays. You have a chance to run those against air and so on and so forth. But when you started to get into other things that you may not have gotten the reps, it can be tough. So I would look for San Francisco to maybe start off hot early in the game, but as some of those opener plays start to cool down a little bit, they may start to slow up and stall. But at the same time, Mac Jones is a high draft pick. He isn't a slouch. He's been a starter before. So, they don't just have a guy who's coming in that they don't have any confidence in. And if anybody can have somebody come in and pick it up, I think it's Kyle Shanahan. He's somewhat of a quarterback whisperer. So we've saw guys, come in and play well under him multiple times. It wasn't too long ago that Brock Purdy was just a guy and came in, and now he's the guy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And dad bods for the win. Mac Jones, not exactly chiseled.
Especially for quarterbacks.
He's going to go out.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah. You guys can't be like that, Alan.
I don't care what his physique looks like. Just throw some frozen ropes to my guy, and particularly in Christian McCaffrey with a dump-off game. We're talking Allen Robinson right now. 11-year NFL veteran at the wide receiver position. Give him a follow on X. An awesome follow there. At Allen Robinson. Again, on X. At Allen Robinson. Allen, Philly KC is arguably the game of week 2 in the NFL without Rashee Rice and likely without an effective Xavier Worthy for KC. Who do you see stepping up most in this Chiefs offense? And most importantly, who takes the game at Arrowhead? Currently, the Eagles are favored by the slimmest of margins, 1 point on the road.
I think it's going to be tough for the Chiefs. Again, they're having guys fill in. They have their main guy in Rasheen Rice out, having Xavier Worthy, now their deep threat out as well. Obviously, we've heard of some guys, step up throughout training camp and make some plays, who may be a little bit lower on the depth chart, and they have Hollywood Brown to still make some plays as well. But, I think it will be tough. It's always tough as well going against a Vic Fangio defense. As we saw last week with the weapons that Dallas had, it was hard to stretch the field and kind of create those explosive plays. So it's not going to be easy. So I got to go with Philly, man. I think that Philly just has the consistent run game. Obviously, their pass game kind of is up and down. But again, I think Jalen Hurts is the true essence of a dual threat quarterback, meaning that he affects the run and the pass. So I think when it comes to that, when you balance it out, you have a guy who kind of leads the charge for both of those.
You and I are very much on the same wavelength, my man. I love Philadelphia in that game. Dare I say, Kansas City could start the season 0-2. I think it's very much there on the table. Alan, we'll get you out of here on this. You're very familiar with how passionate Bears fans are during your days in Chicago. On Monday, the city went from elated to exasperated in how it viewed one Caleb Williams. Where do you stand on the former number 1 pick? Is it panic time or exercise patience?
I don't think it's panic time just yet. I know Chicago is, especially when it comes to quarterbacks. I know the Chicago community is a what have you done for me lately kind of city, but keep calm. It's a work in progress. He's still learning. Rome wasn't built in a day, So I think at the end of the day, with what Ben Johnson is bringing to the table and how he likes to cultivate and call the offense, as we saw with Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, it may take a little bit of time. I know that Chicago Bears fans may hate to hear that, and I know the patience may not just be there, but take some time for now. Take a deep breath and allow the season to play out a little bit more. And as we progress, we'll figure out here if we need to hit the panic button or not.
Yeah, man. Goose Island's a quality beverage. Just go and sip on one of those and just relax. All right. It's a 1-game sample size. I'm with you on that perspective, my man. Outstanding stuff from Allen Robinson, 11-year NFL wide receiver. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Allen Robinson, and on X at Allen Robinson. Allen, we appreciate the time. Have fun watching football this weekend and NFL week 2. And we'll do this again next week, my man.
Will do. Looking forward to it.
Thank
you.
All
right, fellas, see you next
there
week.
he goes. All right, see you, Allen. Allen Robinson, former Chicago Bear. Hit the nail right on the head. there at the end of the interview. It's like Bears fans, they're the kings of overreaction. You and I are scoreheads, right? Shout out to our boss, Mitch Rosen, who's done a masterful job creating and really expanding that station in the Windy City. I mean, they own sports talk in Chicago, and, you know, the panic button has already been pushed by hundreds of thousands of Bears fans, apparently. And I understand he was awesome in the first half, Caleb Williams, and it was kind of a tale of two halves, polar opposite, especially late in the game in crunch time. But you live and learn. Ben Johnson is still living and learning. They're making some moves. They'll make some adjustments. Let's see what happens in game just number 2, and a revenge game narrative as well for Ben Johnson taking on his former employer on the road in the Detroit Lions.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you, man. I have no concerns about Ben Johnson whatsoever. Now, did KOC, Kevin O'Connell, kind of eat his lunch, right? And Dennis Allen's? Well, yeah, but Kevin O'Connell also is one of the better coaches in the league. I keep saying the best coach in the league, but Andy Reid is still alive. But Kevin O'Connell is just really damn good. And it was Ben Johnson's first game as a head coach, right? This is why I asked this question to Jay Gruden. What's the biggest difference between being a hot shot play caller and being in control of the entire locker room? Even though that question kind of speaks for itself, you're in control of, the clock decisions, the game management, the personnel, the substitutions, all that stuff. But the game plan, especially on the offensive side of the ball, was flawless. There were guys open all over the field. Now, it was also, we got to remember, week 1, right? And Caleb didn't play a whole lot in the preseason, and he's still only in year 2. He's a work in progress, like Brando said last night in the final hour, which I agree with. Jaden was more NFL ready and always was going to be. I think Caleb still has the higher ceiling. Pump the brakes. It's funny because in the first half, he completed, 10 balls in a row? And he's the next Brett Favre. Then they lose the game, and they're done with him, and they want to see Bajan. Pump the brakes. Give him at least 5 weeks before you jump off the curb.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll never be the next Brett Favre. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. More bets in college football. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
ESPN released a list of the most exciting players in MLB right now, and they did it bracket style. And first, from the top rankings, I say to myself, how is Shohei Ohtani not in the first 4 players? They crowned Bobby Witt Jr. as the most exciting player in baseball. And if you've watched him play, all the metrics are there. From a pure baseball standpoint, he is a true 5-tool athlete. But I think if we're talking about exciting, I think there are other things that go into it. It's almost like celebrities. Think about the best actors in Hollywood. They're not the ones that sell magazines. It's people that have other things going on in their lives, whether it's dating somebody who's famous or, having legal issues. So I think for that reason, the cultural phenomenon that Ohtani is, I think I would put him at number 1 still. And plus, what other player on this list has a score bug, a dedicated score bug or graphic on Fox where they say, Shohei Ohtani, 3 batters away, please don't go anywhere. So I think Ohtani would be number 1 for me.
Oh, yeah. I saw, what was he, a 5 seed?
Right?
Now, I will say, they did say that they had Ellie De La Cruz and Bobby Witt Jr. as the 1 seeds based on last year. I'm like, okay, fine. But still, what is Shohei doing as a 5 seed here? Is he a 5 seed? I think he's a 5 seed. He's definitely not top 3. It's ridiculous. I don't care if he was injured earlier this year. He's not now. He's playing. Even a casual fan, I want to see Shohei. He's one of those guys you pay because Shohei's in town.
go, Nate. Is there a favorite game or favorite bet that we haven't touched on yet for you?
I think honestly, I'm sticking with my Super Bowl pick and probably gonna ride them this whole season. And I seen a little interesting bet. Green Bay to win by 7 to 12 points plus 375. I like a good old short week. Things not going well, but also I predict a few offsides for the Commanders offense. I really think that the Green Bay, their fans really do their defense justice with how loud they get. And when you're watching, even on the TV screen, I'm just like, I can't imagine like what it's like just trying to hear audible as an O-lineman that's standing 2 feet away from a quarterback and they're yelling to you, and you can always see that it's an issue. So I think that'll be a big issue for them tomorrow night in that game. And I think Green Bay, they win pretty handily. And I respect the hell out of the Commanders and their offense and Jaden Daniels, but I just feel like going to Lambeau is going to be a tough task on a Thursday night.
There's some interest in New York at 6. Like a couple of sports books that are prominent domestically have gone to 5.5. So it's not like it's 6 across the board. So make sure if you do like the New York Giants, you shop around and grab one of those 6s. BetMGM as a 6 there. So go ahead and do it and make it legendary with BetMGM, the People's Sportsbook. In terms of the total, that continues to hang out at 44.5. Now, on the injury standpoint, Nick, you talked about this earlier in the last hour. Andrew Thomas did not practice today for the New York Giants. That's the big one. I would like for Andrew Thomas to play in the game so I could bet the over. If he doesn't play, I think this betting market...
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. I was shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. Are going to be breaking things down in the world of college football. Another 4-pack of games. And I'm going to ask Horvey, as I always do, you going to fade or are you going to follow the favorite in each one of them? We got some marquee programs to discuss tonight. Friendly reminder, folks, that we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And it's asking you this: among dud week 1 wide receivers, which one bounces back strongest for fantasy football managers in week 2? Your options are Jamar Chase against the Jags, Brian Thomas in the same game against the Bengals, Nico Collins against the Bucks, or A.J. Brown against the Chiefs. So far, over 320 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right to keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Also, we had an awesome interview in the last segment with the one, the only Allen Robinson, former Chicago Bear, guy that played for the Jacksonville Jaguars, also played for the LA Rams, 11 years in the NFL, got his perspectives on a lot of those dud wide receivers and their bounce back possibilities. here in week 2 and a variety of other subjects. If you missed any of that interview, don't worry. You can always go back and listen at your leisure with a BetMGM Tonight podcast. You can grab that and subscribe to it. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe and listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So opt in right now on the Pro Football No Sweat token only at BetMGM. All right, from the pros to the junior circuit, we got to get after it on another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, as we always do this time of year, we have a college football dedicated segment. That is the specialty of one Ryan Horvat. So we're always breaking down 4 games a day. I have another 4-pack today of some big named institutions. One of the matchups, a very lopsided spread. Many of the other ones, much tighter line. So here is how this is going to work. I'm going to give you the spread. I'm going to give you the matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite. And then I'm going to break things down with the numbers nerd in the background. I'll give you the Football Power Index rating, the offensive rating, the efficiency ratings there at Pro Football Focus, again, on both sides of the ball. And I'm going to kick it to Ryan and ask him straight up, you going to fade? Or you gotta follow the favorite, and he's gonna answer and then give you the breakdown. So let's go ahead and get after it. Horvat, are you ready?
I am, sir. Let's do it.
All right, let's go to the battle for Ohio. I mean, there's a lot of D1 schools in that fine bellwether state. The Ohio State laying 31.5 against the representatives down the road from Athens. That is the OHIO, not with state attached to it. Just Ohio, the Fighting Gary Trents, I like to call him. Minus 110 is the juice. Again, numbers nerd. Backing things up here. Football Power Index at ESPN has the Ohio State. I have to say that for copyright purposes. At number 3 in the country has Ohio at number 68. You look at the offensive efficiency rating at Pro Football Focus on the Buckeyes at number 31. They're number 24 in defensive efficiency. Meanwhile, the Bobcats are number 85 in offensive efficiency, but, oh, yikes, 104 in defensive efficiency. So what do you make of Ohio State laying 31.5 against Ohio? Do the Buckeyes absolutely blitz the intrastate quote-unquote rival? Fade or follow?
I'm mad at myself. Last Saturday, Ohio, the Bobcats, a MAC team, was actually favored against West Virginia, and they won and covered. They beat West Virginia at home 17-10, and I'm mad at myself for not betting them. But this week, I would only follow Ohio State and fade Ohio. So the Ohio State defense, my concern was they lose Jim Knowles and they hire Matt Patricia. And I know it didn't work out for him as a head coach in the National Football League, but this defense looks legit, even with the pieces that they lost. Now, Caleb Downs is the best safety in the country. Right now, they're 33rd in the country in opponents' yards per game. Tied for second in the nation, though, in opponents' points per game. Only BYU has allowed less points this season. And, you know, you got to look at the week 1 matchup. They took on Texas, who everybody loved coming into the season, only gave up 336 total yards, forced a turnover, gave up just 1 touchdown in that game. And then they held Grambling to 166 total yards of offense. So right now, the Ohio State defense looks damn good. The offense is kind of a work in progress with Julian Sayin, but he looked good last week. And Ohio's been all right. Parker Navarro has been pretty decent this season. He's completing over 69% of his passes, 4 touchdown passes. He's also run for 180 yards. But my concern is he's been sacked 3 times and he's been picked off 3 times. If you turn the ball over against Ohio State, this could get ugly quick. So if I were to bet this game, it would be Buckeyes or pass, even at 31.5.
That's a big line. I ain't touching it, but you're going to follow the Buckeyes of Ohio State. All right, so go on to the SEC. Ole Miss laying the Snowman 8 points against the Arkansas Razorbacks, also at a -110 right now on BetMGM. Football Power Index has Ole Miss at number 8 in the country. Arkansas not that far down on the list at number 19. The offensive efficiency rating currently at Pro Football Focus. The Rebels at number 67 in the country, which is a bit shocking considering who is their coach, right, and what they were able to put up on the board last year. Defensive rating at number 65, so not much better in that category. Arkansas, offensive efficiency at number 23. Defensive efficiency at number 21. So the advanced data is saying in screaming, take the points. What do you say, Ryan Horvath? Fade or follow Ole Miss -8 at home against Arkansas at -110.
I'm going to fade Ole Miss is 8-point favorites. Anything over a touchdown. I like Arkansas. I really like the over. It almost seems too good to be true. It's a 2-game sample size, but Arkansas right now is top 10 in standard down explosives. And Ole Miss's defense is outside the top 90, 93rd right now in standard down EPA. You brought up the offensive side of the ball. Austin Simmons, everybody was pretty high on him after one drive last year when he filled in for Dart, when Dart got hurt. He's been rough, man. 4 picks already and 5 turnover-worthy plays. So I think Arkansas, with their explosive plays, is going to keep this game close. I think it's going to be a higher-scoring game. Haven't bet it yet, but if I were to, I would take Arkansas, and I would take the over here.
Again, I'm going numbers there, Donnie. I love Arkansas plus the 8, man. I think they're going to keep that within striking distance. Let's go ahead and stay in the SEC. LSU, go Tigers, with an X there. -7.5 at home against Florida. Still licking their wounds after the disappointing loss last week. Football Power Index has this LSU at number 16, Florida number 24 in the country. Offensive efficiency, 99th in the country is LSU. A bit shocking there. Florida number 26. Defensive efficiency rating, LSU at number 50. Florida at number 33. So the advanced metrics are screaming, yelling, take the Florida Gators and chomp down with them catching 7.5. What's your take? Fade or follow LSU -7.5 at home against the Florida Gators at a -110 juice.
So I loved Florida at 9.5, and I still think there's plenty of meat on the bone at 7.5. Now, if this were 6.5 or 6, I would probably take LSU in a bounce back game. Now they're 2-0, but I say a bounce back game because either they didn't want to show anything last week, man, or maybe I overhyped them a little bit. Now they have the win over Clemson, so you could say it was a sleepy spot, and they didn't want to show a whole lot with a rivalry game coming up the following week, but they only beat Louisiana Tech by 2 scores. They only scored 3 touchdowns in that game. I'm really high on Garrett Nussmeier. Did throw a touchdown pass, but also threw an interception against Louisiana Tech. And then you have Florida, who is going to be pissed off and motivated. They were 17.5-point favorites. I wish I would have played some money line with South Florida because I am a big fan of Byron Brown. But I just took the points like a coward. Wish I would have played the money line. I didn't. They beat them outright. But it was a weird, fluky game. They had the weather delay like many games did in college football last week. And I still like what I saw from Lagway, man. I know he's a little bit of a work in progress. I thought people that were betting him to win the Heisman were insane, but he was 22 for 33, 222 yards, did throw an interception, but also threw a touchdown pass. They got the ground game going a little bit. I like them to keep this game close. I'm praying that LSU wins because I still need them to win at least 9 games. But I think Florida keeps this within a field goal. Rivalry game, give me the points with the Gators. Anything over a touchdown.
All right, going to fade LSU -7.5. I think it's a great call there with Florida. They should be able to at least be respectable in this game and show up and somewhat show out. They may not win it straight up, but I think the Florida Gators do cover that 7.5 number. All right, last one. Got to bury the bias, my man. As a diehard Fighting Irish fan, Notre Dame at home in South Bend. And for the touchdown Jesus, -7. It gets the Texas A&M Aggies at a -110. Nimmers Nerd says this. Fighting Irish, believe it or not, number 10 still in the country, and according to the Football Power Index there at ESPN. Meanwhile, Texas A&M at number 15. Here's what's stunning. I know it's a small sample size, but Notre Dame right now, according to Pro Football Focus, 114 in the country in offensive efficiency and 110 in the nation in defensive efficiency. Meanwhile, you look at Texas A&M, 34 and 34 offense, defense efficiency. So again, the advanced metrics, a small sample size, are screaming, yelling, take the Aggies. Horvat, do you dare fade your squad? Notre Dame -7 against Texas A&M. They're in South Bend, -110 juice. Fade or follow?
You know, at first look, man, Mike Elko, they lost this game last year, year one against Notre Dame. He coached at Notre Dame. He was the defensive coordinator a while ago. So I was thinking like revenge angle, too many points. But Texas A&M, they're dealing with some injuries. Now, Mike Elko had his press conference on Monday, and he came out right away and he said, before you guys even ask, we'll be fine injury-wise, and said Marcel Reed, who's their starting quarterback, will be fine. But he got hurt in their win over Utah State. In the third quarter, he took a big hit. He was scrambling on a 2nd and 4. And it looks like he's going to go, man. But I question if he's even 85%, 80% in this game. And now he's going to be going against that Notre Dame defense. And I don't punish Notre Dame for playing Miami on the road. And I actually am really high still on Notre Dame. Not only because I'm a Notre Dame fan. I like them anywhere from 6.5 to 7. I wouldn't go over 7. If this touches 7.5, I would take the points with A&M. And I know a lot of people like the over. I like the under a lot here. Even though I am high on CJ Carr, I was really impressed the way that Notre Dame battled back. I just think Miami is really good. But if you go back and you watch that game, Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price, 2 really good running backs at Notre Dame, couldn't get anything going on the ground. I think that says more about where Miami is. Miami had 5 tackles for loss in that game and 3 sacks. Reuben Bain is going to be an NFL stud. He played 48 snaps in that game, had 6 tackles, a half of a sack, a half of a tackle for loss, 4 pressures, 1 pick, and he missed 0 tackles. Like, that's a defensive line that all those guys are going to be in the NFL, and CJ Carr is a 19-year-old kid that was making his first start on the road in Miami. So I think Notre Dame bounces back. I still think that they're a better football team than A&M. I think they win the game by, I say, at least a touchdown, but I love the under in this game. I'm waiting to bet it, but I'm going to bet the under here. And thank you, Brando. And I think Notre Dame, I'm going to vary the bias, but I do think that they cover here. And I think they're the better team, and I think they're going back to the playoff, damn it. Thank you.
All right, Rudy Rudiger, salute you, my man. All right, to recap, he is going to follow Ohio State -31.5 against Ohio. He's going to fade Ole Miss -8 against Arkansas. He's going to fade LSU -7.5 against Florida. And, of course, he's going to follow Notre Dame -7 at Texas A&M. Quick take here, a little bonus time NFL. Miami, you're already on -1.5. Thanks to New England Patriots. Want to get your take. Over or under 43.5 on the total. I'm signed with the over. Or are you going to follow me?
Yeah, over, man. I think Miami's offense bounces back, right? Now, I'm not high on them long term. I think they probably win like 4 to 5 games this year, and they're looking for a new head coach next year. Tua can't look any worse. We'll see what's up with Tyreek Hill, but I expect the offense to bounce back. And I don't think they're going to completely shut down New England, especially with their injuries in the secondary. I think like 27-24, 28-24 sounds realistic here. So over for me.
All right, we're taking a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our Hump Day Hail Marys are going to be tossed. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be getting to the hump day Hail Marys a little bit later on. Also some breaking news in the National Football League that we will break down regarding one Tyreek Hill. But right now we're going to stick with the college football theme. And a friendly reminder, folks, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, if you want to talk anything in the world of college football in terms of betting as well, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also shoot us your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, we're going to bring in a man who knows all the ins and outs in college football, the one, the only, the outstanding Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Subscribe, download wherever you get your podcasts, and follow him on X, would you kindly, at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X, at Joe DeLeon. We have him here in Animated Picture and Sound. Joe, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. So wait over from me. Let's go ahead and start off with what most believe is the game of the week in college football week 3. Last night, Horvath argued Georgia will win and cover the 3.5 points on the road against the favorites and the Tennessee Volunteers. Where do you stand? Do you see Uga lifting his leg on Rocky Top?
I'm on that side as well. I think that Georgia's going to cover this 3.5 point spread. And the big reason for me is that we've Joey Aguilar in this, who's been great for Tennessee so far. He's been beyond everybody's expectations. Everybody assumed that he was going to step in for Nico and he was going to be a mess turning the ball over. No picks to this point, no turnovers to this point. He's been awesome. But I think that he's now going to be challenged with one of the most complex defensive matchups that he could possibly be thrown in his first 3 weeks of his time in the SEC. Having to deal with this fast, talented secondary and this really budding defensive line is going to be a really, really brutal matchup for him. I'm not implying that Aguilar is going to be a mess in this game and he's going to stink it up. I just think that it just takes one pick. It takes one interception, just one risky throw, one chance where he tries to take a risk like he used to do at App State, and it doesn't pay off. And that is how Georgia wins. That is how Georgia turns games in their favor. I also think there's been this whole conversation with Gunnar Stockton and the offense not being aggressive, not opening things up. His yards per attempt has been one of the lowest in the country. It has also been a case of where he hasn't thrown past the sticks at all this year. I think that they've been deliberate not to show what they want to do this season. There's a reason why Kirby hasn't really seemed panicked when talking about this. So I am going to take the Bulldogs minus 3.5 as well.
I think the game we'll both be looking forward to outside of that one, of course, is Notre Dame fans. And I know we're probably both a little bit worried, but Notre Dame, 6.5 point favorites. Some spots have them at 7, a full touchdown and the extra point, of course. They have the week off. Texas A&M played a JV squad. Like I said, the Irish landed a touchdown at home. Do you think this is a bounce back from their loss to Miami, or do you make the case for A&M to keep this game close?
If I had to pitch a pick, I would say that I think Texas A&M covers. I mean, it's just such a big spread for them to lose by 3 or 4 points. However, it ends up getting chalked up. I think that's realistic, and there's even opens the door for the opportunity with the spread this big for them to crawl back in, backdoor cover. I just don't like it being 6.5 at that number. But I think Notre Dame does end up winning this game. And I think that is definitely the side to be leaning on because of 2 important reasons. One, the bye week's beneficial for them. Most times we would look at a week 2 bye week and we would say, oh my God, that's going to kill all their momentum. Marcus Freeman has done this a lot. Where they play the big game, they play this really important matchup, and then when they got to turn around and prepare for the next opponent, They lay a dud. They will lay a complete egg because they put all their energy into the opponent the week prior. I think of the issues they had against Louisville, against Clemson 2 years ago. We know what happened against Northern Illinois. I think that this week off gives them a chance to catch their breath and then to evaluate some of the ways that they can be more aggressive offensively and defensively. The second part about this, they gave up Texas A&M 174 yards to UTSA's starting running back. That's a lot. We're not talking about like a 100-yard day. We're not talking about like a 150-yard day. We're talking about 174 yards to a G5 running back. I think Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price are going to get into a rhythm, and that is the type of game that they want to play, which is slowing the game down, controlling time of possession. So I think Notre Dame is going to have a capable time of winning this.
Another game I'm looking forward to this weekend with an even bigger spread is South Florida, who I feel like everybody's fallen in love with now that they beat a ranked team in Boise State. And then not only did they cover, I like them to cover against Florida. I wish I wasn't a coward and would have sprinkled a little money line, man. But I hate this spot for him. Now that everybody loves them because they were able to run the ball on Florida, I don't know that anybody's going to be able to do that against Miami because Jeremiah Love and Price couldn't run the ball against Miami. Where are you at in this game? Miami laying 17.5. And while we have you, do you think Miami is for real this year in the ACC?
Well, first of all, I definitely think that Miami is for real. And the biggest reason why I think that they're for real is that Corey Heatherman, who came in at DC, has emphasized fundamentals, and it's very clear. Last year, they were not swarming to the football. They were not tackling with effective technique. They were just doing everything wrong. Heatherman comes in, and he is a just grind you down, like true, like really physical-minded defensive coordinator. 4 new defensive backs, which originally were a concern, actually turn out to be a huge strength for them. And for that exact reason is why I think that Miami is going to cover in this. I think that what we saw with Florida last week, without Caleb Banks, their best defensive lineman, that they were ran all over, as you just mentioned. But think about the play that set up the game-winning field goal. Guys weren't tackling. Guys weren't funneling to the football. Guys were not swarming. I think Miami's going to have an easier time, and you have to do that against Byron Brown, a super elusive quarterback. The other part about this that I haven't really seen mentioned much, South Florida's a great team. I think they're going to represent the G5 in the college football playoff. I think that they're going to stay ranked, and they should stay ranked if they lose this game by 18 or more points. But when you are a team that is the plucky underdog that goes on to upset someone, you're now on watch. No one's going to play around with you. Everybody knows who you are now. You're not going to get overlooked by Miami because they don't want to get caught getting embarrassed like their counterpart Florida did. So I think for this specific instance, and you hear it in Mario Cristobal's words this week, you hear it in Corey Heatherman's words this week, that there is an emphasis on not letting Byron Brown in this offense completely kill them.
Boat racing, I think, is the appropriate word. That is forthcoming in that matchup. Completely agree with you in Miami and USF. We are right now talking to Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcasts and follow him on X. Would you kindly at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X at Joe DeLeon. Joe, with Florida falling to the aforementioned Bulls last week, Florida LSU has lost some of its luster. Currently at BetMGM, the Tigers are laying 7.5 points with a total at 48.5. Do the Gators bounce back, or do you feel LSU mauls them at home?
I'm going to take LSU to cover in this situation. Maulding feels maybe a little too aggressive for how this game would play out, but I think that they're going to win handedly and confidently. I think first and foremost, we're going to get Brian Kelly pissed off coming into this game, losing last year, embarrassing him and his team. He wants revenge, and that's what it sounds like coming into this from people I've talked to. You hear him talking this week coming into the game. It sounds like he's taking this very seriously and seeing an opportunity against an opposing coach who is desperate to get a win. I also think the other part about this, quite simply, it's in Baton Rouge. It is a tough road environment to step into. I think that Florida will be more motivated and focused and trying to play better because they know that they're on life support at the current moment. But I think that LSU has that home field advantage that's going to really step up and really rattle and get in the head of this Florida offense and this Florida team.
Interesting. Joe, we'll get you out of here on this. Kind of open up the table on this one. We're all about getting seduced by the juice here on this show. That, of course, being BetMGM tonight. Give us your favorite money line play at plus money. That is a requirement. College football week 3. What do you got?
Plus money. I really like the idea of taking. I didn't have any plus bets, but the one that I liked for this game though, I liked Minnesota -1.5 going up against Cal. The reason why I really like this game, and it's a very close matchup. They're traveling to Cal. It's gonna be a really late night game. I think that Drake Lindsay in this Minnesota squad is so underrated. I think that team has the potential of both lines of scrimmage. They've got some really solid defensive linemen. They've got some really solid offensive linemen. This Cal team's roster's barren. I know that JKS, the young quarterback that they have, I don't know if that's a nickname for him yet, but I'm going to start making that one. He's really gifted, former 5-star that's starting there at Cal. He's not going to be enough. We're gonna really see that there's a separation here for this Minnesota squad.
By the way, fun fact, I know it's a small sample size, but Minnesota right now, #1 in the country at Pro Football Focus and defensive efficiency. So you might be onto something there. Taking the Golden Gophers, the Fighting Flex, on the road on the late night tip there in Berkeley against the Cal Golden Bears. Outstanding stuff as always from our guy, Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Follow him on X, would you kindly? At Joe DeLeon, again on X, at Joe DeLeon. And Joe, aren't you so proud of me? I didn't even ask you a question about my ILL.
Even after I was... I did pick Illinois when I was on the show last week, but I was a little bit too negative going into that game, and you guys smoked Duke.
I was
well, in the second half, it was a tale of two halves. First half was a little bit touch and go, and then I think at halftime, Bielema started shouting at the offensive line, was like, "Guys, do your damn job!" And they did exactly that in half number 2. So outstanding stuff, Joe. We appreciate the time, man. Enjoy college football week 3. And hopefully you're going to be cashing in multiple tickets this weekend.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes. Joe DeLeon. Horvath, I'm going to pitch something to you. Based on your expertise and Joe's as well. I love playing money lines in college football.
Yeah.
I think that's a really savvy way to build up bankroll on plus money on some parlay action. How about a Georgia money line with LSU money line, Notre Dame money line, that 3-legger? I have no idea what that pays out right now at BetMGM, but it's got to be a decent plus money. You in?
I'd be in on that if anybody, because you always got to ask who will screw this up. Anytime I put one of these together, or my dad does the same, he'll always send it over to me every Saturday because he doesn't really watch a whole lot of college football. He's more of an NFL guy, but he likes to watch like the primetime games. So he'll be like, what do you think about this? Who messes it up? And I'll always give him my answer. If anybody were to mess that up, I think LSU wins. I think they beat Florida. I could see Notre Dame screwing it up. I know I just got done 15 minutes ago, and then I'm going to lay it with Notre Dame. Yeah, I don't know, man. I keep seeing like all these trends, right, about how Mike Elko against the number following, a blowout win, and Marcus Freeman, his number against the spread after a loss. And none of that really means anything to me. I could see there being something off about this Notre Dame team, where they're like an 8-9 win team at best. That's what concerns me. But I do love Georgia. I think that number is way too short. And I love that they haven't looked good the first 2 games of the season, because if they did look good, we're probably looking at a spread closer like 4.5 to 6. Only having to lay 3, I love. But you can count me in on that parlay, but if anybody does screw it up, it'll probably be my Irish, so don't be mad at me.
All right, so I just built this at BetMGM and here in real time, folks. Doing it right here on the fly. A man of multiple jobs. That's what I do here on BetMGM tonight. So again, Georgia money line, Notre Dame money line, LSU money line. All these teams got to do is just win, baby. Just win. That's right, Al Davis. Plus 186. That's some sexy seduced by the juice there at BetMGM. And I'm going to be truthful. I love Joe's take on Minnesota. Again, being the numbers earner that I am I watching every snap of college football? No, unless it's Illinois. And I'm going to be probably 10 beers in at the tailgate because Illinois got a night game against Western Michigan. And yes, I'm going to lay the 27.5. Yes, I will make the 45-minute drive to Covington, Indiana and make that bet because I can't do it here in the great land of Lincoln. I'll pick up some Beef House rolls, which are absolutely delicious there in Covington.
Yeah, they are.
I'd probably go with an alt line like Minnesota -3 and get plus money on that because that -1.5, of course, is standard -110. You like that?
I do, and I'm with Joe. I think this Minnesota team's a little underrated, right? I know a lot of people are PJ Fleck haters. I worry that there would be some regression losing Corey Heatherman, who we just talked about. He's now the DC at Miami. Minnesota had a top 10 defense last year, but this year, for the first time in a long time, their offense is fun. Drake Lindsey, he's got 3 touchdown passes already this season. He's a lot of fun if you haven't watched him yet. So I'm with you on Minnesota. I think they win that game by a minimum of 3 points against Cal on the road.
All right, we're going to close the door temporarily there on college football. We come back. We're finally going to get to Hump Day Hail Mary. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
This guy. We're taking Miami -17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them -17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
Your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there.
but is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet? Maybe.
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, the foundation from that national championship run that we might see a whole lot of Julian saying going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
It's time to place your bets with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Hump Day edition of the show. We're going to get to some Hump Day Hail Marys here momentarily. Our Camel's going to come out and emphasize our points. But we got some breaking news in the National Football League from Pro Football Talk and Florida Sports Buzz as well. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill is under NFL investigation for new domestic violence allegations. Head coach Mike McDaniel offered a quote and says, we've been in communication with the NFL and we'll let the process play out, end quote. So, again, Tyreek Hill, we know the history of domestic violence as tied to him. New allegations now popping up. We'll see what happens, but undetermined if he's going to be on the field and in action this week in that matchup at home against the New England Patriots. But, Horvat, your instant reaction to this Tyreek Hill news, my gut feeling, he might have played his last down, not only with the Dolphins, but possibly in the NFL.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out, man. Now, I also saw, I believe it was Jeremy Fowler about 24 hours ago, there was a report that maybe, just maybe, the Miami Dolphins would listen for trade talks or for trade offers for Tyreek Hill. There would be some trade talks is what I meant to say there. But honestly, I have been saying this all summer. He continues to spin off this planet. I don't think he's a very good person. I'll leave it at that. Every time during the summer, I would go on social media and his name would pop up. It would be negative. It would be him on a podcast. His teammates, the starting quarterback, first interview he did this summer at OTAs was Tyreek Hill has to regain the trust of his teammates. And honestly, I like Miami this week, and I think him being away from the team would be beneficial for Tua and for Jalen Waddle and everybody in that locker room. So I like them more if he does go away. And I'm kind of hoping that he has played his last down in the National Football League, because I'll just say this, I'm not a fan of Tyreek Hill off the field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the history there is a little bit uncomfortable, to say the least, tied to him. And, this is a new allegation. And, again, given the past, I mean, certainly some choppy waters. And there's a reason why I feel, this is a gut feeling. And again, we're going to have everything going to play out. I have no concrete information. This is me kind of reading between the lines. Again, I think it's a very real possibility he's played his last down in the National Football League, and he may just disappear, but he's just kind of unraveling. You got that sense here last few months. You could see the body language there on the sideline, him talking to other players, him talking to the coaching staff, disgruntled, unhappy, and this is going to add to it. Malik Washington, you brought up as a guy that can maybe step up and fill the shoes of Hill if he is indeed out this week. I'll throw out one other name as well, Nick Westbrook-Akine. Right? He's a guy that is a field stretcher. He was actually a premier red zone guy for the Tennessee Titans last year. He's on roster, only had a couple of targets in week 1, had a catch for 70 yards. By the way, Malik Washington had 5 targets, 2 catches for 20 yards in week 1. And, of course, Jaden Waddle should certainly eat. It should be a massive target share for him. Devon Achane as well, a massive target share as well. You might be onto something, man. Miami, this could be a good thing for them if he is not in uniform, and they could respond positively and go out and put forth an undistracted effort against the New England Patriots. So we'll see what it plays out. But again, Tyreek Hill under investigation per Pro Football Talk, and also Florida Sports Buzz on a domestic violence allegation, to be determined if he's going to be able to play here in week 2. All right, let's go and shift gears now and get to some Hump Day Hail Marys. Here's how this is going to work. Yeah, there's our camel friend. You're going to throw out your play, all plus money on the time. Could be in the NFL. I will also allow a little college football action to boot. So go ahead and give your bet. Give the reasonings as well. And then when you are finished, just call for the camel. And then that will be the proper handoff for me to take it from there and do the same thing. We're going to squeeze in as many bets as we possibly can here in this segment. So, Ryan, take it away.
All right, we'll actually go with the college football one, man, because I bet Temple plus 28, the Fighting Pepe Sanchez's. Earlier this morning, it got down to 23. Now I look at BetMGM, and Oklahoma on the road against Temple is only a 21.5-point favorite, and that's where I draw the line. I still like Temple at 21.5. I think most likely they lose this game by 3 scores exactly. But I think this is a perfect letdown spot for Oklahoma, who is coming off a big win over Michigan at home and a potential look-ahead spot with Auburn coming up next. So I'm going to take the points here with Temple. Again, though, 28 down to 21.5. So I think the market is also saying that Oklahoma is not going to be focused here. But I still like Temple, who is 2-0. They covered the number by both games by a combined 50 points. Decent football team, man. So I think they keep this game close. Again, against Oklahoma, who's coming off a win against Michigan and has Auburn on deck. Brando, hit me with the camel.
Hump Day!
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to a Hashtag Tequila Thursday night football special. I'm going to go with a guy that is known for his one-arm pull-ups, the pride of Western State, now Western Colorado and Gunnison, Colorado. Beautiful country. If you've never been there, put it on your list. Austin Eckler, 25 or more receiving yards against your Green Bay Packers. It's plus 145. I rolled the shoulders because I got seduced by that juice. I indeed bet on this. I also bet on the standard line, the over 19.5. When it opened at BetMGM, it has now moved to 20.5. Eckler was limited in practice with a supposed dinged shoulder, but he should be good to go for the matchup tomorrow night. You look at what Green Bay gave up in week 1. It was a bunch of nickel and dime action to the Detroit Lions as Jahmyr Gibbs and Dave Montgomery combined for 14 receptions for 49 yards. That's kind of crazy. So Eckler could be a busy dude, whether it's a competitive game script or it runs negative for the Commanders, and it could run negative. Eckler, in week 1, he ran 19 routes. He ran around on 79.2% of his snaps in the game. 3 targets, 3 catches, 31 yards. You stretch back to last season, he is at the over on 25 or more receiving yards in 5 of his last 9 games. Betalytics, our buddy, Rachel Krychak there, has him projected for 21.5 receiving yards. So a little bit shy of this, but I think get the necessary additional 4 yards to push and cash in at plus 145. So loving this bet. Austin Eckler, 25 or more receiving yards against the Pack. That is my first Hump Day Hail Mary. Hit me with a camel.
Hump Day!
Yes, sir. All right. This one may come to a shock to some, but the Colts went from plus 3 down to 2.5, and their money line price against the Denver Broncos, everybody's favorites, is only plus 110. And I think that's because the Indianapolis Colts are going to beat the Denver Broncos. Now, the Broncos almost covered against the Titans, but they didn't. They fell a point short, and that's because Bo Nix was a little bit of a disaster with the football. 4
he was.
turnover-worthy plays, tied for the most in week 1. And that's my concern with Denver, and that's why if anybody I think is going to dethrone the Chiefs, even with that defense, it's going to be the Chargers, man, because I love Sean Payton, and I know He's the one with the joystick. I just don't trust Bo Nix yet in the big spot, despite the great rookie numbers. Denver's defense leads the NFL, and I think they're going to be the best defense in the league all year long. Lowest EPA per play allowed. Tennessee also had the most penalty yardage, 131, and they still struggled to put that game away. Meanwhile, the Colts defense showed up, man. They tied for the league lead in takeaways, week one, granted, but they had 3. And I like Lou Anarumo. He had the 4th highest blitz rate of the week, and that's really where Bo Nix struggled last week and has continued to struggle in his career. 24.3 PFF passing grade under pressure, man. So I'm going to go with the Colts. Daniel Jones actually looked pretty good. The Shane Steichen offense looked pretty good, running a ton of RPOs at the highest rate in the NFL last week. Let's roll with the Colts. I think they're going to pull off the minor upset against the Denver Broncos at home. Brando, hit me with the camel.
Hump day.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Jets. Jets in the battle for New York. Yeah, thank you, Jets fans. Taking on the Buffalo Bills. I got Braylon Allen, anytime touchdown. Outstanding juice on this, a plus 235 right now at BetMGM. I'm going to fire off a ticket exactly on that. What version of the Buffalo Bills defense are we going to get? Are we going to get the one that got run rough shot over by Derrick Henry's the whole smash hole? The football Frankenstein last week, or one that was far more respectable against the run from last season? The Bills, right now, number 31, next to last in rush EPAD. They gave up the 3 rushing touchdowns. 2 to Henry, 1 to Lamar Jackson in that instant classic last Sunday night. Braylon Allen was definitely outsnapped and outplayed by Breece Hall, but Allen got the goal line work. 6 carries, 9 yards, but he had that touchdown against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that could be the name of his game. A big body guy, physical runner between the pipes. If Justin Fields can get this team knocking at the door, splashing 6, don't be surprised if Braylon Allen gets ball of the belly and gets an opportunity to crash one over the chalk. So give me Braylon Allen anytime touchdown against the Bills at plus 235. Brando, hit me with a camel.
Hump day.
This one goes off tomorrow night. A little more Thursday night action. I like Romeo Doubs, anytime touchdown price at plus 220. Led all receivers for Green Bay with a route run on 73.9% of Jordan Love's dropbacks. Only had 4 targets, caught 2 of them, though, for 68 yards. Matthew Golden, he's a rookie. He ran 13 routes, 2 targets, caught for 16 yards. Jaden Reed ran 12 routes, but he's playing on a fractured foot. I like Romeo Doubs to get in the end zone here. And, Washington, week 1, they gave up a 52.4% completion rate. But that was the New York. I think Jordan Love's going to have himself a game. So Romeo Doubs to get in the end zone, plus 220. Still wide receiver number 1 right now for Green Bay. Brando, hit me with the camel.
Hump day.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go quickly here. Jamar Chase, 100-plus receiving yards against Jacksonville. Coming off a sub-50-yard game over the last 10 games in which he has done that, he's averaging 100.3 receiving yards. In the next game, monster effort on tap against the Jaguars to run Jamar Chase. I can't believe that's at plus 120. All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back. Our favorite game, predict the prop in the NFL, right here on the BetMGM Network, right here on BetMGM tonight. Stick around.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Nick. I mean, the bottom line is, I've been I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years. And, I take it seriously. And, look, people can disagree with my vote and, why is this team above this team and, all those things. That happens. I understand that. But yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter. Just to blatantly just act like it is a joke. You shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this. You know, I would have had more respect if they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. Again, people that cover, I guess she covers, she's a beat writer, covers somebody on the West Coast. I don't know that much about her. So yeah, I voted for the AP poll when I covered USF, 100 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of everything going on. It's why the coaches poll isn't done by the coaches. It's done by their PR directors. But still, you should be able to simply, at the worst, you should be able to look at the scores from the night before. You should be able to have an idea of who has won. I mean, people that I respect a great deal have forgotten to put Ohio State in the rankings one week, because you just get through and you're listing teams and your 25 is done and you don't get an alert that says, by the way, you had Ohio State 2 last week. They're not in your top 25 this week. Did you mean to do that? So it starts over fresh. So that happens. That's a mistake. That's an honest mistake. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, oh, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process. I mean, that's a horrible look. And the bad thing is, like everything else, whether it's what you guys do a great job. No matter what, whether you're a ditch digger, if somebody in that line of work embarrasses that line of work, then it's like everybody gets lumped together. Like, oh, you guys must suck also. Well, no, actually we don't. But unfortunately, somebody else does in this line of work, and that's what's unfortunate. And look, at the end of the day, it doesn't determine who gets in the playoff, but it's a historical reference. And we've been doing, I haven't been around this long, but since 1936, there's been an AP poll, and I think it's a great judge and barometer of how teams are ranked and rated. And it's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week. When USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic, and I think it's the perfect perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
Sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your host, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-O hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Hump Day edition of the show. We just hurled a few Hump Day Hail Marys in the last segment. Again, a friendly reminder, if you missed any of our segments, again, we have that really thanks, Campbell. Awesome interview, not only with Jay DeLeon about week 3 of the college football slate. I definitely want to hear his takes and various plays, but also with Allen Robinson from former Chicago Bears, a wide receiver. He has some interesting takes as well. You can always download and listen to the BetMGM Tonight podcast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Subscribe now to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. We're going to give you some more wagers here in a second. We're going to do a little edition of Predict the Prop, maybe arguably, or no, it's not even arguably. It is our favorite segment that we do every single week. And always on Wednesdays here on BetMGM Tonight, talking about some of the players you get bet on in NFL Week 2. But we have our phone line still wide open. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, you're racking your brain over start-sit decisions ahead of tomorrow night's game and all the other action in Week 2. Maybe you want to talk betting and the futures market or some of the current markets, the NFL or college football, Major League Baseball, the WNBA. Pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your comments and questions on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's go in and get after it here. In another edition of Predict the Prop. Here's how this sucker works. I'm going to give a player name. I'm going to give the category attached to said player name. And then I'm going to simply ask Ryan Horvat, predict the prop. He's got to get within 5 yards of the prop. If he does that, he gets a ding, 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 ding. If he is outside the 5-yard range, he gets a kind of like old Price is Right style there a little bit. So that's the premise of this. Truth be told, I threw a couple of these names out before I came on our show with Nick Casas and Femi Abebefe on You Bet or You Bet, and they were horrible. I guess it's more from Femi than from Nick, but Casas is usually spot on. Not today. He was off his game, to say the least. He was really disappointed with the effort. So hopefully Horvat will fare better. Let's go ahead and get after with a quarterback off the top here. Drake May, pass yards down on South Beach against the Miami Dolphins, who may or may not have Tyreek Hill, as we discussed in the last segment. So Drake May, pass yards. Horvat, predict the prop.
I don't think there's going to be a big adjustment from week 1. I'm going to go 215.5.
Ooh, ding, 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 within the 5-yard range. 212.5 is the exact number right now at BetMGM. Minus 115 either direction. So what do you say? Over or under?
Over. I think that might be a slam dunk spot, man. I think he finishes with anywhere from 220 to 225 minimum. And I like Miami a lot in the game. And that's why I think it's going to be a competitive game. I think at some point, New England may even be trailing in that game by more than a score. So I think Drake May is going to have to throw the rock around a little bit in this one. So I do like the over here.
I'm going to take it a step further. Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have it. Give me the over, Brando. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, I see. Again, you heard that little jingle there, that Peter Gabriel reference there in the background. Yeah, I'm loving it, man. Drake May, I've already bet on this. I grabbed it immediately earlier today when it finally posted. I look at week 1. Remember, he went for 287. A touchdown and a pick in that win. And then you look as well, Miami, a team that he threw for 222 yards against last season. Again, that's 10 yards almost higher. It's 9.5 to be exact. Sure, Drake May was only number 25 adjusted completion percentage in week 1, but the Dolphins secondary stinks. They're going to be overly forgiving all year long. Number 25 already in dropback EPAD. I think he's got to cruise past this. I think it's going to be a minimum of 250. So you want to look at the alt markets, get significant plus money. I don't hate it. Give me the over, and Horvat is with me on Drake May, 212.5 pass yards down in Miami. Let's move on, but let's stay in Florida. Travis Etienne from Duval County playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars, making the road trip and the feline fracas against the Cincinnati Bengals. So Etienne rush yards. Horvey, predict the prop.
All right, rush yards, Bengals. Let's go. No tank. 55.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Exactly right. Absolutely nailed it. I'm surprised. Femi, I think they're at like 69.5. And then Casas with the opposite direction said somewhere in the 40s. And 55.5 is the number. So you priced it exactly right. What's your lean, over or under?
So I knew there was going to be an adjustment. This seems like too big of an adjustment until you remember it's the Cincinnati Bengals. And I do like Al Golden, the new defensive coordinator. And I think the defense is going to be more competitive and a little bit better. But still, I do not trust them, man. Like, I know it was just the preseason, but you go back and you watch the preseason games with the first team defense. You know, last week they were going against Cleveland, so it's hard to take away a whole lot. But I would still go over, especially now that they traded away Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, it's definitely over for me. I mean, Bashaw Tootin may get a little bit more run as a result of Tank being sent to Philadelphia. But, I mean, Etienne, 16 for 143 last week against Carolina. And I know Carolina's going to be arguably the worst run defense in the NFL this season. But are we really buying that the Bengals are going to be all that much better? Yeah, they're number 18 right now in rush EPAD. I think they're going to be middling at best. Here is a shocking stat for you, Horvat. Travis Etienne was number 3 in YAC per attempt in week 1 at 5.75, also forced 3 missed tackles. He was damn good. Offensive line was damn good. As long as he gets the workload, I think he's going to now, where are those 5 carries going to go from Tanker? Are they go to Tootin? They go to Allen? Or are they going to primarily go to Etienne? I think it's primarily to Etienne. This could be like a 17, 18 carry game for him. He gets that kind of volume. Man, he's going to sail past 55.5. Love the over on that prop. Let's move on. Puka Nacua of the L.A. Rams on the road in Nash Vegas, taking on the Tennessee Titans. Receiving yards for Puka. Horvey, predict the prop.
I think it's going to be around where it usually is. Bigger numbers. Let's go 78.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Almost exactly right. 79.5. So what's the lean here, over or under?
I will lean over because it's Puka. It's Matthew Stafford. And, you know, last week, Sutton, I believe, had 61 yards and a score against that secondary. So I think he gets anywhere from like 85 to 100 receiving yards in this game. I'm going to go over here.
I don't feel great about it. I think it's a bit of a trap game for the Rams. I'm taking the under on Nacua. I think he's going to be in the low 70s, upper 60s in the end. Yeah, he had a killer game in week 1. 11 targets, 10 receptions, 130 yards, no touchdown. He was number 2 in yards per route run. He had a 115.9 passer rating when targeted. But Tennessee, as you mentioned, did a bang-up job against Denver defensively. They were number 5 in drop-back EPAD after a week. He gets a lot of Jarvis Brownlee in coverage. He only allowed 32 yards receiving to his assignments last week. Yeah, I think that number's a little too rich for me. I'll take the under on Puka, 79.5. All right, let's go to another running back. And is it going to be Charbonnet all day? Bit of a surprise based on the volume that he had in week 1 for the former UCLA Bruins. So Zach Charbonnet rush yards on the road against the Steelers. Horvat, predict the prop.
Damn, that one is really, really tough. I'm going to go 42.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Barely sneaking in there. It's at 46.5. Minus 110 on the over, minus 118 on the under. What's your take here?
I lean over, right? I'm with you. I was a little surprised by the workload. I was hoping it was going to be a big game from Kenneth Walker. It was not. But I wasn't all that impressed with the Steelers' defense. I was more, for the first time in about a decade plus, I was more impressed with the offense and Aaron Rodgers. But, you know, Justin Fields, Breece Hall, they were running wild in that game. So I lean over here.
I do not. I'm going to live and land down under. In fact, I bet on this one already. The reason being is this. It's nearly a 50-50 split in terms of snap share. But what I feel is this is going to be a hot hand situation. Who's going to win that? Is it going to be Charbonnet? Could be. But it could not be. It could be Kenneth Walker III. And I am not convinced the Steelers' defense is going to be that bad. Again, they entered the regular season numero uno in defensive line rankings, according to Pro Football Focus. Got a lot of talent up front. Yeah, they're number 28 in rush EPAD. But you also look at Charbonnet's advanced analytics. They don't really move you. 2.42 yards after contact per attempt. That was RB42. Only forced a couple of missed tackles under. Not buying he can duplicate what he did last week. So I think it's going to be somewhere in the 30s. Don't be surprised if Kenneth Walker III gets the heavier side of the timeshare this week. All right, let's work on one more. Tyler Warren, receiving yards for the Indianapolis Colts against the Denver Broncos. Battle of the horses there in the Circle City. A monster game for him and his first meaningful NFL action. Horvat, again, receiving yards. Tyler Warren, predict the prop.
Best defense in the league, but a lot of check down throws in the middle of the field type opportunities here. I'll go anywhere from 38.5 to 42.5. I'll go higher, 42.5.
Ding, 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 ding. Within the range of 5. It's at 40.5. Receiving yards for Tyler Warren, and that may come as a shock for some people considering he had 9 targets, 7 receptions for 76 last week. So what's the call here? Over or under? Minus 118, by the way, a little heavier juice on the over.
Yeah, I actually like them in the game. I'm just like trying to figure out how are they going to score points against that defense. You know, I would lean under. It just seems like a slam dunk because, like you said, he had more than 30 yards over this number last week. But I think that defense is going to have something cooked up. I wouldn't bet the bank on it or anything like that, but I lean under.
I'm going to take the over. And the reason being is this. Getting away from Patrick Surtain is going to be the key for Indianapolis to move the football vertically. So, you know, who is Surtain going to be draped on? Is it going to be Michael Pittman? Is it going to be Josh Downs? That's the question. I think Warren's going to have his way in the short to intermediate field, get enough volume to get over this number. He operated the slot 39.3% of the snaps in week 1. He was number 4 in total yak among tight ends, number 3 in yards per route run, an appreciable 3.17 in that category. Yeah, Denver was number 2 in drop back EPAD in the opening frame. They gave up 4 catches for 35 yards to Tennessee tight ends. I think it's going to be 5 for like 45 to 50. So, again, that's a bigger number than 40.5. So give me the over on Tyler Warren. All right, we got a little bonus time here. Is there a player that you're curious about and you're itching to bet a player prop on? Who would that be?
Actually, same game. Let's go with my guy Josh Downs, who came up big for me week 1. Is the number still? I'm looking at receptions and receiving yards. 4.5 still for the receptions, I would figure.
I don't think the receptions are posted yet, but I do have receiving yards. Let's do an impromptu bonus time edition of Predict the Prop. What is it?
Okay, so I'm going to go with 41.5.
Again, ding, 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 within the range, but barely 36.5. You taking the over?
Oh, 36.5. Man, at 41.5, I was going to take the under, actually. Tough matchup. I loved him week 1, and I'll like him throughout the season. Not so much this week. But 36.5, it's just a stay away. I still lean under, though. You know, I think that you broke it down perfectly, man. You're going to have to try to get away, obviously, from Surtain. And I want to wait and see how they match up in this game. So if I were to play any overs, it would be Warren. Instead, I'm just going to bet the Colts. And I'm going to bet Jonathan Taylor to get in the end zone since he let me down last week.
Yeah, and I've been waiting for the Jonathan Taylor anytime touchdown to post. It is not yet up on BetMGM, but I'll just go ahead and give this to you now because we are pressed for time. His rushing yards is live right now on BetMGM, and it's at 74.5. I'm kind of leaning under there.
Yeah, definitely under there. Honestly, if I were going to bet an over on some rushing yards, might be Daniel Jones. I think we might get more read option. They ran more read option or more RPO stuff than any other team in the league last week. I think we're going to get much of the same. I think Danny Dimes, or as they call him now, just Dimes, is going to use his legs. I might go over on his, depending what the number is, and take him for an anytime score as well.
It's 26.5. Ponder that because we got to take a little siesta. We come back. We're going to feel the draft right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with more bets, more sweats, and more fantasy right here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
ESPN released a list of the most exciting players in MLB right now, and they did it bracket style. And first, from like the top rankings, I say to myself, how is Shohei Ohtani not like in the first 4 players? Like they crowned Bobby Witt Jr. as the most exciting player in baseball. And if you've watched him play, like all the metrics are there. Like from a pure baseball standpoint, he is a true 5-tool athlete. But I think if we're talking about exciting, I think there are other things that go into it. It's almost like celebrities. Like think about like the best actors in Hollywood. They're not the ones that sell magazines. It's people that have like other things going on in their lives, whether it's like dating somebody who's famous or, you know, having legal issues. So I think for that reason, like the cultural phenomenon that Ohtani is, I think I would put him at number 1 still. And plus, like what other player on this list has a score bug, a dedicated score bug or graphic on Fox where they say, Shohei Ohtani, 3 batters away, please don't go anywhere. So I think Ohtani would be number 1 for me.
Oh, yeah. I saw, what was he, a 5 seed?
Right?
Now, I will say, they did say that they had Ellie De La Cruz and Bobby Witt Jr. as the 1 seeds based on last year. I'm like, okay, fine. But still, what is Shohei doing as a 5 seed here? Is he a 5 seed? I think he's a 5 seed. Regardless, he's definitely not top 3. It's ridiculous. I don't care if he was injured earlier this year. He's not now. He's playing. Even a casual fan, like, I want to see Shohei. Like, he's one of those guys you pay because Shohei's in town.
Nate, is there a favorite game or favorite bet that we haven't touched on yet for you?
I think honestly, I'm sticking with my Super Bowl pick and probably gonna ride them this whole season. And I seen a little interesting bet. Green Bay to win by 7 to 12 points plus 375. I like a good old short week. Things not going well, but also I predict a few offsides for the Commanders offense. I really think that the Green Bay, their fans really do their defense justice with how loud they get. And when you're watching, even on the TV screen, I'm just like, I can't imagine like what it's like just trying to hear audible as an O-lineman that's standing 2 feet away from a quarterback and they're yelling to you, and you can always see that it's an issue. So I think that'll be a big issue for them tomorrow night in that game. And I think Green Bay, they win pretty handily. And I respect the hell out of the Commanders and their offense and Jaden Daniels, but I just feel like going to Lambeau is going to be a tough task on a Thursday night.
there's some interest in New York at 6. Like a couple of sports books that are prominent domestically have gone to 5.5. So it's not like it's 6 across the board. So make sure if you do like the New York Giants, you shop around and grab one of those 6s. BetMGM as a 6 there. So go ahead and do it and make it legendary with BetMGM, the People's Sportsbook. In terms of the total, that continues to hang out at 44.5. Now, on the injury standpoint, Nick, you talked about this earlier in the last hour. Andrew Thomas did not practice today for the New York Giants.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this home day edition of the show. We're doing another edition of Feel the Draft, our fantasy football draft that we do every single Wednesday. We're going to be doing it throughout the NFL season. We'll give you an up-to-date scoring tally from week 1. We'll give the draft order here momentarily, break down all the rules. Quick reminder, though, we have our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now on our X or Twitter feed at BetMGM Tonight. And it's asking you this. Among dud week 1 wide receivers, which one bounces back strongest for fantasy football managers in week 2? Your options are Jamar Chase against Jacksonville, Brian Thomas in the same game against the Bengals, Nico Collins against Tampa, or A.J. Brown against Kansas City. So far, over 330 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming, and also drop us a comment, a.k.a. bring the noise. Got to read your comments coming up in the next segment. So, again, bring that noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, here are the results from last week, and this ultimately determined the draft order. The man that led the pack, none other than Michael Montgomery, working the video board here on BetMGM Tonight. He scored 77.7 fantasy points. It's a half-point PBR. Then the next man up was Ryan. So Horvey at 61.4, a close third. Brando with 58.7. And who's bringing up the rear? This jackass at 51.3 fantasy points. So I have a little bit of work to do, to say the least. Here are the rules. We could take any player you want at your draft position, whether quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, or flex. It is a standard flex, which means it is a running back, wide receiver, tight end that you can plug and play in that position. Got to fill all of those spots. And once you use a player, you cannot use them again the entire years. A little bit of strategy baked into this. So, again, the draft order based on the current standings: Monty number 1, Horvey number 2, Brando number 3, and your boy at number 4. And it is the snake draft, so I do get back-to-back picks. So, Monty, you're up first. What are you taking, or who are you taking at number 1 in this week's Feel the Draft?
I think I'm going to go ahead and go with Christian McCaffrey. We're all expecting a ton of usage, so hopefully the injuries don't bite me here. But I'm gonna roll the dice on CMC.
Rolling the dice. That ain't a dice roll. The opportunity share is going to be massive for him with Mac Jones there under center. Horvey, you're up next. Who's your pick?
All right, guys, I am actually going to go with a running back here and give me James Conner, who will be running the football against the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. And I don't think their defense is going to be much better. I expect him to get in the end zone not once, but at least twice in this game. The total's 43.5. Arizona's a 6.5-point favorite. I'm considering using them in Survivor. Give me James Conner.
I've already used them in 2 of my 3 Survivor entries this week. So you and I are on the same page. Had them on my short list, so I got to cross them off. Brando, you're batting third. Who's your selection?
I'm gonna go quarterback here. I am going to go with, and I'm gonna go high on the fantasy board. Give me Lamar Jackson. I'm gonna take Lamar Jackson against the Cleveland Browns this week. I like the matchup. They always play tough against Cleveland. If they're going to be in a close game, Lamar's going to try to take it over. So I'll go Lamar Jackson.
Oh, you guys just rewarded me a gift. I really appreciate it. That's a great call, Lamar Jackson. The check is in the mail, Brando. Thank you for throwing in the towel and going with the MVP because I'm going to go with a Bengals stack. I got back-to-back picks. Give me Joe Burrow and give me Jamar stinking Chase. Again, 100.3 yards per game is what he has averaged over his last 10 contests, in which the week before he posted 50 yards or fewer. So I think him and Burrow are going to be absolutely magical in the home regular season opener for the Cincinnati Bengals. Brando, back to you.
Well, thank you. Right back to you, and the check's going to go back in the mail back to you for not taking Zay Flowers, who Lamar Jackson absolutely loved last week and was the number one wide receiver in fantasy football, going up against that Cleveland Browns defense. Zay Flowers, baby, let's go.
All right, Zay Flowers going with the Baltimore Ravens stack against the Cleveland Browns. So we got back-to-back stacks from Brando and me on the back end of this draft. Ryan, your second pick. Who is it?
I didn't have to worry about anybody stealing my guy here at the quarterback position, boys, because here's a guy that I will not use the rest of the season, but I love him this week. I bet on this team. Give me Tua after that stinker. What did he throw for 115 yards? But the Patriots gave up 18.5 fantasy points to Geno Smith, and it could have been worse, man. Geno threw for 362 yards, did have a pick in that game, and only had one passing touchdown. I think Tua is going to throw at least 2, even if Tyreek Hill is not out there. The Patriots actually gave up the third highest expected points added EPA per dropback in the league. So give me Tua for one time only.
Godspeed to your lack of points.
Thank you.
Go with Tua. That's a bit of a shocker. I didn't anticipate you going there. Money, you got back-to-back picks. You with the CMC Football Factory. He ain't going to make you sweat. Baby. But I know you're already perspiring over these two selections, but what are they?
How'd you know that? Yeah. I think I'm going to go. I targeted the Bengals last week. It didn't really work out with David Njoku, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence, and then I'm going to go Brenton Strange and go with the stack myself there for my 2 picks.
Oh, I love the stack. They're all the rage, except if you're Ryan Horvat, but he's still got opportunities. Tua with, are you going to go Tyreek Hill? You got to roll the dice? Jalen Waddle? Malik Washington, maybe? Maybe Devon Achane. That actually wouldn't be a bad stack with Tua Tagovailoa, but it is back to you, Horvey. So pick your poison. What do you got?
Give me Jerry Jeudy in the game that you guys just talked about, going against this Ravens secondary, who third in the league with 30.9 points per game given up to opposing wide receivers. We saw, granted, it was Josh Allen, and we're talking Joe Flacco here. But he could honestly, especially if they're chasing points as 11.5-point dogs, we could hit 40 to 48 pass attempts in this game. I really like Jerry Jeudy this week. I'm going to play his props, so I'll go with him against this Ravens secondary. Jair Alexander is a complete liability. I don't think we see him, but I still expect Jeudy to go off.
So Cedric Tillman, 150 yards and 5 touchdowns, in other words, is probably going to happen in that game. Brando, you went with a stack of Ravens, Lamar Jackson and Zay Flowers. Hopefully he's not going to be the corpse Flowers. It's a real flower. Look it up. You got running back, got tight end, you got flex left. What's your selection?
I'm going to go with my flex, and I'm going to go, look, that Jets defense gave up a lot of passing yards last week, and they are going up against Josh Allen, and Josh Allen loved him some Keon Coleman last week, so I'm going to go with Keon Coleman this week in my flex.
All right, buying that is not a fluke in the flex there with Keon Coleman. I totally agree. I think Horvat expresses a similar sentiment to Keon Coleman. We believe the breakout is going to continue. A major surge in stats for him in your numero dos. All right, it is for me for 2 picks. Speaking of dos, I need a running back, I need a tight end, and I need a flex. So here's what I'm going to do at running back. I believe in Breece Hall this week because I have got to see the Bills and whether or not they're going to get gashed again on the ground or are they going to stand tall. I think it's going to be more of the latter. The Jets did a remarkable job in run blocking efficiency in the opener against the Pittsburgh Steelers. That was supposedly a vaunted defensive front, and Breece Hall could beat you in variable ways. So liking that pick at running back. So I got tight end and flex remaining. Ooh, tight end. Oh, it's so tight. Where do I go here? I was going to go Britton Strange, but he's already off the board. I'm going to go Tyler Warren for the reasons that I mentioned. Working away from Patrick Surtain in that game against the Broncos. I think he is going to be the weapon of choice for Daniel Jones when he turns vertically. So Breece Hall, Tyler Warren, my 2 picks. I only have a flex remaining, but Brando, it's back to you, and you have a running back and a tight end left. Who you going to go with here?
I'm going to go tight end. And you know what? Bear down, baby. Let's do it. Let's go with Colston Loveland. I think Colston Loveland's going to have a week. Against the Detroit Lions, got to do it. Got to go with my guy. As long as Caleb doesn't see him wide open, he'll hit him.
Yeah, very valid. Very valid there from Caleb Williams. Again, he's not going to be a king of inconsistency. I think better days are on the horizon. A full 4 quarters of stellar play potentially in play for one Caleb Williams. Let me see. Ryan, you need a tight end and flex. What is your pick here?
Gonna go with the tight end position. Give me I'm gonna bounce back with Dallas Goedert against the Kansas City Chiefs. No squad has given up more yards to opposing tight ends than the Kansas City Chiefs. Last year gave up 70.8 per game. Week 1 gave up 68 yards to Tyler Conklin and Will Dissly. And I want to erase the Will Dissly one out of my head because I had under 11.5 on the longest reception. He didn't show up till the 4th quarter, and then he catches an 18-yarder. But I love Dallas Goedert against the Chiefs.
All right, Dallas Goedert is the pick. The tight end for the Philadelphia Fly Eagles. Fly money. You're up for back-to-back picks. You need a wide receiver and a flex. So how you going to book your and round out your roster?
Yes. I think I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb here against the Giants. I feel like he's going to be able to eat, and hopefully he can not drop as many balls as he did last week. Hopefully that
Right.
is a fluke. And then for flex, I think I'm going to go Kyron Williams. I'm going to double up at running back. Both Broncos running backs had good weeks against the Titans last week. And you know Kyron's going to get 15 to 20 carries, so let's do that.
All right, Kyron Williams and CeeDee Lamb, a couple of powerhouse picks there from Michael Montgomery. Brando, your last selection, and it looks like you already put it in. I can't believe you're doing it, but you are. Who is it?
I'm going to do it, and I know it's your guy. I know you love him so much, Brad. Give me Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt going up tomorrow against the Green Bay Packers. Let's torch him, baby. JCM.
Not happening.
I honestly think he's going to pee in my Cheerios, like after the show. That's my belief from Brando, based on the JCM pick. Honestly, I mean, I don't hate the guy. I just think he's a little bit overrated. Horvey, you got one pick left. It's a flex and go myriad directions. Which way are you going?
All right, the Bill pick is a surprise. This one might be a bigger surprise, but it has to do with Bill. Bill had 82 yards on 10 carries against who? The Giants. Give me Juggernaut Javonte Williams, man. I think there's a good chance he can get in the end zone maybe twice, even though I don't think they cover. The Cowboys are 5.5-point home favorites, 6 in some shops, so good chance there's going to be a positive game script. Week 1, 15 carries, 2 receptions. Miles Sanders only had 5 total touches. I'll go with Javonte Williams, who I won't use again the rest of the season.
All right, that is a roster for him, and I'm going to make a triumphant comeback this week, guys. I can feel it. I'm spending a lot of draft capital on some brand names. Let's keep the good times rolling. The McConkey Donkey, baby. I'm going to saddle him up and give him a little ride. Lad McConkey. I want some action in that Monday night doubleheader, something to really root for there. Arguably going against one of the worst secondaries in the NFL on the road in Viva Las Vegas. So honestly, not much of a dice roll at all on him, especially in a half-point PPR format. All right, to recap, Monty, Trevor Lawrence, CMC, CeeDee Lamb, Britton Strange, Kyron Williams, his team. Brando, Lamar Jackson, Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt, still makes me chuckle. Zay Flowers, Colston, Loveland, Keon Coleman, Horvat, Tua Tagovailoa, James Conner, Jerry Jeudy, Dallas Goedert, Javonte Williams, also known as Juggernaut. And my squad, Joe Burrow, Breece Hall, Jamar Chase, Tyler Warren, and Ladd McConkey. Horvat, play handicapper. Who takes it this week?
I'm going to say myself, man. I'm going to be a homer. I'm going to pick myself. I got a lot of underrated players that I don't want to burn later on in the season. I think Tua's – you guys are going to be hearing from me on Sunday when Tua throws for 350 and 3 tutties.
I'm going to say right now the odds are plus 7,000 that you are going to be correct in that assessment. I really like my team, obviously. Brando's team is killer. I mean, Lamar Jackson's great, but really what drags it down is Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt. Again, Godspeed to you. Give me Monty. Do we get to have the lead? And when we do this little exercise next week, especially with the CMC Football Factor, we're going to put up just stupid numbers at a half-point PPR. All right. We got to take a siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to give you the results of our cards this evening. How bad have my bets been tonight? Or you're going to find out next right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. You fools are going down.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
This guy. We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had 2 big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those 2 wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there, but is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet? Maybe.
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, you know, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, you know, the foundation from that national championship run that we might see a whole lot of Julian saying going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brian the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath here on a hump day edition of the show. Our camel frame came out a little bit earlier in our Humpdale Hail Marys that we took down the field at plus money. If you missed any of those bets, you missed our awesome interviews with Joe DeLeon on college football week 3. Allen Robinson, a former standout wide receiver of the National Football League. And he's very insightful takes on the wide receiver position and a few guys that are looking to snap back this week after dud week 1 performances. Hey, you can always go back and listen at your leisure to the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Download, subscribe wherever you get your podcast. The BetMGM Tonight podcast. Phone line still wide ass open if you want to ask us a fantasy football question ahead of the action getting underway tomorrow night at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin, taking on the Commanders. Phone lines again open. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You could also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. And that's where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down right now. It was asking you this. Among dud week 1 wide receivers, which one bounces back strongest for fantasy football managers in week 2? Your options are Jamar Chase against Jacksonville, Brian Thomas in the same game against the Bengals, Nico Collins against the Buccaneers, or A.J. Brown in the game of the week in Kansas City taking on the Chiefs. Officially 334 votes cast. That was a good topic. Horvath, who led the way?
I'm going to go with Jamar Chase, man, right? Historically, he bounces back after a rare stinker, and he's the best receiver in the league.
Ding, 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 in resounding and convincing fashion. 58.1% went with Jamar Chase. Next up, Brian Thomas at 18.3%. The bronze medalist, Nico Collins, 14.7%. Will C.J. Stroud be protected? That's the $64,000 question. Dead last, A.J. Brown. I actually think he's got a nice game. He'll get fed early. I'm going to be I actually know what I'm going to bet on. But A.J. Brown, Horry, is over on receiving yards in the first quarter. I think he is going to be a point of emphasis from the get-go. They want to get him going. I maybe said something behind the scenes that wasn't reported. Kansas City got picked apart last week in that secondary by Justin Herbert down in Brazil. He's only 9%. I wouldn't be remotely surprised if he has the hottest start of all 4 of these guys. Is that a hot take?
No, I don't think that's a hot take at all, man. And he's going to be in Jalen's ear if he's not getting the targets immediately. So I like the early look, get in, get out. So I think that's a really sharp bet. And, you know, usually A.J. Brown doesn't have 2 stinkers in a row. I'm I'm pumping the brakes on the panic on all the stud wide receivers. I think they all bounce back this week.
Yeah, totally agree. So here's the moral of the story. If you like overs, maybe go the alt market, like receiving yards.
Yeah.
BetMGM, it starts at 25, 50, 75, 100. If you're like, yeah, I'm not going to get too big for my britches and go for like 100 or even 75, go 50, 50, 50, and 50 across the board. You're probably going to achieve low plus money, but it's still plus money. And I'd feel pretty confident of that ticket cashing. So that might be the wise way to go. Brandon Combs, our EP, and of course, man, working the board here, offered a comment, and Brando said, Chase is too much of a giant to keep down, ! So he too, like everybody else, and that would have been my pick, is Jamar Chase. Again, I'm going to give you the stat. I did the research today, wrote about this for my site, thegamingjuice.com. I've been posting a boatload of content there all week long. Posted 3 articles just today alone to get you prep for week 2 in fantasy football and sports betting. This piece hasn't posted yet, but I did the research on it. Again, the last 3 seasons and the 10 games in which he went under 50 yards, the following game, Jamar Chase has averaged 100.3 yards per game. Storms back with a vengeance. I mean, one of those games was for 17 catches and 264 yards, mind you. Just crazy what he could do. So that is on the table. May not be a historic performance against Jacksonville, but you and I both believe that game is going to be a high-scoring affair. All right, let's go ahead and break down our cards tonight. You had one baseball bet. I don't know how that's working out for you. You also had some look-ahead lines as well. So how you doing this evening? Did you cash on the diamond? And what else did you have on the card in college football and the NFL?
Yeah, so this is why I'm done with baseball, man. Needed a little sweat for the night, and now I'm going back to the retirement home because I felt really good about this bet. I took the under 8 in Detroit, New York. We were looking at a 2-0 ball game, Brad. 3-0 ball game going into the top of the 8th when the Tigers decided to score 5 runs. And then the Yankees, even though they were down 8-0 in the bottom of the 8th, just said, screw you, Horvat, and just scored a meaningless run to make it an 8-1 game. So the over officially hits, and baseball is done in the Horvat house. We also bet Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown, which you could get -165. I love that price. I'm seeing -170 right now. Still love that price. Everybody else for the Niners officially dead. The Giants, I like them to cover the 6 against Dallas. Dallas most likely wins the game, but with their defense, do you expect them to win by margin? I do not. Sledgehammer special. I like Georgia laying the 3.5, but I just went with the money line -170. I can see them maybe winning that game by a field goal or there being like a backdoor cover. So I'm going to stay away from the 3.5. I just took Georgia to beat Tennessee. And I also took Tennessee's quarterback, Joey Aguilar, under 11.5 rush yards. Love that bet. Early look for tomorrow, and I'll have more bets tomorrow night, of course. Zach Ertz, anytime touchdown, +270. He's going to get the looks. Green Bay usually struggles against the tight end position. And then bonus time, went with the Dolphins' money line against the Patriots. And I think, Tyreek Hill is unable to go. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a positive for Miami. They don't need another distraction. So I do like the Dolphins to bounce back against the Patriots. Patriots just need to prove to me they're the team that everybody thinks they're going to be this year. Drake May's 1-10 straight up as a starting quarterback in the NFL. So prove me wrong.
All right, my card tonight, not a great night for me. Ryan Howard, she had 4 assists. I needed 5. Numero dos, Andrew Abbott, still alive, but at 0-0 heading to the bottom of the 5th. I had him under 17.5 outs. He's at 54 pitches right now. Dude's got to get rocked, and it's got to happen now, San Diego. Otherwise, it's going to be another number 3. Hopefully the Cubs don't melt in the bottom of the 9th. They're up 3-2. This one looking like it's going to cash. Nico Horner's got a couple hits in this game, so I got a hit with him. And then I had the Cubs +1.5 on the run line. Again, they're up 3-2 right now. So on that SGP was a +102. So hopefully a ding, 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 ding. But we shall find out as Nico Horner just got thrown out at second base. So it could be a 1-2 night. Parlay Pete ran back exactly what he had last night, which cash. Dodgers -1.5. Shohei Ohtani 2+ on the His +1 was RBI at +112. We'll see if that one comes through. I'm going to throw out something to you right now, just randomly, based on tomorrow night's game. And again, we're going to have just oodles of plays, as we always do, on a hashtag Tequila Thursday here on BetMGM tonight. A lot of these receptions markets are at plus money. So I'm looking at the overs, and you tell me which one you like most. Terry McLaurin over 4.5 catches, plus 100. Romeo Dobbs over 3.5 catches at plus 110. Austin Eckler over 3.5 catches at plus 125. Jaden Reed over 3.5 catches at plus 105. And that is the end of the list. So out of those 4 plus money options in the receptions market currently posted at BetMGM, and Packers, Commanders, any one of those entice you?
I think McLaurin's number about right. I took the under, actually, 4.5 receptions week 1. Maybe he has a bounce back this week, now that he's been at practice for another week, but I'm going to avoid that. For Green Bay's side, I like Dobbs. I think Dobbs finishes with 4 to 5 receptions in this game. He's still wide receiver number 1. Week 4, week 5, I think it's going to be a different conversation where Matthew Golden is getting more targets. But right now he's a rookie trying to learn the offense, and it's a complicated offense that Matt LaFleur runs. If I'm looking at any of those numbers for the Commanders, it's probably Austin Eckler. I do think there's going to be some check down opportunities. But if I'm betting a prop for the Commanders, I love the Debo rushing yards that you gave out, especially at that number. And I like Debo receptions and receiving yards. I saw it as low as 48.5 and as high as 55.5. I think he finishes with close to 60. So I like anywhere in between those numbers for him. But Eckler probably finishes with, what do you think, like 4 to 5 receptions in this game? I think that number's a little short for him.
Yeah, here's what's crazy about Austin Eckler. I bet on this about 48 hours ago. It always pays to get in early. I took Austin Eckler over on receiving yards at 19.5. It's jumped 3 yards already at 22.5. You and I both believe Green Bay is going to win this game tomorrow. You and I both believe Green Bay is going to cover the 3.5. So if we're buying into that narrative, I think the appropriate play here is Austin Eckler over 3.5 receptions. It's plus 125. The dude played over 30 snaps last week, had 3 catches for 31 yards, ran down 19 routes. He ran a route on 79.2% of his snaps played. If this goes to a negative game script, Austin Eckler is going to be a busy dude in the fourth quarter. So we get a couple of early catches by design, maybe a quick screen, quick check down option because of that relentless pass rush. Green Bay, I think we're going to be sitting pretty on Eckler cashing the over on 3.5. That, to me, at plus odds, plus 125, the best juice of the 4 that I mentioned, is the best play of the bunch.
Yeah, like you said, there's a good chance that they're going to be chasing points in this game. And I know Jaden Daniels is awesome, right? He's the best dual threat quarterback in the league. But he's going to be under pressure, man. If it's not Micah Parsons on third downs, it's going to be Rashawn Gary, Van Ness. I really like what that defensive front looked like for Green Bay last week. And I would expect Micah's snap count to go up a little bit this week as well, being another week more familiar with the defense, and hopefully the back is a little healthier. So I could see a lot of dink and dunk, Jaden looking to get rid of the ball quickly situations. I love Eckler in this game. I might even play some ladders.
All right, I got to exit stage left. Stick around for a bonus hour. Bonus time of BetMGM tonight with my buddy Ryan Horvath, breaking down more college football and NFL action. We're going to have plenty of fantasy talk tomorrow and some live dives on Commanders Packers. Until then, adios, amigos. Break out the wood, Shohei.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Nick. I mean, the bottom line is, I've been doing that. I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years, and I take it seriously. And look, people can disagree with my vote, and why is this team above this team? And, all those things. That happens. I understand that. But, yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter, just to blatantly just act like it is a joke, you shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this. I would have had more respect if they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. Again, people that cover, I guess she's a beat writer, covers somebody on the West Coast. I don't know that much about her. So, yeah, I voted for the AP poll when I covered USF, 100 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of everything going on. It's why the coaches poll isn't done by the coaches. It's done by their PR directors. But still, you should be able to simply, at the worst, you should be able to look at the scores from the night before. You should be able to have an idea of who has won. I mean, people that I respect a great deal have forgotten to put Ohio State in the rankings one week, because you just get through and you're listing teams and your 25 is done and you don't get an alert that says, by the way, you had Ohio State 2 last week. They're not in your top 25 this week. Did you mean to do that? So it starts over fresh. So that happens. That's a mistake. That's an honest mistake. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, oh, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process. I mean, that's a horrible look. And the bad thing is, like everything else, whether it's what you guys do a great job. No matter whether you're a, ditch digger, if somebody in that line of work embarrasses that line of work, then it's like everybody gets lumped together. Like, oh, you guys must suck also. Well, no, actually we don't. But unfortunately, somebody else does in this line of work, and that's what's unfortunate. And look, at the end of the day, it doesn't determine who gets in the playoff, but it's a historical reference. And we've been doing, I haven't been around this long, but since 1936, there's been an AP poll, and I think it's a great judge and barometer of how teams are ranked and rated. And it's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week. When USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like, when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic, and I think it's the perfect perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
Let the madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
BetMGM tonight after dark. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes, getting you set for NFL Week 2. We're going to talk NFL Survivor. If you're in a Survivor pool, I luckily survived Week 1. I survived Week 1, but by the skin of my teeth with the Cincinnati Bengals, who only win by 1 point. They do not cover, but all you got to do in NFL Survivor in the pool is just have your team obviously survive and win outright. So we move on to Week 2. I am in Joe Ostrowski's pool, as I am in every year. Big money pool. You can listen to him, obviously, every day here on the network on Bet Sweats with Sammy P. But I'm going to pull up in a minute my login info, and we're going to choose this week's Survivor and look to move on to Week 3. Cubs game goes final. Cubs 3-2 winners tonight. We'll take that. Looking around the rest of Major League Baseball. Busy night here, obviously, on a Wednesday, as I have to get off the NFL tab list and go over to Major League Baseball. But let's wrap up some scores really quickly. Cubs 3-2 winners. They were plus 139 actually on the money line. Total goes under 8 against Atlanta. Houston 3-2 winners earlier against the Blue Jays. The Astros tonight were plus 130 dogs. Rare you see that. Total goes under 8.5. Phillies beat up on the Mets tonight out in Philadelphia. 11-3 was the score. The Phillies were minus 163 favorites. Total goes well over the 7.5. Kansas City, a 4-3 winner tonight over the Guardians. It was a pick at minus 110. Total goes under 8. The Marlins stay hot, kind of. 8-3 winners over the Nationals out in Miami. They were minus 156 favorites. Total goes over 8.5. Miami almost scores the 8.5 themselves. Baltimore gets by Pittsburgh in a low-scoring pitchers duel, 2-1. Baltimore was plus 130 dogs. Total goes under 7 in that game. Looking at the box score in that one, Paul Skeens threw 64 pitches, went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits. But 2-1, Baltimore gets past Pittsburgh in extras. The Angels 4-3 winners earlier over the Twins. They were minus 119 favorites. Total went under 9. Arizona beat San Francisco on the road tonight, 5-3. They were plus 110 dogs. Total went under 9 there. The A's 5-4 winners over Boston at home, and they don't really have a home anymore. So in Sacramento, 5-4 winners. They were minus 106 favorites. Total went under 10.5. The Rangers beat the Brewers for the second straight day, 6-3 earlier. They were plus 105 dogs. Total went over 7. Detroit right now, unfortunately, up 11-1 on the Yanks. I had the under in that game, which looked great until the 8th inning, usually how it goes for me. Tampa Bay trails out in Chicago on the south side, the White Sox with the 6-5 lead in the bottom of the 8th. Padres up right now 1-0 on the Reds in the top of the 6th. And the Cardinals up 1-0 on the Mariners. That game early, top of the 2nd. One more game to go tonight in Major League Baseball. First pitch in about 7 minutes. The Dodgers, huge favorites, minus 351, which sounds insane until you realize they're playing the Colorado Rockies, who this year are 40-105. The Dodgers 81-64, which I think a lot of us thought that the Dodgers were going to be much better as far as win-loss. I know they've had a ton of injuries, especially in their rotation, but they are huge favorites tonight, minus 351, so I don't think you could bet the Dodgers. Even if you wanted to go run line, you got to lay 2.5, so they have to win the game by 3 runs. I have no interest in doing that. Total in the game is 8.5, and that's a no play for me. So let's move on to the NFL. And like I said, we got to figure out who we're going with this week in Survivor. So tomorrow night, we get our first matchup of Week 2, the Green Bay Packers at home at Lambeau Field, laying 3.5. Now, I do like Green Bay. Week 1, they get a big win over the Detroit Lions. The Lions don't even score a touchdown until garbage time in the fourth quarter. The Green Bay defense, with the addition of Micah Parsons, look damn good. They don't have to travel on a short week. So I do, again, like Green Bay in the game, but not enough, especially when we're talking thousands of dollars, a lot of money, to trust them in a Survivor pool. You know, Washington's obviously a good team. They were in the NFC Championship game last year, which nobody had them making it to the NFC Championship game with Jaden Daniels in his rookie season. So while I like Green Bay, and I've bet Green Bay on the money line, I am not going to use them in Survivor this week. Also on Sunday, 1 p.m. kickoff here Eastern time zone, we have Cincinnati, 3.5-point favorites over the Jags. I do not trust Cincinnati right now enough. Well, actually, what the hell am I talking about? I already used Cincinnati week 1. And that's usually, so number 1, my number 1 rule in Survivor is pick a winner because that's how you move on. But number 2 is I usually stay away from divisional games. because that's where you'll see some upsets. I mean, even like a team like the Giants every once in a while in a down year could upset the Commanders, the Cowboys, the Eagles, right? Or play them close. So I usually try to stay away from divisional games. The reason I use Cincinnati week 1 is because last year and the year before that, they killed everybody week 1. Last year, they were 9.5, 8.5 point favorites, almost double-digit favorites against the New England Patriots in a complete rebuild year 1 without Bill Belichick, and they lost the game outright. So I was like, no way they do it again this year against the Browns. And they almost did. They didn't cover. They barely beat them. They could have lost that game. So I can't use the Bengals, but let's say you're considering the Bengals. I would not. I think the Jags are live in that game. I think the Jags defense is going to be much improved. We find out today from Liam Cohen, Travis Hunter is going to play more snaps on the defensive side of the ball, still going to play a ton of snaps on the offensive side of the ball. So I would stay away from that one. I like the Dolphins to beat the Patriots. I think this Patriots love is absolutely insane. I think Drake May is going to be a really good NFL quarterback. But right now, facts are facts, stats are stats, and Drake May is 1-10 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. The Miami Dolphins, they're dumb. Their head coach is a nerd. He doesn't have the respect of the locker room. Would you respect him? I wouldn't. Tyreek Hill continues to spin off this planet. I usually try not to say things like this. I think the league and the world will be a better place when Tyreek Hill is not in the public view, the public eye. Like, could we just cancel Tyreek Hill already? The guy is a menace to society. And I know a lot of these allegations and everything that come out are alleged right now. But, like, come on. We got enough information to know the guy's no good. I think that Miami will be in a much better place when they just say goodbye to Tyreek Hill. The Kansas City Chiefs, when they traded away, they let Tyreek Hill go. And everybody was like, well, the salary cap's a real thing. They couldn't afford Tyreek Hill. Come on, man. The Cincinnati Bengals right now are paying Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson. If they wanted to keep Tyreek Hill, they would have. You know why they got rid of Tyreek Hill? Because Andy Reid saw behind, I don't even know. Anyway, we move on. I like the Dolphins, not enough in Survivor, though. Lions, I do not like the Lions this week. Now, I know the Bears were a complete disaster the second half of that game, and they threw up all over themselves. But Ben Johnson, going against his former team, he knows Dan Campbell like the back of his hand. And I'll stick with this take. Dan Campbell is a great motivator. He's a great human being. Seems like a really good dude. Seems like a dude where if we're doing a list of head coaches I would want to party with in Vegas or go golf 18 holes with, Dan Campbell would definitely be atop that list, probably number 1. But I don't know how good of a head coach he is. Is he a great motivator and rah-rah guy? Absolutely. Biting kneecaps, we're going to punch him in the throat, that kind of stuff. They're 0-1 right now. Let's see if he still has command of that locker room if Detroit starts 2-3, right? 1-4, 3-5. I'm going to say no. And I think Ben Johnson was the brains of the operation, the brains behind the operation, whatever the hell you say. It's 10:08 p.m. Eastern here, and it's Wednesday. But I have no issue with Ben Johnson, his coaching job week 1 in that game against Minnesota. Now, he got outcoached in the second half by Kevin O'Connell, an experienced NFL head coach, but the game plan on the offensive side of the ball was nearly flawless, man. Caleb didn't make the decisions, didn't make the reads, didn't make the throws. Anyway, long story short, I do not trust Detroit. Definitely not playing Chicago. So I don't know if this is like a huge upset because it went from 3 to 1.5. So I think the market's telling you this isn't a big upset because it's almost a pick right now. I do like the Colts. Not enough to use in Survivor, but I've been saying this all summer. You guys want to talk fantasy football and tell me that Bo Nix is a top 10 quarterback, that's fine. But we can do this if you guys want. And I'll go over the list. Quarterbacks that you would trust in a playoff game over Bo Nix. I got about 20 in the National Football League that I would take over Bo Nix. Bo Nix had a great rookie season. You know why? There was no tape of Bo Nix. And because Sean Payton is an offensive genius. He's still really damn good. But when Bo Nix has to win games in the second half when everything goes off script, I don't think it's going to end well. We could run the tape back. I think Denver falls short of expectations. I'm not even saying they miss out on the playoffs, but people have them as the team that could dethrone the Chiefs. I think not. I think that's the Los Angeles Chargers with Justin Herbert. The quarterback position is obviously so important. Not that the defensive line isn't, The offensive line isn't. The skill position players aren't. But at the end of the day, I'll take Justin Herbert over Bo Nix. I'll take Pat Mahomes over Bo Nix. And I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'll take Geno Smith over Bo Nix. But I'm not taking the Colts, and I'm not taking Denver in Survivor this week. San Francisco, I would love even on the road against the Saints, but the problem is the entire roster is on the injury list right now. Except for Christian McCaffrey. Everybody was all worried about McCaffrey coming into the season. Funny enough, he's the one dude that's healthy. Purdy's going to miss multiple weeks. I still do like San Francisco if I have to bet the game. And at -3, that might be a bet right now, but I'm waiting to see if we get to 2.5, right? Because I could see them winning that game by a field goal. Mac Jones is a serviceable quarterback. And what's funny is, like, the circle of life in the NFL, years ago, we thought San Francisco was going to go Mac Jones. And there were reports and thoughts that maybe Kyle Shanahan wanted to go Mac Jones, but the organization wanted to go with the project in Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan thought so highly of Trey Lance that he treated him like a glorified fullback in a game that was played on a slip and slide against the Chicago Bears, got him hurt, and then it was Brock Purdy time. But I think Mac Jones could win games, but I don't trust Mac Jones enough when 25K is on the line, so we're going to pass on that one. Baltimore, 11.5-point home favorites against the Browns. Now, if Survivor was against the spread, I would not take Baltimore because I think that the Browns are going to keep this game closer than 11.5 points. They would be my bet. They have already taken money in the market from 12.5 to 11.5-point dogs. Right now, though, my pick is the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm going to circle them 11.5-point favorites. Again, though, this would be breaking my rule. I'm going with a divisional game. Two teams that know each other all too well, a rival. But man, it seems like the spot right now. So I have Baltimore circled right now. Next one on my list, we got the Dallas Cowboys laying 5.5 against the Giants. Man, it seems like it should be a slam dunk here. Dallas at home, Jerry's World. I am high on the offensive side of the ball. I like Dak. I love CeeDee Lamb, except for week 1 when he was dropping balls all over the place against Philly. I expect a big bounce back game from him. I think Pickens is going to have a nice little week 2, but I don't trust that Dallas defense. And I could see the Giants winning this game outright. I really can. So I'm going to pass on that one. Buffalo, 6.5-point favorites on the road against the Jets. I'm going to want to use Buffalo later on in the season, though. So I'm going to hold off on the Bills. I think the Bills are a 12-13 win team again this year. They're my pick to win the Super Bowl, so I'm going to pump the brakes. And the Jets at home, kind of a sneaky team. Could have beat the Steelers last week. Pittsburgh laying 3 against Seattle. I'll pass. I loved Rodgers last week in a revenge game. Let's see if he could do it 2 weeks in a row, especially against that Seattle defense. The offensive side of the ball was a letdown week 1 for Sam Darnold, but the defense I think is going to be really good under Mike McDonald year 2. So I'm going to pass on the Steelers even at home. The Rams are 5.5-point favorites against the Titans. It's a road game, but the Rams seem like a decent pick against a rookie quarterback. That defense looked damn good. Got a ton of pressure on the quarterback. The secondary looked really good. They're an option. Arizona laying 6.5 at home against Carolina. I love Arizona this year. I bet them over 8.5 wins. Took them plus 150 to make the playoffs. I think the defense is going to be improved. A lot of people love Carolina coming into the year. I thought that they would be better, but Bryce Young looked awful. He looked like Bryce Young from the first 4 weeks of last season. And Carolina's defense is still horrendous. Still, I don't know, man. I feel like everybody's going to use Arizona. I'm going to pass. Kansas City's catching 1.5 against Philly. That's a pick, so no. Minnesota only 3.5-point favorites at home against Atlanta. That's a no. Houston only 2.5-point favorites over Tampa. Anybody could win that game. That's a no. And then I do like the Chargers laying 3.5 against Vegas, but Vegas is the home team, and I'm kind of high on the Raiders, so that's a no. I think I'm going to go 2 straight divisional games, man. And I know that the Ravens are going to be one of the better teams in the league, and I should save them for later on in the year and use strategy. But right now, I'm just trying to survive. So I think I'm going to go with Baltimore. Right now, and I'll think about this over the break, I'm going either Baltimore, the Ravens, the Rams, or the Cardinals. And I don't know that I'm going to want to use the Rams later on in the season, especially after Matthew Stafford starts taking some hits here. Because we already didn't know if he was going to be ready for week 1. He was hurt before the season even began because, like the rest of us, he's aging. and he's got a bad back. You know what? I think I'm going Rams. I think I'm going to ram it. We're going to go with the Rams. Yeah, as of right now, we're going Rams. Great segment, I know. BetMGM tonight, when we come back, we're going to look at all the rest of the games in the NFL, tell you where the line's moving, where it's moved already, and take a look at some totals, maybe throw in some early picks as well. BetMGM tonight.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
This guy. We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had two big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those two wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.
Your thoughts so far on the Heisman race, and maybe if there's a name or two that we should be talking about that we aren't yet. I know Nussmeier's a favorite. You got the LSU helmet there. But is there a name that we should be talking about that we aren't yet, maybe?
I would look away from the quarterback position. Obviously, you know, the betting markets and history would show us that it's a quarterback award. It feels like that sometimes it's the quarterback of the best team in the country that gets that Heisman edge. I kind of like Jeremiah Smith potentially in the Heisman Trophy conversation because there is so much change on that Ohio State team, whether it's with the coordinators at the quarterback position, replacing 8 starters defensively. I do think, though, that Jeremiah Smith is that one of those pieces that is, the foundation from that national championship run, that we might see a whole lot of Julian Sain going to Jeremiah Smith. We've seen his ability to take over games. I think he'll just continue to do that. It's really kind of tough for a wide receiver or a non-quarterback to get that edge in a quarterback world and in a quarterback market. But as much as I love a good quarterback, I would like to give some love to other difference makers out there. So I would look at Jeremiah Smith potentially for a value pick.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
You want bets? About to throw out some bets. BetMGM Tonight After Dark. We just talked NFL Survivor. Did a whole segment, and I'm still undecided. This used to be so easy. I've actually won Survivor twice, not to toot my own horn, but beep, beep. I didn't win it the last 2 years, though. I could really use that money. I want to go on a couple different vacations that I can only afford. I'm just kidding. But we do want to win Survivor. I'm torn between the Arizona Cardinals, the Los Angeles Rams, and the Baltimore Ravens, who are 11.5-point favorites over the Browns. I'm probably just going to go with the Ravens. It used to be more about the strategy for me, right? Like, I want to use them week 7 against this team or week 8 against this team. Now, just survive in advance, baby. Survive in advance and try to get to the next week. Because last week, we saw like 60% of entries, maybe more. I forgot what it was, eliminated in the first week because everybody loved the Bengals. And, that's usually when you see a lot of these upsets, the first couple weeks of the season or later on in the year when teams are beat up or some teams start to rest players because they already have a playoff spot clinched or division clinched. But, that's my 3 leans right now. Probably going to go with the Ravens. 90% chance I'm just going to go with the Ravens. Quote the Raven, nevermore. Anyway, we got more football coming up this weekend, which is awesome. Before we get to that, a couple headlines that we did not get to earlier. So Brock Purdy is a long shot to play in week 2, Kyle Shanahan says, as the Niners continue to begin their preparation for their week 2 game against the Saints. Now, if he can't go, it's going to be Mac Jones. Who? Mac Jones. But you do obviously have to downgrade San Francisco. I'm a Purdy guy. I didn't want to be initially, even though I liked him at Iowa State. It was just like too big of a story for me when he took over in San Francisco. And my old co-hosts were kind of like obsessed with him. And every interview we did, they'd bring up Brock Purdy and how he's the most polarizing figure. And so I just got really sick of him. But I do like him, and I like what I saw week 2. Now, he did have 2 really ugly interceptions, but he also threw 2 touchdown passes and finished with 277 yards through the air, completed 26 of 35 balls. Now, if he can't go, it's going to be Mac Jones, like I just said. And what's funny about the whole thing there is Mac Jones, we all thought there was a good chance was going to be drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. They ended up going with Trey Lance, not Mac Jones. But now he could be the starter for the next couple weeks. We'll see how the offense dips, if it dips at all. I'm more concerned about the other injuries, though. No George Kittle for at least 4 weeks here. And Christian McCaffrey is like the one healthy player right now on the offensive side of the ball for San Francisco, which is kind of crazy. But he is dealing with a calf injury, so he had a rest day at practice. So I guess he's not that healthy. Their left tackle, Trent Williams, is dealing with a little bit of a knee ding. He had a rest day today. Bosa had a rest day today. Juwan Jennings is dealing with a shoulder injury. It's only week 2, and the Niners are dropping like flies, so that's a little scary. Also, earlier today, Lamar Jackson apologized to the fan that he shoved. He apologized to the Buffalo Bills fan that he shoved in retaliation on Sunday night, but he also said, just chill next time. This is what he said after Wednesday's practice. He said, you could talk trash and stuff, but keep your hands to yourself. I completely agree. Social media, people are insane these days because on social media, you could create a burner account with like the picture of Michael Jordan or like the picture of Jordan Love, and you could just talk trash to people behind a fake name. Now we're seeing that, though, like people think that they could do that in real life with professional athletes, and I think that's insanity. You know, like the Malice in the Palace, I hate that the Pacers got in such trouble for that. You know, whenever you think about Ron Artest, if somebody is like throwing drinks, if somebody throws a beer or a soda on me, it's going to take everything in me not to go into the stands and hit him in the face, right? And these guys, these athletes are like Lamar Jackson. Imagine running your mouth to Lamar Jackson if you saw him in the street, or Derrick Henry. I think it's crazy. I love betting sports, and I really hate when a player lets me down. You know, if I bet Lamar Jackson 218 passing yards and he finishes with 216, I'm mad. But you know what I'm not going to do? Tweet at him or send him a direct message. You know why? Because it's a game, for one, and two, because he would kick the living hell out of me because he's a pro athlete. He's 6'3", 6'4", 220 pounds in the prime of his career and life. And I'm, pushing middle age these days. I think people are crazy with some of this stuff, man. I don't even think Lamar should have apologized to that guy. Guy's putting his hands on you. You got to defend yourself. People are crazy nowadays, too. Anyway, Buffalo won that game 41-40. That's not what we're talking about. But Lamar did apologize earlier. We didn't get to that. Not really that big of a story. If you missed any of the show earlier, check out the podcast wherever you find your podcast. BetMGM tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. We talked with Allen Robinson in hour number 1, former NFL wide receiver. And then we talked with the great Joe DeLeon, talked a little college football with him. Let's do some NFL here, though. And I'm going to pull up my bets that I do have placed so far. I got a ton in college. NFL, board's starting to build a little bit. So tomorrow night, I do like Green Bay. I was listening to some other shows on the network today. Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P. They do bet sweats here on the BetMGM network. They like the Commanders catching 3.5. Don't hate the play. Anything over a field goal, Commanders are probably worth a bet. But I like Green Bay to win the game. So because I had a good week, I'm going to lay money line. I laid it -170. You could still get that price if you shop around. You can't find any threes with Green Bay, but I could see them winning this game by exactly a field goal. Reason I like Green Bay, you don't have to travel on a short week. The defense looked lights out against the Lions, and I don't think there's going to be a letdown. If anything, I think the offensive side of the ball will be a little bit more crisp. I also have a player prop in this game. I bet Jordan Love over 18.5 completions. Looks like it's 19.5 at most shops, but you could get it 18.5 still at BetMGM -135. I think he finishes anywhere with 22 to 25 completions in this game against this Commanders secondary, which is going to have a huge step up in class after beating up on the Giants and the corpse of Russell Wilson last week. So I do like Green Bay, but we have seen some line movement. Green Bay opens it as a 2.5-point favorite. Maybe a full point is a little bit of an overreaction to how good they looked week 1. But again, they don't have to travel. And I don't love this spot for the Commandos. So give me Green Bay. The Jags opened as 5.5-point dogs on the road against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals did not look very good week 1 against the Browns. They barely win the game. They do not cover the game. They only score 17 points. Weirdly enough, the defense kind of carried the Bengals in that game. It was the offense that was a huge letdown. So I think everybody expects bounce back week, yet the market screams Jacksonville. Jags open at 5.5, down to 3.5. We'll see where it closes, but right now I still like the Jags anything over a field goal, and I think they're live in this game. I bet the Jags to win the AFC South. I took a shot on Liam Cohen to win Coach of the Year. I think the offense is going to improve just because Trevor Lawrence is healthy. I bet him to have 21.5 touchdown passes this season. I can't wait to see how they use Travis Hunter this week because he played a whole bunch on the offensive side of the ball, a couple snaps on the defensive side of the ball. Liam Cohen yesterday at practice, or today at practice, all the days kind of blend in, said we're going to see a lot more Travis Hunter on the defensive side of the ball. The defense looked damn good for Jacksonville, and that was why I was buying in coming into the year. I like the pass rushers. I mean, I really like Allen. Walker he's never really lived up to where he was drafted, but he's a solid player. But you get Tyson Campbell back, your best cover corner, and I love the Jordan Lewis pickup in free agency. Even though he's 30 years old, a really good slot corner. So I like the Jags. Now, if it gets down to like 3, 2.5, I think it's a stay away. If you got the 5.5, self high five yourself in honor of DDP because that's a great number on the Jags. New England opens as 2.5-point dogs, now down to 1.5. So somebody bet the Patriots, which makes sense. Miami looked like absolute dump week 1. They didn't get in the end zone until the fourth quarter. Tyreek Hill continues to spin off this planet, as I've been saying since June. Mike McDaniel looks in over his head. He's most likely going to be the first coach fired, or he's not going to make it through the season, I don't think, at least. And New England, though, didn't look good week 1, man. And Drake May is still 1-10 as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't understand why their win total went from they win 4 games to 8.5 just because they hired Mike Vrabel and because they drafted an undersized tackle as a top 5 pick. Doesn't make any sense. And the defense got carved up week 1 by Geno Smith. He threw, 350 yards? So I expect Tua, even though he looked like a bum week 1, I expect him to bounce back, even though he spent his entire summer hanging out with Darius Rucker, Hootie, on boats. Chicago goes from 5-point dogs to 6-point dogs. I bet Chicago at 6. I'm going to be really pissed if this closes at 7 or 7.5. I think the market would have resistance, though, anything over the touchdown. I'll go with the narrative it's Ben Johnson revenge game, although he's not really getting revenge. He's the one that left Detroit. They gladly would have taken him back to call plays. They scored 6 freaking points week 1. But Caleb looked like a blind version of Will Levis in the second half of that game. Let's call it what it is. Brandon would have made those throws. Guys were wide open, and Caleb was missing them. That wasn't on Ben Johnson. I mean, some of the coaching mistakes were on Ben Johnson, but the offense they should have scored 40 in that game, even against a really good Brian Flores defense. I expect the Bears to at least keep this game within a field goal. I could see them winning this game outright. I think Detroit takes a step back. So far, my hypothesis on that proves to be correct, right? Week 1, they scored 6 points. Or wait, no, they scored more, but they got a garbage time touchdown. They scored 6 points in the actual box score, the Ryan Horvath box score, damn it. Denver goes from, now here's the shocker of the week, in my opinion. Because if I just go and talk to Joe Blow on the street, or anybody here in D.C. or in the Maryland area, and I say, who do you like this week? The Denver Broncos or the Indianapolis Colts? I feel like 9 of 10 people are going to pick the Broncos. Well, then why did the line go from the Broncos being 3.5-point favorites down to only 1.5-point favorites? This might close at pick, and it's because Bo Nix isn't what you guys are hyping him out to be. We saw that last week. He had 4 turnover-worthy throws. He threw 2 picks. They let the Tennessee Titans hang around in that game, starting a rookie quarterback. So I like Indianapolis. I like the Colts. I thought they were going to be dumped this year. I might be wrong on that. They might make the playoffs. Shane Steichen is a good offensive mind. I don't know if he's a good head coach, but he's a good offensive mind. He was the OC for the Eagles a couple of years ago when they made a run to the Super Bowl. And Daniel Jones, or as they call him now, Dimes, not even Danny Dimes, he looks like he's got some swagger right now. And the Colts defense led all teams in takeaways. I do like Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator. I don't think he was the issue in Cincinnati. I think, the actual players were the issue, and that idiot head coach, Zach Taylor, that they have there. I love the Colts. I'm waiting to get paid on Friday because I've blown a lot of money betting all these games because I got shut down in all my offshore and my PPH accounts. So now when I place bets, like most of you, I have to actually lay down the money. I've blown a lot of money, not really blown it, but I have it tied up in college football on Saturday. I have to wait till I get paid on Friday. And then I am going to hammer so much money on Indianapolis that my family, my wife and kid are going to think I'm a Colt fan. Call me Andrew Luck on Sunday. If the Colts lose, here's another thing for you guys. If the Colts lose to the Broncos by more than 2 points on Sunday, I'm not coming to work on Monday. It's going to be Brandon's big opportunity hosting with Brad because I'm going to need 48 hours to cry over the money that I've lost. I might even have to dip into my 401k. I'm kidding. We gamble responsibly. There's numbers for that. So we always preach being careful. And you hear that in the intro, right? You can't bet every game. That's what the people under the bridge do. San Francisco opens as a 7-point favorite. They're down to 3. If you haven't been paying attention to, Twitter or the news because, I don't know, you have a real life and a real job. The reason the Niners went from being a full touchdown favorite over the Patriots, the Saints, to only 3-point favorites is because Brock Purdy's hurt. He's going to miss multiple weeks. George Kittle's hurt. Pretty much anybody not named Christian McCaffrey is hurt. But I still like the Niners. I think Mac Jones is serviceable enough to beat Spencer Rattler in these Saints, even on the road. And I know the Saints played really hard week 1, but they're still not going to be very good. So give me the Niners at 3 Not an official bet, but that's probably going to be my bet. Cleveland, they went from 12.5-point dogs to 11.5-point dogs. They probably keep that game close, and that's probably too many points for a divisional game. But I'm also not running out to bet Cleveland after Baltimore blew a 15-point lead with under 4 minutes to go in that game. The Ravens are going to be pissed, and the Browns are going to be bad. So while the Browns might be the sharp play at 12.5, 11.5, I got to be honest with you guys, I could think of about 101 better ways to spend my Sunday than sweating out double digits with Joe Flacco and the Browns. So I'm going to pass on that game, but I do get why somebody came in hard on the Browns and knocked that from 12.5 to 11.5 and the total to 45.5. The Giants went from 4.5-point dogs to 6-point dogs. Now, as I say that, there's some resistance at 6. We're back down to 5.5. Anything over a field goal, I'm taking the Giants. And I actually like the Cowboys to win 7-8 games this year, but that defense is bad. Jalen Hurts could have crawled into the end zone. And, say what you want about Russell Wilson. I'll say he's a quack, a weirdo, and washed. He can still scamper a little bit. He led the team in rushing yards. I think the Giants keep that game close because I think they're going to be able to run the ball down the throats of the Dallas Cowboys and keep their high-powered offense on the sidelines, eat some time of possession. I can make the case for the Giants maybe even to win that game outright. More line movement. Buffalo goes from an 8.5-point favorite to a 6.5-point favorite on the road against the Jets, who were competitive but couldn't get the job done against the Steelers. We'll take a look at everything else we got week 2, line movement, bets that we've placed, and wrap up the show next. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with myself, Ryan Horvat, here on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Nick. I mean, the bottom line is, I've been I've been voting in the AP poll for probably about 20 years. And, I take it seriously. And, look, people can disagree with my vote and, why is this team above this team and, all those things. That happens. I understand that. But, yeah, just for someone, whether it's a guy, a gal, it doesn't matter, just to blatantly just act like it is a joke, you shouldn't be voting. I mean, I don't want to say somebody should lose their vote over this, but somebody should lose their vote over this. If I would have had more respect if they would have just said, look, it was a mistake. I didn't realize USF won the game, whatever. I mean, that happens. Again, people that cover, I guess she's a beat writer, covers somebody on the West Coast. I don't know that much about her. So, yeah, I voted for the AP poll when I covered USF, 100 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of everything going on. It's why the coaches poll isn't done by the coaches. It's done by their PR directors. But still, you should be able to simply, at the worst, you should be able to look at the scores from the night before. You should be able to have an idea of who has won. I mean, people that I respect a great deal have forgotten to put Ohio State in the rankings one week, because you just get through and you're listing teams and your 25 is done and you don't get an alert that says, by the way, you had Ohio State 2 last week. They're not in your top 25 this week. Did you mean to do that? So it starts over fresh. So that happens. That's a mistake. That's an honest mistake. But to simply kind of just laugh it off like, oh, I got a process and I don't want to go into the process. I mean, that's a horrible look. And the bad thing is, like everything else, whether it's what you guys do a great job. No matter whether you're a ditch digger, if somebody in that line of work embarrasses that line of work, then it's like everybody gets lumped together. Like, oh, you guys must suck also. Well, no, actually we don't. But unfortunately, somebody else does in this line of work, and that's what's unfortunate. And look, at the end of the day, it doesn't determine who gets in the playoff, but it's a historical reference. And we've been doing, I haven't been around this long, but since 1936, there's been an AP poll. And I think it's a great judge and barometer of how teams are ranked and rated. And, it's just unfortunate. Hopefully she'll pay more attention this week, when USF loses to Miami, and she won't move USF up 3 spots.
I don't mean to go back to college, but I have to bring up the lady who said she was going to buy out DeBoer's contract if she won the Powerball. I thought about you. I thought about you right away, and then Paul says, we're going to get her on the show. Don't worry. She claimed if she won the Powerball, she was going to pay the $70 million to buy out DeBoer's contract. I love that.
Incredible. That is queen and icon behavior. And I know that everybody rolls their eyes at the SEC tagline, like, it just means more. That's what that means. Like, when this woman is buying a Powerball ticket, if I bought a Powerball ticket, if I got, $1.5 billion, I'd be looking at, homes in the south of France. I'd be looking at, buying a bunch of shoes and diamonds and all these lovely things. No, she has her eyes set on something much more valuable, and that is national championships in Tuscaloosa. So I appreciate it so much. It is fantastic, and I think it's the perfect perfect evaluation of how people are feeling in Alabama right now. It is truly running around with your head cut off.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Final segment, BetMGM Tonight After Dark version here on this Wednesday, September 10th. Great show tonight. You missed any of it, go back, check out the podcast. Hour number 1, talked with former NFL wide receiver Allen Robinson. Got his thoughts on what he saw week 1 and the upcoming action we're about to see beginning tomorrow night with the Packers laying 3.5 at Lambeau Field against the Commanders. But check out that interview with the great Allen Robinson. Also, we talked with Joe DeLeon, talked a little college football with him. So, like I said, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. You could also listen to the show every single night, well, Monday through Friday, right here, live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. We got Brandon Combs, executive producer, who's also running the board. Mike Montgomery, Monty running the video. And like I said, all those great guests. So you're going to want to go back and check out the podcast if you missed anything. Right now, we're looking at NFL Week 2 lines, what's moved, what hasn't, and bets that we placed. So officially tomorrow, I got the Green Bay Packers on the money line, minus 170. I don't want to mess with the point spread. If I had to take this, I would actually still lean Green Bay at 3.5. I did bet Jordan Love over 18.5 pass completions. I like that all the way up to 20.5. Also in the NFL, another one I gave out was the Bears plus 6. You could still get that number at the Lions. I like the Miami Dolphins to beat the New England Patriots, even after that stinker week 1, even though I don't think Miami's going to be very good this year. I do think they win that game by a field goal, so I do like them. Jags, like I talked about, I didn't get the 5.5, so I'm with everybody else. If you want to bet the 3.5, we're not getting the best of the number, but I do like anything over a field goal for the Jags. I think they're live in that game. And then the big bet I have is the Colts, plus 1.5 against the Broncos. I didn't get the 3. I think the Colts are going to beat the Broncos, and I don't think the Broncos are going to live up to the preseason hype that everybody was giving them. Looking at some of these other games, though, and seeing kind of where I want to go if I want to add any bets, the Bills, like we talked about before the commercial break, go from 8.5-point favorites down to 6.5 against the Jets. See, the Jets, I think, could cover a lot this season because the defense is projected to be top 10. I wasn't all that thrilled about the secondary against Aaron Rodgers. He carved them up at 41 years old for 4 touchdown passes. And I'm not hyping up Sauce Gardner the way that everybody else is. 2 years ago as a rookie, he looked like one of the best corners in the league. Last year was a down year, and they reward him with that big contract.
I'm going to pump the brakes on that Jets defense. I think the Jets defense is overrated, and I think Aaron Glenn is going to be the coach at Kent State in like 2 years. So I'll pass on that game, to be honest with you. Nothing there for me. Seattle goes from 2.5-point dogs to 3-point dogs. The reason being Seattle's offense didn't look very good with Sam Darnold week 1, and the Steelers were cooking with Aaron Rodgers. Not going to bet that game. If I were to bet that game, I would take the points with the Seahawks. I am an Aaron Rodgers fan. If you're watching the game on Twitch, on YouTube, one, I don't care what you think about Aaron Rodgers. I think the guy just rocks, and I think he's an awesome thrower of the football, and I get a kick anytime he gets interviewed, even if I disagree with what he's saying. It makes me laugh. So I love him. He's the anti-robot. He's the anti-Russ Wilson. Do I want to hear Russ Wilson talk about teamwork and dedication, or do I want to hear Aaron Rodgers talk about how the Pope is a lizard person? I want to hear Rodgers. I'm more entertained by him. So I'm staying away from that game, though. Steelers, 3-point favorites. Rams, no movement here. 5.5-point favorites. Total 41.5. We did our Survivor segment, and it looks like I'm leaning Ravens, even though it's a divisional game, 11.5 against the Browns, just to win outright. But I think the Rams are a decent option. Defense look lights out. Going against a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. Only thing that scares me a little bit, it's a road game. And if Matthew Stafford doesn't hold up and he gets knocked out of this game, do we trust Jimmy Garoppolo in the Lord's year of 2025? I don't know that I do. So no bet and no survivor pick on the Rams yet. Carolina goes from 4.5-point dogs to 6.5-point dogs. The reason being, Bryce Young look like the Bryce Young from the first 5 weeks of the season and not the last 5 weeks of last season. And Carolina's defense is still horrendous. And Arizona is going to be a good football team this year. At least I hope so. I hope they win 9 games and make the playoffs. If I had to bet the game, I would actually take the 6.5 with Carolina. Carolina can't look as bad as they did week 1. And also it was kind of a weird fluky game where they had to play the Jags. Jags are a new team this year with a new head coach. There was that long-ass weather delay, the lightning delay, where, what did the game pause for, like over an hour, maybe close to 90 minutes? I could see them keeping that game close. I like Arizona to win. Not enough to use them in Survivor, I don't think. But if I had to bet it, which I haven't, I would probably take the points with Carolina. Philadelphia, Kansas City, we get a rematch of last year's Super Bowl, which the Eagles win. I like the Chiefs to get revenge. Give me Kansas City to win the game outright as 1.5-point dogs at home at Arrowhead. Atlanta goes from 4.5-point dogs down to 3.5. I am with that move. I know they let me down week 1, but they outgained and outclassed the Bucs. The problem was, well, I don't know that they have the right coaching staff, and Younghoe Koo missed a field goal that he hits in his sleep to tie the game. But I do think Atlanta, if they do lose, how are they going to lose? Heartbreaking fashion. They'll probably have a 10-point lead they blow in the fourth quarter, and they'll lose by a field goal again. So at 3.5, give me Atlanta. I know J.J. McCarthy played a great second half against the Bears, but he's still a work in progress. It's really still his rookie year. I know Minnesota's at home. That's a tough place to play. I hate that stupid skull chant, that stupid clap. I hate that horn. I hate it more than anything as a Green Bay Packer fan. I do think Minnesota is going to be solid this year, but I think Atlanta not only covers, I think Atlanta beats them. So, you know what? I talked myself into that one. I'm going to bet that right now. So we'll go small, though. $300 on Atlanta. Tampa Bay goes from 1.5-point dogs up to 2.5 against Houston. I actually like Houston to bounce back and win that game outright. And then the Chargers go from a field goal favorite to 3.5 against the Raiders. I don't really have any thoughts on that game as of yet, but luckily we will be here on Monday. Oh, we got the Monday double back-to-backs, actually. We get Tampa and Houston, and then the Chargers and the Raiders. So I always rag on the Monday night doubleheader. I just want one game. I'm a traditionalist. But when they do it this way, I actually like it. What I didn't like is the way that they did it the last 2 years, where they would have a game kick off, and then like a half hour later, they'd have another game kick off. And that's fine if you're watching on a multi-TV set like I have in my home. But last year, we were doing the show at National Harbor, and it was always like one game will be over here and the other will be over here. And you're already trying to do all that focusing on a Sunday when you're trying to watch 8 games at once. But I do like the way that they're going to space these out. So Tampa and Houston kicks off at 7 on ESPN and ABC. And then at 10, you get the Chargers and the Raiders. So I do like that a little bit.
You like that a little bit. Brando, any week 2 best bets from you? Like I said, I got some ugly ones, but I do think I'm going to have a 3-0, maybe a 4-0 week in the NFL. I got the Packers tomorrow night. That's my smallest one. I got Jordan Love over 18.5 completions. That's a bigger one. I got the Bears +6. That's a smaller one. And then my 3 big bets. Dolphins money line, Jags catching 3.5 against the Bengals, and the Colts from 3-point dogs down to only 1.5-point dogs against everybody's lovable Broncos. So Dolphins, Jags, Colts, big for me. What do you got, if anything?
Yeah, so I like the Bears. +6 is crazy to me. To be a 6-point dog. Look, I know what they look like, and I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, you're a Bears fan," blah blah blah. I don't. This Bears team at +6 to a team in Detroit that had Ben Johnson last year, and the Bears with Eberflus and that debacle of a coaching staff almost beat them twice. I don't understand the thought process there. I like them big. I know you like the Dolphins, but I actually like the Patriots in that game against the Miami Dolphins. I would take the Patriots and take the points. And then I'm big on the Bills, man. I'd give up the points with the Bills against the Jets. I think that Bills offense is going to be way too much for the Jets. And I know the Jets offense look good, but I just think the Bills are going to be too much to keep up with them. And so I like that one as well. And look, the 49ers, I'm going to bet a lot of Brock Purdy props in this game. Passing yards, everything. Brock Purdy, I think, is going to lean a little bit more on his legs. I think you can bet him as an anytime touchdown. I think you can bet over his yards. I think you can bet over his completions. I like everything about Brock Purdy against the Saints in that game.
Well, if he plays, you got to remember, because if it's Mac Jones, because it's looking like it's going to be Mac Jones, well, at least you get your money back then. But we remember, who was it last year? Was it Trevor Lawrence? Yeah, I think it was against the Bengals, and he had a high ankle sprain, and we were like, no chance he's going to play. And then there he was out there. Say what you want about Trevor Lawrence. Kid's tough. He might not be a very good NFL quarterback, but he could take an absolute beating. We'll talk college football and have our picks, obviously, tomorrow. But a couple that I've bet where the numbers moved. Kansas State from 2.5-point dogs now to 1.5-point favorites. That's Friday night against Arizona. I love Kansas State. I know they've looked like complete dump to start the year, but I think that is a huge overreaction. Arizona hasn't beat anybody. So give me Kansas State. I bet Pitt at 4.5. Pitt is out to a 7.5-point favorite against West Virginia, man. I still do like this Pitt team a lot, though. Duke went from +3 against Tulane to being favorites, now back to 1.5. I love having that +3. Right now, I would just play the money line. I think that they beat Tulane. And then I like Clemson. I know everybody's all worried about them, but that's been bet from almost a touchdown all the way down to 3. All they got to do is win the game by 3. And the money line price went from -160 to -146. That's the market telling you Georgia Tech's going to win this football game. I just can't see it happening, man. I know Clemson hasn't looked very good the first 2 weeks of the season. Granted, week 1 was against a top 10 team in LSU. Week 2, you got to take care of business against Troy. And I like their program. We talked about that last night with Rob Brown. They get some pretty good players that want to go to Alabama and Georgia, the bigger schools, but they can't. But man, if Clemson loses this game and they start 1-2, they were overwhelming favorites to win the ACC. +110 was their price, dude. The next best price was almost 4-1 with Miami. If they start 1-2, whew, I would hate to be Dabo Swinney. I really would, man. Good thing they're not an SEC school. Imagine the calls that Feinbaum would get if they lost to Georgia Tech, right? What were you going to say, though? My bad.
How do you feel about Wisconsin +20.5 against Alabama in Tuscaloosa?
I don't want to bet the game because I can make the case for Wisconsin to keep it close, and I can make the case for them to get pounded, right? Bama is still pissed off after their week 1 loss to Florida State. Ty Simpson didn't throw an incomplete pass last week. The case I can make for the Badgers to cover, though, Fickle's kind of coaching for his job, and they're a top 80 rushing offense, which doesn't sound great until you look at what Bama's run defense looks like outside the top 120, dude. So even if it's just chipping away with 4 or 5-yard gains, I think they're going to be able to eat enough clock to keep Bama's offense on the sideline, which makes it hard for them to win by 21 points. We'll talk more about that tomorrow with all of our college football picks. BetMGM tonight, find the podcast if you missed tonight's show. We're back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Myself and Brad Evans here on the BetMGM Network.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
This guy. We're taking Miami minus 17.5 against South Florida. Couple of reasons why I love the Canes in this matchup. First one, USF has had two big upsets the first couple weeks. Week 1, you upset the team that made the college football playoff last year, the Group of 5 champion in Boise State. At home, you obliterate them. And then the following week, you go into the swamp and you upset the Florida Gators, and that was an emotional win, man. I mean, South Florida, after the game, they're taking pictures on the field. Their coaches are screaming, yelling, running down from the press box to celebrate with their team in the locker room. That was an emotional, big-time win. So after those two wins, how much does USF have left in the tank to get ready for one of the most talented teams in the country? Miami beat them last year 50-15, so they know what USF is all about. And think about how good their run defense was, containing Jeremiah Love, and that Notre Dame rush game was kept intact for the most part. So they should do a good job of containing Byron Brown. I think the Canes win in a rout. I like them minus 17.5 against USF. How about the underdog that I like the best this week? And it's something to always monitor when you're betting college football, because we usually get about 1 or 2 games like this every week, especially early on in the season. All you got to do is you got to look at the slate in college football, and you got to look at some of the big point spreads that are on the board. And about every week, you get 1 or 2 games with a big point spread that drops about 3 or 4 points. And whatever team has the steam going towards them, you bet that underdog. Last week, it was Troy against Clemson. That line opened up about 34.5, 35.5, closed about 30.5. Troy was up 16-0 in the first half against Clemson before the Tigers come back and win the game by 11 points. Well, this week we have Oklahoma and Temple. Sooners opened up about a 24.5, 25.5 point favorite. Now it's all the way down to 21.5, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Last week, Clemson, big emotional game against LSU in week 1. Turn around, you play Troy at home, right? There's a weather delay. I mean, the stadium's not as nearly as loud or as rocking. The energy isn't the same as it was for that LSU game. Major letdown. Well, look at Oklahoma's spot. They just had that massive game against Michigan last week. College game day was there. Probably the biggest win of the Brett Venables era. You got Auburn coming into Norman next week. It's a letdown, sandwich game, all the things we look for. Give me Temple, plus 21.5 against Oklahoma.